Lin Yun, 3rd level of body refinement. Lin Xiaodian, 4th level of body refinement. Lin Jiao, 6th level of body refinement. Lin Haoran, 8th level of body refinement. On this day, the Lin family in Qingyang City was particularly lively. It was the day for the clan's disciples to assess their cultivation levels. Indeed, Lin Haoran is impressive. Having reached the 8th level of body refinement, he truly is the pride of our Lin family. Yes, it won't be long before Lin Haoran becomes the first among our generation to break into the Origin Force realm. Look, it's Lin Qiye. Who would have thought he would still have the courage to show up? 3 years ago, Lin Qiye was acknowledged as the foremost genius, having reached the 9th level of body refinement, merely a step away from the Origin Force realm. What a pity that overnight, he lost all his cultivation and became a waste. The family tried numerous methods to restore him, but to no avail. Now, 3 years have passed, and he still shows no signs of resuming his training. In my opinion, the once great genius has become a lifetime of waste. Initially, the clan's disciples were enviously discussing and admiring Lin Haoran. However, upon the appearance of a certain youth, their expressions transformed into mockery and derision. Indeed, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Lin Qiye mused inwardly. He had long grown accustomed to such ridicule. He harbored a secret. He was a transmigrator. 3 years prior, he had crossed over, and it was at that moment that his cultivation vanished entirely. Throughout these 3 years, no matter how he tried, Lin Qiye could not return to the path of cultivation. Fortunately, as the son of the clan leader, he had lived a relatively stable life during this time. Sigh. Lin Qiye let out a deep breath. Time certainly flies swiftly. It was again the annual assessment day. He dreaded the thought of enduring yet another round of mockery. Though he had grown accustomed to it, it still stung slightly. Isn't this the former #1 genius? I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Lin Haoran descended from the stone platform, spotting Lin Qiye immediately, and approached with a sneer. His tone was laced with derision. Indeed, a true genius possesses such courage. If it were me, I would simply stay in the courtyard, sparing myself the embarrassment. Lin Qiye and Lin Haoran had embarked on their cultivation journeys on the same day. However, Lin Qiye had displayed extraordinary talent, consistently overshadowing Lin Haoran. This fueled Lin Haoran's jealousy, viewing Lin Qiye as his rival. In his heart, he believed himself to be the true #1 genius of the Lin family. 3 years ago, upon learning of Lin Qiye's loss of cultivation, he was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, a feeling that remained vivid in his memory. You are right, Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile, finding no need to engage in a dispute. Curse it. Lin Haoran clenched his fists, his face a mask of displeasure. Over the past 3 years, he had indeed caused Lin Qiye considerable trouble. Yet, no matter how often he mocked or provoked him, Lin Qiye would always respond with a smile, saying, "You are absolutely right," or "Well done." This only served to deepen his frustration. Next up, Lin Qiye, an elder on the stone platform, called out loudly after glancing at the list. "The first waste it is time for you to perform." Lin Haoran chuckled derisively. Lin Qiye chose to ignore him and walked past without a word. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire audience's gaze converged upon Lin Qiye. Suddenly, he halted at the bottom of the stone steps. Witnessing this, many around him burst into laughter and mockery. "Why did you stop? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. He will probably turn around and leave any moment now. Having turned into a waste, why bother testing year after year? If it were me, I would accept reality and live as an ordinary person. Indeed, as the son of the family head, living a mundane life wouldn't pose a problem." At that moment, no one noticed the intense excitement gleaming in Lin Qiye's eyes. At last, it has finally arrived. After enduring humiliation for 3 long years, the time had come for the transcendental boon of the transmigrator to manifest. Before Lin Qiye's eyes, a translucent loading progress bar materialized. Within mere moments, the bar reached 100. Grounded system loading successful. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Grounded system? The name seemed somewhat dubious. Binding successful. Host. Lin Qiye realm. None experience. 0100. System explanation. This system is known as the grounded system. With each step the host takes, they will earn 1 experience point. Once a certain amount of experience is accumulated, your realm will automatically upgrade. A panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. As Lin Qiye quickly scanned through the information, his excitement surged even more. This grounded system was astonishing. Just by walking, he could directly break through to higher realms. While others spent decades or even centuries in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, he merely needed to keep walking. In this case, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Newbie gift pack distribution. Would you like to open it? Open. Naturally, Lin Qiye chose to proceed. He hoped that this newbie gift pack would yield something extraordinary. Newbie gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, you have received a reward 1 realm for every 10 steps. Gugu Lin Qiye swallowed hard. The novice reward was astonishingly generous. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Lin Qiye erupted into laughter. What has come over Lin Qiye? Suddenly laughing? Could he have lost his mind? Perhaps he truly has gone mad. What a pity, once the pride of the first day, now reduced to a useless fool and gone mad. Observing Lin Qiye's exuberant laughter, everyone assumed he had indeed lost his sanity. On the high platform, the elder spoke again. Lin Qiye, come up and take the test. Do not waste any more time. His words swiftly brought Lin Qiye back to reality, silencing his laughter. His gaze became resolutely steadfast. For 3 long years, he had endured derision, mockery, and humiliation. Now it was time to change all that. Yes, elder, Lin Qiye affirmed, his voice growing louder with conviction. Today, I, Lin Qiye, shall make you all aware that the true pride of the first day has returned. Ha ha. Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted around him. He's gone mad, truly mad. After being a waste for 3 years, he really thinks he is still the same as before. What a pity! Who would have thought he would fall to such depths? A fool gone mad. The surrounding crowd scoffed derisively. At that moment, Lin Qiye stepped onto the stone steps. 1 step. Boom. Lin Qiye's realm surged to the first level of the body refinement stage. 2 steps. Second level of the body refinement stage. 3 steps. Third level of the body refinement stage. In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. On the high platform, the Lin family head suddenly stood, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my son, Lin Xiao. 8 steps. 8th level of the body refinement stage. 9 steps. 9th level of the body refinement stage. 10 steps. Initial stage of the energy realm. The stone steps of the blue stone platform comprised a total of 9 tiers. And with the 10th step, he ascended to the blue stone platform. This magnificent reversal left everyone utterly astonished. Novice reward has been used up. Am I seeing things? Lin Qiye advanced a realm with each step, directly reaching the energy realm. Oh my heavens, how is this possible? Could it be that he was merely pretending all these years? The former pride of the first day has returned. Their gazes, once filled with disdain and mockery, now reflected fear. After all, they had just ruthlessly ridiculed Lin Qiye moments earlier. Beside them, Lin Hawthorn wore a ghastly expression, as if he had swallowed something vile. How can this be possible? He was clearly a waste. Why? He had finally managed to become the Lin family's pride of the first day. Now, that title was being snatched away by Lin Qiye. Elder, I believe there is no need for me to take the examination any longer. Lin Qiye calmly addressed the elder before him. From his understanding, the stone tablet for the examination could only assess those at the body refinement stage at most. Now that he had ascended to the elemental force stage, it was naturally beyond the tablet's capacity to evaluate him. Indeed, the elder quickly regained his composure and promptly announced, "Young Master Lin Qiye has already reached the elemental force stage." His tone was marked by evident respect, even adding the honorific of young master. Lin Qiye turned to gaze at the younger members of the clan below, silently reflecting, indeed, only with strength comes dignity. This sensation was immensely gratifying. Lin Qiye descended the platform. Experience points, 1 experience points, 1 experience points, 1 with each step he took. His experience points increased. Soon he arrived beside Lin Hawthorn and calmly remarked, "Lin Hawthorn, you must strive diligently. I have already attained the elemental force stage." With that, he left behind a graceful silhouette, swiftly vanishing from Lin Hawthorn's view. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Hawthorn seethed with fury. Just moments ago, he had mocked Lin Qiye as a waste. Now, that so-called waste had transformed into a practitioner of the elemental force stage. This was a bitter pill to swallow. If Lin Qiye was deemed a waste, then what did that make them? The most inept of the inept. Lin Qiye, just wait. I shall double my efforts and surely surpass you. Lin Howren resolved inwardly. The examination continued for about an hour before it officially concluded. For everyone present, the most astonishing revelation was undoubtedly Lin Qiye, who had ascended a realm with each step. Reflecting on it now felt utterly unbelievable. Many regretted their earlier actions had they not mocked or ridiculed him and instead sought to befriend him. They might have secured a solid alliance with Lin Qiye. Instead, they had missed the opportunity entirely. Father, you have arrived. In the courtyard, Lin Qiye observed Lin Xiao's entrance and promptly stood to greet him. Excellent, excellent. I have always believed that you could reclaim your path in cultivation, Lin Xiao said, his eyes glistening with emotion as he patted Lin Kai's shoulder, clearly overjoyed. Father, the reason I have been able to resume my cultivation journey this time is largely due to the guidance of a remarkable individual, Lin Qiye replied with a smile. Oh, who is this esteemed figure? I must express my gratitude. Lin Xiao inquired eagerly. Father, this individual specifically instructed me not to disclose their identity to anyone. Lin Qiye shook his head. He certainly could not reveal to this adoptive father that he was a traveler from another realm endowed with extraordinary abilities. It was best to concoct a more plausible explanation. Then, I shall not pry further. It is indeed fortuitous that you have encountered such an opportunity, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile, convinced that this individual must possess great power. The fact that his son had reached the elemental force stage was no small feat, achievable only by an extraordinary practitioner. Of course, it was also due to his son's exceptional talent. 7 Knights. Now that you have reached the origin force realm, it is time for you to inherit the Lin family's strongest martial art. You must cultivate it diligently. Lin Xiao remarked as he retrieved a martial arts manual from his storage bag. The title read 8 Desolations Palm, a superior form of martial art, and it was indeed the finest the Lin family had to offer. Thank you, Father. I will certainly devote myself to my training, Lin Qiye exclaimed, receiving the manual with both hands, his heart brimming with joy. Martial arts serve to unleash one's innate powers more effectively, and the might of a martial art grows proportionately with its strength. For any cultivator, formidable martial arts are indispensable, constituting one of the primary means of combat. Should you encounter any uncertainties during your practice, feel free to ask me, Lin Xiao said with a comforting nod. Moreover, if there is anything you require, speak up promptly. I will do my utmost to procure it for you. Though simple words, they deeply moved and warmed Lin Kai's heart. Initially, as a transmigrator inheriting the memories of his predecessor, he harbored little affection for Lin Xiao. However, over the past 3 years, Lin Xiao had tirelessly sought ways to help him resume his cultivation, leading Lin Qiye to genuinely regard Lin Xiao as his father. Thank you, Father. Lin Qiye bowed deeply, nearly to the ground. Good child, there is no need for such formality between us. Lin Xiao smiled gently. Now, I shall leave you to your tasks and not intrude further. With that, he turned and exited, laughter escaping his lips. It was the first time in 3 years that Lin Xiao had laughed so heartily, clearly brimming with joy. Once Lin Xiao departed, Lin Qiye reopened the system panel. Grounded system host. Lin Qiye realm. Early origin force realm experience points. 30, 987-100-000. Just moments ago, Lin Qiye had been pacing in the courtyard, his step count exceeding 30,000. 100,000 steps? A mere trifle. He mused, nodding slowly. However, wandering in this courtyard does become rather monotonous. First, I shall master the 8 Desolations Palm, he resolved, gazing at the martial arts manual in his hands. As he walked, he began to peruse the manual intently. Experience points? 1 experience points 1. Before long, he had thoroughly absorbed the entirety of the 8 Desolations Palm. This 8 Desolations Palm truly deserves its reputation as the best martial art of the Lin family. Lin Qiye exclaimed in admiration. Immediately, he began practicing the techniques outlined within the manual. Time passed imperceptibly, and he lost track of how long he had been training. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the 8 Desolations palm to the entry level. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Qiye finally paused. It seems my talent is indeed remarkable. He laughed, acknowledging that he had mastered the 8 Desolations palm in such a short time, an achievement few in the entire Lin family could claim. The mastery of martial arts is categorized into 4 stages: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. The higher the level of mastery, the more formidable the unleashed power will be. In Lin Qiye's perspective, the path of cultivation remains arduous and extensive. The journey ahead is still long, and one must remain grounded and diligent. As he gazed upward, the sky gradually dimmed, the sun poised to descend, heralding the impending darkness. Let us continue our journey and strive to elevate our realm. Lin Qiye murmured. Now is not the time for idleness. His cultivation level had already reached the elemental 4 stage, eliminating the need for daily rest. What a pity it would be if there was some music. Lin Qiye sighed, resuming his pacing within the courtyard. Experience points accumulated steadily, each increment marked with a notification. Finally, in the stillness of the night, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, your experience points have reached 100,000. You're now automatically breaking through to the next realm. You have attained the mid-stage of the elemental force realm. An overwhelming surge of power surged through his being in an instant. How exhilarating! Lin Qiye exclaimed. With this breakthrough, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Open the information panel. Grounded system host. Lin Qiye realm. Mid-stage elemental force experience points. 0200,000 martial arts. 8 desolate palm, initiation point 200,000 steps. It seems that with the elevation of my realm, the number of steps I must take will only increase. Lin Qiye nodded, fully prepared for this reality. After all, it was merely walking. Such an effortless method of cultivation posed no challenge for him at all. Chapter 3. A serious conversation. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, the sun's rays illuminated the entire land. Lin Qiye, at that moment, ceased his walking, took a seat, and savored a cup of hot tea. Having traversed the night, he appeared remarkably invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Mid-stage elemental force. Experience points. 123609, 200,000. Sighing, Lin Qiye reflected, this is somewhat beyond my expectations. He had initially believed that after such an extensive night of walking, he would achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, the beauty of imagination often diverges from reality. After a brief calculation, he realized that he could cover approximately 8,000 to 10,000 steps in an hour. During this time, he had also attempted to jog, only to discover that experience points could not be earned through running. Only walking would suffice. Having grown weary of pacing in the courtyard, he decided it was time to venture outside. After resting for the duration of an incense stick, Lin Qiye rose once more. Exiting the courtyard, he strolled down a corridor. Along the way, members of the Lin family greeted him with deep respect, bowing courteously, "Greetings, young Master Lin." Lin Qiye, however, chose to ignore them. In the past, when he was deemed worthless, they had mocked and ridiculed him. Now that he had regained his prowess and reached the elemental force realm, they sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Upon leaving the Lin family estate, Lin Qiye meandered through the streets of Qingyang City. This was his first time stepping outside the Lin residence in 3 years. The sights before him were both foreign and familiar. How lively it was! The streets were teeming with people, and numerous stalls lined the pathways, selling an array of peculiar trinkets that dazzled Lin Qiye's senses. This leisurely exploration allowed him to earn experience points while broadening his horizons. He found it thoroughly enjoyable. In fact, he resolved in his heart, the world is vast, and I must explore it. Qingyang City was but a small locale. He was determined to eventually venture beyond this limited realm into a more expansive universe. Isn't that Lin Qiye, the once proud scion of the Lin family, reduced to a waste, and yet he dares to show his face outside? Before long, a disdainful voice echoed in his ears. He turned to see a young man approaching him, a look of contempt etched on his face. Flanking him were 2 burly men, exuding an intimidating presence. Lu Yuan, What I choose to do is none of your concern. Lin Qiye retorted with a cold snort. This young man was none other than Lu Yuan, the heir of the Lu family, who had always been at odds with Lin Qiye. In the past, Lu Yuan had attempted to forcibly claim a woman, only to be thwarted by Lin Qiye. From that moment onward, Lu Yuan regarded Lin Qiye as his adversary. Intriguingly, Lu Yuan chuckled and exclaimed, "Everyone come behold! The once great prodigy of the Lin family, Lin Qiye, has made his appearance." His voice resonated loudly, compelling the entire street to cast their gazes toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, the former pride of the Lin family, was well known throughout Qingyang City. "Look at you, Lin the Useless. How radiant you once were, and now you are but a wretched failure. Any random passerby here could easily crush you." Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Previously, Lin Qiye had constantly thwarted his plans, and today, having caught Lin Qiye, Lu Yuan was determined to seize the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly, a means of avenging himself. Time apart reveals a new perspective. Lin Qiye replied calmly, "Lu Yuan, do not be so arrogant, nor be a frog at the bottom of a well. Rather than squander your time here, you would do better to cultivate diligently and enhance your own strength." You, a mere failure. Why do you have to admonish me?" Lu Yuan retorted angrily. "I have reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. With a single slap, I could obliterate you." 8th level of the body refinement realm? How impressive. I am terrified. Lin Qiye feigned fear, only to quickly restore his composure. "Lu Yuan, being merely at the 8th level is hardly something to boast about. In comparison, you are still inferior to me." Lu Yuan laughed derisively. "Lin the Useless. Lin the Great Useless. Lin the Waste." "Very well," Lin Qiye responded, his demeanor shifting to one of amusement. "Today, let everyone in Qingyang City witness the return of the prodigy." As his words fell, before Lu Yuan could react, Lin Qiye appeared before him with an uncanny swiftness, followed by a punch that struck with a tremendous force. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as Lu Yuan was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his complexion turned ashen. "How is this possible? A failure has actually injured me with a single punch." Lu Yuan's mind raced in disbelief, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Lu Yuan shouted at his 2 guards, who stood frozen in shock. At his command, the 2 burly men snapped back to attention, glaring at Lin Qiye and lunging forward to attack. Too slow. To Lin Qiye, it felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Boom! Boom! 2 more punches landed, sending the guards hurtling through the air, collapsing to the ground, entirely incapacitated. Lin Qiye had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would have been lifeless corpses by now. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Lu Yuan could scarcely believe his eyes. "Lin Qiye, you have regained your strength." "Indeed, not only have I recovered, but I have also ascended to the elemental realm," Lin Qiye replied with serene confidence. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. In the realm of elemental energy, Lu Yuan trembled uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that Lin Qiye, the so-called waste of 3 years, had not only regained his cultivation, but had ascended to the realm of elemental energy. Could it be that Lin Qiye had been feigning all along? How could one lose their cultivation overnight? Yet, what could his motives possibly be? This enigma eluded him completely. The only clarity he possessed was the undeniable truth that he was no match for Lin Qiye at present. "What are you planning? Don't come any closer." As Lin Qiye approached step by step, a sense of dread enveloped Lu Yuan. "Fear not. I have no intention of striking you again. I merely wish to have a sincere conversation," Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile. Upon reaching Lu Yuan, Lin Qiye squatted down, placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and earnestly stated, "Lu Yuan, while I find your bullying and debauchery distasteful, I urge you to reflect upon your own heart. Do you truly wish to live your life in this manner, as a wastrel? Do you not aspire to become a genuine powerhouse? We are still young, and this is a prime time for cultivation. Seize this moment. Do not squander your youth. In a world where strength reigns supreme, if we possess sufficient power, we can attain whatever we desire. Even the most beautiful women may willingly seek our embrace. Do you not find merit in my words?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a discourse from Lin Qiye. Yet, there was a resonance within his heart. Once upon a time, he too had been a diligent cultivator. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had gradually transformed into a pampered scion. "Hey, I am speaking to you." Lin Qiye exerted a slight pressure. "Ah." Lu Yuan yelped in pain, gritting his teeth. He hastily replied, "You make a valid point. I concede. You are right." "Excellent. It seems my earnest counsel was not in vain. I hope you will amend your ways." Lin Qiye nodded in satisfaction, extending his palm. "Now, it is time for you to pay your tuition." "What?" Lu Yuan was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Lin Qiye's meaning. "How? After my earnest teaching, should you not compensate me?" Lin Qiye's lips curled into a smile. As it became evident that Lin Qiye intended to resort to extortion, Lu Yuan quickly retrieved his storage bag and emptied its contents, exclaiming, "I only have 10,000 silver leaves." He was desperate to avoid further suffering. "That will suffice." Lin Qiye collected the coins into his own storage bag. He then gently patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, flashing a radiant smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Let us gather again when the opportunity arises. Moreover, I possess a wealth of life philosophies and various other knowledge. Should you wish to learn, you may come to me with remuneration." With that, Lin Qiye rose, surveyed his surroundings, and smiled, saying, "Everyone, you may disperse. There is nothing more to behold." As he strolled away, humming a tune with great delight, he carried his storage bag with ease. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan swiftly rose to his feet, his entire body aching. Observing Lin Qiye's disappearing figure, he felt an inexplicable resonance with the words Lin Qiye had just uttered, which seemed indelibly etched in his mind. "No, this simply cannot be. I must dedicate myself to rigorous training. Lin Qiye, wait for me. Once I surpass your strength, I shall decisively defeat you and impart some profound truths." Lu Yuan vowed fiercely within himself. Casting a disdainful glance at the two guards sprawled on the ground, he kicked one of them, exclaiming, "A pair of inept fools." Seemingly relieved, he then made his way toward the Lu family residence. The onlookers relished the spectacle, thoroughly engrossed. The news of Lin Qiye's resurgence in power, now reaching the realm of Yuan force, spread like wildfire. In no time, the entire Qingyang city was abuzz with the revelation, particularly among the prominent families of Qingyang City. The realization dawned that the Lin family's once great prodigy had returned. Should Lin Qiye continue his ascent, the Lin family was destined to reclaim its status as the foremost family in Qingyang City. Chapter 4. The Black Rock Mountain Range Master. Something terrible has happened. The young master has been assaulted. A young man rushed into the Lu family's council chamber, his voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family rose abruptly, his demeanor transforming into one of immense fury. "Who dares to lay a hand on my son in Qingyang City?" "It is Lin Qiye." The young man lowered his head, trembling slightly, overwhelmed by the intimidating aura emanating from the family head. "Lin Qiye? Is he not the one from the Lin family who was rendered a waste 3 years ago?" inquired one of the elder members of the Lu family. "Indeed, it is the same Lin Qiye. He has regained his cultivation and reached the origin force realm." The revelation sent shockwaves through the council chamber. No one could have anticipated that the Lin family would rise again. Lin Qiye has actually attained the origin force realm. He must be the youngest practitioner in all of Qingyang City. "This is certainly not favorable for our Lu family," the elders murmured gravely. While the family head was taken aback, his primary concern remained for his son. "Yuan, what is his current condition?" "Rest assured, Master, he has not suffered any life-threatening injuries. After consuming a medicinal pill, he is nearly recovered," the young man respectfully reported. "Go and summon Yuan for me," commanded the head of the Lu family. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Master, I fear I cannot bring him. Just a moment ago, he returned to his room and declared his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, instructing that no one disturb him." The young man's voice quivered with apprehension. Entering seclusion for cultivation? At that moment, not only was the family head taken aback, but the elders of the Lu family were also momentarily stunned. They understood Yuan's temperament. Persuading him to enter seclusion was akin to scaling a mountain. "What transpired? Can you elucidate the matter?" The family head turned to the young man. In the ensuing moments, the young man recounted all the information he had gathered. Upon concluding, disbelief washed over the assembly. Master, Lin Qiye's actions are utterly outrageous. He brazenly robbed our young master in public. This is nothing less than a slap to our Liu family's face. One elder exclaimed, rising in indignation. Foolishness. The family head snorted, and in an instant, the elder felt a chill run down his spine. What is the meaning of this? The master dares to label me a fool. Merely a trifling sum of 10,000 silver leaves. What does it signify? The family head replied nonchalantly. On the contrary, I must express my gratitude to Lin Qiye. Were it not for him, my son would not have been so motivated to diligently cultivate in seclusion. Now that a former prodigy of the Lin family has returned, our Liu family should avoid enmity with them. Let it be known, henceforth, that all clan members must treat those from the Lin family with utmost respect. Understood. The elders responded in unison. In truth, the majority of individuals are astute enough to comprehend the intricacies of advantages and disadvantages. Naturally, they wholeheartedly support the decision made by the head of the Liu family. It is far more beneficial to possess an additional friend than to gain another adversary. Meanwhile, upon arriving at a lake adorned with blooming lotus flowers, the voice of the system echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the power within Lin Qiye surged, elevating his entire being to an exalted state. Notably, his 5 senses exhibited a remarkable enhancement. Congratulations! Your experience points have successfully reached 200,000, and you have transcended to the late stage of the Yuan Force realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye beamed with joy. This external aid was utterly exhilarating. In merely 2 days, he had ascended from the first level of the body refinement realm to the late stage of the Yuan Force realm. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation is perhaps unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. He summoned his interface with a silent thought. Grounded system, host, Lin Qiye, realm, late stage of the Yuan Force realm. Experience points, 0,300,000. Martial arts, 8 desolations palm, beginner. The journey ahead entailed traversing 300,000 steps. If he hastened, it could be accomplished in a day or 2. At a slower pace, it might take around 10 days. Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the necessity to further enhance his 8 desolations palm. Merely elevating his realm was insufficient. His martial arts must also progress. Only in this manner could he unleash a more formidable power. It was time to return home. After lingering by the lakeside for a while, Lin Qiye rose and departed, taking deliberate steps. Experience points 1. Upon returning to the Lin family estate and entering his courtyard, he found that his experience points had increased by 6. 340, equivalent to the distance he had walked. Before he knew it, over 10 days had passed. Through diligent walking during this time, he successfully advanced his cultivation to the initial stage of the true Yuan realm, while his 8 desolations palm reached a minor success. His strength had significantly improved. This rapid enhancement was virtually unmatched. With his current prowess, he felt entirely capable of venturing into the Black Rock Mountains for training. One day, Lin Qiye muttered to himself, grounded system, host, Lin Qiye, realm, initial stage of the true Yuan realm. Experience points for 673,500. 000. Martial arts, 8 desolations palm, minor success. The Black Rock Mountains were teeming with various demonic beasts, most of which were at the body refinement realm. Now that Lin Qiye had attained the true Yuan realm, as long as he exercised caution, he would generally face no significant threats within. Coincidentally, he also yearned to explore the world beyond and engage in combat with those demonic beasts to accumulate battle experience. Without delay, Lin Qiye sprang into action. Leaving the Lin residence, he swiftly exited Qingyang City, taking determined steps toward the southwest. The Black Rock Mountain Range stood as the nearest and most formidable mountain to Qingyang City, and, at his current pace, it would take approximately 2 hours to reach. Thus, before departing the city, Lin Qiye had prudently procured ample provisions, water, and supplies for an overnight stay, fully prepared to spend several days in the Black Rock Mountains. At this moment, Outside a training chamber of the Lin family, a man clad in black swiftly appeared, kneeling respectfully as he spoke. Master. Young Master Qiye has departed Qingyang City, heading for the Black Rock Mountains. Qiye, why would he venture to the Black Rock Mountains? Pondered the Lin patriarch, a hint of confusion in his voice. Replying to the master, it seems the young master intends to undergo some trials, the black-clad man responded. I understand. Ensure the young master's safety, commanded Lin Xiao. Yes, I will guarantee the young master's security, the black-clad man declared before vanishing into the shadows. Lin Xiao then resumed his meditative state. This black-clad figure was one of the elite shadow guards he had meticulously trained, possessing formidable strength at the true origin realm. Thus, Lin Xiao felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that with the shadow guard covertly protecting him, his son would face little danger in the depths of the Black Rock Mountains. Chapter 5. The Strange Flower. After 2 hours, we finally arrived at the foot of the Black Rock Mountains, just as anticipated. Before us, the majestic peaks stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon resting upon the earth, evoking a profound sense of awe. The scenery was indeed quite enchanting. Lin Qiye remarked with a gentle smile. As expected, one must venture out to behold such vistas. Once his strength was sufficient, he vowed to explore the entire world. Every corner deserved to be traversed and admired. Before him lay a forest filled with towering ancient trees. Stepping into it marked his official entry into the Black Rock Mountains. The surroundings were rather tranquil, devoid of any other people or even demonic beasts. Thus, Lin Qiye continued to stroll leisurely. However, it wasn't long before a scent of blood wafted through the air. Sensing this, Lin Qiye advanced with heightened caution. After walking several hundred meters, he clearly spotted an open space ahead where a sizable demonic beast was devouring the carcass of another. It feasted voraciously, leaving a bloody mess. The ground bore the marks of a fierce battle, indicating that these two beasts had previously clashed. The bloodthirsty tiger. This creature was likely the most formidable beast within the Black Rock Mountains, and the one before him had probably reached the 9th level of the body, refining realm. Lin Qiye mused silently, astonished by his good fortune to encounter such a beast upon his arrival. The bloodthirsty tiger, at the 9th level of the body, refining realm, was nearly invincible among its peers. Any practitioner at the same level would hardly stand a chance in combat against it. Alas, it had crossed paths with me. Lin Qiye grinned mischievously, stepping boldly into the open, striding confidently before the bloodthirsty tiger. At that moment, the tiger lifted its head, its gaze fixed intently on Lin Qiye. With a deafening roar, it opened its massive jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Without hesitation, the bloodthirsty tiger launched itself at Lin Qiye with great ferocity, its claws glinting menacingly, as if capable of tearing through anything in its path. 8 Desolation Palm. Lin Qiye summoned the energy within him, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Instantly, a colossal golden hand erupted forth, hurtling towards the bloodthirsty tiger. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as Lin Qiye's palm descended. He could clearly see that the bloodthirsty tiger was no match for him. The overwhelming power radiating from him obliterated the beast, reducing it to mere pulp scattered across the ground. The 8 Desolation Palm was indeed formidable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qiye could not help but feel a surge of joy. Meanwhile, 3 shadow guards, observing from a distance, were taken aback. Their eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that their young master had already attained the true element realm. Indeed, it was remarkable. Had it not been less than a month? The first day of training had truly borne fruit. This was splendid news. With Lin Qiye in their midst, the Lin family would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Regardless, we must ensure the safety of our young master. The 3 of them resolved to follow closely behind Lin Qiye as he continued on his path. They carefully trailed him in the shadows. During this time, Lin Qiye encountered several demon beasts, all possessing the strength of the body refinement stage. However, they were swiftly dispatched with a single strike from Lin Qiye, making him feel as though he had returned to a novice village as an all-powerful expert, effortlessly defeating lesser foes. As night fell, fortune smiled upon Lin Qiye, who discovered a cave offering shelter from the wind and rain. He kindled a fire, illuminating the darkness with its warm glow. Sitting beside the flames, Lin Qiye perused his personal information panel. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Initial stage of true essence. Experience points 123,847 500,000. Martial arts. 8 desolations palm. Minor achievement. Today had been relatively productive, with approximately 12,000 steps taken. Lin Qiye nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, it would take merely 3 or 4 days for him to reach the mid-stage of true essence. After drinking some water and consuming a bit of dry rations, he rose and began to pace back and forth within the cave. At his age, sleep eluded him, and he was determined to enhance his realm as much as possible. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Outside, the dark guards watched in astonishment. What has happened to the young master? Why is he pacing back and forth inside that cave? I'm a loss. Indeed, the young master's actions are beyond our comprehension. As long as he remains unharmed, that is sufficient. You are right. Wait, there's a demon beast approaching. Let us handle it quietly, so as not to disturb the young master. The 3 dark guards swiftly sprang into action, effortlessly dealing with the encroaching beast. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, continuing his patient pacing. Though the monotony of his movements was rather tedious, the gradual increase in experience points made it all worthwhile. The night passed swiftly, and as sunlight streamed into the cave, Lin Qiye glanced outside to find the sky beginning to brighten. He opened his panel once more, silently reciting to himself. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Initial stage of true essence. Experience points 214,878 500,000. Martial arts. 8 desolations palm. Minor achievement. Over the course of the night, he had accumulated nearly 70 to 80,000 experience points. Despite several rests along the way, his step count was not excessive. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye felt thoroughly content. The weather today was quite pleasant. As he stepped out of the cave, he remarked, "Last night was remarkably peaceful. To speak candidly, one would hesitate to sleep alone in the wilderness, fearing that such slumber might render him eternally dormant." The sky stretched infinitely, devoid of clouds, while the air was suffused with a delicate fragrance of blossoms and grasses. The overall sensation was one of unparalleled refreshment. Continuing onward, Lin Qiye meandered leisurely through the Black Rock mountain range, each step taken as if he were on a delightful holiday. Suddenly, the resonant roars of demonic beasts pierced the air. Lin Qiye proceeded toward the source of the sound, and with each step closer, the scent of blood grew more potent. Before long, he beheld a pond not far ahead, at the center of which blossomed an extraordinary flower, radiating a luminous glow. Surrounding this pond were over a dozen demonic beasts, all engaged in an assault against a massive python measuring several dozen meters in length. It was evident that this resplendent flower was a remarkable entity, while the python served as its guardian. The attacking beasts were likely intent on seizing the extraordinary bloom. The python had reached the 9th level of body refining, whereas most of the other beasts hovered around the 8th level. Despite the overwhelming assault, the fierce python held its ground, even managing to retaliate and slay several of its attackers. Lin Qiye observed from the shadows, his interest piqued by the extraordinary flower. This time, he found himself in a position to reap the benefits of the conflict. Chapter 6. Who is the true yellow sparrow boom? In what felt like merely the duration of a half-incense stick, the colossal python, relying solely on its own formidable strength, vanquished all the beasts that had besieged it. This clearly attested to the python's extraordinary prowess. However, at this moment, it lay battered and wounded, no longer exuding the same dominance it had at the outset. "It is time for me to reap my rewards," Lin Qiye chuckled to himself, stepping forth into the open. The python's blood-red eyes swiftly locked onto Lin Qiye with a menacing glare. Hissus, the python emitted a fierce roar, as if attempting to intimidate Lin Qiye. "Merely at the body refinement stage, you are but an insect before my true essence realm. And now, in your severely weakened state, you are no match for me," Lin Qiye calmly declared. "Submit to your fate." The last remnants of power surged within the python, propelling it into a frenzied charge toward Lin Qiye. Its sharp fangs poised to shatter him. 8 Desolation Palm. Noticing this, Lin Qiye smirked, unleashing a powerful palm strike. His vital energy surged forth, coalescing into a golden hand, radiating an aura of dominance. Boom! The golden hand struck the python with a thunderous clap, resulting in an earth-shattering resonance. In the next moment, the python collapsed, devoid of any life force. Clearly, Lin Qiye had held back his true strength. Had he unleashed it fully, the python would have been reduced to mere fragments, leaving no intact corpse behind. After all, as a 9th-tier beast of the body refinement stage, its remains could fetch a substantial sum, and the materials on its body were plentiful. Lin Qiye murmured to himself. Soon, he retrieved the python's carcass into his storage bag. Over the past 3 years, his father, the clan leader, had exhausted many resources from their lineage, inciting considerable anger among the clansmen. Now, Lin Qiye felt he had gained sufficient strength to alleviate some burdens for his father. Having secured the python's body, Lin Qiye proceeded to the edge of the pond. His gaze fell upon the radiant blossom at the center of the water, piquing his curiosity. This must be some sort of spiritual herb. Alas, had I known, I would have devoted more time to my studies, so as not to find myself unable to recognize such a spiritual herb. Whoosh! Just as Lin Qiye prepared to harvest the herb, the sound of slicing air reached his ears. An arrow shot swiftly toward his heart. Reacting instinctively, Lin Qiye effortlessly evaded the projectile. Interesting, you managed to evade my arrow, boomed a voice that exuded arrogance. From a short distance away, a young man clad in a green robe emerged, wielding a long bow that appeared quite extraordinary, most likely a spiritual artifact. That arrow of yours was far too slow, Lin Qiye remarked nonchalantly. Haha, the last person to claim my arrow was slow has long since met their demise. The young man's expression darkened. Do you think you are the mantis stalking the cicada with the yellow sparrow behind? Unbeknownst to him, I am the true yellow bird. This Qingling flower shall be mine. Your life will also belong to me. The man exuded an overwhelming aura. At this moment, Lin Qiye could discern that the man's cultivation level was likely at the late stage of the Yuanli realm. No wonder he was so confident. Alas, this young man was utterly unaware that Lin Qiye before him had already attained the formidable strength of the true essence realm, a level far beyond his capacity to withstand. It seemed that the youth had previously observed Lin Qiye's palm strike in secret and mistakenly judged his power to be inferior. However, Lin Qiye chose not to engage in unnecessary dialogue. He directly unleashed the 8 Desolation Palm. The terrifying force surged forth, causing the young man's expression to shift dramatically. He could clearly sense that the might of this strike far exceeded anything he could hope to resist. He had concealed his true strength. Cursed be his fate. The young man attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The golden giant palm was upon him. In desperation, the young man summoned another magical treasure, a shield resembling a turtle shell, to defend himself. Boom! Crack! The golden palm struck the shield, and in an instant, numerous fissures appeared across its surface. With a resounding crack, it shattered into fragments. Thud! The young man was violently propelled backward, crashing through several large trees, while he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood along the way. True essence realm. The young man half knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he looked towards Lin Qiye. He was still alive. Lin Qiye was taken aback, but soon noticed that the young man wore a soft armor. It was precisely this armor that had allowed him to barely withstand the earlier blow. Otherwise, he would now be a cold corpse. This armor was evidently another magical treasure, yet it bore a fine crack on its surface from Lin Qiye's strike. Cough, cough. The young man violently expelled another mouthful of blood. As he watched Lin Qiye approach step by step, it was clear he understood that Lin Qiye had no intention of sparing him. Can you spare my life? The young man began to plead, his demeanor becoming somewhat humble. In a world where strength reigns supreme, mercy often leads to dire consequences. Lin Qiye stated calmly. It was preposterous. This young man, adorned with magical treasures and possessing a cultivation level at the late stage of the true essence realm at such a young age, must have considerable backing. Should he be allowed to escape, He would undoubtedly seek revenge once he grew stronger. Perhaps by then, Lin Qiye would have become even more invincible. Yet what if this individual were to harm the Lin family or his father? Thus, in this situation, the only viable course of action was to eliminate the young man. Very well, if that is the case, let us perish together. The young man formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within him. It seemed he was employing some sort of secret technique. His cultivation realm unexpectedly reached the initial stage of the true essence realm. This is the power of the true essence realm. Boy, prepare to die. The young man, wielding a longbow, felt the surge of energy within him. He drew the bowstring, and an arrow radiating a green light coalesced before him. The green light arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with such velocity, it resembled a streak of green light slicing through the air, directly aimed at Lin Qiye's vital points. Such a rapid enhancement of power evidently indicated that this technique would not allow you to endure for long. Faced with this arrow, Lin Qiye unleashed the 8 Desolations palm once more. Boom! A resounding clash echoed, yet it inflicted not a single scratch upon Lin Qiye. How could this be possible? The young man felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite employing a secret technique to forcibly elevate his cultivation and unleashing his most powerful arrow, it was effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. Before Lin Qiye, he truly experienced the essence of despair. He was utterly crushed. With a spurt of blood, the young man's strength dissipated entirely. He collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized, his face contorted in agony. It was evident that the duration of the secret technique had expired. That arrow seemed to be the only one he could manage to unleash. And even that appeared to be a struggle. I cannot accept this. As he watched Lin Qiye approach step by step, he managed to speak with great difficulty. You deserve this fate. Lin Qiye replied indifferently, kill me, and the Mo family in Yun City will never let you go. A black light burst forth from the center of the young man's forehead, moving at an astonishing speed, surging into Lin Qiye's body. Ha! You have been marked with my soul imprint. No matter where you flee, the strong of the Mo family will tear you to shreds. The young man laughed maniacally. 8 Desolations palm. Lin Qiye struck out with a palm. Boom! The young man was decisively slain. Careless, I didn't foresee such a method. Lin Qiye glanced at the center of his palm, where a peculiar mark had appeared. No matter how he tried to wipe it away, not a trace could be removed. Indeed, my experience has been far too limited. I must be more cautious in the future. After all, any enemy will no longer be afforded a single word. I shall eliminate them first. Lin Qiye resolved firmly in his heart. Although this was his first act of killing, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he found that the act of taking a life was akin to vanquishing a beast, evoking the same sensation. Chapter 7. Task Elysian City, I recall, is a grand metropolis, utterly incomparable to the remote and humble Qingyang City. This individual hails from Yun City, possessing arcane techniques and spiritual treasures. He must hold considerable influence within the Mo family of Yun City. It appears that returning to the Lin family during this period is unwise. For should a powerful figure from the Mo family arrive swiftly, the Lin family would face an imminent and grave crisis. I must devise a method to eradicate this soul mark, ensuring my safe return. As for the means, none come to mind at present. The only course available is to strive for greater strength, strong enough that the combined might of the Mo family would be insufficient to challenge me. With this resolve, Lin Qiye quickly formulated a strategy. Without further delay, he returned to the edge of the pond, completely harvesting the qingling flower, a precious herb, and carefully storing it in a sandalwood box. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye gazed into the distance. Ordinary cultivators require considerable time to break through their realms. Yet my path diverges. As long as I persist in my journey, I shall swiftly ascend in power. Perhaps by the time the Mo family's experts arrive, my cultivation will have surpassed theirs by leaps and bounds. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Experience 1, experience 1, experience 1. Meanwhile, the 3 shadow guards covertly protecting Lin Qiye were rendered speechless, their faces concealed beneath their masks, reflecting sheer astonishment. I must be mistaken. The young master has already attained the true essence realm. Just days ago, during the assessment, he was merely at the elemental force realm. This truly reveals the young master's genuine level of cultivation. However, the individual he just vanquished belonged to the Mo family of Yun City, a predicament of considerable consequence. In Qingyang City, a true essence realm cultivator is regarded as a formidable force. Yet in Yun City, such status is far less significant. Dark 3. You must promptly report this matter to the clan head, commanded one of the shadow guards swiftly. Following this, 2 guards continued their covert protection, while another hurriedly departed from the Black Rock Mountain Range, making his way back toward Qingyang City. Days passed, and unbeknownst to him, Lin Qiye had lingered in the Black Rock Mountain Range for nearly 10 days. On this particular day, as Lin Qiye took another step forward, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, your realm has elevated, reaching the pinnacle of the true essence realm. Open personal panel. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Perfect true essence. Experience points. 0, 800,000. Martial arts. 8 desolations palm. Great accomplishment. Sigh. I have been walking tirelessly these past few days, and I have finally reached the perfect realm of true essence, while also advancing my 8 desolations palm to great accomplishment. However, this is merely inadequate. Lin Qiye's expression was exceedingly grave. With my current cultivation strength, I am utterly incapable of challenging the Mo family from Yun City. It is likely that the Mo family has dispatched formidable warriors to eliminate me. I wonder what kind of beings they have sent. Thus, in Lin Qiye's perspective, it is imperative to reach the Yuan Dan realm for self-preservation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh at this moment. Lin Qiye distinctly observed numerous individuals swiftly traversing through the Black Rock Mountain Range not far away. How peculiar! When I first entered the Black Rock Mountain Range, I hardly noticed a soul. Lin Qiye murmured. Now, it seems many have ventured into this place. Could something have transpired? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Whatever has occurred is of no concern to me. The pressing matter at hand is to continue my journey, gain experience points, and elevate my realm. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Just as Lin Qiye had taken 2 steps, a sudden system announcement resonated. Mission released. A small secret realm has emerged in the Black Rock Mountain Range. Obtain the ultimate opportunity within the secret realm. Complete the mission to receive rewards. Failure to complete the mission will result in a regression of 1 cultivation realm. Upon gazing at the mission panel that had appeared before him, Lin Qiye could not help but swallow hard. Damn! Failure means a direct regression of my cultivation. Lin Qiye shook his head, exclaiming with a sigh. Now, it is clear why there are so many people in the Black Rock Mountain Range. It appears that those I previously vanquished from the Mo family of Yun City were likely drawn here for this small secret realm. This secret realm is rumored to be accessible only to those extraordinary individuals with unparalleled strength, containing numerous opportunities for cultivation. Memories of secret realms resurfaced in Lin Qiye's mind. At that moment, he felt a surge of interest in this small secret realm. Perhaps entering this realm could provide refuge from the formidable warriors dispatched by the Mo family. Lin Qiye advanced in the direction of the gathering crowd. It did not take long before he soon beheld a valley ahead, teeming with a multitude of people. Clearly, this small secret realm is situated here. A glance around revealed that most present were cultivators of the Yuanli realm, with the strongest among them merely at the true essence realm. I never anticipated the existence of a small secret realm within this modest Black Rock Mountain Range. It is indeed quite astonishing. Moreover, this secret realm is exclusively open to those below the Yuan Dan realm, which evidently presents our opportunity. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how long it will be before this hidden realm is unlocked. It is imperative that one seizes the opportunity that awaits within. The valley is abuzz with excitement, as numerous cultivators engage in animated discussions. From their conversations, Lin Qiye gleaned a wealth of information. Not only have many cultivators from Qingyang City gathered here, but practitioners from other regions have also arrived. To his surprise, this secluded realm only permits those below the Yuan Dan realm to enter, and fortuitously, he has attained the pinnacle of the true Yuan realm. Lin Qiye felt a sense of relief. Within this hidden domain, he would undoubtedly be a secure presence. Should the Mo family dispatch true Yuan cultivators, he harbored no fear. If they were to send Yuan Dan realm practitioners, they would be barred from entering the hidden realm, rendering him safe from any threat. Indeed, this hidden realm is truly a remarkable place. Fortunately, his identity remains concealed, and they are utterly unaware that he hails from the Lin family of Qingyang City. Thus, the Lin family, as a whole, remains secure. One can only hope that this hidden realm commences soon. Lin Qiye murmured to himself. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the ground. Everyone looked up to behold numerous flying vessels descending from above. These crafts appeared magnificent, suspended in midair. The sight left Lin Qiye momentarily astounded. Such flying vessels are not typically within the means of ordinary factions. Each deck bore witness to a multitude of youthful heirs. Clearly, these formidable powers and illustrious families have dispatched their young scions, preparing to venture into the hidden realm in pursuit of its treasures, which also serves as invaluable training for the younger generation. Alas, if the Mo family from Yun City arrives before the hidden realm opens, it could spell trouble. Lin Qiye began to feel a twinge of panic. Should they deploy Yuan Dan realm cultivators, he feared he would find himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 8. Entering the secret realm, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Fortunately, it did not take long before the earth began to tremble. Shortly thereafter, a massive bronze door emerged from the depths of the valley. Towering at a height of 100 feet, it made those standing before it appear diminutive. Marvelous! The secret realm has been unveiled. One could only wonder what formidable power had concealed such a realm here, undoubtedly brimming with numerous treasures. Instantly, the assembly of cultivators became increasingly exhilarated. As the bronze door materialized, it soon radiated a brilliant light and began to open of its own accord. Once the door fully swung open, a colorful entrance resembling a black hole appeared, presenting a sight to behold. The secret realm was now successfully activated, and the cultivators present surged forward with fervor. Is that the Mo family's flying vessel? Lin Qiye glanced over and spotted a flying boat approaching from a distance. Adorned with numerous flags, each emblazoned with the character Mo, it was evident that the esteemed Mo family possessed such a vessel. Simultaneously, two cultivators leapt from the Mo family's vessel, making a beeline for Lin Qiye. Curses! They are clearly coming for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye dashed towards the bronze door. Farewell. Just before stepping through, he let out a hearty laugh. The two cultivators landed forcefully before the bronze door, their faces reflecting their discontent as they beheld the entrance to the secret realm. Damn it, he managed to enter. Were it not for the elder's intervention at a critical moment, we would have acted sooner to eliminate this reckless scoundrel. How could we allow him to access the secret realm now? The two were seething with anger. It was evident that they were both formidable cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm and could not enter the secret realm themselves. Very well, we shall let the younger generation enter. One of them shook his head, stating, You and I will wait outside. If that brat dares to emerge, we will ensure his complete annihilation. Agreed, the other replied resolutely. Inside the secret realm, Lin Qiye opened his eyes, astonished by the sights before him. This secret realm felt like an entirely different world. Unbelievable, Lin Qiye marveled. The creation of such a realm was akin to forging a new universe. The prowess required for such a feat was truly extraordinary. Given my current strength, I have nearly reached the pinnacle of power within this secret realm, allowing me to cast aside my worries. The Mo family's Yuan Dan realm cultivators are likely lurking outside, waiting for me to emerge. They will undoubtedly act against me the moment I step out. Lin Qiye quickly adopted a serious demeanor. To survive, he must grow stronger. Entering this secret realm undeniably afforded him ample time to do so. During this period, it is imperative not only to continue enhancing one's cultivation level, but also to seize the ultimate opportunity within this small secret realm. Failure to do so would result in a setback in one's cultivation, and, upon exiting the secret realm, one would be left utterly defenseless. Swish, swish. Swish, the other cultivators who entered this secret realm began to move rapidly, filled with excitement and anticipation. In stark contrast, Lin Qiye ambled leisurely within, as if he were merely here for amusement. Many onlookers, witnessing this contrast, erupted in derisive laughter. However, Lin Qiye remained unfazed, continuing his slow, deliberate pace. Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1. With each increment in experience, Lin Qiye's joy swelled. Yet this delight was short-lived. Soon, a young man wielding a spear charged toward Lin Qiye with great speed. The spear tip gleamed with a sharp, cold light, as if it could pierce through anything. Brat, for daring to slay the young master of the Mo family, you shall undoubtedly perish, the young man declared with a frigid smile. By killing you, I will obtain the ancestral martial arts of my clan. Upon seeing this, Lin Qiye smiled and replied, a Yuan Dan realm expert may give me pause, but this is merely a small secret realm, and you are but a mere ant at the pinnacle of the Yuanli realm. Ha-mp-ha-d. The young man's arm trembled, and the spear erupted in a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, dozens of spear shadows manifested, each imbued with an incomprehensible sharpness. Truly, one could see the prowess of a prominent family in such martial arts. Lin Qiye murmured to himself. 8 Desolations palm. Boom! A massive golden palm coalesced and struck down. With a thunderous roar, the spear shadows were obliterated, and the young man felt a terrifying, absolute force that sent him hurtling through the air. Blood spewed forth as he collapsed to the ground, motionless, his face etched with utter despair. How could you be so strong? The young man lamented, regret flooding his heart. Lin Qiye made no reply. In the next moment, the young man beheld another golden palm descending from the heavens. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, causing the very earth to tremble. As the dust settled, the young man had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, leaving behind a colossal handprint on the ground. My goodness, this fellow is astonishingly powerful. A Yuanli realm expert had been effortlessly dispatched. Initially, I thought he was a fool, meandering about without a care. But it seems I am the fool here. In summary, should I encounter this individual again, I must avoid confrontation at all costs. In the distance, the other cultivators, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. They regarded Lin Qiye as an adversary beyond their reach. Observing Lin Qiye continue to advance step by step, they soon averted their gazes and sought their own fortunes. My earlier display should have instilled a sense of apprehension in many. At the very least, they should comprehend that I am not someone to provoke lightly. Lin Qiye murmured to himself. The small secret realm was indeed quite expansive. Relying on intuition, Lin Qiye chose a direction and pressed onward. Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1. With each increment of experience, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, when Lin Qiye once again accessed his personal panel, he found his experience points had accumulated to over 200. 000. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Perfect true Yuan realm. Experience points. 267. 483. 800. 000. Martial arts. 8 Wastelands palm. Achieved. Throughout this journey, he had yet to acquire even a single spiritual herb. Sighing softly, Lin Qiye lamented his circumstances. There was no alternative. He could only rely on his own 2 feet, moving slowly but steadily. Naturally, his efficiency paled in comparison to that of other cultivators. However, what surprised Lin Qiye was that even the most ordinary spiritual herbs had been entirely overlooked by those cultivators. The prospect of finding any overlooked treasures seemed almost impossible. Chapter 9. Ascending the Sword Mountain. As Lin Qiye continued his journey, he encountered numerous corpses along the way, the air thick with a metallic scent of blood. It was astonishing how many had perished in such a brief span of time. This small secret realm, despite its wealth of opportunities and treasures, was equally fraught with peril. For the sake of a spiritual herb, a precious artifact, or any other coveted item, some cultivators could completely lose their sanity. This realization deepened Lin Qiye's understanding that he must remain vigilant. There were always greater forces at play, and humility was paramount. Although his cultivation level ranked among the highest within the secret realm, he was acutely aware that other prodigies might have reached similar heights. After an indeterminate period, Lin Qiye suddenly spotted a small courtyard not far ahead, a sight almost too surreal to comprehend within this secret realm. It could very well have been constructed by the master of this domain. He approached it directly, only to find the main gate had been forcibly breached. The courtyard lay in disarray, clearly having been ransacked by prior visitors. What ultimate opportunity could this secret realm hold? Lin Qiye murmured to himself. In a brief span, he scoured the entirety of the courtyard, yet discovered nothing of value. Realizing this, he chose not to linger and exited through the back gate. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A towering mountain loomed before him, reaching up to the heavens. This majestic peak resembled a colossal sword, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe. Cultivators from all directions hurried towards the mountain, for it was evident that the true fortune lay within its heights. Lin Qiye advanced steadily, unperturbed by the possibility of others claiming the ultimate prize. After all, such fortunes were not easily attained, particularly the genuine ones. After traversing what felt like 100,000 steps, he finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. There a multitude of cultivators had gathered. To his surprise, the Sword Mountain proved to be exceedingly treacherous. Thus far, no one had reached its summit. The mountain was riddled with various prohibitions, fiercely guarded by fearsome beasts and intricate formations, presenting an overwhelming challenge. Yet it was clear that this Sword Mountain harbored the true opportunity of the entire secret realm. Look, the geniuses from various factions are beginning their ascent. The cultivators conversed, their voices laced with reluctance. Most among them possessed relatively low cultivation levels, and despite the fortune lying directly above, they lacked the confidence to scale the mountain, for no one was impervious to the fear of death. It seems that my leisurely stroll was indeed the right choice, as no one has yet ascended this mountain. Lin Qiye chuckled to himself upon overhearing their conversation. The journey thus far has significantly accelerated his progress in breaking through his realm. At that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly sensed a wave of malevolence. Turning around, he quickly spotted several young men glaring at him with fierce hostility. Such palpable animosity indicated they were undoubtedly members of the Mo family. Lin Qiye mused. Without further ado, he decided not to linger and began his ascent up the mountain. This perilous terrain evidently deterred the Mo family members from engaging in confrontation. Although they were not his adversaries, Lin Qiye had no desire to squander time dealing with them. This individual possesses formidable strength. He is not someone we can contend with. Furthermore, he has ventured onto this sword mountain, leaving us even less equipped to confront him. One of the Mo family disciples remarked, though somewhat unexpected, "I have memorized his appearance. Rest assured, he will not escape." With the sole mark of the Mo family upon him, he could flee to the ends of the earth. Yet we would still locate him. Perhaps he might even meet his demise atop this sword mountain. Fear not. Should he perish, his family shall follow him into the grave. With that, the Mo family disciples scoffed derisively. As Lin Qiye ascended the sword mountain, he heard a cacophony of roars echoing around him. Shortly thereafter, dozens of demonic beasts appeared before his eyes. These creatures possessed formidable strength, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red radiance, and their claws were razor-sharp, clearly far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts. Upon their arrival, they charged toward Lin Qiye with great haste, signaling a fierce battle ahead. To proceed further, he would need to vanquish all these beasts. Lin Qiye felt the surge of energy within him and engaged in combat with the demonic beasts. Within mere minutes, the once mighty creatures lay lifeless at his feet, their blood staining the ground. Beasts of the elemental realm could fetch a handsome price. Utilizing his storage bag, Lin Qiye began collecting the carcasses one by one. However, upon attempting to store the 25th beast, he realized he could no longer do so. His storage bag was completely full. Observing the surplus of carcasses, Lin Qiye sighed, "I must acquire a larger storage bag in the future. The remaining carcasses will have to go to waste." With that, he continued his ascent, each step deliberate and measured. Experience one, experience one, experience one, experience one. In a short span, he reached the halfway point of the mountain. From the base to this juncture, Lin Qiye had managed to slay hundreds of demonic beasts, most of which had fallen to his palm with a single strike. From the foot of the mountain to this mid-slope, he had only gained 30,000 experience points. Lin Qiye sighed and immediately sat down on a massive rock to rest. Gazing upwards, he could not see the summit of the sword mountain. How wonderful it would be to soar through the skies. Lin Qiye could not help but fantasize. Had he the ability to fly directly, he might have already reached the pinnacle of this mountain. To traverse the void, one must attain the transcendental realm. At present, Lin Qiye was merely at the true essence stage, with a considerable journey ahead before reaching transcendence. However, he firmly believed that he would swiftly shorten this distance. Once he became a powerful transcendental being, it would be a mere trifle. Throughout his ascent, he had encountered no prohibitions or formations, suggesting they might lie further above. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, resolutely reminding himself to remain cautious and prudent on the path ahead. Chapter 10. Successfully reaching the summit after a brief respite, Lin Qiye resumed his ascent. The path ahead was devoid of any beastly ambushes. However, fortune was not entirely on his side, as he inadvertently triggered several traps. Fortunately, his cultivation level was sufficient to withstand the unleashed power of these mechanisms, which posed no threat to him. Indeed, these traps were formidable. Had it not been for my adequate cultivation, I might have perished beneath their might. Lin Qiye mused, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. Without pausing, he pressed onward. Time flowed unmeasured as he continued his journey, and to his astonishment, a stone staircase leading upward materialized before him. This staircase was several yards wide, rendering his path significantly more manageable. A smile played upon Lin Qiye's lips. Yet, in the next instant, as he set foot upon the stone steps, he was immediately besieged by an overwhelming gravitational force. Step by step, 2, 3, 4, the pressure intensified with each upward movement. It became evident that this was a gravity array. With the force growing stronger the higher he climbed, Lin Qiye pondered. Fortunately, the weight exerted upon him had little effect. He quickened his pace and soon noticed numerous mounds of flesh scattered along the staircase. Clearly, many cultivators had previously attempted this ascent, only to be crushed into oblivion by the immense gravitational force. Such a terrifying pressure would spell certain doom for anyone lacking the strength of the true essence realm. Lin Qiye shook his head, recognizing the harsh reality. Opportunities within this hidden realm were not easily attained. It appeared that the entire Sword Mountain was divided into 3 trials: the Beast Trial, the Trap Trial, and the Formation Trial. Thus, by overcoming the Formation Trial, he would successfully reach the summit and have a chance at the ultimate opportunity. Experience one. Ultimately, through Lin Qiye's relentless perseverance, he successfully navigated the stone staircase. However, he had naively assumed that reaching the top of this staircase would guarantee his success. Yet he was mistaken, for another staircase emerged before him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Qiye adjusted his mindset and stepped onto the newly appeared stairs. Upon doing so, he felt no gravitational pull, suggesting that this staircase represented a new challenge, one that required unwavering vigilance. As he ascended further, a thick fog enveloped his surroundings, rendering the staircase invisible and plunging him into a sea of white mist. Suddenly, ethereal figures of stunning women appeared by his side, each possessing unparalleled beauty, their presence intoxicatingly fragrant. "Young master, you are our destined one. We are willing to offer everything for you. Come, dear young master." These women were irresistibly alluring. They actively shed their garments, and such an alluring scene would undoubtedly ignite fervent desire in any man witnessing it. No, Lin Qiye quickly shook his head, forcefully suppressing the fire within. He recalled that he was merely ascending a stone staircase when these beautiful, exposed women suddenly appeared, which was clearly illogical. With a surge of internal energy, Lin Qiye unleashed the Bahuang palm. Boom! The force of his palm obliterated the enchanting figures before him. "Congratulations! You have passed my trial. These elixirs and spiritual treasures are now yours." A profound voice echoed. When Lin Qiye blinked again, he found himself within a grand hall, filled with a myriad of elixirs and spiritual treasures. Indeed, a veritable treasure trove. Yet, something felt amiss. Lin Qiye did not let excitement take hold. Upon reflection, could merely passing a trial of temptation be sufficient for a true test? Thus, everything before him remained a trial. Such trifling elixirs and treasures were beneath my notice. Lin Qiye declared nonchalantly. Are you certain? Any single one of these elixirs or treasures could incite a storm of bloodshed, the mysterious voice retorted. I am certain. Lin Qiye replied decisively. Such a trial holds no significance for me. If I am not mistaken, the next trial will pertain to power. Temptations of beauty, wealth, and authority. These are the only trials that exist. You are quite astute. It seems my arrays test is ineffective against you. Very well, I shall allow you to pass directly. The surroundings began to dissolve, and a dazzling light suddenly flickered. As the brilliance faded and he opened his eyes once more, Lin Qiye discovered he had returned to the stone staircase. This formation is indeed formidable. I initially fell into it without a trace of awareness. Fortunately, I regained my clarity in time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye continued his ascent up the stone steps. Before long, he encountered numerous cultivators sprawled across the staircase in various positions, seemingly asleep. Each bore an expression of utter ecstasy, clearly entrapped within the illusion of the formation, unable to extricate themselves. Should they fail to exit the formation in time, sinking deeper would surely lead to their demise. As anticipated, the further he climbed, the more the cultivators had transformed into cold, lifeless corpses, their faces still reflecting an expression of bliss. Dying while lost in enjoyment might not be a bad way to depart. At least it is a painless exit. Accelerating his pace, he noticed that the temperature around him grew increasingly frigid. Piercing through the clouds, Lin Qiye finally glimpsed the summit of the Sword Mountain. On this mountaintop, a flicker of light persisted. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, Lin Qiye successfully reached the summit. Atop this peak stood a magnificent palace, the very source of the light he had just witnessed. To his astonishment, others had also managed to ascend to this lofty height. Soon, a figure caught Lin Qiye's gaze, prompting an involuntary sigh of admiration from him. Moreover, this silhouette was undeniably exquisite. The enchanting women he had seen earlier within the formation paled in comparison to the figure before him. Just from this silhouette alone, he was certain it belonged to a true and unparalleled beauty. Lin Qiye mused silently. At that moment, the woman gradually turned to face him. She wore an elegant, pale-hued gown, reminiscent of a freshly bloomed white lotus, exuding an air of refreshing grace, purity, and flawlessness. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as if meticulously carved from fine jade. The visage partially concealed by a thin veil was even more alluring. Particularly captivating were her clear, bright eyes, resembling the most brilliant stars scattered across the pitch-black night sky. What extraordinary beauty lay beneath that veil! Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable urge to unveil her enchanting countenance. Chapter 11. Li Wanner was truly a celestial being fallen into the mortal realm. Coming to his senses, Lin Qiye clasped his hands together and replied, I am Lin Qiye. Ho noted maiden. Although this woman was breathtakingly beautiful, if she intended to compete with him for the ultimate opportunity, Lin Qiye would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. There was no choice. He had to complete his task. Otherwise, failure would lead to a regression in his cultivation. Once they exited the small secret realm, he would undoubtedly be targeted by the powerful members of the Mo family, and he feared he would find himself with no escape. I am Li Wanner. Since you have successfully reached the summit, why not join me in breaking this restriction? The mysterious woman invited, her voice melodious and exceptionally pleasing, sending a delightful shiver through Lin Qiye. Restriction? Lin Qiye glanced over. Indeed, there appeared to be a formidable restriction on the Grand Palace doors. This enigmatic woman had ascended the peak early but had not entered the palace, suggesting that the restriction was quite formidable. Miss Li, how can this restriction be unraveled? Lin Qiye inquired. This restriction is of the yin-yang type. The method to break it is quite simple. It requires one man and one woman to channel their own vitality into the restriction to successfully dismantle it, Li Wanner explained softly. Such a method was indeed straightforward. It required a man and a woman. I see. Then I can join forces with you, Miss Li, to break the restriction. However, once we enter the palace, we shall rely on our own abilities to seize the opportunities within, Lin Qiye understood that Li Wanner was likely also here for the ultimate chance. A confrontation between them was inevitable, and it could very well be a battle for survival. Of course, Li Wanner nodded gently. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's begin breaking the restriction now. Lin Qiye asserted swiftly. Delaying further would only complicate matters if others reached the summit afterward. Soon, Lin Qiye and Li Wanner stood before the palace doors. At that moment, they stood side by side, the distance between them not exceeding 5 steps. Lin Qiye could distinctly perceive the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from Li Wanner. The scent was immensely soothing. Let's commence. Under Li Wanner's guidance, Lin Qiye quickly directed his vitality into the grand doors. As their energies surged forth, the restriction clearly manifested upon the palace entrance. Crack! After absorbing sufficient vitality, the restriction shattered instantly. With a resounding rumble, the palace doors slowly swung open, revealing an expansive corridor. Flames flickered to life, illuminating the dark passageway. Li Wanner stepped inside without hesitation, and Lin Qiye followed closely behind. Although they would each act independently once inside the palace, the singular corridor necessitated that they continue together for the time being. The enchanting beauty before him, emanating an extraordinary aura, was clearly no ordinary cultivator. Lin Qiye trailed behind, contemplating the graceful silhouette of Li Wanner, his mind wandering into fanciful realms. How splendid it would be if such a breathtaking woman were to be his own. Alas, it remained but a fleeting thought. After traversing approximately 300 steps along the passage, a multitude of skeletal remains materialized before them. The sheer number of bones was staggering, and one could only speculate how long they had lain there, as even the faintest tremor had turned them to dust. It appeared that many had perished in this place. Lin Qiye remarked. Li Wanner, however, paid no heed to his musings and continued forward with an air of aloofness. Lin Qiye silently acknowledged her demeanor and hastened to catch up. Before long, they reached the end of the passage, where 2 doors stood before them. The left door bore the character for life, while the right was marked with the character for death. It was evident that the left was the gate of life and the right the gate of death. Lin Qiye pondered his choice, reflecting that in narratives such as this, one typically opts for the door of death, going against the grain. He decided to observe Li Wanner's decision first. In the next moment, she extended her hand, conjuring a peculiar compass that contained a golden little carp. With a gentle touch, she infused the compass with her vital energy, and the carp sprang to life, swirling within the confines of the compass. Ultimately, it pointed decisively towards the door of death. Without hesitation, Li Wanner stowed the compass and strode purposefully towards the door of death, demonstrating her unwavering trust in its guidance. Lin Qiye marveled at the extraordinary compass, feeling enlightened by this encounter. As he followed her into the door of death, Li Wanner inquired, "Young Master Lin, why did you choose this door?" "Quite simply," he replied, "the door of life may appear serene, yet to me, it embodies the essence of death. Conversely, I believe the door of death holds the promise of unexpected opportunities. Most importantly, Miss Li, you too have chosen the door of death, which bolsters my confidence that it is indeed the correct path." His words prompted Li Wanner to regard him with newfound respect. Without further discussion, she executed her movement technique and swiftly advanced, vanishing from Lin Qiye's sight in mere moments. "I shall proceed at my own pace," he decided, feeling no urgency. He was but a few steps away from a breakthrough in his cultivation. Even if Li Wanner were to seize the ultimate opportunity first, he was confident he would easily surpass her in due course. Thus, the immediate priority remains to embark on a journey, elevating oneself to a higher realm. Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1. After traversing for nearly half an hour, I finally arrived at the terminus. Formally entering this grand hall, the entire chamber was exceedingly vast, and upon the throne sat a skeletal figure, seemingly the sovereign of this palace. At the center of the hall stood a colossal stone tablet, before which Li Wanner was seated, as if in profound contemplation. Could it be that the ultimate opportunity resides within this tablet? Lin Qiye mused silently, hastening to stand before the stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, He discerned that the surface bore no inscriptions whatsoever. How could one glean understanding from such an object? Lin Qiye sighed. Must he, like Li Wanner, engage in similar practice? Unable to resist, Lin Qiye reached out to touch the tablet. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into the realm contained within the stone. Chapter 12. The artifact acknowledges its master. The red thread of fate, reaching the initial stage of Yuan Dan within the ethereal realm of the stone tablet. Lin Qiye opened his eyes to discover himself in a paradise. After a millennium of anticipation, he had finally arrived. From a radiance, a tall figure emerged, and Lin Qiye found himself utterly mesmerized. A woman of unparalleled beauty appeared before him, radiating grace and elegance that surpassed all. Her presence was nothing short of transcendent, exuding an aura of supreme nobility. He had believed that Li Wanner was the epitome of beauty, yet here stood one even more exquisite. Who are you? Lin Qiye inquired softly. The woman offered no reply, but in an instant, she stood before him, gazing into his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice melodious. From this moment forth, you shall be my second master. In the next heartbeat, she drew closer, their foreheads touching. And at that moment, Lin Qiye felt a surge of power coursing through him, as if they had become one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the artifact, Divine Abyss Sword. As awareness returned, Lin Qiye opened his eyes once more to witness the stone tablet before him beginning to crumble. At that instant, Li Wanner abruptly rose, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief at the scene unfolding. Soon, a divine sword manifested before them. His master's conjecture was indeed correct. The artifact truly existed here, Li Wanner mused. Yet, in the next moment, the divine sword transformed into a beam of light, entering Lin Qiye's brow. Witnessing this, Li Wanner found it difficult to accept that the divine sword had willingly acknowledged Lin Qiye as its master. Just moments ago, she had felt on the verge of enlightenment, hopeful of claiming the sword for herself. Alas, fate had conspired against her, as Lin Qiye effortlessly obtained it. It appeared that she was not destined for such fortune. A troubling thought crossed Lin Qiye's mind as he noticed Li Wanner's despondent expression. Would this enchanting beauty seek to eliminate him for the treasure? However, he felt no fear. Congratulations, young Master Lin, on becoming the master of the artifact. Li Wanner refrained from taking action and instead extended her congratulations to him. Pure luck. Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile. Ha ha ha. I never expected that the fated one awaited by the elder would finally appear. A resounding laugh echoed through the palace. On the throne, a skeleton radiated a brilliant light, and within moments, it coalesced into the form of a middle-aged man. This translucent figure was clearly but a spirit. The man flew before Lin Qiye, scrutinizing him with a nod of approval. Indeed, the one chosen by the elder is extraordinary. Elder, are you the master of this little secret realm? Lin Qiye respectfully inquired, clasping his hands. Indeed, my name is Aotion. The middle-aged man nodded and laughed heartily, saying, Young one, since you have gained the approval of that esteemed predecessor, I shall bestow upon you another stroke of fortune. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt a surge of excitement. My dear girl, if I am not mistaken, you possess the celestial spirit body, a rare constitution that emerges only once in a millennium. Yin remarked, gazing at Li Wanner with a faint smile. Celestial spirit body, Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Li Wanner was indeed the fabled bearer of such a unique physique. It is undoubtedly fate that has brought you two to my presence. Allow me to weave this red thread of destiny. With a grand gesture, Yin summoned a shimmering red light, which ultimately coalesced into a thread of fate. The red thread entwined around the wrists of Lin Qiye and Li Wanner before vanishing from sight. In that fleeting moment, both felt an inexplicable connection forming between them. Predecessor, your actions are excessive. Li Wanner's eyes turned icy, radiating a palpable chill. She was clearly irate, having been bound to a stranger by the red thread without her consent. Child, do not think you are at a disadvantage. Rather, you have gained an extraordinary fortune. To forge a bond with this young man, is indeed a stroke of luck in your 3 lifetimes. Out Yin replied nonchalantly, trust that in time, you will comprehend my well-intentioned motives. As his words faded, Out Yin's spirit began to grow increasingly translucent. It appears my time is limited, he sighed, shaking his head. In 5 hours, the exit from this secret realm will open at this very spot. You two should depart immediately. I hold no regrets. With those final words, his spirit transformed into countless stars, dissipating within the grand hall. Lin Qiye found himself momentarily at a loss. Unable to grasp the fact that the fortune bestowed upon him by the venerable Out Yin was, in essence, a bond of fate. The hall fell into a profound silence. Miss Li, this was not my intention. I had no knowledge that it would unfold this way. Lin Qiye finally spoke after a while. Let's consider today as if nothing transpired. Li vonner eston was frigid. Rest assured, I am discreet. No one shall ever learn of this. Lin Qiye assured her with a nod. Subsequently, Li Wanner chose to ignore him, resuming her meditative state. She incessantly endeavored to sever the red thread linking her to Lin Qiye, yet every attempt proved futile. Sighing inwardly, Li Wanner lamented her current plight. She had initially sought to gain an opportunity, yet it had all led to naught, leaving her entangled in this predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye began to pace back and forth within the Grand Hall. With 5 hours remaining, he was determined to break through to the Yuandan realm within this limited time frame. Time trickled away. Li Wanner observed Lin Qiye pacing back and forth, utterly perplexed by his actions. What could he possibly be doing? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, your experience points have reached 800,000. You are now commencing automatic upgrade. Your realm has ascended to the initial stage of Yuandan. After approximately 4 hours of this peculiar behavior, he had successfully achieved a breakthrough. A formidable surge of power welled up within him as he realized he had advanced to the Yuandan realm. Li Wanner was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Qiye, in such a seemingly idle state, could achieve such a feat without any apparent cultivation. It was beyond her comprehension. This individual evidently possessed extraordinary capabilities. After all, his acknowledgement by that divine artifact alone was ample evidence of his prowess. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Initial stage of Yuandan. Experience points. 0900,000. Martial arts. 8 Desolation Palm. Great accomplishment. How splendid. Now, I need not worry excessively. Once I exit this minor secret realm, I must make haste to escape without delay. Lin Qiye mused inwardly. Having just attained the initial stage of Yuandan, facing the formidable experts of the Mo family alone would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, if he focused solely on his escape, he believed he would encounter no insurmountable issues. Chapter 13. The Soul of Heaven as the 5 hours drew near. Lin Qiye glanced at Li Wanner and softly inquired, Miss Li, I hail from the Lin family in Qingyang City. May I ask from where you come? In the future, where shall I seek you out? To be frank, I am currently being pursued, and once I leave this minor secret realm, I must make a swift escape. At that time, I fear there will be no opportunity for further conversation with you. Truth be told, the enchanting beauty before him, Li Wanner, stirred a profound longing within Lin Qiye. After all, who wouldn't he wish for a stunning bride? From the Xian Envy sect. Li Wanner replied after a brief glance at Lin Qiye. Upon hearing the name of this sect, Lin Qiye found himself devoid of any recollection pertaining to it, clearly unaware of its significance. Nevertheless, he surmised that the Xian Envy sect must be a formidable force. For ordinary sects could not possibly nurture someone as extraordinary as Li Wanner. I shall remember this, and should the opportunity arise, I will certainly visit the Xian Envy sect. Lin Qiye declared with unwavering confidence. I understand that you may look down upon me at present, but I am certain that before long, I shall be worthy of you. His words evidently startled Li Wanner. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed through the hall, and the entire structure began to tremble violently. In the center of the hall, a spatial rift materialized. Crack! Simultaneously, the palace began to show signs of collapse. Clearly, there was little time left to squander. Lin Qiye and Li Wanner hastily leaped into the spatial rift. Upon exiting the minor secret realm, Lin Qiye and his companion found themselves back in the valley where they had previously been. At that moment, Lin Qiye opened his eyes to behold the massive door now riddled with cracks, the entire exit appearing increasingly unstable. "Miss Li, I must take my leave. Until we meet again," Lin Qiye exclaimed before dashing out. "Can you escape, boy?" A sudden reprimand pierced the air. The two formidable figures from the Mo family, both at the late stage of the Yuandan realm, charged toward Lin Qiye with fervor. Boom! Upon landing, they completely obstructed Lin Qiye's path of escape. "System, how long until the task settlement is complete?" Lin Qiye urgently inquired within. He had already obtained the ultimate fortune within the minor secret realm and fulfilled the task. Yet the system still had not completed the settlement. Originally intending to flee, it now seemed evident that escape was impossible. All hope rested upon the rewards of the task. "Task is currently being settled. Please be patient." "Patiently wait? Nonsense," Lin Qiye muttered under his breath, exasperated. Boom! The two Mo family experts launched a fierce assault upon Lin Qiye. Faced with such formidable attacks, Lin Qiye, possessing only initial stage Yuandan cultivation, dare not confront them head-on and could only evade swiftly. Unexpectedly, this young man's cultivation has actually reached the nascent stage of the Yuandan. It seems he has encountered considerable fortune within this secret realm. The more formidable he becomes, the more imperative it is to eliminate him. The two powerful members of the Mo family unleashed their full strength. Heavenly Eagle Hand, 10,000 poison claws. They executed formidable martial arts techniques, hurling them towards Lin Qiye. "Damn it, am I truly going to perish here?" Lin Qiye's expression grew grave. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The earth trembled. At that moment, Lin Qiye discovered that he remained unscathed, as a frost lotus materialized before him. It was this frost lotus that had completely withstood the onslaught of the two formidable Mo family warriors. "Should you dare to strike again, you shall perish." A familiar voice resonated. When Lin Qiye looked up, he was astonished to see Li Waner, suspended in mid-air, resembling a divine being. To his surprise, she was indeed a transcendent level expert. Lin Qiye found it difficult to comprehend. He had not anticipated that Li Waner would intervene to save him. Was it not said that only cultivators below the Yuandan stage could enter this secret realm? It appears that Li Waner had employed a special method to suppress her cultivation level in order to enter this secret domain. "Senior, this matter pertains to the Mo family of Yin City and him. I kindly request you refrain from interference." One of the Mo family's warriors, upon seeing Li Waner, wore an extremely grave expression. They had not expected Lin Qiye to have a transcendent level expert protecting him. "I care not for your disputes. Regardless, you shall not act against him now, or you will face death," Li Waner declared coldly, her demeanor reminiscent of a tyrannical queen. Her words were commands. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt a sense of warmth and happiness. Is this the feeling of being protected by one's beloved? Delightful. Exhilarating. The expressions on the faces of the two Mo family warriors were akin to having ingested something repulsive. Before a transcendent expert, they were undeniably as insignificant as ants. "Let's depart." Thus, the two Mo family warriors swiftly retreated, refraining from further aggression. The frost lotus before Lin Qiye began to dissipate, and Li Waner gracefully descended before him. "Thank you, Miss Li." Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. In the next moment, Li Waner swiftly lifted Lin Qiye into the air, and they soon left the valley, arriving atop a hillside. "I can save you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Henceforth, your fate lies in your own hands." Li Waner spoke calmly, waving her hand to reveal a special secret technique, which she handed to Lin Qiye. "This technique can eliminate the soul imprint within you." "Thank you, Miss Li." Lin Qiye accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude once more. It seems she still cannot bear the thought of his demise. Lin Qiye felt elated. This implies that there remains a strong possibility between them. "Take care of yourself." After Li Waner finished speaking, she soared into the void. In no time, she vanished from Lin Qiye's sight. "Li Waner, I shall seek you out." Lin Qiye vowed silently. As the next chapter unfolded, Lin Qiye directly opened the secret technique that Li Waner had bestowed upon him. By erasing the soul mark within his body, the The members of the MO family would be unable to accurately locate his whereabouts. This secret technique, known as the celestial soul art, is a form of soul-related cultivation method. Mastering this technique to its fullest extent could even lead to the immortality of one's soul. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary existence, and Lin Qiye felt a sense of gratitude that Miss Li had bestowed it upon him. Half an hour swiftly passed. Through relentless effort, Lin Qiye successfully comprehended the celestial soul art. "Begone," he commanded, as he utilized the technique to swiftly eliminate the MO family's soul mark from within him. Upon achieving this, he experienced an unparalleled sense of lightness. This celestial soul art encompasses numerous soul attack methods, proving to be an immensely powerful secret technique. It seems that in the time to come, diligent practice of this art will be essential. Rising to his feet, Lin Qiye revealed a radiant smile. A gentle reminder: task settlement will take an additional 5 minutes. The system's voice chimed in. "Goodness, this task settlement is far too slow," Lin Qiye lamented. Meanwhile, aboard the MO family's flying vessel, the expressions of the two MO family experts changed dramatically. "Damn it, that brat has actually erased the soul mark," one exclaimed. "It must have been the intervention of that extraordinary realm expert. What shall we do now? With the soul mark gone, it will be difficult to locate that brat. And this is not a situation we can report back easily. We can only rely on luck now. I have memorized the boy's appearance. Let someone sketch him and dispatch individuals to the surrounding cities and towns. I refuse to believe we cannot find him." Chapter 14. Who dares to harm the Lin family? The 5 minutes passed swiftly. The system's voice resonated within Lin Qiye's mind. Task settlement complete. Commencing the distribution of task rewards. At that moment, Lin Qiye was engulfed in anticipation. What kind of reward awaited him? Task rewards successfully distributed. "Congratulations, you have received a reward. 1 step, 1 realm, totaling 5 steps. Ecstasy surged through him. It was simply exhilarating. With this, he would soon attain the extraordinary realm, becoming the sole extraordinary being in Qingyang City. First step. Congratulations. Your realm has broken through, reaching the mid-stage of Yuandan. Second step. Congratulations. Your realm has broken through, reaching the late stage of Yuandan. Third step. Congratulations. Your realm has broken through, reaching the perfection of Yuandan. Fourth step. Congratulations. Your realm has broken through, reaching the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Fifth step. Congratulations. Your realm has broken through, reaching the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. In just 5 steps, Lin Qiye's cultivation level soared, achieving the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Such an elevation in realm is unparalleled in the entire cultivation world. Is this the power of the extraordinary realm? It feels almost divine. Lin Qiye marveled at his newfound strength. With a gentle leap, he soared into the air. Whoosh, moreover, his flying speed was astonishing, akin to a true dragon soaring through the heavens. "What a thrill!" Lin Qiye exclaimed. The sensation of flight was utterly exhilarating. Had Li Wanner been present just moments ago, she would surely have been left in awe, realizing how extraordinary her future husband would be. Suspended in midair, Lin Qiye grinned. At that moment, it felt as though the entire world lay within the palm of his hand. Opening his personal panel. Command received. Opening now. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Experience points. 020000000. Martial arts. 8 desolate palm. Great accomplishment. Heavenly soul technique beginner. Huff. After reviewing the information, Lin Qiye inhaled deeply. Currently, to break through to the next realm, he required 2 million experience points, equivalent to walking 2 million steps. It seemed like a considerable amount. However, upon closer examination, if he walked 50,000 steps daily, he could achieve 2 million steps in approximately 40 days. In just 40 days, he could advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Such speed would undoubtedly surpass solitary cultivation in seclusion. With my current strength, the MO family poses little threat. Lin Qiye smiled faintly. It is time to return home. Lin Qiye landed gracefully. Even though he could now fly, he still intended to walk back step by step, refusing to squander any opportunity for movement. The journey home took him just over a day. Finally, he returned to Qingyang City. "I'm back," Lin Qiye smiled softly. "Once, I was merely at the initial stage of the origin realm when I ventured to the Black Rock Mountains. Now, having returned, my cultivation has ascended to the transcendent realm. Without a doubt, my journey to the Black Rock Mountains was a remarkably astute decision. That is the flying vessel of the Mo family." Upon entering the city, Lin Qiye initially intended to explore, but soon spotted a vessel hovering in the air. Cursed be it, for its direction was toward the Lin family. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye soared into the sky. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this spectacle. Flying through the air, this was the prowess of a transcendent being. Good heavens, a transcendent, and so youthful in appearance. At this moment, the Lin family was encircled by the Mo family disciples. "Elders, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Xiao inquired, his expression grave as he regarded the two formidable figures from the Mo family aboard the vessel. Within the Lin family, he alone was at the mid-stage of the origin Dan, while the two Mo family strongmen were at the late stage. He was no match for them. Confused, he pondered why the great families of Yin City would suddenly besiege his humble Lin family. The atmosphere was tense, with many disciples gripped by sheer terror. Blame Lin Qiye. Since he is one of your own, you should all share in the penance," one of the Mo family experts coldly remarked. The Mo family wielded considerable influence. Through Lin Qiye's portrait, they swiftly learned that he hailed from the Lin family of Qingyang City. Recognizing that Lin Qiye had a transcendent protector, they felt unable to act against him directly. However, the other members of the Lin family were still fair game for extermination. "Today, let the Lin family of Qingyang City be no more," sneered the other Mo family expert. Boom! Before they could make a move, an overwhelming pressure descended. "I dare anyone to harm my kin," Lin Qiye's domineering voice echoed. As the crowd watched, a radiant figure emerged. Lin Qiye floated high above, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, flying through the air. Unbelievable! How could one, at the initial stage of origin Dan, possibly attain the transcendent realm? The two Mo family experts were left dumbfounded, as if caught in a dream. Lin Qiye struck with a palm. A colossal golden hand materialized in the sky, crashing down with ferocity. "Flee!" The two Mo family experts attempted to escape, but Lin Qiye offered them no chance. Boom! The golden hand swiftly shattered the entire Mo family vessel. Simultaneously, the two Mo family experts, along with others aboard, were reduced to mere pulp beneath the might of that strike. The terror of transcendent power was indeed formidable. The Mo family disciples surrounding the Lin family, upon witnessing this scene, were overcome with dread and hastily fled. "Lin family descendants, heed my command and eradicate all members of the Mo family," Lin Xiao ordered urgently. The Lin family members swiftly responded, charging towards the fleeing Mo clan members with fierce determination. "Father, are you all right?" Lin Qiye descended in front of Lin Xiao, concern etched upon his face. "I am fine, truly," Lin Xiao reassured him with a warm smile. "Qiye, I never imagined you would grow so strong, becoming an extraordinary cultivator. It fills me with pride. Father, it is merely good fortune within the small secret realm of the Black Rock Mountains. I encountered numerous opportunities that led to my current elevation," Lin Qiye replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. "That is a relief. Seeing your remarkable achievements allows me to rest easy." Lin Xiao reflected with a sense of gratitude. Before long, the elders of the Lin family returned in haste. "Head of the family, all members of the Mo family have been slain." "Indeed," Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. "Greetings, young Master Qiye." The elders and other descendants then bowed respectfully to Lin Qiye, their eyes brimming with reverence. Who could have anticipated that within a mere 6 months, Lin Qiye would evolve into such a formidable being? Excitement coursed through them all, for the Lin family had produced an extraordinary individual. This heralded their dominance over the entire Qingyang City, marking the Lin family as a true lineage of the extraordinary. "Qiye, I am aware that the Mo family in Yunqing possesses extraordinary protectors as well. Given that we have slain so many of their kin, they are unlikely to let this transgression go unpunished," Lin Xiao continued, emphasizing the need for vigilance. Do not worry, father. As long as I am here, no matter how many members of the Mo family come, I will ensure they return empty-handed, Lin Qiye declared confidently, thumping his chest with determination. Chapter 15. The Extraordinary Powerhouse. Indeed, terrifying in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The news of Lin Qiye's ascension to the extraordinary had spread throughout the entirety of Qingyang City. Presently, the Lin family's standing in Qingyang City had risen dramatically. During these 3 days, the various factions within Qingyang City had personally visited, each adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. After all, an extraordinary powerhouse could effortlessly obliterate these minor factions with but a mere flick of their finger. Inside the chamber, Lin Qiye sat cross-legged upon a soft bed. Within his consciousness, the Shenyuan sword floated serenely. After perusing numerous texts, Lin Qiye had come to the realization that the stunning woman he had encountered in the stone tablet space was likely the spirit of this very sword. Fairy sister? He mused, uncertain of her name, thus he called her by this title. Regrettably, the Shenyuan sword remained entirely unresponsive. Even Lin Qiye found it challenging to summon it forth. This is vexing. The Shenyuan sword is a genuine divine artifact. Despite being its master, I currently lack the means to wield it. Lin Qiye shook his head in frustration. It seems my cultivation level may be too inadequate. Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, Lin Qiye rose and departed the room. Young master. We greet you, young master. Salutations. Young master. Upon emerging from the courtyard, the other members of the Lin family, upon seeing Lin Qiye, bowed respectfully. This made Lin Qiye acutely aware that in this world, everything was dictated by strength. With sufficiently formidable power, one could effortlessly acquire wealth, authority, status, and dignity. Meanwhile, at the Liu family in Qingyang City, within a room, Liu Yuan erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha ha! Splendid! I have successfully broken through. I, the true genius, have attained the initial stage of the Yuan force realm. Lin Qiye, just you wait. I shall teach you a lesson in due time. With a swift kick, he flung open the door. Having successfully broken through his cultivation, he was determined to indulge himself. However, as he stepped out, the head of the Liu family soon arrived. My son, you arrived just in time. I have successfully reached the Yuan force realm. Liu Yuan exclaimed with delight. Very well, very well. The Liu family patriarch nodded in satisfaction. It seems we must express our gratitude to Lin Qiaofan. Lin Qiaofan? Liu Yuan was bewildered, utterly perplexed by his father's statement. Father, this is the result of my own diligent training. Why must I thank anyone else? Liu Yuan replied, his confusion deepening, as the memory of Lin Qiye humiliating him in public ignited his anger. He yearned for vengeance. During your seclusion, Lin Qiye has already broken through to become an extraordinary powerhouse. The Liu family patriarch said slowly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan was taken aback. Father, you cannot be serious. The last time Lin Qiye had struck him, he was merely at the Yuanli realm. How could he have so swiftly ascended to the extraordinary realm? It is indeed true. The Lin family has now become a family of the extraordinary. The foremost clan in Qingyang City. Liu, the head of the Liu family, replied with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Liu Yuan felt himself collapse to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been filled with excitement, believing he would have the chance to teach Lin Qiye a lesson. Little did he anticipate that Lin Qiye had already reached an unattainable height. Clearly, my decision back then was the right one. Had he been struck, and I sent someone to pursue the matter, the Liu family would likely have ceased to exist by now. Liu, the head of the family, sighed, relieved by his past choice. Regardless, you have had interactions with Lin Qiye. If you go and sincerely apologize, perhaps the relationship between our Liu family and the Lin family could reach new heights. What? Liu Yuan was taken aback, never expecting his father to suggest that he should apologize. What do you mean? Whether we can establish a good relationship with the Lin family now entirely depends on you. Liu, the head of the family, lifted him up with urgency. Before long, a young man rushed over, panting heavily, head of the family. Lin Qiye has just left the Lin residence and is now on Xianyu Street. Quickly, Liu Yuan, go. Liu, the head of the family, commanded. Okay. Liu Yuan nodded. feeling unprepared for such rapid developments. After leaving the Lu residence, he headed straight for Xianyu Street. It did not take long for him to arrive, where he soon spotted a large crowd gathered in that vicinity. As he approached, he saw Lin Qiye entering a tea house not far away. This was the aura of an extraordinary being. Indeed, it was immensely powerful. Beneath the extraordinary, all are but ants. Do you think Lin Qiye is the youngest extraordinary in history? Who would have thought that such a small place as Qingyang City would produce an extraordinary being? This is monumental news. Indeed, with an extraordinary presence, who would dare to cause trouble in Qingyang City in the future? The crowd was abuzz with fervent discussions. It was only after witnessing this with his own eyes that Lu Yuan truly accepted the reality of Lin Qiye's ascension to the extraordinary realm. Inside the tea house, upon Lin Qiye's entrance, all other patrons stood up immediately, displaying utmost respect. The once lively tea house fell into a profound silence. "Welcome, extraordinary Lin," the owner of the tea house greeted with deep respect. "Your presence brings great honor to my humble establishment. Allow me to serve you a fine pot of tea." Lin Qiye nodded slightly and addressed the others. "Everyone, please feel free. I am simply here to enjoy some tea." Subsequently, under the arrangement of the tea house owner, Lin Qiye was led to a private room. Only then did the other patrons slowly take their seats once more, their voices now considerably subdued. Lin Qiye sipped his tea, gazing out at the serene landscape. Everything felt exceedingly pleasant. However, a strong desire welled up within him, a longing to venture outside. Yet, once he contemplated leaving Qingyang City, a sense of unease crept in regarding the Lin family, particularly concerning his father, who would safeguard the Lin family in his absence. Thus, until a viable solution presented itself, he found himself unable to depart and explore the world beyond. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by the voice of the tea house owner. "Lin Xiaofan and young master Lu Yuan wish to see you. Should I let him in?" "Allow him to enter," Lin Qiye replied softly. The door swung open, and Lu Yuan stepped inside, clearly treading carefully. Suddenly, he knelt before Lin Qiye, bowing deeply in apology. "I have come to acknowledge my mistake. My previous words were disrespectful. I beg for your forgiveness." "Rise," Lin Qiye said calmly. Lu Yuan slowly stood up, and at that moment, Lin Qiye regarded him, nodding slightly. "Well done. You have successfully broken through to the elemental realm. I must thank you for your guidance." "Thank you for your kind words," Lu Yuan responded respectfully. "Enough with the formalities. As long as your Lu family does not provoke my Lin family, I shall not interfere in other matters." Lin Qiye understood Lu Yuan's intentions well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan visibly relaxed, relieved that the Lu family need not worry any longer. "Care for some tea?" Lin Qiye inquired with a smile. No, that is unnecessary." Lu Yuan quickly shook his head. Given Lin Qiye's extraordinary prowess, he dared not accept. "In that case, you may leave." Lin Qiye gestured dismissively. "Yes." Lu Yuan replied with a bow, gradually exiting the room. Once outside, he realized he was drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, a transcendent being is truly formidable. Chapter 16, Departure. A day passed swiftly. Lin Qiye returned to the Lin family. Throughout the day, his experience points surged by an impressive 60 to 70,000, bringing him significantly closer to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. As night fell, Lin Qiye continued to pace within the courtyard, driven by the desire to expedite his breakthrough. Until the late hours, he suddenly sensed an intense feeling of being observed, a sensation that was remarkably strong. With heightened awareness, he discerned a singular aura that, though faint, emanated an overwhelming power. "Come forth," Lin Qiye commanded boldly. In the following instant, a rift in space materialized before him, and from within emerged a refined young man. Indeed, it is true that a prodigy under 20 has arisen in Qingyang City. Quite impressive, the young man remarked with a smile as he regarded Lin Qiye. Such a formidable aura. Lin Qiye mused inwardly, growing increasingly cautious. "May I inquire your name?" he asked softly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Changfeng, hailing from the great Luo sacred land," the young man replied with a grin. The mention of the great Luo sacred land startled Lin Qiye. From his understanding, this sect was among the most esteemed in the eastern Xian region, on par with the Xianin sect. Originally, Lin Qiye had contemplated seeking an opportunity to join the Xianin sect, but regrettably, it only admitted female disciples. Lin Qiye, I represent the great Luo sacred land and formally extend an invitation for you to join us. Su Changfeng's tone shifted to one of earnestness. For a moment, Lin Qiye was taken aback, utterly unprepared for an invitation from such a powerful force in the eastern Xian region. What say you? Will you accept? Su Changfeng inquired again. I would be willing, but I have concerns for my family. Lin Qiye responded with a nod. Join the great Luo sacred land, and your family shall undoubtedly receive our protection. There is no need for concern, Su Changfeng assured him with a smile, realizing Lin Qiye's apprehension. Very well, Lin Qiye acquiesced. Excellent. You shall have 3 days. I will return to escort you then. With that, Su Changfeng vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Such prowess is truly remarkable. Lin Qiye murmured, feeling a twinge of envy, albeit a mere flicker. After all, with diligent effort and the continuous accumulation of experience points, he too would one day achieve such heights as Su Changfeng. Experience points 1. A night passed swiftly, and a new day dawned. In the morning light, as the sun rose gently, Lin Qiye silently invoked the opening of his personal panel. Receiving command, opening. Grounded system, host. Lin Qiye, realm, mid-level extraordinary, experience points, 784,323 million. Martial arts, 8 desolation palm, great accomplishment. Heavenly soul technique, minor accomplishment. Progress has been quite significant these days. Lin Qiye examined his data intently and nodded slowly. The heavenly soul technique has also reached a minor accomplishment under his cultivation, granting him mastery over numerous soul-based attack methods. After a while, Lin Qiye stepped out of his room and soon found himself before his father, Lin Xiao, to share the news of his acceptance into the Luo sacred land. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. Wonderful! It is truly a monumental occasion for my son to join the Luo sacred land. The reputation of the Luo sacred land resonates throughout the eastern Xuanyu, a revered sanctuary that countless cultivators aspire to enter. Qiye, focus on your training and do not worry about us. Lin Xiao earnestly advised Lin Qiye. There are broader horizons awaiting you. Strive diligently, and above all, ensure your survival. Yes, Lin Qiye replied affirmatively. In no time, word of Lin Qiye's admission to the Luo sacred land spread throughout the Lin family, igniting immense excitement among them. This meant that the Lin family would now enjoy the protection of the Luo sacred land, deterring any potential aggressors. Although extraordinary realm cultivators are formidable, they pale in comparison to the Luo sacred land. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days flew by. During this period, Lin Qiye spent quality time with his father, uncertain of when he would return. Lin Qiye, are you ready for this departure? Su Changfeng emerged from a spatial rift, smiling as he inquired. Yes, I am fully prepared. Lin Qiye promptly replied. Excellent, then let us proceed. Su Changfeng gestured grandly, and a flying vessel materialized out of thin air. Under Su Changfeng's guidance, Lin Qiye soared onto the deck of the vessel. Whoosh! The flying vessel darted away at an astonishing speed, rivaling even his own flying capabilities. The Luo sacred land is quite distant. We will first head to Cloud City and utilize the teleportation array for swift passage, Su Changfeng briefly explained. Cloud City. Lin Qiye expressed his surprise, knowing that the Mo family resided there. However, he felt no fear at this moment. Senior brother Su, to be candid, the Mo family holds a grudge against me, and I worry they might covertly target my Lin family after my departure, Lin Qiye stated directly. He believed it prudent to preemptively eliminate any potential threats. Rest assured, the Mo family will not act against your Lin family. Su Changfeng reassured him. I have already sent someone to warn them. I trust they are not foolish. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother Su. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence. From now on, we shall be brothers in the art, so there is no need for such formality, Su Changfeng replied with a smile. Gulme, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Qiye settled down. After sipping the tea, his curiosity compelled him to inquire, may I ask, what is your current realm, senior brother? Merely the mid-stage of the celestial realm, Su Changfeng candidly revealed. Reaching the extraordinary realm is merely the beginning. Beyond the extraordinary realm lies the celestial realm, followed by the sage realm and the demigod realm. Within a short span, Su Changfeng elucidated much to Lin Qiye, significantly broadening his horizons. Senior brother Su, are you familiar with Li Wanner of the Xiannu sect? Lin Qiye, encouraged by Su Changfeng's extensive knowledge, pressed further. Of course, I am well aware of Li Wanner from the Xiannu sect. She is the goddess that all male cultivators in the eastern Xian domain yearn for. Moreover, she is the saintess of the Xiannu sect, holding a position of great prestige. Su Changfeng smiled. What is it, junior brother Lin? Do you wish to pursue Li Wanner? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye inhaled sharply, realizing the complexity of Li Wanner's background, which surpassed his initial assumptions. I do have some inclination to pursue her, as who doesn't he admire a beautiful woman? He replied with a smile. Ha ha, indeed. With your talents, junior brother Lin, you may very well catch up to Li Wanner in the future. Su Changfeng laughed heartily. When that time comes, I shall certainly raise a toast at your wedding. Chapter 17. The Sacred Land of the Luo. In just over 2 hours, the flying vessel swiftly reached the skies above Cloud City. At this moment, Lin Qiye stood up and gazed around, taking in the entirety of the magnificent city. Truly, Cloud City deserved its reputation as a grand metropolis. Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was indeed incomparable to Qingyang City. This Cloud City is merely a precursor to the vast world beyond, junior brother Lin. Su Changfeng remarked with a smile. All right, let us descend. With that, the two leaped down simultaneously. Su Changfeng waved his hand, and the flying vessel transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into his storage ring. They soon landed on the elevated platform at the center of Cloud City. Upon arrival, Lin Qiye could clearly see a unique formation atop the platform. Evidently, this formation was a teleportation array. Greeting, esteemed seigneur. A middle-aged man, the city lord Fang Yan, hurriedly bowed in respect. We seek to utilize your teleportation array today. Su Changfeng spoke softly. Please feel free to use it, esteemed seniors. Fang Yan responded with utmost reverence. Without hesitation, Su Changfeng clapped his hands, activating the teleportation array. Boom! The entire formation erupted in a dazzling column of light, soaring into the sky. In mere moments, Lin Qiye and Su Changfeng transformed into two beams of light and were teleported away. The platform returned to its normal state, and City Lord Fang Yan, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Heavens, what kind of powerful beings are they? Just their presence makes me feel as insignificant as an ant. I can only imagine that with a mere finger, they could easily annihilate me. As the light faded, when Lin Qiye opened his eyes once more, he found himself and Su Changfeng within a resplendent grand hall. Is this the sacred land of the Luo? Lin Qiye curiously surveyed his surroundings. Not yet. We are currently in the nearest city to the sacred land of the Luo. Su Changfeng shook his head with a smile. This city is called Shangling City. Following Su Changfeng, Lin Qiye stepped out of the grand hall. The moment he emerged, the scenery before him was utterly astonishing. Having been awed by Cloud City, he found Shangling City even more magnificent, far beyond what Cloud City could compare to. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt as though he were a rustic bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Come, let us head to the sacred land of the Luo. Afterwards, you may explore Shangling City at your leisure, Su Changfeng suggested. All right, Lin Qiye nodded and quickly followed Su Changfeng as they soared into the sky. After leaving Shangling City, they flew swiftly towards the east. It was not long before the sacred land of the Luo came into view, leaving Lin Qiye utterly mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery. Is this truly the sacred land of the Luo? It surpasses all imagination. Lin Qiye marveled. The entire realm of the Luo sacred land is adorned with mountains and rivers, where celestial peaks radiate with an extraordinary luminescence. These peaks are interconnected by rainbow bridges, surrounded by numerous ethereal cranes, evoking awe and admiration. One can observe many disciples of the Luo sacred land traversing these rainbow bridges, while others soar through the skies on their swords, a sight that inspires envy and longing. Junior brother Lin, follow me. With that, Su Changfeng led the way. Shortly, they formally entered the Luo sacred land. Within just a few minutes, Lin Qiye beheld a series of remarkable celestial peaks. Junior brother Lin, there should be 360 peaks here. With your addition, it becomes 361. Su Changfeng waved his hand, and a beam of light shot forth. Boom! In an instant, the sky nearby underwent a dramatic transformation. Within a mere breath, a celestial peak descended from the heavens. Thus, another peak graced this place, a display of astonishing prowess. My heavens, another celestial peak has appeared. It seems a transcendent powerhouse has emerged from our Luo sacred land. But who could it be? The arrival of this peak captivated the attention of many disciples, who were filled with curiosity about this new transcendent being. Whoosh! Two beams of light landed upon the new celestial peak. Lin Qiye gazed ahead, taking in the splendid constructions, antique pavilions, and courtyards that adorned the landscape. He felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Brother Su, are you saying that this entire celestial peak will belong to me from now on? Indeed, that is the privilege of the transcendent. Su Changfeng nodded. Once you break through to the celestial realm, your privileges will further enhance. This treatment is already remarkable, and it can be elevated even more. Lin Qiye found it hard to fathom. It appeared that joining the Luo sacred land was truly an excellent decision. Of course, you'll understand in due time. Su Changfeng added a hint of mystery. By the way, I have arranged for a steward to manage the celestial peak. You can entrust her with the affairs here. She should arrive shortly. Seeing this, Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Brother Su. Soon, a celestial crane soared from the distance, clutching a small jade box in its beak. Upon landing, Su Changfeng waved his hand, and the jade box floated before Lin Qiye. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the jade box opened on its own. At that moment, Lin Qiye clearly saw a ring nestled within. This is the Qianquan storage ring, which possesses a vast storage capacity. Su Changfeng explained. Inside, there is a rulebook of the Luo sacred land. You should familiarize yourself with it to avoid breaching any regulations. Additionally, there is a token for the celestial peak. Choose a name for your peak, and only then will it truly belong to you. Understood? Lin Qiye replied as he accepted the Qianquan storage ring. Having familiarized himself with his new abode, Lin Qiye found himself momentarily alone as Su Changfeng transformed into a radiant beam of light and departed, leaving him to ponder. With a deep breath, Lin Qiye sensed a lingering surreal quality to his circumstances, as if he were ensnared within a dream. Subsequently, he adorned his finger with the Qianquan storage ring, mastering its manipulation in no time. With a mere thought, a token emerged from the depths of the ring, its material exuding an air of extraordinary craftsmanship. Grasping the token, Lin Qiye mused quietly, contemplating an appropriate name for his celestial peak. In just a few fleeting moments, inspiration struck him. Let be known as the Tranquil Peak, he declared. He then channeled his elemental energy into the token, which soon erupted in a brilliant luminescence, coalescing into the three characters of Tranquil Peak. From this moment forth, Lin Qiye was recognized as the true master of this summit. Chapter 18. Choosing martial arts in the fleeting moments of a burning incense stick. Lin Qiye perused the regulations of the Luo sacred land. Overall, the rules governing this esteemed place were numerous. Yet it was precisely these stringent guidelines that contributed to the sacred land's resplendence. Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed an approaching presence. Rising to his feet, he beheld a stunning woman clad in a flowing purple gown, gliding gracefully through the air on her sword. This woman had reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm. She landed softly before Lin Qiye and respectfully bowed, introducing herself. Greetings, senior brother. I am Mu Qingxue, and it is an honor to serve as your steward. Lin Qiye was taken aback, pleasantly surprised to discover that the steward assigned to him was such a beautiful maiden. With your level of cultivation, do you truly wish to take on this role? Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. Mu Qingxue replied earnestly, nodding her head. To be in the presence of an extraordinary powerhouse is a rare opportunity. Moreover, cultivating atop this sacred peak can yield remarkable results. Thus, to become the steward of an exceptional being within the Deluo sacred land is a dream cherished by many disciples. Ah, I see. Lin Qiye nodded in understanding. He was indeed quite pleased with Mu Qingxue. After all, her beauty was undeniable. I am relieved you are not a man. Finding a male steward would be less desirable. Henceforth, I entrust my daily affairs to your care. Lin Qiye smiled warmly. Senior brother, you are too kind. I shall do my utmost. Mu Qingxue responded with utmost respect, her heart fluttering with surprise at Lin Qiye's youthful charm. Although they had only just met, she found him to be remarkably approachable. As time passed, through Mu Qingxue's guidance, Lin Qiye gained a comprehensive understanding of the Deluo sacred land. Subsequently, he began to leisurely explore the sacred peak, with Mu Qingxue accompanying him. The entire peak was adorned with breathtaking scenery, which greatly satisfied Lin Qiye. Qingxue, please attend to your own matters. There is no need to accompany me any longer. I shall continue my stroll, Lin Qiye said, glancing at the beautiful Mu Qingxue with a gentle smile. Although Mu Qingxue's presence alleviated his solitude, he sought to enhance his experience independently. Understood, senior brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Mu Qingxue responded. Once she departed, Lin Qiye continued his solitary walk, the system's voice echoing in his mind. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Mu Qingxue arrived at a pavilion and gazed upon the breathtaking vistas of the sacred land. Initially, she had been an ordinary disciple of the Deluo sacred land, confined to cultivating at the foot of the mountain. Little did she expect, she was extraordinarily fortunate to become the steward of a newly ascended, transcendent powerhouse. Henceforth, she would also be able to cultivate atop the celestial peak. Without further contemplation, she seated herself cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. In a brief span of time, she distinctly sensed that her cultivation on this ethereal summit was indeed progressing at a significantly accelerated pace. Perhaps before long, she would successfully break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Soon, a day had swiftly passed. Mu Qingxue was utterly astonished to discover that Lin Qiye, this extraordinary being, had been walking continuously upon the celestial peak, seemingly without pause. This was indeed perplexing. However, Mu Qingxue dared not inquire directly, for every transcendent individual possessed their own peculiar habits. As merely a steward, her primary responsibility was to manage the celestial peak. Other matters were beyond her purview. At that moment, Lin Qiye continued his relentless pacing, utterly tireless. With the emergence of a radiant light, Su Changfeng appeared, prompting Lin Qiye to finally come to a halt. Senior brother Su. Lin Qiye promptly bowed in greeting. Junior brother Lin, what are you engaged in? Su Changfeng inquired with curiosity. In truth, he had arrived quite some time ago, observing for a full hour, yet he could not discern the nature of Lin Qiye's actions. Unable to endure the mystery any longer, he decided to make his presence known. Senior brother Su, you may not be aware, but this is a unique method of cultivation I employ, Lin Qiye replied directly. Such an extraordinary practice is a first for me to witness. Su Changfeng remarked with a sense of admiration. Oh well, everyone has their own secrets. Come, junior brother Lin, follow me. Thus, Lin Qiye accompanied Su Changfeng as they soared into the skies. Before long, they arrived at an even more resplendent celestial peak. Gently descending before a magnificent treasure hall, the grandeur of this hall exuded an unparalleled aura. Upon entering, the lavish decor within was nothing short of opulent. Great Elder, this is Lin Qiye, the newly inducted transcendent of the sacred land. Su Changfeng respectfully saluted an elderly figure seated within. This elder, appearing ethereal and otherworldly, was none other than Lu Qihuan, the Grand Elder of the Daluo sacred land. Greetings, Great Elder. Lin Qiye immediately bowed in reverence. Through Mu Qingxue, he had learned that this Grand Elder was a being of semi-divine caliber. Lu Qihuan set down the jade slip and turned his gaze toward Lin Qiye. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt as though he were being scrutinized to his very core. Indeed, a young talent, a transcendent under 20, is a rarity in this world. Lu Qihuan nodded slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Changfeng, take him to the Zhangjiao Pavilion to select martial arts and spiritual treasures. Upon finishing his command, he gestured lightly, causing a spatial rift to appear beside Lin Qiye and Su Changfeng. Yes, Su Changfeng replied. Thank you, great elder. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. The two swiftly entered the rift in space, and suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped them. When Lin Qiye opened his eyes once more, he discovered himself in a confined realm. Within this enclosed space, numerous luminous orbs of various colors floated about. This, indeed, was the treasure pavilion, as Su Changfeng elaborated. The classification of martial arts is divided into ordinary martial arts, earth martial arts, heavenly martial arts, and divine martial arts. The green orbs represent earth martial arts. The golden ones signify heavenly martial arts, while the red orbs denote divine martial arts. Here, you may freely select your martial arts, but I must caution you to choose wisely, ensuring it aligns with your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye involuntarily took a deep breath and gazed upward. There were as many as 10 red orbs, indicating the presence of 10 divine martial arts. The Daluo sacred land truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier power, boasting an impressive foundation. However, Su Changfeng continued, the martial arts within this treasure pavilion do not encompass the entirety of our Daluo sacred land's teachings. In the future, you will have the opportunity to encounter even higher-level martial arts secrets. Brother Su, is there something even more formidable than divine martial arts? Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed there is. Su Jianfan note that. However, such matters may still be a distant prospect for you. For now, it is imperative that you select the martial arts that suit you best. Understood. Lin Qiye replied affirmatively. Chapter 19. The One-Sword Technique, the Void Technique, and the Celestial Grade Spirit Treasure, the Tianya Sword. When it comes to selecting martial arts, one must naturally choose the finest. Let us commence with the divine martial arts. Under Su Changfeng's guidance, Lin Qiye harnessed his own primordial energy to manipulate the crimson orbs. Before long, the 10 crimson orbs descended from above, hovering before Lin Qiye, allowing him to examine each one meticulously. After nearly the span of an incense stick, Lin Qiye had perused the 10 divine martial arts in a general manner. Within me lies a divine sword. Thus, if I am to choose a martial art, it should be one that complements the sword path, enabling a harmonious synergy with the divine sword. Lin Qiye mused inwardly. Among these 10 divine martial arts, there happened to be one that pertained to the sword path, aptly named the One-Sword Technique. Senior Su, I have made my decision. I shall choose this One-Sword Technique. Lin Qiye declared with conviction. Oh, Su Changfeng appeared somewhat astonished. Junior Lin, this One-Sword Technique is regarded as the most challenging to cultivate. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Qiye affirmed resolutely. In that case, I shall not dissuade you further. I can only hope you do not come to regret your choice. Su Changfeng replied softly. Many had chosen this One-Sword Technique before, yet very few succeeded in mastering it. To truly grasp the essence of the One-Sword Technique, to cultivate it to its zenith, one would only need a single sword to move mountains, vanquish demons, part seas, subdue malevolent spirits, slay gods, pluck stars, sever rivers, raise cities, and even open the heavens. Su Changfeng formed a hand seal, and instantly, the characters of the One-Sword Technique transformed into golden radiance, flowing into Lin Qiye's brow. The entirety of the One-Sword Technique was indelibly etched into Lin Qiye's mind. Such a method astonished Lin Qiye once more. Thank you, Senior Su. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. It is merely my duty. The martial arts of the Scripture Pavilion cannot be taken outside, hence this method. Su Changfeng waved his hand and continued. Junior Lin, do you wish to select more martial arts? Senior Su, I wish to choose a technique related to body movement. Do you have any recommendations? Lin Qiye nodded, inquiring. It was imperative to equip himself with means of retreat. In the event he encountered an unbeatable foe, having the ability to escape safely would be essential. There are indeed many martial arts pertaining to body movement. Su Changfeng pondered for a moment. However, I have an even better recommendation. Oh, what might that be? Lin Qiye asked with curiosity. Su Changfeng gestured, and a golden orb descended, hovering before Lin Qiye. This is the void technique. Once successfully cultivated, it allows one to tear through the void and traverse dimensions. In combat, one can take advantage of this void to strike unexpectedly, appearing and disappearing like a wraith. Su Changfeng elaborated. I cultivated this method and even comprehended the laws of space through it. What a formidable martial art! Yet it is merely classified as a celestial martial art. How unfortunate! Lin Qiye lamented upon witnessing this. You may not be aware, but this void technique is merely a simplified version. Only by mastering the void divine power will one be qualified to cultivate the true grand void technique. Su Jianfen sai guye li. Such a pity. After all his years of cultivation, the void divine technique has always eluded comprehension. Therefore, this grand technique of the void is destined to remain beyond his grasp. Thank you, Brother Su, for your guidance. I shall now claim this void technique. Lin Qiye exclaimed hastily. Undoubtedly, this void technique is one of the finest means of escape. After a brief interval, the incantation of the void technique began to manifest clearly in Lin Qiye's mind. Shall we continue with further selections? Su Jianfen in Guit? No need. I will first master these two martial arts, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. Haha, splendid. Su Changfeng said with satisfaction. Should you wish to delve into other martial arts in the future, simply seek the Grand Elder. Next, I shall guide you to choose a spiritual treasure. Under Su Changfeng's continued guidance, they arrived at a new enclosed space. Within, various spiritual treasures were stored, dazzling the eye. I suspect that the treasures here do not compare to the divine sword within me, Lin Qiye murmured. What a pity. If only I could wield that divine sword. There would be no need to select a spiritual treasure here. Junior Brother Lin, this is the treasure pavilion. Su Changfeng explained patiently. Spiritual treasures are classified into tiers: ordinary, earthly, heavenly, and divine artifacts. Within this pavilion, the most formidable are the heavenly treasures. Spiritual treasures possess sentience. To attain them, one must earn their recognition. Thank you for the explanation, brother. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. He then began to examine the treasures in the pavilion, intending to select a weapon first. Many sword-type spiritual treasures were present, yet, regrettably, none seemed to acknowledge him. Su Changfeng observed this with mild surprise. In his previous experiences bringing disciples here, most treasures would readily recognize their masters. Yet, not a single treasure had acknowledged Lin Qiye thus far. Could it be that these treasures deemed him unworthy? Suddenly, at that moment, a long sword shot through the air and landed gracefully before Lin Qiye. This sword emanated an aura, as if it had been compelled to appear. Nevertheless, it was undeniably beautiful. The blade shimmered with a blue light, and the sword's essence exuded an overwhelming aura, as if it could upheave the very heavens and earth. The hilt was entirely sky blue, subtly entwined with extraordinary luminescence, radiating auspicious energy. I cannot believe it, junior brother. You have gained a recognition of the Tianya sword. Su Jianfen et Glim Astonitz. This sword is a top-tier heavenly treasure, once wielded by our esteemed ancestor, Master Lu of the Luo sacred land. With this sword, you may even have the opportunity to join Master Lu's ranks. Is Master Lu truly formidable? Lin Qiye asked curiously, gripping the Tianya sword. Indeed, undoubtedly. You are the foremost sword cultivator in our sacred land. Su Changfeng's tone grew noticeably reverent. Regrettably, Elder Lu is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Otherwise, should she learn that the Tianya sword has recognized you as its master, there is a great possibility she would take you as her direct disciple. That indeed is quite a pity, Lin Qiye lamented. As for becoming a direct disciple, Lin Qiye was indifferent. After all, he required no master or mentor. He simply needed to walk to transcend realms. I must confess, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Su Changfeng chuckled. Nevertheless, regardless of his circumstances, the spiritual treasure has already chosen, and it is time for us to depart. Chapter 20. System upgrade upon emerging. Lin Qiye and Su Changfeng return to the Grand Hall. Elder, junior brother Lin has successfully chosen his martial arts and spiritual treasures, Su Changfeng respectfully stated. Indeed, he has garnered the recognition of the Tianya sword. He must strive diligently. One must not tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Tianya sword, the elder remarked, his gaze toward Lin Qiye filled with evident approval. Rest assured, elder, I shall devote myself to my training, Lin Qiye earnestly promised. Having just joined the Luo sacred land, he had already acquired top-tier martial arts and the esteemed Tianya sword. Such treatment was beyond his wildest dreams in the past, and his fondness for the Luo sacred land soared to unprecedented heights. 3 months from now marks the opening of the Tianxian pool in the Luo sacred land. There are only 10 available slots. You might as well put forth your utmost effort. Perhaps you could secure a place. Elder Lu Qihuan continued. Yes, Lin Qiye responded. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Lin Qiye eagerly turned to Su Changfeng, inquiring, Senior Brother Su, what is the Tianxian pool? The Tianxian pool is a treasure within the Luo sacred land, brimming with pure celestial energy that significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of extraordinary practitioners, Su Changfeng reminisced. I recall I once trained in the Tianxian pool and transitioned directly from the late extraordinary stage to the perfected extraordinary stage. Moreover, the Tianxian pool offers other remarkable benefits. Alas, it is only suited for extraordinary realm cultivation, and it opens once every 3 years. You are indeed fortunate, junior brother Lin. However, this upcoming opening of the Tianxian pool will undoubtedly incite fierce competition, as there are only 10 spots available. To my knowledge, several individuals have already attained the perfected extraordinary stage, and they are determined to claim a slot to advance to the celestial realm. Nonetheless, this contest also presents an opportunity for growth. Engaging in combat with formidable opponents fosters greater progress. In a moment, Su Changfeng shared an abundance of information about the Tianxian pool, enlightening Lin Qiye considerably. Regardless, he resolved to make every effort to immerse himself in the Tianxian pool. With a newfound determination, Lin Qiye clenched his fists, brimming with ambition. In 3 months, reaching the perfected extraordinary stage through diligent practice will surely be within my grasp. Ding! New task issued. Compete for a slot in the Tianxian pool and engage in cultivation therein. Task successful, rewards granted. Task failed, cultivation will regress by 1 realm. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in Lin Qiye's mind. Goodness, this means I must take this even more seriously. Securing a spot is imperative. Otherwise, a regression in cultivation would be a significant loss. Ah, junior brother Lin, this is for you. Su Changfeng produced a special bracelet and presented it to Lin Qiye. What is this? Lin Qiye instantly recognized the bracelet's significance. A communication bracelet. Su Changfeng briefly explained, stating that with this communication bracelet, they could swiftly connect with one another. In simpler terms, it functions much like a telephone. Lin Qiye was astonished, exclaiming, I never anticipated such a miraculous device. Su Changfeng smiled, my dear junior brother, the world is vast and filled with wonders. He understood that Lin Qiye, having arrived in the remote Qingyang city, was unaware of many things, which was perfectly normal. Had it been someone else, they would likely have laughed at him by now. In the future, should anything arise, feel free to contact me directly, Su Changfeng softly remarked. Lin Qiye felt a surge of gratitude, responding, thank you, senior brother. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave, Su Changfeng said with a gentle smile. Senior brother, I actually have a question for you. Lin Qiye hurriedly interjected. It's about the Tianhanju. I am curious about what kind of martial art it is. Tianhanju. If I recall correctly, it is a divine martial art of the Zhuan sect. Su Changfeng pondered for a moment before stating, what is the matter? At this revelation, Lin Qiye was taken aback, realizing that the Tianhanju bestowed upon him by Li Waner was indeed of divine martial art caliber. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely curious, Lin Qiye nodded. Very well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Changfeng stepped into the air and soared away. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye swiftly returned to his own Xiaoyao peak. Senior brother, you have returned. Mu Qingxue promptly rose to greet him with a radiant smile. This smile was undeniably captivating, instantly lifting Lin Qiye's spirits. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that everything had been tidied up and distinctly rearranged. "You've worked hard," Lin Qiye remarked. "In the time to come, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation. The training room is ready. Senior brother may use it at his convenience." Mu Qingxue replied eagerly. Under her guidance, Lin Qiye entered the independent training room. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a serene ambience, as if it were designed to facilitate an undistracted state of cultivation. Indeed, this training room was remarkable. "I should first master the sword technique," Lin Qiye resolutely decided. 10 days later, a notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the sword technique, reaching the entry-level realm." Lin Qiye took a deep breath, marveling. "I can hardly believe it took me a full 10 days to barely grasp this sword technique. Indeed, divine martial arts are not easily cultivated." Were others to hear these words, they might well consider Lin Qiye to be boasting. Mastering the sword technique in merely 10 days would surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Deluo Holy Land. The grounded system is beginning to upgrade automatically. In the next instant, the system's voice resonated once more, accompanied by an upgrade progress bar appearing before Lin Qiye's eyes. Observing the speed of this progress bar, he noted it was quite rapid. It is estimated that within a short hour, the successful upgrade will be completed. To my surprise, this system is capable of upgrading. Truly a delightful surprise. Lin Qiye is filled with excitement and anticipation. I wonder what new features will emerge once the system successfully upgrades. Having already mastered the sword technique, it is now time to cultivate the void technique. Lin Qiye swiftly enters a state of cultivation once again, methodically attempting to practice according to the teachings of the void technique. Although this technique belongs to the realm of heavenly martial arts, Lin Qiye finds it even more challenging to cultivate. Chapter 21. The system successfully upgrades, rapid enhancement of overall strength indeed, within less than an hour. The system completed its upgrade. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The grounded system has acquired new functionalities. Your martial arts can now be enhanced through experience points. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Mid-transcendent stage. Experience points. 1 563 273 2 000 000. Martial arts. 8 Desolations Palm. Perfection. 010 000. Heavenly Soul Technique. Minor accomplishment. 0200 000. One Sword Technique. Beginner. 0100 000. In that moment, Lin Qiye gazed at his personal information panel, overwhelmed with joy and excitement. How splendid! The system, after its upgrade, had indeed become extraordinarily formidable. Lin Qiye let out a hearty laugh. Now, there was no need to cultivate martial arts through rigorous training. Simply by walking and accumulating experience points, he could continuously enhance his skills. Let us give it a try. Lin Qiye immediately set about testing this new capability. Ding! You have consumed 10,000 experience points to enhance 8 Desolations Palm. Ding! Congratulations! 8 Desolations Palm has reached perfection. Remaining experience points. 1 553 273. In an instant, Lin Qiye's mind was flooded with insights about the 8 Desolations Palm, as if he had personally conceived it. How marvelous! Lin Qiye marveled. With this newfound functionality, mastering any martial art would be a breeze. Detected divine martial arts. Void technique. Would you like to consume 10,000 experience points to elevate it to the beginner level? At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Consume. Lin Qiye nodded affirmatively. 10,000 experience points have been expended. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the divine martial arts. Void technique, reaching the beginner level. In mere moments, he had achieved mastery. Remaining experience points. 1 543 273, with just over 300,000 experience points needed to reach the late transcendent stage. Lin Qiye resolved to first elevate his realm before furthering his martial arts. Soon, he made a decision and exited the training room. Outside, Mu Qingxue sensed his emergence and hurried to stand before him, bowing respectfully. "Senior brother, have you successfully completed your retreat?" Almost, Lin Qiye replied, his spirits lifting further at the sight of the beautiful figure before him. By the way, please pour me a cup of tea. Lin Qiye continued. Let us take a moment to rest. Of course, senior brother. Mu Qingxue responded. Under the pavilion, Mu Qingxue swiftly poured Lin Qiye a cup of tea. In the art of tea-making, she demonstrated considerable skill. Qingxue, are you aware of the matters concerning the celestial pool? Lin Qiye inquired, savoring the delightful beverage. I am. Mu Qingxue nodded. The celestial pool opens once every 3 years. Before each opening, the transcendent seniors within the sacred grounds engage in ranking battles. The top 10 transcendent individuals earn the privilege to enter the celestial pool for cultivation. Do you know who were the top 10 last time? Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. Senior brother, I only recall the top 3, Mu Qingxue replied softly. The first was Xia Mengshu, who possesses the bloodline of a phoenix, achieving extraordinary perfection. The second was Yi Fan, known for his berserker physique, also at extraordinary perfection. The third was Xiao Sanhua, who holds the thunder spirit body, equally extraordinary in perfection. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the Grand Luo sacred land is remarkable. Each of them possesses unique bloodlines. In comparison, I feel rather ordinary, as I lack any special bloodline or physique. Senior brother, these 3 have secluded themselves in cultivation for 3 years now, and it is likely they will participate again, aiming to break through to the celestial realm. Mu Qingxue continued. It seems that this competition will indeed be more intense. Lin Qiye nodded slightly. Senior brother, do you plan to participate? Mu Qingxue asked with curiosity. Indeed, I believe it is worth trying my luck at the celestial pool, Lin Qiye replied with a smile. In that moment, Mu Qingxue perceived an immense confidence radiating from Lin Qiye's smile. I believe you will certainly rank in the top 10, she expressed with conviction. Thank you for your kind words, Lin Qiye responded with a gentle smile. After a brief rest, Lin Qiye resumed his stroll upon the carefree peak. For this extraordinary ranking battle, he was determined to make a stunning impression. In the pavilion, Mu Qingxue observed Lin Qiye walking in the distance and silently mused. Senior brother is on the move again. Before long, 3 days had passed. Ding! Experience points have reached 2,000,000, beginning to elevate realm. Elevation successful. You have attained the late stage of extraordinary realm. The breakthrough in his realm allowed Lin Qiye to feel his power multiply significantly. To advance from the late stage to extraordinary perfection required 3 million experience points. Lin Qiye glanced at his personal panel and sighed. Let us continue. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Experience points 1 days passed in this manner. Mu Qingxue pondered deeply, senior brother, walking back and forth on the immortal peak every day. Could this be a form of cultivation method? Indeed, the training of extraordinary beings is beyond my comprehension. While others serve as extraordinary caretakers, bustling with activity, I find myself exceedingly at ease. I should also devote myself to cultivation. Mu Qingxue seated herself cross-legged, re-entering a state of meditation. A month later, ding! Congratulations, your experience points have reached 3,000,000, initiating automatic realm upgrade. You have attained extraordinary perfection. In the blink of an eye, 3 months swiftly elapsed. On this day, it was also the day of the extraordinary ranking tournament. At this moment, Lin Qiye came to a halt. Next, he could utilize all the accumulated experience points to enhance his martial arts. A slight smile graced Lin Qiye's face. You have consumed 200,000 experience points, elevating the heavenly soul technique to perfection. You have consumed 100,000 experience points, advancing the one sword technique to minor completion. You have consumed 100,000 experience points, enhancing the void technique to minor completion. Proceeding onward, consuming 300,000 experience points, the heavenly soul technique reaches its ultimate form. Consuming 200,000 experience points, the one sword technique advances to major completion. consuming 300,000 experience points. The one-sword technique achieves its ultimate form. In an instant, Lin Qiye experienced an enigmatic sensation. Alas, after elevating the one-sword technique to its pinnacle, his experience points had been entirely depleted. Only the void technique remained, still at minor completion. However, Lin Qiye felt no concern. With his current strength, attaining a position among the top 10 in extraordinary rankings should pose no challenge. Chapter 22. The commencement of the Extraordinary Ranking Tournament. Lin. Today marks the day of the Extraordinary Ranking Tournament. Let us proceed to the little world, said Su Changfeng, swiftly descending before Lin Qiye. Upon sensing Lin Qiye's aura once more, he was taken aback, realizing that in merely 3 months, Lin Qiye had undergone significant advancement. Brother Su, it has been a while, Lin Qiye replied with a gentle smile. It appears that this time, you shall undoubtedly enter the top 10. Su Changfeng nodded in agreement. Allow me to extend my early congratulations to you. He promptly produced a unique token and infused it with his own essence of vitality. In an instant, the token radiated a brilliant light, manifesting a spatial passage. Without delay, Lin Qiye followed Su Changfeng into the portal, arriving in the little world. As Lin Qiye surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several vast battle platforms suspended in the sky, where other extraordinary cultivators had already gathered. Lin, do you see that steel above? Su Changfeng inquired softly. Following his gaze, Lin Qiye spotted a stone tablet hovering high above, inscribed with numerous names. Input your essence of vitality into the steel. Su Changfeng advis. Understood. Lin Qiye nodded, extending his finger to channel a fragment of his vitality into the steel. Instantly, his name materialized upon its surface. Very well. Once everyone has assembled, an elder will preside over the proceedings, Su Changfeng remarked with a smile. I shall take my leave now. By the way, I have placed a wager on your victory. Let us not allow my investment to go to waste. With that, he departed from the little world. At this moment, Lin Qiye scrutinized the other extraordinary participants. Each individual present exuded an air of remarkable prowess. Soon, one figure captivated his attention, a strikingly beautiful woman. She was undoubtedly Xiao Mengshu, the previous champion of the tournament, truly exceptional in her beauty. Yet, Lin Qiye mused, when compared to Li Wan'er or the enchanting sister from the Divine Abyss Sword, she fell just short. Before long, the resonant sound of bells echoed through the air. As the last peal faded, an elderly man with white hair appeared, emanating an immense power that clearly surpassed the extraordinary realm. Esteemed participants, the triannual Extraordinary Ranking Tournament commences now. The top 10 shall gain access to the celestial pool for cultivation. The steel will now assign your opponents. The elder succinctly outlined the rules. In an instant, the steel erupted with a dazzling light, and the names upon it began to shift. Lin Qiye versus Wang Xiaoting, battle platform number 3. Upon seeing his name, Lin Qiye swiftly made his way to battle platform number 3. As he landed gracefully on the platform, a radiant light soon approached. Wang Xiaoting appeared directly before him. You must be the newly joined extraordinary, Lin Qiye. You seem quite handsome. I didn't expect you to participate. You must have considerable confidence in your abilities, she remarked softly, clearly self-assured in her own prowess. Let us give it a try. Who knows what might happen? Lin Qiye replied with a calm smile. Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin. All right, I won't hold back. Be careful. Upon finishing her words, a surge of energy erupted from within her. In an instant, she vanished from her spot, swiftly reappearing behind Lin Qiye, wielding a sharp blade aimed directly at him. This seems too easy, Wang Xiaoting thought to herself, surprised by how effortlessly she anticipated victory in this first battle. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Lin Qiye had seemingly vanished into thin air, causing her strike to miss entirely. At that moment, Wang Xiaoting's demeanor grew serious as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Damn it! I didn't expect this guy to master the void technique. Suddenly, a golden giant palm descended from above. Just a mere ordinary martial art, Wang Xiaoting declared dismissively, her long knife igniting with brilliant light. Heaven and earth slash, she shouted, swinging her blade with force as a tremendous wave of energy surged upward towards the golden palm. With a resounding explosion, she was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? She gasped. Her strike, a technique she had mastered, failed to sever that golden palm, which was merely a basic martial skill. Before she could ponder further, the golden palm crashed down upon her. Wang Xiaoding could only muster all her strength to defend herself. The entire battle platform number 3 trembled violently. As the dust settled, she was seen half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, her face pale. You have lost. Lin Qiye emerged from the void, speaking calmly. I can hardly believe you have already reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Are you truly a newly ascended extraordinary? Wang Xiaoding asked, incredulity etched on her face. It had taken her decades to progress from the early extraordinary stage to the late extraordinary stage. I may just be fortunate, Lin Qiye replied softly. You should concede. There is no need to continue this battle. Sighing, Wang Xiaoding reflected on her 3 years of relentless effort, striving to secure a place in the top 10 of this ranking competition, only to find herself in this predicament right from the start. It has already come to an end. I concede. Wang Xiaoding rose to her feet and spoke. In that moment, the stone tablet displayed Lin Qiye as the victor, initiating the process of assigning his next opponent. I yield. Lin Qiye clasped his hands in salute. Wang Xiaoding swiftly exited the arena, leaving Lin Qiye as the sole occupant of the battlefield. Now, Lin Qiye merely needed to patiently await his next challenger. Glancing at the other combat platforms, he observed fierce battles unfolding. Nevertheless, numerous extraordinary fighters swiftly resolved their confrontations. Yet, this first round was sufficient to eliminate many contenders. This time, securing a place among the top 10 would undoubtedly be a fierce competition. It would not be an easy feat. Chapter 23. Entering the celestial pool in the ensuing battles, Lin Qiye triumphed effortlessly, showcasing a dominating performance that garnered him increasing attention. With a resounding crash, he swiftly vanquished his opponent, signifying his ascension into the top 10 rankings. The names of the top 10 contenders materialized upon the stone tablet. I discovered that Lin Qiye had only joined the Luo Holy Land 3 months prior, at which time he appeared to be merely at the nascent stage of the extraordinary realm. To think that within such a brief period, he has attained the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. To achieve such remarkable cultivation talent before the age of 20 is truly astonishing. In comparison, I feel rather embarrassed to consider myself a genius. Having entered the top 10 in the inaugural extraordinary ranking battle, one cannot help but wonder what final position Lin Qiye will secure. The subsequent battles promised to be the fiercest yet, as the top 10 were all formidable masters of the extraordinary realm. Bets were placed on Lin Qiye's ranking. I wager he will place forth 100 source stones. The onlookers outside the small world were utterly astonished by this turn of events. Observing his entry into the top 10, Lin Qiye turned to the white-haired elder and inquired, Elder, having reached the top 10, may I forego further combat? Lin Qiye held little regard for his rank. Having already secured a place among the top 10, he could cultivate in the celestial pool, which was more than sufficient for him. I too wish to withdraw from the competition, Xiao Mengshu chimed in, her voice remarkably melodious. We share the same sentiment, echoed the other 8 extraordinary masters, each proposing the same. They were all astute individuals, recognizing the futility of prolonging the battles. Regardless of their specific ranks, entry into the celestial pool was guaranteed for the top 10. It would be far more prudent to commence their cultivation therein. Astonished, the spectators outside were left speechless. What was happening? They were still wagering on Lin Qiye's final rank. Yet now he and the others chose not to fight at all. Very well, let this ranking competition conclude here. Follow me. The white-haired elder, seeing the situation, chose not to elaborate further. Subsequently, the 10 extraordinary beings followed the elder and soon arrived before a grand mountain within the small world. With a mere gesture from the elder, the intricate formations and restrictions enveloping the mountain began to dissolve. Before them appeared a vast cavern. The celestial pool is now open. You have 3 days to cultivate. Make the most of it. With that, the elder transformed into a beam of light and vanished. The 10 of them swiftly surged into the cavern. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy, and soon after, they beheld a magnificent pool. The liquid within the pool emanated a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an extraordinary and enchanting aura. Plop, plop. One extraordinary being after another hastily immersed themselves in the celestial pool, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. They were utterly determined not to squander a single moment. Lin Qiye followed suit, stepping into the celestial pool. Detecting that the host has successfully entered the celestial pool for cultivation, task completed, calculating. It appears that the task settlement requires some time. Patience is key. Ah, how delightful! Lin Qiye luxuriated in the celestial pool, thoroughly relishing the experience, and could not help but exclaim in pleasure. The others opened their eyes and regarded Lin Qiye with confusion. They had come to the celestial pool for cultivation, aiming to break through to the celestial realm. Yet Lin Qiye seemed to be merely enjoying a bath. Observing this, they chose not to dwell on it and returned to their own cultivation. Summer Mengshu, seen up close, was indeed quite beautiful. Lin Qiye gazed around and soon caught sight of Summer Mengshu, marveling inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he had been watching for quite some time. To be honest, this stunning woman appeared to be a feast for the eyes. I should also engage in some serious cultivation. The celestial pool was remarkably tranquil, which made Lin Qiye feel somewhat bored. Consequently, he promptly entered a state of cultivation. The unique energy of the celestial pool surged into his body, rendering him exceedingly more comfortable. Particularly, the elemental force within him began to awaken and strengthen. Indeed, the celestial pool was an excellent place for cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed. The white-haired elder materialized, declaring, "Time's up, everyone depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye leaped lightly and shot up. He felt he had soaked long enough. 3 days had been spent in earnest cultivation, yet he sensed little enhancement in his realm. Conversely, his physical strength had notably increased. There were indeed gains. The other 9 extraordinary beings opened their eyes, each displaying unmistakable expressions of dissatisfaction. Clearly, they had hoped to use the celestial pool to break through their realms. Several of them had visited multiple times, yet had still failed to achieve a breakthrough to the celestial realm. This underscored the arduous nature of transcending from the extraordinary to the celestial. They greeted the elder respectfully as they exited the celestial pool. Cultivation is not an easy endeavor. The celestial pool can only assist you to a certain extent. Breaking through to the celestial realm requires your own effort and insight, the white-haired elder imparted earnestly. Now, you may leave. With that, a spatial portal leading out of this small world emerged. Yes, they all replied, bowing once more. Through this passage, they swiftly departed from the small world. Upon emergence, Su Changfeng immediately appeared before Lin Qiye, joyfully exclaiming, "Junior brother Lin, I told you that entering the top 10 will be no problem for you. This time, I have reaped tremendous rewards. Come, I shall treat you to a drink." "Certainly," Lin Qiye responded with a smile. In this grand realm of Deluo, Su Changfeng was indeed his sole friend. Whoosh the two swiftly took to the skies. Before long, they arrived at a tavern, where they reserved a private room. Su Changfeng ordered the finest wine and an array of exquisite delicacies. Before long, as Lin Qiye gazed upon the table adorned with an enticing spread of dishes, his appetite was irresistibly awakened, and he found himself salivating. "Junior brother Lin, let's not stand on ceremony. Let us drink and feast," Su Changfeng declared with exuberance. "Brother Su, allow me to toast to you," Lin Qiye responded as he raised his cup. The two of them tipped back their drinks with gusto, savoring the moment to the fullest. Chapter 24. Task Settlement. Acquiring the resurrection elixir after satisfying their hunger and thirst, both Lin Qiye and Su Changfeng reveled in the moment. "Junior brother Lin, your name has spread throughout the entire Deluo sacred land," Su Changfeng remarked with a faint smile. "You have truly become a renowned figure now." "Brother, I am indifferent to such fame. My sole desire is to diligently cultivate and grow stronger," Lin Qiye replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Such a mindset is admirable." Su Changfeng responded with a respectful gesture. Were it anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed by the recognition. To be so unconcerned with reputation and solely focused on cultivation is a quality not easily possessed by all. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention. Su Changfeng suddenly recalled, promptly continuing, in the future, the task hall of the Luo's sacred land will periodically issue tasks. These tasks cannot be declined and must be completed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was somewhat taken aback, completely unaware of such developments. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Su. I understand. Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. That's good to hear. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to contact me at any time. Su Changfeng smiled. In the time that followed, the two continued their light-hearted conversation. Through Su Changfeng, Lin Qiye gleaned a wealth of information once more. After parting ways, Lin Qiye promptly returned to the carefree peak. Mu Qingxue hurriedly approached Lin Qiye, congratulating him. Brother, congratulations. You truly made a remarkable impression this time. It was nothing much, Lin Qiye replied with a smile. Brother, have you been drinking? Do you need me to prepare some sobering soup? Mu Qingxue inquired softly. The fact that even extraordinary beings could feel intoxicated clearly indicated the exceptional nature of the wine. Perhaps a little would be welcome. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Initially, he found the wine quite delightful, but he had not anticipated its potent after-effects. Before long, Mu Qingxue returned with a bowl of soup. Brother, would you like me to feed you? She asked quietly. No need. I can manage myself, Lin Qiye replied, taking the bowl from her. He drank directly from it and had to admit that the sobering soup was indeed quite pleasant. After consuming a bowl, he felt the effects of intoxication dissipate noticeably after a brief moment. Qingxue, this soup is excellent, Lin Qiye praised. I'm glad you like it, brother. Mu Qingxue responded with a smile. Qingxue, judging by your aura, it seems you're on the verge of breaking through to the Yuandan realm. Am I right? Lin Qiye remarked slowly, retrieving the Qingling flower from his storage ring. This Qingling flower was something he had obtained in the Black Rock Mountain range previously. It was renowned for its remarkable efficacy in aiding breakthroughs to the Yuandan realm. If Mu Qingxue utilized it, her transition should be considerably eased. Qingxue, this Qingling flower is a gift for you. Lin Qiye offered the flower to Mu Qingxue. Brother, this Qingling flower is far too precious. I am unworthy of such a gift. Mu Qingxue quickly protested, waving her hands. Take it. You have worked hard these days, Lin Qiye insisted. Lin Qiye directly placed the azure spirit flower into her hands, insisting, you should cultivate diligently. Although this flower is rare, it holds no value for me. Bestow it upon you, and it shall unleash its true potential. In that fleeting moment, Mu Qingxue felt a surge of emotion. Despite having attained the pinnacle of the true essence realm, her relentless efforts in recent days had not allowed her to progress further. However, with the assistance of the azure spirit flower, she felt a 90% certainty of successfully breaking into the Yuandan realm. Very well, you should begin refining it. Strive to break through to the Yuandan realm soon. Lin Qiye stood, declaring, I too must return to my own cultivation. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Thank you, senior brother. Mu Qingxue called out earnestly. You're welcome. Lin Qiye waved dismissively. As he continued his journey, his experience points surged rapidly. After nearly 2 hours had elapsed, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Task settlement complete. Congratulations, you have received a special reward. Revival pill. Revival pill. For individuals who have not exceeded 12 hours in death, consuming it will result in immediate resurrection. Upon seeing the information displayed before him, Lin Qiye was overwhelmed with excitement and exhilaration. A revival pill, such a remarkable reward. This system is truly extraordinary. How splendid it is to possess this revival pill, effectively granting a second life. This treasure must be safeguarded. Lin Qiye mused joyfully, though he hoped he would never have to use it. System, are there no new tasks available? Please issue one promptly. Lin Qiye laughed. However, no matter how he called out, the system remained unresponsive, only notifying him of his experience points incrementing with each step. It appeared that tasks were assigned randomly, or perhaps contingent upon his encounters, he pondered. Dismissing his wandering thoughts, he continued to traverse the celestial peak. 10 days swiftly passed. The experience points accumulated over this duration allowed Lin Qiye to elevate his void technique to perfection. With the void technique perfected, he instinctively grasped the principles of the void. His mastery of martial arts had reached an exceptional level. With the understanding of the void's principles, his application of it had achieved an almost flawless state. Open personal information, he silently commanded. Instantly, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Grounded system, host, Lin Qiye, realm, perfection of the transcendent stage. Experience points, 43, 576, 4, 000, 000. Martial arts, 8 desolations palm, perfection. Heavenly soul technique, perfection. One sword technique, perfection. Void art, perfection. Onward, the next step is to reach the celestial realm. A smirk graced Lin Qiye's lips. As long as he persevered, he would push forward relentlessly. Lin Qiye was confident that within the span of 2 months, he would successfully attain the celestial realm. Should he, at that time, surpass Xiao Mengshu and others who had long been trapped in the perfection of the transcendent stage without breakthrough, it would undoubtedly be a bitter pill for them to swallow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Lin Qiye cheerfully began to hum a tune. The entire Xiaoyao Peak was nearly encircled by his repeated strides. In places where paths once seemed non-existent, he had deeply carved out a route. Indeed, practice has validated the words of a great individual. Chapter 25. The mission approaches in the blink of an eye. A month had swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Qiye had accumulated over 3 million experience points, though he had admittedly been somewhat lazy. Had he applied himself more diligently, he could have easily reached 4 million within the month, thereby breaking through to the celestial realm. However, the repetitive nature of his daily walks had begun to wear on him, rendering the experience somewhat tedious and monotonous. On this particular day, Lin Qiye glanced at his personal information panel. Realm, Transcendental Perfection. Experience points, 3, 836, 278, 4, 000, 000. He nodded slowly, acknowledging that he was merely a little over 100,000 experience points away from achieving his breakthrough. Let us take it slow, he mused. Walking several tens of thousands of steps each day will suffice. The remaining time can be devoted to leisure and enjoyment. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged towards him from outside, landing right before Lin Qiye. As the luminescence faded, a peculiar scroll materialized. The scroll unfurled on its own, revealing a series of words. To Lin Qiye's surprise, it was a mission issued by the task hall. The scroll indicated that there had been unusual disturbances in the chaotic sea region, with reports of formidable supernatural beings emerging. His task was to venture into the chaotic sea to investigate. Should there indeed be a transcendent beast, he was to eliminate it. The chaotic sea, located to the west of the eastern Xian domain, was rather distant. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, realizing that this journey would likely take several days. It presented a perfect opportunity for him to step outside and unwind. Naturally, Lin Qiye was quite willing to accept this mission. Qingxue, he called softly. Before long, Mu Qingxue arrived swiftly. Senior brother, is there something you need? How much do you know about the chaotic sea? Lin Qiye inquired directly. The task had only mentioned the location, without elaborating on the specifics of the chaotic sea. Thus, he sought to gather more information to prepare himself adequately. I don't know a bit, Mu Qingxue replied thoughtfully. The chaotic sea is a perilous place, notorious for its terrifying thunderstorms and inhabited by a myriad of powerful beasts. Moreover, it has become a refuge for ruthless cultivators and malevolent practitioners who find themselves with no escape. They often flee to that chaotic expanse. It is aptly named chaotic for a reason. However, I have also heard tales of an ancient battlefield within the chaotic sea, said to be rife with numerous opportunities and treasures. Many cultivators, drawn by these legends, have ventured into the chaotic sea in search of exploration. In a brief span of time, Mu Qingxue detailed all the information she possessed regarding the chaotic sea, granting Lin Qiye a deeper understanding of the situation. It seemed that the chaotic sea indeed held a certain allure. Lin Qiye nodded slowly. It was precisely such places that incited a thrilling sensation. Men, by nature, possess an affinity for adventure. Moreover, Lin Qiye was on the cusp of breaking through to the celestial realm. At that point, venturing into the tumultuous sea should pose little challenge for him, fortified by his celestial prowess. "Brother, are you contemplating a journey to the chaotic sea?" Mu Qingxue inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, the task hall has just dispatched a mission, and I must venture to the chaotic sea. During my absence, I entrust the management of this celestial peak to you," Lin Qiye affirmed with a nod. "Rest assured, I shall diligently oversee this Xianyao peak," Mu Qingxue promised earnestly. "Excellent," Lin Qiye responded with a smile. Subsequently, he swiftly ascended from Xianyao Peak. Suspended in the high sky, he utilized his communication wristband to gather further insights from Su Changfeng. This exchange provided Lin Qiye with a more comprehensive understanding of the chaotic sea. Thus, he officially commenced his journey toward the tumultuous waters. With a direct invocation of the void laws, he traversed through the void, which proved to be swifter than mere flight. After nearly 10 days, at a coastal locale, the void manifested, and Lin Qiye emerged seamlessly, landing gracefully on the sandy shore. Before him lay an expanse of azure ocean, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, seemingly without end. The crystalline waters sparkled under the sun's embrace, resembling an array of radiant diamonds. The sky above presented a remarkably soothing deep blue, unmarred by clouds, evoking a sense of clarity that uplifted the spirit. One could even observe a large flock of snow-white seagulls gliding gracefully through the air, wings outstretched as they soared freely in this magnificent realm. It was truly breathtaking. Lin Qiye settled down, determined to savor the view and take a moment to rest. The surrounding scenery was equally enchanting. The golden sands were soft and delicate, while the lush trees swayed gently in the breeze, their verdant leaves rustling softly. Everything appeared so remarkably beautiful. Reflecting on it, Lin Qiye realized it was his first encounter with the ocean in this lifetime. He sighed with appreciation, now understanding why so many were drawn to the sea in their previous lives. After resting for about half an hour, Lin Qiye produced a map. The coordinates of the chaotic sea were clearly marked. From his current location, considering his present flying speed, it would take him several days to reach the chaotic sea. Lin Qiye analyzed the situation, unable to deny the vastness of this world. After stowing the map, Lin Qiye rose once more. With a gentle leap, he soared into the air. It wasn't long before he turned to glance back, and the land was entirely out of sight, leaving him suspended above the boundless ocean. Without the guidance of a map, one can easily lose their way. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, a colossal creature surged forth, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to devour Lin Qiye, who was hovering in midair. Why must it forsake its domain in the ocean and seek its demise? Lin Qiye scoffed and struck with a swift motion. A magnificent golden palm erupted forth, crashing down with a thunderous roar upon the beast. Boom! The impact resonated as the creature's body exploded, scattering chunks of flesh across the surface of the water, painting the area with a crimson hue. Whoosh! After vanquishing the beast in an instant, Lin Qiye did not linger and continued to accelerate his flight. Chapter 26. The city of Black Sea on Black Sea Island. 5 days later, Lin Qiye successfully arrived at the outer waters of the chaotic sea. Thunder rumbled ominously, and fierce winds howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Water spouts rose from the depths, appearing as if they connected heaven and earth. The journey had been remarkably calm. Yet within this chaotic sea, tempests raged. These water spouts possessed formidable power. Any cultivator at the Yuanli realm caught within them would face certain doom. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, fortunate that his cultivation level was sufficiently high to withstand these trials. With a swift motion, he soared into the tempest. As if sensing the presence of this intruder, bolts of lightning struck towards him, while the water spouts surged in his direction. Utilizing the void principle, Lin Qiye wasted no time and slipped into the void. When he emerged once more, he had left the stormy region behind. At this moment, he gazed around. The sea was tranquil, and the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds and exceptionally clear. Additionally, he spotted an island. In mere moments, he swiftly reached the skies above the island, observing its entirety. The land was inhabited solely by numerous ferocious beasts. Roars erupted from the creatures upon noticing the floating figure of Lin Qiye, their eyes fixed upon him as though he were their next meal. Undeterred, Lin Qiye spoke calmly. With a flick of his finger, the Tianya sword materialized. One sword technique. He unleashed a single strike, and a tremendous wave of sword energy erupted forth. Boom! The sword energy swept across the island, annihilating all the beasts that resided there. The resulting explosion reverberated, obliterating the entire island in a single stroke, a testament to the sheer might of Lin Qiye's attack. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Tianya sword transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. The beasts of the chaotic sea were generally of average strength. Nodding slowly, Lin Qiye murmured, "It seems I must venture deeper into the inner sea." According to Su Chongfeng, no extraordinary beasts had ever appeared in this chaotic sea. Yet their sudden emergence indicated significant changes afoot. Without further contemplation, Lin Qiye continued his flight. Before long, a large island came into view, upon which a city had been established. He descended onto the island and entered the city. After a brief inquiry, he easily gathered a wealth of information. This island was known as Black Sea Island, and thus the city was named Black Sea City, derived from the surrounding waters, which were inky black, giving rise to the moniker. Behold, the inner core of the formidable beast from the realm of elemental force. Today marks the final day of our stall, and everything is being sold at an astonishing discount. This opportunity is fleeting and will not come again. The streets are alive with a cacophony of voices as numerous cultivators peddle their wares. A myriad of peculiar items dazzles Lin Qiye, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Although he encounters many unfamiliar objects, none pique his interest. After a brief perusal, Lin Qiye halts before a particular shop and steps inside. "How much for this map of the chaotic sea?" he inquires, pointing at the detailed map hanging on the wall, which meticulously marks the coordinates of various islands. "Not much. Just 10 source stones," replies the elderly shopkeeper with a broad smile. Source stones are unique crystalline minerals imbued with energy, serving multiple purposes, from cultivation to the arrangement of formations. Lin Qiye had acquired numerous source stones at the Daluo Holy Land, yet he had never utilized even a single one for his own cultivation. "Very well, I shall take this map." Lin Qiye decisively produces 10 source stones. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, beams with delight. "Excellent. The map is yours." He carefully removes the map from its place and hands it over to Lin Qiye. With a gentle touch, Lin Qiye causes the entire map to transform into a beam of light, which he swiftly stores in his spatial ring. "Dear customer, would you care to look at other fine items in my shop?" The shopkeeper eagerly suggests, recognizing Lin Qiye's apparent affluence. It is indeed rare to encounter a customer so decisive and unbargaining. Originally, the map was priced at only 5 source stones. "I am not interested in your other wares," Lin Qiye replies, shaking his head. He then produces 2 more source stones. "However, I seek to inquire about some information. If the shopkeeper knows anything, I would appreciate your guidance. Please feel free to ask. Whatever I know, I shall divulge." The old man responds with a smile. "I have heard rumors of an extraordinary beast appearing in the chaotic sea. Is there any truth to this?" Lin Qiye queries. "Indeed, there is such a matter, but it comes to me through hearsay." The shopkeeper reflects before continuing. "Recently, it has been said that a terrifying beast, suspected to be of extraordinary rank, has been spotted near the nearby Tianqing Island in the inner sea. Initially, there was widespread panic, but as time has passed without incident, people have returned to their usual lives. It is likely just a rumor. Had there truly been an extraordinary beast, the cultivators in the inner sea would have fled by now. In fact, I have heard that a grand auction is to be held on Tianqing Island, where numerous treasures will be sold. Many cultivators have already set out for that place." The shopkeeper, quite unexpectedly, revealed an abundance of information. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye gently nodded in acknowledgement. Given that the legendary extraordinary demon had purportedly made an appearance on Star Island, it seemed prudent for him to visit this island soon. "When does the auction on Star Island commence?" Lin Qiye inquired once more. The elder pondered for a moment before providing a definitive answer. "In approximately 15 days. "Thank you," Lin Qiye replied, placing the two source stones upon the counter. "I am grateful, esteemed guest," the elder expressed, feeling fortunate to have gained two source stones merely by sharing a few words. In the shopkeeper's eyes, this was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 27. Achieving transcendence. Upon exiting the shop, Lin Qiye meandered through the streets of Black Sea City, relishing the rare opportunity to explore. With each step, his experience points increment, and unbeknownst to him, the evening fell as he continued his leisurely stroll. What surprised Lin Qiye the most in this city was the plethora of exquisite culinary delights, which he thoroughly enjoyed. As night enveloped Black Sea City, a serene stillness pervaded the atmosphere. Lin Qiye then soared beyond the city limits, seeking refuge on a deserted island nearby, where he embarked on a solitary walk, planning to resume his journey at dawn. For the following days, Lin Qiye adhered to this routine, traversing by day and retreating to secluded spots for contemplation by night. After approximately 10 days, he successfully reached the inner seas of the chaotic waters, setting foot on Starry Island. This island was vast beyond comparison, dwarfing the Black Sea Island. The number of cultivators on Starry Island was staggering, likely drawn here for the upcoming auction. Lin Qiye noted, with keen observation, several essence-stage cultivators among the throng, most of whom emanated a sinister aura, indicative of their nefarious affiliations. Indeed, in these tumultuous waters, few could be deemed virtuous. Upon arriving at Starry Island, Lin Qiye promptly conducted a thorough search of the vicinity, yet found nothing of significance. He intended to remain in the inner sea for a month or two. Should he fail to encounter any extraordinary beings, there would be no reason to linger further. For now, he fervently wished for a smooth progression of events. After a brief exploration of Starry Island, he gleaned considerable information about it. A formidable faction known as the Sea King's sect dominated the island, which was orchestrating the auction. In the entirety of the chaotic waters, the Sea King's sect was among the most powerful entities. Having gathered ample intelligence, Lin Qiye secured accommodations in Starry City, fortuitously renting an independent courtyard. The setting was pleasant, primarily due to its tranquility. As he settled into the yard, Lin Qiye opened his personal information, silently reflecting. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Perfection of the transcendent realm. Experience points. 3, 997, 647, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Martial arts. 8 desolate palm. Perfection. Heavenly soul technique. Perfection. One sword technique. Perfection. Void technique. Perfection. With a deep breath, Lin Qiye felt a joyful smile creep upon his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Just over 2,000 steps remained before I achieved the milestone of 4 million. After a brief respite, he resumed his walking in the courtyard. In the span of a couple of incense sticks, the system's voice resonated. Detected that your experience points have reached 4,000,000. Would you like to commence the upgrade of your realm? Yes. Lin Qiye replied decisively, consuming 4,000,000 experience points. Your realm has successfully transcended to the early stage of the transcendent realm. In that instant, Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming surge of power blossoming within him. The sheer impact of this formidable force seemed to catalyze an extraordinary metamorphosis and baptism of his being. Subsequently, an indescribably profound sensation enveloped him, eluding the confines of verbal expression. After a considerable pause, Lin Qiye drew a deep breath, never before experiencing such unparalleled exhilaration. It felt as though he had undergone a magnificent transformation. The power within him surged forth like a torrential flood. How exhilarating! Lin Qiye mused. The power of the transcendent realm truly exceeds all expectations. Even a mere 8 desolate palm would likely obliterate the entirety of Tianqing Island. The strength continued to manifest in an unceasing flow. Just as a senior brother had remarked, the transcendent realm is merely an introduction. Achieving the transcendent realm is merely the commencement of a grander journey. Lin Qiye smiled gently. Suddenly, he pondered, with my newfound strength, it seems I might be able to wield the divine abyss sword. He quickly settled down, closed his eyes, and entered his conscious space. Within this realm of consciousness, The divine abyss sword floated silently. "Fairy sister?" Lin Qiye called out. Alas, the enchanting figure within the sword remained unresponsive. The divine abyss sword showed no signs of movement. Could it be that, even having attained the transcendent realm, I am still unable to wield this divine artifact? Lin Qiye felt a twinge of disappointment. He persisted in his attempts for a while longer, yet still met with silence. Resigned, he exited the conscious space and opened his eyes. Lying back, he gazed at the sky, one step at a time. Surely, there will come a day when I can truly wield the divine abyss sword. At present, to further advance and reach the mid-stage of the transcendent realm, he would require 5 million experience points. For Lin Qiye, accumulating 5 million experience points would take no more than 2 to 3 months, a task easily within his grasp. With my strength in the transcendent realm, exploring the vicinity of Tianqing Island might yield some discoveries. Lin Qiye swiftly made a decision, vanishing into the void and disappearing from his original location in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, he reappeared, now hovering above the waters near Tianqing Island. A glance revealed that after attaining the celestial realm, the presence that had previously eluded his vision was now strikingly clear. Is this a formation? Lin Qiye marveled. With a whoosh, he soared forth and, shortly thereafter, made a remarkable discovery. Encircling Tianqing Island were no less than 6 formations. However, Lin Qiye was utterly ignorant of formations, unable to comprehend their true purpose. Perhaps they served to safeguard Tianqing Island as protective arrays. After surveying the area, the formations were the only new revelation. Thus, it was evident that he could only take one step at a time from here on. Lin Qiye nodded slowly, contemplating that upon his return to the Luo sacred ground, he should dedicate time to studying formations further. After all, skills should never be underestimated. Acquiring knowledge could prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. With a swift motion, he once again slipped into the void and soon returned to the small courtyard he had rented. There, he paced back and forth, while simultaneously retrieving a book to peruse. Merely walking was rather dull. Combining reading with a stroll made the experience far more engaging. Chapter 28. The emergence of the extraordinary demon. Time always seems to pass swiftly. Before long, the day of the auction organized by the Sea King sect had arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Qiye stepped out of his courtyard, making his way toward the central square of Tianqing City. After traversing over 10,000 steps, he arrived without incident. The central square was vast, yet was now teeming with people. This auction was being held here, accessible to all. Though whether one could successfully bid on any items would depend on their financial capabilities. Look, all the renowned factions from the chaotic seas have gathered for this auction. Indeed, we wandering cultivators can only stand by and observe. Who knows what treasures might be unveiled at this auction? At the outset, the Sea King sect had sent representatives to promote the event, proclaiming that every item up for bid was a rare treasure. One wonders if they are merely boasting. The auction will commence shortly, and we shall soon find out. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Lin Qiye overheard the conversations of nearby cultivators and turned his gaze forward. In the center, there were rows of seats occupied by prominent figures from the chaotic seas, where Lin Qiye to reveal his celestial cultivation. It is likely that those seated would rise in deference, too intimidated to remain seated. As time passed, it was not until midday that the auction had yet to begin. Increasingly, cultivators grew impatient. What is going on? Where is the promised auction? I arrived early this morning, and yet it still hasn't started. What is the Sea King sect playing at? This is an utter waste of our time. Suddenly, a cultivator at the Yuan dance stage appeared, clasping his hands in greeting, and addressed the crowd. Esteemed guests, please do not be anxious. The Sea King sect's auction is grand indeed, with numerous treasures prepared. We kindly ask for your patience. We shall not disappoint you. His words managed to quiet some of the crowd. Yet, something felt amiss. Observing the scene, Lin Qiye sensed an unsettling foreboding. It seemed as though the Sea King sect was deliberately stalling for time. Could there be some hidden scheme at play? Lin Qiye pondered to himself. Moments later, the entire Tianqing Island began to tremble violently. Following this, beams of red light coalesced in the distance. The positions of these red pillars appeared to correspond with the array formations outside of Tianqing Island. Lin Qiye deduced. With the emergence of these crimson beams, a blood-red barrier enveloped the entirety of Tianqing Island. What is happening? This is not the protective array. This formation is strange, sealing off space. Sea King sect. What do you mean by this? Today, you must provide us with an explanation. In an instant, all the cultivators felt as though they had been deceived. The powerful factions in the chaotic seas were engulfed in unbridled fury. An explanation? Why should the Sea King sect owe you any justification? At that moment, the sect leader, Lin Qiye, made his appearance, emitting a cold snort. Lin Qiye, what do you mean by this? Questioned a cultivator at the peak of the Yuandan realm, his voice laced with murderous intent. Although the Sea King sect was a formidable force in the chaotic seas, its might was limited to the Yuandan pinnacle. They were of equal standing, and thus, fear was absent among them. Lin Qiye, the combined strength of the other major factions in the chaotic seas will surely obliterate your Sea King sect, declared another cultivator of equal rank. Ha ha ha! Lin Qiye erupted into laughter, his mirth tinged with boundless arrogance. A joke, a colossal joke. Within this formation, you are but ants. He mocked further. Suddenly, an extraordinary aura enveloped the surroundings, and Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming presence. In the next instant, Qin Tai addressed the heavens with utmost reverence. Senior, I have complied with your request. It is now your turn to act. The space above began to warp, and soon, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe materialized. Adorning his head were two dragon horns, and he exuded an exceptionally potent demonic energy. An extraordinary being. Instantly, fear gripped everyone, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never anticipated the existence of such a formidable entity. Damn it, Lin Qiye has allied with a demon clan powerhouse. We have encountered the esteemed one. The Yuandan cultivators immediately knelt, offering their respects. Esteemed one, we are willing to heed your command. Please spare our lives. Indeed, esteemed one, anything the Sea King sect can achieve, we can undoubtedly surpass. One by one, they began to plead for mercy, fully aware of the terror an extraordinary being embodied. Before such might, they were akin to mere insects, and now, trapped within the formation, escape was beyond their reach. Thus, their only recourse was to beg for clemency. None wished to meet their end in such a manner, especially after laboriously attaining their current cultivation level. They stood at the threshold of the Yuandan pinnacle, mere steps away from achieving the extraordinary realm. I have no use for you mere humans, the Demon Clan powerhouse, Ao Tian spoke coldly. Remember, it is I, the Demon King Ao Tian, who shall refine you. In that instant, terror escalated among the crowd. They had not anticipated that their pleas for mercy would bear no fruit. Ao Tian, what a ridiculous name, Lin Qiye mused silently. Hovering in the air, Ao Tian regarded the human cultivators below as if they were mere insects. This should come to an end. Rise. Ao Tian formed a seal with his hands. Once again, the earth trembled violently. Not far from the eastern edge of Star Island, a colossal and enigmatic platform ascended. The entire crimson barrier began to operate frantically. Some cultivators of weaker cultivation were forcibly refined into blood essence. Subsequently, it became evident that this blood essence surged rapidly toward the mysterious platform. No, I do not wish to perish yet. Flee, quickly flee. The chaos on Star Island reached an unprecedented level. Cultivators scattered in every direction, yet without dismantling the crimson barrier, escape from the island was utterly impossible. In the span of just a few breaths, over half of the cultivators had transformed into blood essence, absorbed by the mysterious platform. Even those at the peak of the Yuandan realm could not withstand this refining process, their blood essence becoming significantly more potent. Senior, I have fulfilled your request. May I be granted the divine elixir? Lin Qiye, the leader of the Sea King sect, spoke with utmost reverence, his eyes gleaming with immense excitement. This was due to the promise made by Ao Tian that upon the successful completion of the task, he would bestow upon him a divine elixir capable of bestowing extraordinary power. As long as he could achieve the extraordinary, Lin Qiye would be willing to do anything. Divine elixir? Aotion scoffed derisively. You truly are a fool. If such a divine elixir existed, would not the extraordinary be as common as dust? You shall obediently become a sacrifice. You deceive me. Lin Qiye's countenance changed dramatically in an instant. He attempted to retaliate, but at that moment, he was engulfed by a terrifying force of refinement. In the blink of an eye, he unwillingly transformed into a wisp of blood essence. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Lin Qiye observed this scene and softly sighed in lamentation. Chapter 29. The Execution of the Extraordinary Demon Whom? You have remarkably evaded the refinement of the grand formation. Aotion soon noticed Lin Qiye, and his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Moreover, Lin Qiye remained utterly composed, devoid of any hint of panic, standing firm in place, unlike the other cultivators who had fled in haste. This mere formation is nothing. I shall shatter it with a single sword, Lin Qiye declared nonchalantly. Then he extended his sword finger and proclaimed with a gentle yet commanding tone, with a single sword, I shall part the heavens. A brilliant sword energy erupted, illuminating the very heavens and earth. In an instant, this sword energy surged forth, shattering the blood-red barrier with an explosive force. How is this possible? This blood refinement formation cannot be breached even by a consummate extraordinary being. Aotion's countenance paled as he realized that Lin Qiye had effortlessly dismantled the array with just a single stroke of sword energy. Furthermore, that very sword energy exuded an aura of death that even he could not ignore. You are a formidable being of the celestial realm. Aotion swiftly discerned Lin Qiye's strength. He no longer lingered and hastily bolted towards the mysterious high platform beyond the Tianqing Island. Currently, that enigmatic high platform had absorbed a copious amount of blood essence from fallen cultivators, now radiating an unparalleled brilliance. A distinct formation was evidently inscribed upon the platform. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiye was resolute in preventing Aotion's escape. Utilizing the laws of the void, he appeared directly in front of Aotion. The power of the laws. Aotion's gravity intensified to an extreme degree, as he was already no match for a celestial being. Facing one who wielded the laws rendered him even more powerless. A teleportation formation. Lin Qiye cast a glance at the mysterious high platform, recognizing it from a prior experience with Su Changfeng, who had guided him through a similar teleportation array. Senior, this teleportation formation leads to the ancient battlefield. Aotion hastily interjected. I resorted to this desperate measure solely to activate the formation. If you would spare my life, I am willing to serve you loyally. Undertaking any task, the once haughty and icy Aotion now exhibited a tone of humility and supplication. His words took Lin Qiye by surprise. He had not anticipated the existence of such an ancient battlefield. I have been commanded by the Deluo sacred land to eliminate you. I cannot let you go. Lin Qiye replied calmly, gesturing with his finger as the Tianya sword immediately soared through the air. In that moment, Lin Qiye seemed to embody the very essence of a sword deity, instilling in Aotion a profound sense of impending doom. He immediately sought to flee. Yet the next instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying force descended upon him, pinning him in place, rendering him utterly immobile. The might of a celestial being is indeed terrifying beyond measure. Below the celestial, all are but ants. Slay! Lin Qiye unleashed his ultimate sword technique. Golden light erupted above the firmament, illuminating the entirety of Tianqing Island. A colossal golden sword descended from the heavens. Oh my heavens, this is the terrifying power wielded by a transcendent being. We are fortunate for the intervention of this celestial elder. Otherwise, we would have surely been reduced to mere essence. The Daluo sacred land, indeed, lives up to its reputation. It is astonishing that a formidable warrior from the Daluo sacred land would act on our behalf. On Tianqing Island, the remaining cultivators gazed in awe at the unfolding spectacle, their expressions frozen in sheer disbelief. Aoyin's face turned pale, and he laughed maniacally. Who would have thought that my humble prowess could provoke the Daluo sacred land to dispatch a celestial warrior? What honor! A surge of soul energy coursed through him. Soul-devouring technique. A dragon's soul erupted forth, its immense power hurtling directly towards Lin Qiye. I shall expend 100 years of my life just to unleash this secret soul technique. I hope it proves effective. Yin was resolute. He would not perish without a fight. Soul attack. Lin Qiye shook his head. Futile. Soul of heaven technique. Activate. In the next moment, Lin Qiye's eyes radiated brilliance. The approaching devouring dragon, soul, disintegrated instantaneously. How is this possible? Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. His full force strike had been effortlessly countered. Allow me to show you what true soul assault looks like. Lin Qiye stated calmly. In the next instant, Yin found himself ensnared within a peculiar dark realm. Strange lights began to materialize, revealing that he had seemingly descended into the 18 layers of hell. He was subjected to the tortures of this infernal realm. Tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, boiling oil hell, knife mountain hell, torture hell. Each torment was a cycle of suffering, where escape was impossible and death was a distant hope. In the realm of reality, Yin's anguished cries echoed, chilling the bones of the other cultivators who heard them. Mere seconds passed before Yin's consciousness returned, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. He opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Qiye, and with great difficulty, uttered, "Grant me a swift end. Kill me." Though only a fleeting moment had passed, to him it felt as if he had endured centuries in that 18-layer hell, experiencing relentless tortures and endless reincarnations. Now, all he desired was death. To fulfill your wish, Lin Qiye declared as he lowered his sword. In the heavens above, a colossal golden sword descended with thunderous might. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. To all witnesses, the once mighty Yin was obliterated beneath that single strike. A transcendent being had been annihilated utterly and decisively. Moreover, it made everyone comprehend the terrifying and formidable nature of the celestial realm. We humbly pay our respects to the venerable celestial. One by one, these cultivators swiftly knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads before Lin Qiye. Observing their submission, Lin Qiye chose not to utter a word, instead soaring into the air, arriving above the enigmatic platform. This teleportation array required just a modicum of power to be fully activated. Lin Qiye cast a cursory glance, murmuring softly, "Ding! A new task has been issued. Enter the ancient battlefield. Upon successful completion, rewards shall be granted. Task monument. No penalties." At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Lin Qiye felt somewhat taken aback by the information displayed on the task panel. After all, previous tasks had imposed severe penalties upon failure, including regression in cultivation level. Yet, this time, there were no repercussions. It appeared that venturing into the ancient battlefield was a necessity, nodding in agreement. His next objective was to completely activate the teleportation array. He glanced at the cultivators on Star Island. Could it be that he, like the earlier Ao Tian, would have to refine these cultivators into vital essence for the mysterious platform to absorb? The cultivators on the island seemed to sense the dread emanating from Lin Qiye's piercing gaze. They began to tremble uncontrollably, their hearts filled with trepidation. "Venerable Senior, I possess a method to thoroughly activate this formation." A young man hastily interjected, his voice quivering. If this esteemed celestial truly intended to treat them as offerings, their chances of escape would dwindle to naught. Chapter 30. Entering the ancient battlefield. "Oh, come here," Lin Qiye said slowly. In the next moment, the young man promptly stood up and flew over with his sword. Soon, he landed respectfully before Lin Qiye and bowed. "I am Zhou Ran. Honored to meet you, Senior. You are merely at the later stage of Yuan Force cultivation. Do you truly have the means to fully activate this teleportation array?" Lin Qiye inquired. In response, "Esteemed Senior, do not underestimate my low cultivation. I possess a certain mastery in the realm of formations." Zhou Ran replied respectfully. "Then it shall be up to you." Lin Qiye nodded. "Yes, Senior." Zhou Ran swiftly began his operations. As time passed, it became evident that Zhou Ran indeed possessed considerable skill in formations. He made modifications to several aspects of the teleportation array, enhancing its perfection significantly. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhou Ran was already drenched in sweat. At that moment, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Senior, it's all set. He then produced all the source stones he had on him, somewhat helplessly stating, Senior, this is all the source stones I possess. It may not be sufficient. Senior, we have source stones. We are willing to contribute all our source stones. Before Lin Qiye could respond, the cultivators from Tianxing Island eagerly presented their source stones one after another. During this time, they learned that the ancient battlefield indeed existed. The mysterious platform's teleportation array would grant them access to it. Their willingness to offer these source stones stemmed from the hope of entering the ancient battlefield alongside Lin Qiye, where they could obtain fortuitous treasures and be content. Well then, I shall not be courteous. Lin Qiye smiled faintly as he observed the crowd presenting their source stones. With a wave of his hand, the source stones flew forth, ultimately forming a small hill upon the platform. How about it? Are there enough source stones? Lin Qiye inquired. Indeed, quite sufficient. Zhou Ran nodded repeatedly. He then formed hand seals, and the source stones before him transformed into streams of pure energy, surging into the mysterious platform. As the final stream of energy flowed in, the entire teleportation array activated, erupting into a dazzling beam of light. In an instant, Lin Qiye and Zhou Ran vanished from sight. The teleportation array has been activated. How wonderful. We must hurry to enter the ancient battlefield. Who would have thought that we could survive and gain entry to the ancient battlefield? What incredible fortune this is. Charge! The cultivators from Tianxing Island rushed toward the teleportation array with great urgency. They entered the array decisively, their expressions filled with excitement. Yet, they evidently underestimated the situation. How could opportunities and fortunes be so easily attained? In this ancient battlefield, peril lurks at every turn. It seems that after the arduous journey to survive on Starry Island, they have now unwittingly entered a realm where only death awaits. Beep, congratulations. You have entered the ancient battlefield, fulfilling your mission. The task is currently being processed. Please wait patiently. The voice of the system echoed. Lin Qiye swiftly opened his eyes, and the scenery before him dazzled him. They found themselves in a stone forest, surrounded by bare peaks devoid of any flora, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The sky above was shrouded in gloom. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh beams of light cascaded down as other cultivators from Starry Island began to materialize within this ancient battlefield. This was indeed the ancient battlefield, an excellent opportunity for my ascent. Surely, I shall attain the celestial realm in the future. They were all aflame with excitement. However, the moment they noticed Lin Qiye still present, their expressions shifted from exhilaration to solemnity. They bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the celestial senior." Well, your presence here is your own choice. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively. What you wish to do next is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, the cultivators bowed again and swiftly dispersed in various directions, not daring to linger. They were acutely aware that the more formidable a cultivator's power, the more eccentric their temperament. One misstep could provoke a powerful foe, and in this ancient battlefield, where opportunities and treasures remained undiscovered, it would spell their doom. As the crowd departed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Ran, are you not leaving? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing Zhou Ran still standing there, unmoving. Senior, may I accompany you? Zhou Ran asked respectfully. He understood well that, given his own cultivation level, he was likely to meet only death in this ancient battlefield. Furthermore, he had not intended to enter this realm at all. He had simply been caught off guard when the teleportation array activated without a moment's notice. You may join me, but I cannot guarantee your safety, Lin Qiye replied slowly. After all, he was not a bodyguard. Thank you, Senior, Zhou Ran exclaimed, exhilarated. To him, being able to accompany a celestial senior was already a matter of great safety. Let us proceed, Lin Qiye declared, striding in a chosen direction. Zhou Ran hurriedly followed suit. Senior, there is no need for special consideration. I possess a spiritual treasure that allows me to fly. As they walked step by step, Zhou Ran was led to believe that this was the benevolent guidance of a celestial elder. I am not here to take care of you. I merely intend to walk, Lin Qiye gently remarked, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. The purpose of walking was solely to accumulate experience points. If you cannot endure the journey, feel free to leave at any time, Lin Qiye continued. I can endure, I can endure, Zhou Ran replied repeatedly, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Fortunately, he sensed that Lin Qiye seemed indifferent to his plight, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. As they traversed the stone forest, the two meandered leisurely, surrounded by what appeared to be an endless expanse of stone, devoid of any other existence. It was indeed hard to believe that this desolate place was once an ancient battlefield. Chapter 31. Medusa in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Lin Qiye and Zhou Ran continued their journey through the stone forest, yet they had encountered nothing of significance. At that moment, during a brief respite, Zhou Ran approached Lin Qiye and respectfully saluted. Senior, I have made up my mind to proceed ahead. The young man was indeed struggling. Traversing the stone forest on foot was becoming increasingly unbearable. To him, these days felt like a sheer waste of time. Having arrived at this ancient battlefield, he yearned for opportunities and treasures. However, if he maintained his current pace, it would take an eternity to exit this stone wilderness. Go ahead, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Ran expressed his gratitude and summoned a spiritual treasure. In an instant, he stepped onto the treasure and swiftly soared into the air. Within mere breaths, Zhou Ran vanished from Lin Qiye's sight. Youth, so restless. Lin Qiye sighed, shaking his head. It's only been a few days, and he's already overwhelmed. At least by my side, he was safe. It seems desire still lingers within him, a yearning for the treasures and opportunities of this ancient battlefield. After resting, Lin Qiye rose and continued his solitary journey. Experience 1, experience 1, experience 1. His experience points were rapidly accumulating. After another 2 days of travel, on a new day at noon, Lin Qiye traversed a stone peak and beheld a series of human-like stone sculptures before him. These statues appeared lifelike, each bearing a grotesque and terrifying expression. Strange, how could such statues exist in this place? Lin Qiye murmured. No, these statues must be transformed from real people. It seemed the stone forest was not as safe as it appeared. Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? As he continued walking, after approximately 1,000 steps, a cry for help suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. The voice sounded eerily familiar. After a bit more walking, he discovered Zhou Ran, who lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in sheer terror. The lower half of his body had already turned to stone, and the petrification was spreading. It would not be long before he fully transformed into a statue. It appears my suspicions were correct. The statues in this stone forest are indeed former humans. Lin Qiye nodded. Senior, please, I beg you to save me. Zhou Ran, upon noticing Lin Qiye's arrival, urgently pleaded for help. He was now filled with regret for having left Lin Qiye's side. Zhou Ran, you assisted me at the teleportation array, and thus I owe you a favor. Allow me to repay that favor by keeping you safe. It was your own choice to leave. The bond between us is thus resolved. Lin Qiye spoke with an air of indifference, stating, this is the result of your own decision, and you must accept it. Save a life? He is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Senior, I truly erred. I am willing to pay any price, just beseeching you to save me. Zhou Ran was now gripped by an overwhelming fear, placing his sole hope in Lin Qiye. The petrification was swiftly spreading, nearing his waist. At this moment, death seemed to envelop him entirely, allowing him to truly comprehend the horror of mortality. At this juncture, Lin Qiye paid him no heed, for he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of elemental energy. Come forth, do not hide, Lin Qiye calmly declared. It was certain that this energy was not of human origin. A chilling laughter echoed. I did not expect that my concealment was so flawless, yet I was still discovered. From within the nearby stones emerged a bewitching woman, exuding the aura of a serpent demon. Her hair was composed of numerous slender venomous snakes. Good heavens, a Medusa! Lin Qiye mused silently upon witnessing her. How could this be? You gazed into my eyes, and yet were not petrified. The woman quickly expressed her astonishment. It was known that any man who entered this stone forest and beheld her eyes would turn to stone. Yet, just moments ago, Lin Qiye had looked directly at her without any ill effect. Indeed, She was a true Medusa. A mere glance would lead to petrification. Lin Qiye sighed in awe. Senior, please save me, I implore you. Zhou Ran continued to plead desperately. The petrification had now reached his neck. Young one, you ought to exercise greater intelligence. Lin Qiye softly advised. Rest assured, I shall ensure your peaceful repose. No, I am still unwilling. Zhou Ran's despair deepened. His mouth soon turned to stone, rendering him utterly voiceless. Subsequently, he transformed into an actual stone statue, emanating profound reluctance. If you wish to avoid death, now is the time to depart. Lin Qiye addressed the serpentine beauty before him, speaking slowly. Depart? Shouldn't it be you who leaves? The serpent beauty's voice was chillingly cold. Since my eyes have no effect on you, allow me to introduce you to my realm of petrification. In an instant, her form expanded, her lower body morphing into that of serpent. A domain unfurled, turning everything around them to stone. Lin Qiye observed as his own garments began to petrify rapidly. Boom! By simply channeling his own elemental energy, he shattered the encroaching petrification, rendering it completely ineffective against him. Impossible! My realm of petrification should be capable of subduing even the extraordinary. The serpent beauty was incredulous. Who claimed I was extraordinary? Lin Qiye replied with a hint of detachment. He advanced step by step, with each stride accompanied by a surge of terrifying power. After traversing approximately 10 paces, the entire petrified domain crumbled instantaneously. In that moment, the serpent beauty violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. A celestial being. The serpent beauty's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. She had never anticipated that Lin Qiye was a predator cloaked in the guise of a lamb. Initially, she had failed to perceive the sheer magnitude of his strength. Now, wishing to flee was futile. In an instant, Lin Qiye vanished from sight. When the serpent beauty finally reacted, she discovered that he had silently materialized before her. Cursed fate! The serpent beauty immediately sought to burrow into the ground, only to find that the surrounding space was ensnared by a mysterious force. Surrender now. The entire realm is sealed by my void, and escape is impossible. As Lin Qiye's words echoed, he deftly gestured with his sword. A surge of sword energy erupted forth. With a swift slice, the lethal force severed the serpent beauty's head cleanly from her body. Thud! Her severed head tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, her body collapsed, utterly motionless. In mere moments, the serpent beauty transformed into a statue, her form marred by fissures. With a mere tremor, she shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 32. Too weak. The ancient battlefield is indeed perilous, harboring entities reminiscent of Medusa. Lin Qiye calmly remarked, It seems I must proceed with greater caution from here on. Not lingering any longer, he continued his journey step by step. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, several tens of days had passed. Lin Qiye successfully navigated through the stone forest. Aside from encountering the serpentine beauty, he had not faced any other adversities. Upon exiting the stone forest, he found himself before a series of towering mountains. Nestled between them lay dense woodlands, adorned with flowers and grasses, and the air was imbued with a faint floral aroma. This ancient battlefield bore no visible traces of conflict. Likely, the passage of time had erased the remnants of its former strife. Lin Qiye shook his head, feeling as though he had come to this ancient battlefield for leisure rather than peril. There were indeed numerous beasts. At this moment, Lin Qiye realized he was surrounded by an array of fierce creatures. As anticipated, in mere moments, these beasts lunged at him with ferocity. Their strength was approximately at the level of Yuanli, rendering them trivial to Lin Qiye, akin to mere ants. With a swift motion, he unleashed the 8 Desolations palm. Golden hands coalesced, striking out towards the encroaching beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The creatures were obliterated under the weight of the golden palms, effortlessly extinguished. He pondered whether other celestial beings might inhabit this ancient battlefield, or perhaps entities surpassing them. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, opting for discretion. Provoking a being more formidable than a celestial could spell trouble. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. experience points. Night soon descended. In the heart of the forest, Lin Qiye found a clearing and kindled a fire. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he silently commanded, "Open personal information panel." Receiving command, initiating. Grounded system. Host, Lin Qiye, realm, early, celestial realm. Experience points, 1 573, 829 5, 000. Martial arts, 8 desolations palm, perfection. Heavenly soul art, perfection. 1 soir technique, perfection. Void technique, perfection. Sighing softly, Lin Qiye reflected on his journey. Accumulating over 150,000 experience points over several days, felt somewhat sluggish compared to before. He nodded slowly, murmuring that under normal circumstances, he would have likely surpassed 200,000 experience points without issue. Ding! Task reward settlement for the ancient battlefield has been successfully initiated. The system's voice echoed once more. This prompted Lin Qiye to exclaim with deep astonishment, "Goodness gracious! I have been in this ancient battlefield for so many days, and only now has the task reward been settled. Truly, it seems to grow slower with each passing moment." Reward settlement successful. Reward. From now on, for every step you take, the experience points you gain will increase from 1 to 2. At that instant, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock and excitement. Wow, this is incredibly delightful. He laughed heartily. With this, my future leveling efficiency will undoubtedly improve significantly. Experience points 2, experience points 2, experience points 2. Immediately, Lin Qiye stood up and walked a few paces back and forth. The experience points had indeed changed from 1 to 2. It appears that waiting a bit longer was well worth it. Lin Qiye joyfully remarked, finally understanding why the system task settlement took so long. It was evidently to unleash a grand surprise. As night swiftly passed, a new day dawned. In the early morning, Lin Qiye continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered numerous demonic beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease. By midday, he arrived at a hillside and, looking out, clearly saw a distant city. "You three, have you been following since morning? Aren't you tired?" Lin Qiye remarked with a slight smile. "Zizi, we didn't expect our trio to hide so perfectly, yet you still discovered us." The next moment, 3 young men emerged from behind the nearby trees. All of them were at the Yuan Dan realm of cultivation. "Look here, young fellow, you must possess many valuable items. Hand them over, and we may spare your life." One of the men in blue spoke with a wicked grin. "Goodness, you 3 are the first to attempt to rob me in so long." Lin Qiye replied with a faint smile, "You truly have confidence, believing you could defeat me? You've been under our observation for quite some time. Although you easily vanquished those demonic beasts, they were merely at the Yuan power realm. We could easily eliminate them with a mere finger." Another interjected with a chuckle, "Your strength is merely at the true Yuan realm. Indeed, showing you mercy by allowing you to live is the greatest kindness for my brothers and me." Observing their confidence, Lin Qiye shook his head and calmly stated, "I never expected you 3 to be such fools." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 men shifted instantly, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "You seek death," the man in blue roared, unleashing his Yuan power to conjure a massive spear, which he hurled towards Lin Qiye with great force. In response to this attack, Lin Qiye merely shook his head, too weak. He extended a single finger. Seeing this, the 3 men erupted into laughter. "Is this fool truly so dim-witted as to think he can block our attack with just a finger? Huh!" The elder brother's intent was imbued with a piercing essence. This spear's might could be deemed invincible within the realm of Yuan Dan. To them, it seemed that with this strike, Lin Qiye was surely doomed. Bang! The sharp tip of the spear met directly with Lin Qiye's fingertip. Shatter! Not only did he effortlessly withstand the blow, but Lin Qiye merely exerted a fraction of his Yuan power. In an instant, the spear shattered into pieces. How could this be possible? The trio's expressions changed dramatically. Such an outcome was entirely beyond their expectations. "There is nothing impossible. I have long stated that you are simply too weak." Lin Qiye spoke with a serene demeanor. "Now, it is my turn to act. You should kneel before me." In that fleeting moment, the 3 felt an unparalleled pressure descending upon them. Thud! They were instantly crushed by this force, collapsing to their knees. Their faces turned pale, overwhelmed by an extreme terror. Chapter 33. Ding Yu with a sudden gasp. The three individuals expelled a mouthful of blood, their agony intensifying. The oppressive force was beyond their capacity to withstand. Have mercy. They began to plead, but before their words could fully escape their lips, Lin Qiye's sword descended with precision. Boom! A surge of sword energy erupted, cleaving the trio in half with ruthless decisiveness, leaving them no opportunity to beg for their lives. You brought this upon yourselves by attempting to rob me, Lin Qiye murmured, drawing in a deep breath before continuing on his path. In merely 2 or 3 days, he arrived at the city he had previously glimpsed. Standing before its ancient gates, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "This city appears remarkably ancient. It must have once been resplendent in its prime. Yet, now the structures within lay in ruin, with only a handful remaining relatively intact. The dilapidated city gates still bore the faint inscription of Yin City. Inside, numerous other cultivators were taking respite. As Lin Qiye stepped further into the city, many gazes turned toward him, their eyes betraying a hint of malice. Before long, he found himself in the inner region of Yin City, where the devastation was even more pronounced. The few surviving edifices had long been claimed by other cultivators. As night fell, Lin Qiye sought a secluded spot within the city to ignite a small fire and rest. His explorations throughout Yin City had provided him with a general understanding of the strength of its inhabitants, the most formidable among them merely at the Yuan Dan realm. No extraordinary cultivators had come to his attention, leading Lin Qiye to conclude that he was, indeed, an unmatched presence within Yin City. In the deep of night, Lin Qiye, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared before him, inquiring, "Young master, may I rest here for a while?" Her voice was enchantingly seductive, reminiscent of a fox spirit reincarnated. "Yin City is vast. Why must you seek refuge here?" Lin Qiye replied coolly. "None can compare to you." "Young master," the woman replied with a coy smile, "if I am not mistaken, you must be an extraordinary cultivator, correct?" "Interesting, you can discern my cultivation level." Lin Qiye responded calmly, choosing not to reveal that he was, in fact, a celestial being. He was curious about the woman's true intentions. "To be honest, I have discovered a remarkable location that surely harbors great opportunities and treasures." She proposed, alas. "The entrance is heavily sealed and requires the strength of an extraordinary cultivator to breach it. Thus, I wish to join forces with you, my esteemed lord. Is there anything more delightful in this world?" Lin Qiye shook his head and smiled. "My lord, with your prowess, you could easily extinguish my life with a mere flick of your hand." The woman spoke enticingly. "Why would I seek my own demise? Very well, I shall accept your proposal. But should you dare deceive me, remember, it shall lead only to your grave," Lin Qiye retorted coldly. It had been some time since he entered this ancient battlefield. Along the way, Lin Qiye had discovered several spiritual herbs, but no other significant gains. If this woman spoke the truth, claiming that a place of great fortune awaited, it would indeed be worth exploring. Should it truly exist, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. However, if she were deceiving him, it was no cause for alarm. After all, his true cultivation level was that of a celestial being, before absolute strength. All schemes and plots held no power. "My lord, I am Ding Yu. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The woman drew closer to Lin Qiye, and the proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance she exuded. It was indeed quite pleasant. "Long Out Yin," Lin Qiye declared, providing a fictitious name. "Truly, my lord, even your name resonates with such extraordinary might," Ding Yu exclaimed, her eyes alight with admiration. Had it been any other man, he might have already succumbed to her charms. However, Lin Qiye remained remarkably clear-headed. Moreover, the beauty of Li Waner, whom he had encountered, and the celestial maiden within the divine abyss soared far surpassed Ding Yu's allure. Thus, her attempts at seduction were utterly futile. "Lord Long, when shall we set forth?" Ding Yu inquired eagerly, her tone tinged with impatience. "What is the hurry?" Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly. In that instant, Ding Yu couldn't help but reflect. Truly, extraordinary beings are not easily swayed. Despite my efforts, he remains unmoved. Am I not beautiful? In the past, many men would have been enchanted by me. Naturally, she felt a sense of urgency, especially since others might soon discover them, leading to inevitable conflict. There's no need for haste. We shall act at dawn. Lin Qiye stated calmly. For now, I require rest. Please do not disturb me. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Ding Yu took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless. With no other options, she could only wait patiently. As the night swiftly passed, dawn broke. Lin Qiye slowly opened his eyes and, upon his first glance, saw Ding Yu standing before him. Lord Dragon, how do you fare? Have you rested well? Would you care for some water or fruit? She asked, one hand holding a water pouch and the other a piece of fruit. No, thank you, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. For someone entirely unfamiliar with her, Lin Qiye would certainly not indulge in consuming anything she held. Moreover, having attained the celestial realm, he had no need for sustenance. Very well, lead the way. Lin Qiye rose to his feet. All right, young Master Long, please follow me. Ding Yu exclaimed joyfully, promptly taking the lead. Lin Qiye naturally followed her, swiftly departing from the city of Yuyun and heading westward. Observing Ding Yu's back, Lin Qiye found himself lost in thought. He discerned a remarkably peculiar force within her, one that exuded an air of malevolence. This force appeared to have a firm grip on Ding Yu's very lifeblood. Yet, this was the first time Lin Qiye had encountered such a power, and he remained utterly oblivious to its true nature. Chapter 34. Today, I bestow upon you total annihilation. After approximately 5 hours, Lin Qiye followed Ding Yu into a grand mountain. Ding Yu, who was leading the way, soon halted, her hands weaving intricate seals, summoning a unique array of runes. In an instant, Lin Qiye witnessed a dramatic transformation of the surrounding scene, revealing an extraordinary stone door. Young Master Long, this is the place, Ding Yu proclaimed. The stone door bore an immensely powerful seal. Fortunately, I set up an illusion array here early on, before anyone else could discover this location. Lin Qiye nodded slowly, choosing silence as he approached the stone door. It appeared to be a secluded dwelling established by someone of significance. The formidable sealing power on the door was evident. After scrutinizing it for some time, Lin Qiye found no apparent anomalies. In light of this, he channeled the energy within him. 8 Desolations palm. He struck forth, a golden giant palm coalescing and crashing against the stone door. The overwhelming force was far beyond what the seal could withstand. With a resounding explosion, the stone door shattered into fragments. Such was the might of an extraordinary warrior, truly a sight to behold. Ding Yu gasped in awe at the spectacle. Suddenly, a flicker of fear and trepidation surfaced within her. What are you dawdling for? Lin Qiye turned to see Ding Yu standing there, seemingly lost in thought, and spoke up. Oh, Ding Yu snapped back to reality, her admiration pouring forth. Young Master Long, you are simply incredible. Allow me to lead the way. With that, she hurried inside. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt a weight of seriousness settle upon him. Yet he refrained from voicing his concerns and simply followed Ding Yu into the depths of the cave. As expected, they soon found themselves in a vast chamber. Senior, look over there. There stands a black tower, likely the site of some fortuitous treasures. Ding Yu exclaimed excitedly. Following her gaze, Lin Qiye observed a tall, mysterious black tower rising in the center of the space, clearly not an ordinary object. Ding Yu dashed towards the tower, while Lin Qiye chose to survey his surroundings. This was all too smooth. A sense of unease crept over him. He approached the tower step by step, then turned to Ding Yu and remarked, Ding Yu, you have been here before, haven't you? In an instant, Ding Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Young Master Long, what are you saying? I do not quite comprehend, she replied hastily, shaking her head in confusion. Stop pretending. Lin Qiye spoke directly. After I broke that seal, how could you not be afraid of the dangers that might lurk within? Clearly, you have long been aware that there are no perilous restrictions in this cave. Your demeanor does not resemble that of a first-time visitor at all. A chilling laughter emanated from within the black tower before Ding Yu could utter a word. Ah, a clever one has arrived. I quite like that. Suddenly, Ding Yu knelt before the black tower, humbly pleading, "Senior, I have brought you the extraordinary being you seek. Please lift the curse within me and allow me to leave." Cursed, Lin Qiye mused inwardly. It appeared that the power he had sensed within Dingyu was indeed a curse. "Dingyu, you have performed admirably, but it is impossible for me to release you. Once I seize control of this individual, you will obediently serve as my furnace." The malevolent voice from the Black Tower erupted into maniacal laughter. In an instant, Dingyu's face turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes devoid of life. "How could this be? Do you regret it?" Lin Qiye inquired softly, gazing at Dingyu. "Young Master Long, could you possibly save me? I am willing to be your servant." Dingyu immediately knelt before Lin Qiye. Even servitude seemed preferable to becoming a furnace. "Though your circumstances are dire, that does not imply I will feel any sympathy for you." Lin Qiye shook his head in refusal. Seeing Lin Qiye's resolute denial, Dingyu sank deeper into despair. Suddenly, the Black Tower erupted with a surge of sinister power. Centered around the tower, an immense formation activated. This formation, known as the Demon Suppression Array, was originally designed to suppress me. However, through relentless effort, I have come to control it. The evil voice echoed once more, "You may be extraordinary, but within this formation, you are but an ant. Submit to my possession." In the next moment, a thick, dark mist surged forth from the tower, revealing an evil figure clad in red, a malevolent man, unmistakably a practitioner of dark arts. Lin Qiye murmured, "This vile man is merely a soul. Do you truly think you can seize control of me with a soul at the complete, extraordinary level?" Lin Qiye chuckled softly. "Heavenly Saber." With Lin Qiye's summons, the heavenly saber materialized instantly. Clutching the saber, Lin Qiye transformed into an unparalleled sword deity, exuding an extraordinary presence. A powerful pressure radiated from Lin Qiye, causing the evil man's expression to shift dramatically. "Impossible. Under this array, how could you still unleash such power?" The evil man exclaimed in terror. No. You are not an extraordinary practitioner. You are simply unfortunate to have encountered me." Lin Qiye, resembling a divine being, proclaimed, "Today, I shall grant you complete annihilation." With a single sword technique, he unleashed the formidable Tinya sword, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. The terrifying primordial energy of the celestial realm surged forth, and the released sword aura cut through the air, distorting the surrounding space to an extreme degree. No. How could you possibly be a celestial realm powerhouse? In the face of this sword strike, the malevolent figure felt the true terror of impending death. Ultimate, he sought to retreat to the Black Tower, but was already too late. The sword aura ruthlessly consumed him, leading to his complete eradication. As the sword energy dissipated, the entire space dimmed once more. Dingyu, standing nearby, was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that Lin Qiye was indeed a celestial realm expert. With the demise of the wicked man, the curse within her body naturally vanished. "Young Master Long, I beseech you to spare my life. I was truly left with no choice." Dingyu immediately pleaded, "I am willing to give everything, including my body." However, before she could finish her sentence, a flash of sword light pierced through her eyes, and her head fell to the ground. Regardless of whether one was coerced or not, anyone who sought to harm me must perish. Lin Qiye's gaze turned icy. Chapter 35. Celestial Grade Spirit Treasure. Demon Suppression Tower. The toll of lives claimed continues to escalate. After retracting the Tianya sword, Lin Qiye inhaled deeply and murmured softly. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. However, for Lin Qiye, this was a familiar ambience. This tower appeared to be a treasure, though its immense size rendered it cumbersome to transport. Gazing at the imposing Black Tower before him, Lin Qiye began to ponder how he might acquire it. As he circled to the rear of the tower, he discovered a radiant stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he noted that peculiar characters adorned its surface. This tower was named the Demon Suppression Tower, a celestial-grade spirit treasure, within which was imprisoned an extraordinary and malevolent cultivator. Future generations who chance upon this place must not heed any words from this nefarious entity. Remember this well. Should a capable successor eliminate this evil being, the demon suppression tower shall be bestowed upon them. Heeding the inscription, Lin Qiye meticulously scrutinized the text. He then moved to the back of the stone tablet, where he found the incantation for refining the tower. Had you seen this tablet at the outset, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Lin Qiye mused with a tinge of regret. Subsequently, Lin Qiye began the refinement of the demon suppression tower, adhering to the incantation inscribed upon the tablet. Boom! In mere moments, the entire demon suppression tower erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, its surface adorned with shimmering golden inscriptions, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Within moments, the colossal black tower was transformed into a miniature form, now resting within the palm of Lin Qiye's hand. This singular celestial grade spirit treasure, the demon suppression tower, had rendered his journey worthwhile. Lin Qiye nodded slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After carefully stowing the tower, he exited the cave. Upon leaving, he struck the cave with a palm. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire cave collapsed. Experience points 2, experience points 2, experience points 2. Continuing onward, Lin Qiye remained unfazed by the recent events. Instead, he felt a surge of joy as he witnessed his experience points rapidly accumulate. A little more effort, and it would not be long before he reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm. He could not help but admire how extraordinary his system was. Advancement through mere walking. While others toiled for centuries, perhaps even millennia, struggling to break through their limits, he could achieve a 100 success rate simply by walking. Before he knew it, over half a month had passed. Ding! Congratulations, your experience points have reached 5,000,000. Would you like to commence your breakthrough? On this day, as Lin Qiye took a step forward, his experience points surged to an astounding 5,000,000, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Commencing breakthrough. Lin Qiye nodded slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Consuming 5,000,000 experience points. Your realm has successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The system's voice resonated once again. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye felt a surge of immense power welling up within him. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye. Realm. Initial stage of the celestial realm. Experience points. 010,000,000. Martial arts. 8 desolation palm. Complete. Heavenly soul technique. Complete. 1 sword technique. Complete. Void technique. Complete. Goodness, the experience points required have risen to 10 million. Lin Qiye exclaimed, gazing at his personal panel in astonishment. After a brief moment of grievance, he chose not to dwell on it further. Days passed, and Lin Qiye returned to the bustling city of Yuyan. Having lingered in the ancient battlefield for quite some time, he decided it was time to depart. However, the means to exit the ancient battlefield eluded him, prompting his return to Yuyan City, where he hoped to gather information. Within Yuyan City, Lin Qiye quickly made a notable observation. Upon his initial entry, the number of cultivators present had been vast. Yet, upon his return, it was evident that the populace had significantly dwindled. The entire city felt considerably quieter. My friend, could you enlighten me as to why the inhabitants of Yuyan City are so few? Lin Qiye inquired, bowing respectfully to a seemingly honest man. They have all ventured into the mountains to the southeast, where opportunities have arisen for exploration. The man replied, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, I see. Thank you. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. Indeed, the purpose of entering the ancient battlefield was to pursue opportunities for fortune. With such chances presenting themselves, it was only natural for individuals to seek them out, each hoping to attain their own share of fortune. My friend, I possess several source stones. Do you know how one might exit the ancient battlefield? Lin Qiye queried, producing a few source stones from his possession. Upon sight of his source stones, the man's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, of course I know, he exclaimed excitedly. Within the ancient battlefield, there exist numerous locations housing teleportation arrays leading to the outside world. If one can locate these arrays, they may use them to leave the ancient battlefield. Do you know where the nearest teleportation array is located? Lin Qiye inquired once more. I only know that deep within the mountains to the southeast, there exists one, but has already been claimed by ferocious beasts. Gaining access to that teleportation array would be exceedingly difficult. The man replied slowly. The southeast, Lin Qiye murmured. Isn't that where the opportunities have emerged? Indeed, the man affirmed. Very well, these source stones are yours. Having obtained the information he sought, Lin Qiye promptly handed the source stones to him. The man eagerly grasped the source stone with both hands, his excitement palpable. Thank you. If you have any further inquiries or require my assistance, please do not hesitate to instruct me. No need for that, Lin Qiye replied curtly, turning to depart. He exited the city of Yuyan. At this moment, numerous cultivators lurking in the shadows fixated on Lin Qiye's retreating figure. The adage wealth should not be flaunted rang true. Lin Qiye's earlier display of generosity with the source stone had drawn the attention of many. I wish to follow him, Lin Qiye uttered nonchalantly. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the vicinity. The hidden cultivators were caught off guard, spewing blood as they fell to their knees, their faces ashen. Their bodies instinctively trembled in fear. Such a terrifying force. Even as a late-stage Yuan Dan, I feel like an ant before him. He must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Fortunately, this extraordinary being merely issued a warning. Had he chosen to eliminate us outright, we would undoubtedly face certain death. Damn it, you actually scared yourself. One murmured, I can smell the scent of fear. Chapter 36. The senior brother emerges, only to be vanquished. Upon departing from Yuyan City, Lin Qiye set his course towards the southeastern mountains. Along the way, he encountered numerous other cultivators, swiftly soaring through the skies on their respective magical artifacts, all seemingly headed in the same direction. In contrast, Lin Qiye exhibited no sense of urgency, leisurely traversing the ground at a measured pace. He harbored little desire for the treasures that awaited him. Should fortune present itself, he would seize the opportunity, but if not, there was no need for undue insistence. Experience points 2. Experience points 2. Experience points 2. Experience points surged forth. As days passed, Lin Qiye ventured deeper into the mountains. He encountered a multitude of cultivators and ferocious beasts along the journey, decisively eliminating any who dared to confront him. Approaching ever closer, he sensed he had reached the very heart of the mountain range. On this day, Lin Qiye gazed upward, unable to stifle an exclamation of awe. It was evident that many cultivators were fervently exploring this core area, intent on uncovering the treasures hidden within. Continuing onward for a short while, Lin Qiye beheld a grand ruin materializing before him. Within this ancient site, many cultivators were taking respite, clearly indicating that this had become a temporary encampment for the lot. Hold! This encampment belongs to my Badeo sect. If you wish to enter and rest, you must surrender 10 source stones. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to enter, a group of individuals suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. Clad in identical attire, each bore a jade pendant inscribed with the words Badeo. Badeo sect? Lin Qiye shook his head, having never heard of such a sect. It likely paled in comparison to the great Luo Holy Land. A glance revealed that the disciples of the Badeo sect predominantly possessed cultivation levels at the true origin realm. Young man, this is the territory of my Badeo sect. If you seek refuge, hasten to relinquish your source stones. Our senior brother has reached the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm and is on the verge of transcending. One of them exclaimed with an air of reverence. Clearly, they held their senior brother in high esteem. Indeed, it appeared that strength was the ultimate currency in all realms. Lin Qiye mused, noticing that the cultivators within the ruins were generally of lesser cultivation, below the Yuan Dan realm. Thus, in this perilous place, it was likely they would readily part with their source stones to seek protection. Why are you hesitating, kid? Either hand over 10 source stones or scram. Barked a man at the mid-Yuan Dan stage, his tone laced with disdain. And if I refuse, what could you possibly do to me? Lin Qiye chuckled. Were his cultivation level insufficient, he would have no qualms about surrendering the source stones. However, in reality, I am a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, so there is no reason for me to surrender my source stones. Ha ha ha, young one, you truly underestimate the might of our blade sect. Brothers, seize him and give him a thorough beating. In the next moment, The practitioner at the mid-stage of the Yuandan realm let out a hearty laugh. The members of the Blade sect swiftly launched an assault on Lin Qiye, each strike aimed directly at his vital points. Clearly, their intentions were not merely to teach Lin Qiye a lesson, but rather to take his life. Within the ruins, upon witnessing this scene, the other practitioners shook their heads in dismay, sighing to themselves. They could hardly believe that yet another fool had arrived, oblivious to the principle of spending wealth to avert disaster. What a pity, such a handsome visage, yet destined to perish here. It is only fitting, in this ancient battlefield, where opportunities abound, 10 source stones are of little consequence, should one discover rare spiritual herbs or hunt down elusive beasts. The proceeds could yield a substantial fortune in source stones. To these practitioners, Lin Qiye seemed all but doomed. Boom! Yet, in the briefest of moments, the disciples who had attacked Lin Qiye were unexpectedly sent flying, crashing through several walls before finally halting. With a spurt of fresh blood, they collapsed amidst the ruins, unconscious. At this sight, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. They had completely missed how the disciples of the Blade sect had been thrown back. The remaining disciples of the Blade sect stared in shock. What has happened? They hadn't seen their opponent strike. Damn it! Could this fellow be feigning weakness to ensnare the unwary? Quickly, summon the senior brother. They soon regained their composure. No need. A voice brimming with authority rang out. Immediately, a man clad in black strode forth with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing this black-clad figure, the disciples of the Blade sect instantly adopted a posture of respect. Senior brother, you have arrived. Young man, daring to harm the disciples of my Blade sect, you must possess considerable prowess. Leave one hand behind, and I will allow you to depart. The senior brother regarded Lin Qiye with an icy demeanor. You Blade sect truly are tyrannical. Lin Qiye shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. I reiterate, what can you possibly do to me? Foolish. The black-clad man scoffed. I initially intended to show you leniency, but since you have chosen this path, you are left with no choice but to meet your demise. A formidable surge of power emanated from the black-clad man. The other disciples of the Blade sect were filled with excitement and anticipation. When the senior brother strikes, victory is assured. This young man is utterly ignorant of the gravity of his situation. How could the senior brother, a figure of such stature, be disregarded? Just wait. This fool will likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from the senior brother. Behold, the elder brother has made his move. The man in black clenched his fists, the internal energy within him surging to its zenith. As he advanced a single step, the very ground beneath him fractured, creating a deep pit. The dominant blade slash. With a powerful thrust of his fists, he conjured a colossal sword imbued with a desolate aura, aimed directly at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, witnessing this formidable strike, merely flicked his finger. Instantly, a miniature sword aura shot forth. Boom! The adversary's dominant blade slash appeared as fragile as tofu under the might of the sword aura, shattering effortlessly. With a swift motion, the sword aura severed the head of the black-clad man, which fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest, his eyes still radiating disbelief and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. As his headless corpse crumpled to the earth, blood gushed forth, saturating the air with a metallic scent. The other disciples of the dominant Blade sect finally snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with terror, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? The elder brother was slain in an instant. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was a master of the perfected essence cultivation realm. The fact that this opponent could effortlessly annihilate him suggested that he was extraordinary. The mere notion of extraordinary sent them into a paroxysm of fear. To provoke the extraordinary was akin to courting death. However, before they could flee or plead for mercy, a flash of sword light pierced their vision. To the eyes of other cultivators, it was evident that a terrifying sword energy obliterated all disciples of the dominant Blade sect. Such horror! Was this the essence of an extraordinary being? Their decisiveness in slaughter was indeed chilling. The way they regarded Lin Qiye transformed into profound reverence. None wished to meet the same fate as the dominant Blade sect disciples. The count of the slain increased. Lin Qiye murmured softly. There was no alternative. Having dispatched the elder brother, it was likely that the remaining disciples would not let this matter rest. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate them all, averting any potential troubles in the future. Chapter 37. The oncoming tide of beasts. We have encountered extraordinary predecessors. Today, we shall remain as silent as the grave, revealing not a single word. As Lin Qiye officially stepped into the relic, the assembled cultivators rose in unison, bowing respectfully to him. They were clearly gripped by fear, apprehensive that Lin Qiye might eliminate them to keep his secrets. Let it be known, should you not provoke me, I shall not provoke you, Lin Qiye stated succinctly before continuing deeper into the ruins. Before long, he arrived at the central area of the relic, selecting a relatively intact structure to rest within. It was not long before night fell. In the depths of the ruins, numerous cultivators had kindled fires, their demeanor cautious. Even their conversations were hushed. After all, there were formidable beings within these ruins, and disturbing such a presence could lead to dire consequences. Ding! A new task has been issued. Eliminate the tide of beasts. Task successful, rewards granted. Task failed, cultivation level will regress by 1 realm. In the dead of night, the system's voice reverberated within Lin Qiye's mind, jolting him awake. Upon witnessing the task interface before him, he nodded, murmuring, "Indeed, tasks are issued randomly and at any moment." As he spoke, he sensed the palpable aura of demonic beasts encroaching upon them. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye stepped outside to gaze towards the boundaries of the relic, where he discerned pairs of blood-red glimmers. The tide of beasts approached with alarming swiftness. Lin Qiye lamented. The entire area surrounding the relic was teeming with demonic creatures, and it was evident that they were ensnared within a formidable encirclement. Alert! The tide of beasts is upon us. Everyone awake. A cultivator soon discerned the emergence of the tide and shouted urgently. At the sound of his voice, the cultivators within the relic were instantly roused. They quickly gathered, acutely aware of the overwhelming presence of demonic beasts around them, their faces etched with grave concern. Cursed be this fate. How could so many beasts appear all at once? Look, in the clouds above, there seems to be a colossal entity. Not only were they encircled by beasts, but even above them loomed a monstrous presence. Remain calm. Let us not forget there are extraordinary beings within the relic. Yet, if this extraordinary being refrained from intervening, were they not still facing certain doom? Now, there was but one course of action, to offer all their treasures to that extraordinary being in hopes of securing his aid. What do we have to fear? Together we shall prevail. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish this tide of beasts. However, most cultivators hesitated to relinquish their treasures, for these were hard-earned possessions. It was at this moment the monstrous beasts drew ever closer, revealing their ferocious visages and the palpable aura of power they radiated. Among them were numerous creatures of the Yuan-Dan realm, an overwhelming multitude indeed. The sheer number of these Yuan-Dan beasts was far beyond what could be vanquished by the combined efforts of mere mortals. It became abundantly clear that the only recourse lay in seeking the intervention of a transcendent powerhouse. The cultivators, initially reluctant to part with their precious artifacts, swiftly alter their stance. After all, nothing holds greater significance than one's own life. As long as they could survive, there would always be opportunities to acquire treasures anew. In a mere span of moments, the cultivators within the ruins approached Lin Qiye, kneeling before him and presenting their storage bags and rings. Esteemed elder, we are willing to offer all we possess. Please, we implore you to intervene and save us. Their sincerity was palpable. However, Lin Qiye's calm demeanor cut through their fervor. From the looks of your cultivation, your possessions likely lack any extraordinary value. I have no interest in them, he stated, causing a chill to wash over their hearts. A sudden realization dawned upon them. The treasures they held in high regard might very well be deemed worthless by a being of transcendent caliber. However, if any of you know the precise location of the teleportation array within this mountain range, I might be able to assist you. Lin Qiye's tone shifted. If someone possessed knowledge of the exit, there would be no need to rely on luck to find it. I know. A middle-aged man eagerly interjected. Oh, please, enlighten us. Lin Qiye responded, turning his attention to him. Esteemed elder, I am somewhat uncertain, but there is a possibility of a teleportation array. I believe it lies deeper in, roughly several dozen miles ahead, located within a place known as Thunder Valley. I have seen what appeared to be a teleportation array there. Unfortunately, the central region of Thunder Valley is fraught with violent lightning, and given my strength, I could not approach closely enough to ascertain its authenticity, the man explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye shook his head slightly. At the very least, they now possessed a direction. They would no longer be aimlessly flailing about like headless flies. What the rest of you? Lin Qiye inquired once more. Esteemed elder, I have never encountered a teleportation array. Another replied, Nor have I. I swear upon the heavens. I truly do not know where the teleportation array in this mountain range is located. Suddenly, a chorus of roars erupted from the monstrous beasts, a tremendous cacophony that heralded their rapid approach towards the ruins where they had taken refuge. As the menacing beasts drew near with alarming speed, the cultivators felt as if the very gates of death were closing in upon them. It seemed that the others were indeed oblivious to the impending danger. Lin Qiye mused silently. All right, everyone rise. Lin Qiye gently commanded, I shall take action against this tide of beasts. Thank you, esteemed elder, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable, some even bowing deeply to Lin Qiye. A flicker of hope ignited within their hearts, the possibility of survival brightening their spirits. I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Should the beasts breach this relic, your survival will ultimately depend on your own abilities, Lin Qiye cautioned before soaring into the skies. With a single sword technique, Lin Qiye wielded the heavenly jade sword, immediately channeling his divine martial arts. To the onlookers, streams of golden sword energy coalesced, as if a true sword deity had descended. The sword energies shot forth in all directions. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions echoed continuously. The formidable sword energy swiftly obliterated wave after wave of the monstrous beasts. Truly, the power of an extraordinary being was fearsome beyond measure. The crowd could not help but express their awe and admiration. Chapter 38. The Extraordinary Poison Demon Dragon. Encounter with Xia Mengshu, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. In just a few fleeting breaths, a multitude of demonic beasts were eliminated in an instant. Yet, an uncountable number of beasts continued to emerge. Observing this, Lin Qiye once again wielded the Tianya sword. Surrounding him, countless golden sword energies materialized, illuminating the sky itself with their brilliance. At that moment, amidst the clouds, an immensely formidable entity could be discerned. Moreover, it appeared that someone was engaged in combat with this colossal being above the clouds. Someone else was present. Lin Qiye cast a glance upward, murmuring softly. However, he prioritized his task and did not hasten to investigate. He resolved to eradicate all the beasts below first. With a focus on his mission, the sword energies surged forth, transforming into streams of golden light that cascaded toward the ruins. The sound of thunder resounded as, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the encircling beasts were swiftly vanquished, leaving no survivors. The cultivators, gazing outward, beheld a landscape riddled with deep craters, their hearts filled with astonishment. Clearly, the might unleashed by Lin Qiye, this formidable warrior, exceeded their wildest imaginations. Strangely, even after all the beasts had been dealt with, a notification of task completion had yet to materialize. Lin Qiye pondered this quietly. Boom! A series of thunderous roars emanated from above the clouds. Observing the vast shadow, Lin Qiye deduced that perhaps the true conclusion of this demonic tide awaited in the defeat of the beast above. With this thought, he swiftly ascended through the clouds, where a gargantuan creature came into view. It was a poisoned demon dragon, a beast of extraordinary prowess, its entire form a dark crimson, resembling a serpentine dragon adorned with a pair of black wings. Its back was lined with sharp spines, and even its tail bore these lethal protrusions, each infused with potent venom. Should they pierce the flesh, even the extraordinary would struggle to withstand their effects. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye could clearly see a woman engaged in battle with the poison demon dragon. The silhouette of the woman struck a familiar chord within him. Upon glimpsing her visage, Lin Qiye was taken aback. It was none other than her. The woman was Xia Mengshu, an extraordinary figure from the Deluo Holy Land. Previously, during the extraordinary ranking competition, Lin Qiye had encountered her. I never anticipated you would be here in this ancient battlefield. Xia Mengshu quickly noticed Lin Qiye, her surprise evident. Yet she swiftly implored, "Could you lend me your strength?" Even for Xia Mengshu, a paragon of completion, facing the poison demon dragon alone proved to be a daunting challenge, underscoring the beast's formidable might. Of course, retreat to my position. Lin Qiye nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Xia Mengshu promptly dashed to Lin Qiye's side. Together, we shall join forces and strike from both sides. This venomous dragon is destined to be vanquished. Xia Mengshu proclaimed. Remember, be exceedingly cautious of the sharp spines upon the dragon's body, for they harbor a terrifying poison. Leave the rest to me. Lin Qiye replied with a faint smile. Have you lost your senses, Lin Qiye? Even I cannot assure victory. It is utterly impossible for you to face this dragon alone. Xia Mengshu's expression turned grave. According to her recollections, Lin Qiye seemed to be merely at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm, a level below her own. To confront such a formidable foe single-handedly was, without a doubt, an insurmountable task. Do not worry, Lin Qiye replied with a grin, raising the Tianya sword in his hand. With this sword, I can cleave the heavens. A resounding boom echoed as golden light illuminated the night sky. Xia Mengshu felt an overwhelming and absolute power surging forth. Above them appeared a colossal golden sword. This was the sword art, and he had actually cultivated it to such a terrifying degree. This talent might even surpass my own, Xia Mengshu marveled within. She had always considered herself an exceptional prodigy in cultivation. Yet seeing Lin Qiye achieve such heights in the sword art left her feeling somewhat inadequate. However, despite the sword's formidable power, she believed that with his mid-stage capabilities, it would still be a formidable challenge to wield such strength. Taking a deep breath, she braced herself for the impending battle. The emergence of the golden sword transformed into an overwhelming torrent, cascading downwards. Boom! The torrent engulfed the venomous dragon. In an instant, the dragon was reduced to ash by the sword's fierce energy. How could this be? Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Mengshu's eyes widened in disbelief. A creature she could scarcely contend with had been effortlessly obliterated by Lin Qiye, who was merely at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Wait! As she recalled the immense power she had just witnessed, realization dawned upon her. This force was clearly beyond what an ordinary extraordinary being could possess. Lin Qiye, have you attained the celestial realm? Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. At that moment, Xia Mengshu's body trembled slightly. From her training in the celestial pool to this very moment, how brief a time it had been. Lin Qiye had remarkably ascended from the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm to the celestial realm. Such a rate of progression was indeed astonishing. For over a decade, Xia Mengshu had striven to reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, yet she had never glimpsed the threshold of the celestial realm. Congratulations! From now on, I shall refer to you as Senior Brother Lin, Xia Mengshu said, bowing respectfully to Lin Qiye. In the realm of cultivation, age matters not. Strength commands respect. Titles matter little to me. You may simply call me by my name. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively, speaking softly. Ding! The task of eliminating the demon tide is completed. The task is now being settled. Please wait patiently. The system's notification resounded in his mind. This revelation caused Lin Qiye to exhibit a smile of immense joy and satisfaction. Indeed, it is Brother Lin, Xia Mengshu remarked with utmost seriousness. Very well then. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. By the way, how did you come a clash with that poisonous dragon? I stumbled upon a treasure within an underground palace in these mountains, only to inadvertently provoke the poisonous dragon. Xia Mengshu succinctly recounted her experience. From her, he learned that there were numerous entrances to the ancient battlefield, and she had arrived here via another portal, seeking new opportunities in the hopes of advancing to the celestial realm. It seemed that the demonic tide could be attributed to Xia Mengshu, It was precisely due to her that Lin Qiye had received this task, which promised extraordinary rewards. Overall, one could consider it a fortuitous turn of events. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile inwardly. Encountering an acquaintance in this ancient battlefield, particularly someone from the Daluo Holy Land, was indeed a stroke of luck. Chapter 39. Thunder Valley, what are your plans next? Lin Qiye inquired, gazing at Xia Mengshu. Having acquired the treasured artifact, she expressed her intention to depart from the ancient battlefield and retreat to the Daluo sacred land for secluded cultivation. I am confident that with the aid of this treasure, I will surely attain the celestial realm. Xia Mengshu replied. Coincidentally, I too am preparing to leave the ancient battlefield. Shall we travel together? Lin Qiye suggested, extending an invitation. Being companions, trust was a given. Of course, Xia Mengshu readily accepted, fully aware that if Lin Qiye harbored any sinister intentions or sought to seize her treasure, he could have acted upon it at any moment. She recognized that she would not stand a chance against him. Earlier, when she mentioned the treasure, she had carefully observed Lin Qiye's expression, which remained calm and indifferent, indicating his lack of interest in what she had obtained. There exists a place within this mountain range known as Thunder Valley, where a teleportation array is located. Xia Mengshu continued. It appears that the information I received was indeed accurate. Lin Qiye remarked, let's set forth at once. There is no need to squander any more time here. Agreed. Xia Mengshu nodded, and the two swiftly took to the skies. Boom! Not long after, a vast valley came into view, filled with countless bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens. The incessant thunder confirmed the valley's ominous reputation. The sheer force of the lightning could easily obliterate a practitioner at the true essence realm, Lin Qiye reflected. Having traversed the ancient battlefield for some time, he felt that Thunder Valley was undoubtedly the most perilous place he had encountered. It was said that Thunder Valley was perpetually besieged by lightning, with its intensity escalating the deeper one ventured within. The teleportation array is situated at the very center of this valley, Xia Mengshu whispered. With our combined strength, we shall be unscathed by these bolts. As they continued their ascent, the duo soon found themselves hovering above Thunder Valley. The bolts of lightning seemed to possess a sentient will, striking towards Lin Qiye and Xia Mengshu with relentless fury. Xuanwu Shield. Xia Mengshu summoned a spiritual treasure, a shield resembling a turtle shell, which floated protectively above them. Boom! The terrifying bolts collided with the Xuanwu Shield, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars. The shield absorbed all the power unleashed by the lightning. Although the bolts posed no threat to them, Xia Mengshu was determined to avoid being struck. As they pressed further into Thunder Valley, both could sense the escalating potency of the descending lightning. Upon sighting the teleportation array, they realized they had entered the core of Thunder Valley. Here, the lightning's ferocity was potent enough to deliver a fatal blow to a perfected true essence realm practitioner. And even those at the Yuandan realm would find it difficult to withstand for long. It seems that fortune has not favored us. As we drew closer, Xia Mengshu's expression grew increasingly grave. What is it? Lin Qiye inquired, curious about what Xia Mengshu meant by her ill fortune. Behold this teleportation array. It is evidently in ruins and cannot be utilized any longer. Xia Mengshu shook her head and sighed. She had initially believed they would soon escape this ancient battlefield. But little did she anticipate that the teleportation array had been destroyed and was utterly inoperable. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Qiye examined it closely and confirmed its destruction. Is it possible to repair it? He asked. Repairing it is out of the question. Xia Mengshu took a deep breath. Moreover, I am not well versed in formations. Additionally, this ancient battlefield's teleportation array is no ordinary one. Even if it could be mended, it would require an individual of exceptional prowess in the art of formations to succeed. The prospect of locating a master of formations in this ancient battlefield seemed exceedingly daunting. Furthermore, even if such a master were found, persuading them to repair the teleportation array would likely demand a considerable price. Rather than pursue this course, it would be more efficient to seek alternative teleportation arrays. Cool, I happen to know the coordinates of other arrays, though they are somewhat distant. Xia Mengshu felt it unnecessary to linger any longer. Wait. It seems there is a beast imprisoned underground. Lin Qiye spoke up directly. Is there? Xiao Mengshu sensed the surroundings, noting only the violent thunder and nothing else. Indeed, I am quite certain, Lin Qiye asserted with seriousness after a few moments. With his celestial realm cultivation, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Let the sword come forth. Lin Qiye gestured with his sword finger, and a tremendous sword aura immediately coalesced. With a thunderous boom, the sword aura struck the ground below. As the dust settled, a large hole appeared, revealing an underground space visible to the naked eye. Since we are here, why not investigate? We are not in a hurry, after all. Lin Qiye smiled at Xiao Mengshu. In that case, I shall defer to you, senior brother Lin. Xiao Mengshu nodded. Whoosh, the two soared rapidly through the gaping hole and soon entered the underground chamber. The space was not particularly large, yet it was filled with intricate and convoluted chains. At the center, upon a high platform, a beautiful woman with black dragon horns was ensnared by those chains, utterly immobilized. This is a member of the dragon clan. The dragon horns made her identity immediately recognizable, and Xiao Mengshu felt a pang of confusion. How could such a powerful race as the dragons be imprisoned in this ancient battlefield? Could it be that she belongs to the ancient dragon clan? Imprisoned for countless ages, yet still alive. Such power likely surpasses that of celestial beings. If my observations are correct, these chains are the dragon restraint chains, specifically forged to suppress the dragon race. Xiao Mengshu gently caressed the chains and quickly remarked, these chains exhibit no reaction towards human cultivators, indicating they're solely designed to confine those of dragon lineage. Brother Lin, if she truly hails from ancient times and has been trapped here, her cultivation level must be unfathomably deep, far beyond what you and I can withstand. It would be wise for us to depart at once, Xiao Mengshu suggested. Given the current circumstances, her heart was evidently unsettled. It is better to leave early. Should any unforeseen events occur here, escaping swiftly may prove exceedingly difficult. Ding! The task reward has been successfully calculated and is now being distributed. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Lin Qiye's mind. Chapter 40. The Dragon Control Seal. From now on, you shall be mine. Upon hearing the reward, Lin Qiye was taken aback. It felt as though this reward was destined by fate. Before him, a beautiful dragoness was firmly imprisoned. The appearance of such a reward implied that he could indeed subdue this dragoness. The dragoness, bound by a peculiar chain, slowly opened her eyes. Her voice hoarse, yet laced with palpable anger. Despite her captivity, the aura of power she emanated instilled a sense of terror in Xiao Mengshu. As anticipated, the dragoness was far stronger than he had imagined. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Suddenly, Xiao Mengshu noticed Lin Qiye approaching the dragoness and quickly called out. Her heart filled with confusion. Logically, Lin Qiye had already reached the celestial realm. Could it be that he was somehow entranced by this dragoness? Rest assured, I have my reasons, Lin Qiye replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Mengshu felt a wave of relief, confirming that Lin Qiye had not been ensnared. As Lin Qiye drew closer to the dragoness, he could clearly see her features. Though somewhat haggard, she remained extraordinarily beautiful. However, the dragoness fixed her gaze on Lin Qiye with an intensity that suggested she wished to rend him to pieces. I may not know who imprisoned you here. Lin Qiye began slowly, but I can rescue you. You humans are notoriously cunning. Rescue me? Surely you must harbor some sinister plot. The dragoness scoffed. There is no conspiracy. I simply wish for you to follow me from now on. Lin Qiye waved his hand and spoke softly. Surely this is a nefarious scheme, the dragoness replied decisively. She was a proud dragon. How could she ever submit to a human cultivator? Do you wish to remain trapped here? Do you not yearn for the vastness of the outside world and the freedom to soar? Do you not desire to savor delectable cuisines? Lin Qiye spoke fervently, striking a chord within the dragoness's heart. She longed for escape, for liberation from her bonds. Even if I cannot attain freedom, I shall never submit to you. The dragoness's gaze was icy. Brother Lin, since she is unwilling, perhaps we should leave this place, Xiao Mengshu suggested softly. Not all. If persuasion fails, then I shall resort to force, Lin Qiye declared with a smirk, resolute in his determination to claim the dragoness. She would serve as both a magnificent steed and a diligent attendant. In the next moment, Lin Qiye produced the Dragon Control Seal. The Dragon Control Seal hovered within Lin Qiye's palm. At that moment, both the Dragon Clan woman and Xiao Mengshu were evidently taken aback. This seal appeared extraordinarily remarkable. Xiao Mengshu mused, "How could this be possible? How could you possess this legendary Dragon Control Seal?" The Dragon Clan woman instantly recognized it, revealing her extensive knowledge, and her demeanor shifted to one of palpable panic. "Since you are aware, I must apologize," Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile. Before the Dragon Clan woman could react, the Dragon Control Seal transformed into a golden ray of light, surging into her forehead. "No!" The Dragon Clan woman expressed an overwhelming sense of despair. She felt as if her very lifeline had been firmly seized by Lin Qiye. The Dragon Control Seal grants absolute dominion over the Dragon Clan. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate, Lin Qiye remarked with a grin. "I never anticipated such an extraordinary entity could exist in this world," Xiao Mengshu exclaimed in astonishment. This Dragon Clan woman evidently possessed immense strength, yet now she was compelled to obey Lin Qiye's commands. Henceforth, it seemed no one would dare provoke Lin Qiye again. Consequently, Lin Qiye summoned the Tianya sword and executed a sword technique, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy. Crack! The special chains were swiftly severed beneath the onslaught of the sword energy. However, several chains remained intact, impervious even to Lin Qiye's might. If even a celestial realm powerhouse cannot break these chains, they must be exceptionally formidable. Xiao Mengshu contemplated. "I cannot succeed." Lin Qiye channeled his inner energy to its utmost limit. The sword technique erupted with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! With a resounding crash, when all settled, the last few special chains were still completely unscathed. Could it be that I am unable to take this Dragon Clan woman with me? Lin Qiye mused, wondering if his Dragon Control Seal was rendered useless. "Do not waste your efforts. These chains are forged from a unique material known as the Celestial Prison Chains, condensed with the power of heaven and earth. Even someone of your caliber, a celestial realm being, cannot budge them." The Dragon Clan woman retorted coldly. "So, you must know of a way out of this predicament?" Lin Qiye inquired. "And what if I do?" The Dragon Clan woman scoffed. "Why should I divulge it to you? I recognize your Dragon Clan's noble status, but at this moment, you are merely a prisoner, devoid of any dignity or position." Lin Qiye continued, "Conversely, by following me, you not only gain your freedom, but might also become even stronger in the future. Furthermore, if you refuse to accompany me now, you are left with no other option but death. After all, with a mere thought, the Dragon Control Seal could obliterate you in an instant. Before you lies but two paths. One leads to death. The other requires you to divulge the means of your salvation, thereby ensuring your compliance with my wishes henceforth. My patience is finite, and I trust you will make a judicious choice." Thereupon, Lin Qiye produced an incense stick and ignited it, stating, "You have but the duration of this incense to decide." At that moment, the expression in the Dragon Maiden's eyes underwent a noticeable transformation as she fixated intently on Lin Qiye, her heart still brimming with reluctance. She was acutely aware of the powers of the Dragon Control Seal. Non-compliance, in this case, could only result in death, a fate she was desperate to avoid. In that instant, she found herself engulfed in profound hesitation and indecision. Chapter 41. The Lineage of the Purple Dragon. Time passed slowly. In a fleeting moment, half of the incense stick had burned away. "Brother Lin, do you think she will agree?" asked Xiao Mengshu softly, standing beside Lin Qiye. "Certainly," Lin Qiye replied with unwavering confidence, for in the eyes of the Dragon Maiden, he discerned a glimmer of the will to survive. "Let's continue to wait patiently." As the incense dwindled near its end, Lin Qiye spoke, "The time is nearly upon us. Have you made your decision? I can submit to you, but you must not compel me to do that which I am unwilling." The Dragon Maiden stated resolutely, having already anticipated the lascivious nature of human men. Given her beauty, she was certain that Lin Qiye might desire her submission, which was utterly out of the question, unless it was her own volition. "I can agree to this matter." Lin Qiye nodded, finding no issue with the arrangement. "Additionally, I require your assistance in retrieving the Thunder Spirit Pearl. It resides above this valley. The continuous thunderstorms enveloping the valley are all manifestations released from the Thunder Spirit Pearl. With its acquisition, I shall surely break my seal and shatter these chains. The dragon maiden reiterated. The Thunder Spirit Pearl, rumored to be an ancient artifact, exists here? Xiao Mengshu expressed her astonishment. Not a problem, Lin Qiye affirmed with a nod. Without delay, he leapt into the air, swiftly soaring upward, arriving above the Thunder Valley in no time. Boom! As he appeared, bolts of lightning surged violently towards Lin Qiye. Brother Lin, do you need my assistance? Xiao Mengshu inquired urgently. There's no need. You should remain below, Lin Qiye replied. In the face of the approaching lightning, Lin Qiye wielded the Tianya sword, unleashing an immense golden sword aura to clash against the onslaught. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed through the sky, reminiscent of the apocalypse. In mere moments, a radiant golden light burst forth, obliterating the lightning and plunging into the terrifying thunderclouds. Within those clouds, the golden brilliance continued to flicker. Reaching the upper layers of the thunderclouds, Lin Qiye beheld a black pearl, radiating potent energy, with bolts of lightning erupting from within it. The Thunder Spirit Pearl is indeed extraordinary. It has been releasing lightning for an unknown duration, yet still retains such formidable power. Could it be that the Thunder Spirit Pearl possesses an inexhaustible source of energy? Lin Qiye mused quietly. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to approach the Thunder Spirit Pearl, terrifying roars reverberated through the air. In an instant, 2 thunder dragons erupted from the pearl, unleashing a formidable force that charged towards Lin Qiye with an unstoppable momentum, seemingly intent on annihilating him. Void loss. Lin Qiye wasted no time and swiftly vanished into the void, arriving before the Thunder Spirit Pearl. He reached out and grasped the pearl with his hand. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming power surged violently into Lin Qiye's body. Good heavens, this Thunder Spirit Pearl seems intent on obliterating me. Lin Qiye shook his head, lamenting, What a pity you have encountered me. With a flicker of thought, he activated the void reincarnation technique, transforming that tyrannical energy into his own possession. Whatever energy came forth, he could absorb in equal measure. Before long, the Thunder Spirit Pearl had quieted down completely. Simultaneously, the storm clouds above Thunder Valley began to dissipate. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Mengshu couldn't help but exhale in relief. It seems we have succeeded. At that moment, a void materialized before her eyes, and Lin Qiye emerged from within. Here is the Thunder Spirit Pearl you sought, he said, opening his palm to reveal the pearl. Instantly, Xiao Mengshu's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized it closely. After all, it was an ancient artifact, a rarity indeed, and deserved thorough examination. I cannot believe you acquired it so effortlessly. The Dragon Clan woman spoke slowly, clearly now holding Lin Qiye in high regard. Of course, for me, it was simply a matter of reach, Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile. So, how do we shatter the remaining chains? Just hand me the Thunder Spirit Pearl. The Dragon Clan woman responded. Very well. Lin Qiye approached her and presented the Thunder Spirit Pearl. In an instant, the pearl transformed into a beam of light, swiftly entering the Dragon Clan woman's body. Immediately, both Lin Qiye and Xiao Mengshu sensed a formidable power surging within her. The chains that had bound her began to emit a golden radiance, entwined with unique inscriptions, seemingly striving to suppress her breakthrough. Boom! Crack! A shattering sound echoed as the seal within the Dragon Clan woman was shattered, and soon after, the chains could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and crumbled to pieces. Such terrifying dragon might. Even with my extraordinary cultivation, I can barely withstand it, Xiao Mengshu thought, a pained expression crossing her face. If there were any cultivators below the extraordinary level present now, they would likely be crushed to death by this dragon might. With her shackles released, the Dragon Clan woman's power surged exponentially. Her strength had surpassed mine. It was evident that her cultivation was beyond the celestial realm. Lin Qiye mused inwardly, though he felt a sense of joy. The stronger this Dragon Clan woman became, the better it was for him, as she would be bound to follow his commands. At that moment, the Dragon Clan woman gazed at Lin Qiye, harboring a thought of eliminating him. Yet, she merely entertained the notion. After all, she still bore the dragon control seal within her. She feared that if she acted, she would be annihilated by the seal. "I am Lin Qiye. May I ask your name?" Lin Qiye swiftly inquired. "Xiling," the dragon clan woman responded. "A delightful name. Henceforth, we shall be companions." Lin Qiye nodded with a smile. "Now, let's discuss the conditions under which I may rid myself of the dragon control seal within me," Xiling asked earnestly, as she did not wish to spend eternity tethered to this human cultivator. Moreover, she was acutely aware that should Lin Qiye, the seal's master, meet his demise, she too would perish alongside him. "If you exhibit a bit more diligence, I might consider lifting the dragon control seal," Lin Qiye replied with a chuckle. "Exhibit diligence?" Xiling was somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, from now on, you shall serve as my maid, and naturally, you are to attend to my needs," Lin Qiye continued, even enumerating various tasks that a maid would be expected to perform. This left Xiling in a state of grave silence. How could a proud dragon of her lineage stoop to become a servant to a human cultivator? Should others discover this, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. Alas, her life now rested in his hands. She had no choice but to acquiesce. "I understand," Xiling sighed in resignation. "By the way, I am curious. What lineage do you belong to within the dragon clan?" Lin Qiye asked with intrigue. "The purple dragon lineage," Xiling replied without hesitation. "The purple dragon lineage. It is said that the might of the 9 heavens' purple thunder can obliterate the world." Lin Qiye marveled in astonishment. Fortunately, he had perused numerous texts, one of which detailed the various branches of the dragon clan. "Indeed, it is splendid to have such a formidable maid at my side." Lin Qiye then broke into a hearty laugh. Chapter 42: Departure from the Ancient Battlefield, Emerging from the Subterranean Space. Xiling gazed upon the vast expanse of the sky and earth, feeling an indescribable sense of relaxation wash over her. The once terrifying Thunder Valley, plagued by fearsome storms, seemed destined for a name change. However, that was no longer of concern to Lin Qiye and his companions. "By the way, Xiling, I am still unaware of your true prowess. To what realm have you ascended?" Lin Qiye inquired, his curiosity piqued. Even Xiao Mengshu turned her gaze towards Xiling, clearly sharing the same intrigue. "Not particularly impressive. I am merely at the late stage of the demigod level," Xiling replied nonchalantly. In that moment, both Lin Qiye and Xiao Mengshu were momentarily taken aback. A demigod-level powerhouse. Such an existence was indeed formidable. "You have reached the demigod level, yet you are still imprisoned here?" Lin Qiye pondered aloud. "It seems the force that sealed you must be above the demigod realm. Never mind that. Let us first proceed to another teleportation array and address the matters of the ancient battlefield thereafter," Lin Qiye suggested quietly to Xiao Mengshu. "Would you kindly lead the way?" "Of course," Xiao Mengshu readily agreed. With that, the three of them swiftly took to the skies, moving with a speed akin to 3 shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Before they realized it, 3 days had swiftly passed. Soon, they arrived at a forest shrouded in mist. This is the Misty Forest. As far as I know, there exists a teleportation array within, and it is the closest one to us. However, this forest is perpetually enveloped in fog, making it exceedingly easy to become lost. Furthermore, this mist is not ordinary. It can obstruct perception, Xiao Mengshu quickly explained. Thus, locating the precise position of the teleportation array within the Misty Forest will require some time, Lin Qiye remarked. He then attempted to delve into the mist with his senses, but found it impossible to penetrate. Despite being in the celestial realm, his spiritual awareness could not breach the fog. This demonstrated just how extraordinary the mist truly was. Such a trivial mist. What is so difficult about it? Xiling said dismissively. "Oh." Lin Qiye turned to Xiling's icy visage, smiling. "Do you have a clever solution?" "Quite simple." Xiling stepped forward, and with a sweeping motion of her hand, a tremendous gust of wind erupted forth. In the eyes of Lin Qiye and Xiao Mengshu, the tempest swiftly dispelled the mist enveloping the forest of illusions. What was once the misty forest transformed into an ordinary woodland in mere moments. "Impressive," Lin Qiye exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, truly deserving of a demigod-level powerhouse. Enough with the flattery. Let us not waste any more time, Xiling stated calmly. Continuing their flight deeper into the forest, everything was now laid bare before them. It was not long before they reached their destination. A high platform, draped in vines, came into view before them. Fire serpent technique. Summer Mengshu formed hand seals and immediately unleashed a serpent of flame. The fiery serpent surged downward, roaring as it engulfed the entire mass of entwined vines. The inferno blazed, incinerating the vines completely. Upon the platform, a teleportation array revealed itself. Wonderful. The teleportation array here is intact. Summer Mengshu could not help but feel a surge of joy upon seeing this. With this, they could finally depart from the ancient battlefield. With a whoosh, 3 beams of light descended, and Lin Qiye and the others landed smoothly upon the platform. Lin Qixiao, I will activate the teleportation array now, Summer Mengshu declared, retrieving hundreds of source stones from her storage ring. Let us begin. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Immediately, with a flick of her fingers, the source stones transformed into pure energy that surged into the teleportation array. As sufficient energy flowed in, the intricate patterns of the array began to glow. Within mere breaths, the entire teleportation array was fully activated, and a beam of light enveloped them. In an instant, they were transformed into 3 streaks of light. As the radiance faded and Lin Qiye and the others opened their eyes once more, they discovered they had arrived atop a mountain peak. Phew! We have finally left the ancient battlefield, Summer Mengshu exclaimed, reflecting on their fortune. First and foremost, we must ascertain our current location, Lin Qiye suggested softly. They continued to soar through the skies. After several hours, a town came into view. This town was named Lu Town. Upon entering, they inquired briefly and learned that they were situated in the Fian dynasty of the Eastern Xian domain. How fortunate! We returned right within the Eastern Xian domain, Summer Mengshu remarked, relieved that they had not ended up outside the domain, which could have posed some minor complications. Lin Qixiao, let us return to the Luo sacred land, Summer Mengshu continued, now aware of their exact position. She knew well the direction of the Luo sacred land. At their current speed of travel, they would be able to return in no more than 10 days. I will not be returning. You may go ahead, Lin Qiye stated. Producing a task token. I need to trouble you with one matter. This is a task token I received earlier. Please submit it to the task hall upon your return. Taking the task token, Summer Mengshu looked puzzled. Lin Qixiao, do you not intend to come back? I do plan to return, but I wish to walk back. Lin Qiye replied with a nod and a gentle smile. Walk back. Summer Mengshu was taken aback. Beside her, Xiling widened her eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. After all, if Lin Qiye were to walk back, she would inevitably follow him. For a moment, she found it incomprehensible that a cultivator of Lin Qiye's caliber at the Celestial Realm could maintain a decent flying speed. It would not take long to return swiftly. Furthermore, Lin Qiye had mastered the laws of the void, undoubtedly allowing him to reach the Luo sacred land even faster. Yet he insisted on walking back. It was perplexing, bewildering. Was this behavior foolish? Alas, my senior brother must have his reasons. Thus, I shall return first, and we shall meet again at the Luo sacred land. Xiao Mengshu clasped her hands respectfully. She certainly did not have the luxury of time to walk back step by step. Upon returning to the Luo sacred land, she would immediately enter seclusion to cultivate. She would exert herself fully to break through her current realm and attain the celestial realm. Very well, travel cautiously, and I wish you success in your breakthrough. Lin Qiye smiled and nodded. In no time, Xiao Mengshu soared into the sky. Her figure receded, gradually fading from view within a matter of seconds. Are you certain you wish to walk? Ziling regarded Lin Qiye with a serious tone, stating, I will not accompany you on foot. No matter. Whether you choose to walk or not is of no consequence to me. As long as you can be summoned whenever needed, that is sufficient. Lin Qiye waved his hand. Walking was merely a means for him to gain experience points. Chapter 43. Calling Master after resting for 2 days in Lu Town. Lin Qiye finally set off towards the direction of the Daluo Holy Land, taking each step deliberately. With every stride, he could feel his experience points incrementing. Hovering in the air, Xiling watched Lin Qiye saunter leisurely on the ground with a perplexed expression, questioning why he chose to walk when he could fly. Moreover, he seemed genuinely delighted by his leisurely pace. At this rate, how long would it take to reach the so-called Daluo Holy Land? Ah, how I, the proud Xiling, find myself in such a predicament. This is utterly unacceptable. Who on earth created this dragon control seal? Even my semi-divine cultivation is powerless against it in that moment. Xiling felt a wave of despair wash over her. Despite possessing formidable strength, she found herself utterly helpless. Hey, can't you walk a bit faster? Xiling could no longer contain herself and landed directly in front of Lin Qiye. Speaking up, I want to respond to hey. From now on, address me as master, Lin Qiye said with a slight smile, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Absolutely not. Xiling firmly rejected his request, aware of her own esteemed status. It was simply too humiliating to call him master. What? You don't wish to regain your freedom? It's merely a title, and you refuse to accept it. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively. How infuriating. Xiling clenched her fists, genuinely tempted to punch Lin Qiye into oblivion. If it's just a title, then let us change it to something else, Xiling asserted. Regardless, I will never call you master. No way. I enjoy you calling me master. Lin Qiye shook his head. There's no room for negotiation. Oh, Xiling's heart raged in turmoil. Fine, fine, fine. I shall call you master. She gritted her teeth in concession. The utterance of master sent delightful shivers through Lin Qiye, providing him immense pleasure. Good. Now say it a few more times, Lin Qiye chuckled. Master, master, master. Is that enough? Xiling exclaimed. Lin Qiye nodded in satisfaction. That will do. Maintain this going forward. With that, he resumed his leisurely walk. Hey, can you stop walking for a moment? Xiling quickly caught up. At this pace, how far can you possibly travel in a day? Don't you cultivate at all? Why waste time walking? The thought of spending every day watching Lin Qiye progress at such a slow pace while she could only follow beside him was unbearable. You don't understand. Walking is also a form of cultivation for me. Lin Qiye replied with a smile. Walking is cultivation? Xiling scoffed lightly. I have seen much in my time, but this is a first. Do you truly rely on walking to achieve your celestial realm? To her surprise, her words held a grain of truth. Lin Qiye nodded decisively. Indeed, it's dull. Xiling promptly soared into the air. Shortly thereafter, a series of thunderous roars echoed around as Xiling unleashed her fury upon the feeble beasts. Honestly, it is through sheer walking that I have become so formidable. Why is it so hard for you to believe? Lin Qiye sighed, lamenting that the truth often goes unrecognized. Nightfall soon enveloped the land. As fate would have it, they passed a gentle stream, prompting Lin Qiye to decide to camp by its banks for the night. Xiling returned to his side, questioning, not continuing on, taking a break now? Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a tent and other camping necessities from his storage ring. We've only traveled a short distance during the day, and now we must rest. Returning to the great Luo sacred land will take decades, if not a century. Xiling complained, contemplating the monotony that their future days would hold. Feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. How are you feeling? Have you vented enough today? You've slain so many beasts, Lin Qiye chuckled. Well, how about you catch a few fish? What? You want me to fish? Xiling exclaimed, her face reflecting her reluctance. As a proud Dragon Clan member, the notion of fishing in a stream seemed beneath her dignity. This should be a piece of cake for you, Lin Qiye urged, waving his hand. Don't waste time. Soon, you'll get to sample my culinary skills. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, crashing into the stream with a resounding boom, sending fish tumbling to the surface. Goodness, fish frying. No, this is more akin to electrocuting fish, Lin Qiye mused internally. With a graceful flick of her finger, Xiling summoned the fish, which flew directly into Lin Qiye's presence. You can eat those if you wish. I shall refrain, she declared, stepping aside to gaze at the full moon, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye swiftly prepared the fish. Once cleaned, he ignited a fire and began to grill them. Soon, the aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air. As he sprinkled on the spices, the fragrance intensified. How is it that his grilled fish can smell so divine? Even my appetite is stirred. Ziling found herself swallowing hard, perplexed by how such ordinary fish could be transformed into something so delectable in Lin Qiye's hands. Not bad, not bad. My culinary skills haven't waned. They remain as delightful as ever. Lin Qiye exclaimed as he devoured the grilled fish with gusto, praising his own handiwork. Watching him relish the meal only heightened Ziling's desire to taste the fish herself. So what do you say? Would you like to have some? Lin Qiye smiled, looking over at Ziling. Humph. I shall reluctantly give it a try. Ziling approached and took a grilled fish. With just a single bite, the exquisite flavor left her utterly astonished. How could it be so delicious? In the distant past, she had indulged in various delicacies, yet none could compare to this grilled fish. I have told you, my culinary skills are quite exceptional. Lin Qiye chuckled. In a brief span, he observed Ziling gradually devouring the dish with great enthusiasm. Lin Qiye felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Ah, in other matters I may struggle to grasp you, but when it comes to culinary prowess, that is certainly assured. There's a saying that rings true. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. In due time, she shall be unable to part from me. Chapter 44. The relationship subtly deepens before long. The two had devoured the grilled fish entirely. When Ziling came to her senses, she felt a bit dazed, inwardly chiding herself. Ziling, what on earth are you doing? You actually ate food prepared by this fellow yet. It was undeniably delicious. Lin Qiye, observing her lost in thought, found her quite endearing. Well then, I shall take a rest. You can protect me well tonight, he proclaimed before retreating into the tent, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Once Ziling regained her composure, she wore a look of exasperation. Even with my cultivation at the heavenly realm, I still need to protect myself. Moreover, the beasts here are rather weak. Annoyed, she muttered under her breath about how he hadn't even left her a tent, treating her like a mere maid. After a while, she managed to calm herself. With a decisive wave of her hand, she conjured a barrier to isolate her surroundings. She then sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. Unbeknownst to her, the time spent in confinement had provided her with fresh insights into her cultivation. The ambient spiritual energy surged around her as she vaguely sensed the threshold for a breakthrough. It wouldn't be long before achieving the perfection of semi-divinity might not pose a challenge. The following morning, as the sun gradually rose and bathed the earth in light, Lin Qiye began to stir. Habitually stretching, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Exiting the tent, he glanced at Ziling and smiled. Good morning. What is so good about it? Ziling huffed lightly. The weather is splendid today. Lin Qiye continued cheerfully, waving his hand to stow the tent back into his storage pouch. One must admit, having someone to safeguard him in the wild allowed him to sleep soundly and peacefully throughout the night. As they resumed their journey, Lin Qiye was taken aback to find Ziling walking alongside him. What is the matter? Why are you walking with me today? He asked curiously. To fly away would only mean waiting for you slowly. I've resigned myself to this and decided to walk with you, Ziling replied. During her meditation the previous night, she had pondered much. There's a saying among humans, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Given the circumstances, she resolved to go with the flow and take each step as it came. Ziling, walking truly is a form of cultivation. Lin Qiye said earnestly, do not underestimate the simplicity of walking. Each step we take is an act of practice. This act of walking transcends mere movement. It embodies a form of Zen meditation, where every step seems to merge with the earth. By not dwelling on the past, nor fearing the future, we focus solely on the present, ensuring we walk steadily and mindfully. In doing so, we can uncover the beauty that often eludes us, thereby elevating our state of mind. Almost everything that Lin Qiye could conceive was articulated, serving as a form of persuasion that elevated the ordinary act of walking to a lofty ideal. Upon hearing his words, Ziling's expression grew serious. She suddenly perceived the profound wisdom in Lin Qiye's discourse, leading to an epiphany that momentarily loosened the shackles of her cultivation, indicating a subtle enhancement in her abilities. To her astonishment, despite being merely at the celestial realm, Lin Qiye possessed such insightful understanding, which made her feel enlightened. She became notably earnest, expressing gratitude towards Lin Qiye, leaving him in a state of disbelief. What was happening? He had merely been engaging in a bit of banter. Puzzled, he opted not to dwell on it further. Regardless, Xiling's attitude towards him had evidently improved, marking a significant advancement overall. I have quite a bit to share, and I shall slowly enlighten you along the way. Lin Qiye smiled. As they continued their journey, boredom set in. How about I narrate a story? After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him. There existed a grand mountain known as Huagua Mountain, atop which lay a stone that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, giving rise to a miraculous stone monkey. It was evident that this was a tale from Journey to the West. Lin Qiye had read this classic innumerable times, becoming thoroughly familiar with its narrative. As time slipped by, dust descended. Throughout their trek, Lin Qiye recounted the story, captivating Xiling to the point where she was utterly engrossed, losing herself in the tale. Let us rest here for the night, Lin Qiye suggested, glancing at a nearby open area that seemed ideal for camping. All right, Xiling nodded eagerly. Please continue. She was far from satiated. Who was the true Monkey King, after all? Her anticipation grew, and the story astonished her, as if it had unveiled a new worldview. The stone monkey ascended to the title of the great sage equal to heaven, traversing the underworld, manipulating lifespans at will, and even pilfering heavenly elixirs, no less formidable than the Dragon King. In the realm of cultivation, their Dragon Clan's king was indeed a fearsome figure. After a day of travel, Lin Qiye felt parched and took a seat, producing a set of tea utensils. Xiling, clearly understanding his intent, persevered for the sake of the narrative. Soon, she began to brew tea for him, her movements fluid and graceful, catching Lin Qiye by surprise, as he had not anticipated her proficiency in tea preparation. Enjoy your tea, she offered, handing him a cup. Lin Qiye accepted it and took a small sip, instantly revealing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, the tea was rich and refreshing, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Lin Qiye remarked, I never expected you to possess such remarkable skills in tea brewing. Just average, really. Now, may we continue? After a day of travel, his legs felt somewhat sore. How about a gentle massage? You wish for me to massage your legs? Xiling increasingly sensed that Lin Qiye was becoming quite audacious. As a cultivator of the celestial realm, how could he possibly feel leg fatigue after a day's journey? Massaging legs is quite a simple task, isn't it? Lin Qiye replied, My legs do ache a bit, and if you don't help, I truly find myself struggling to recall the next part of the story. Very well, I shall assist. Xiling crouched down and began to knead his legs. Oh! Lin Qiye exclaimed in agony. Xiling was applying far too much pressure. What had initially felt insignificant now rendered his entire leg in pain. Enough. Please stop. He hastily implored. The power of the Dragon Clan was notoriously formidable. Not having his legs crushed was a blessing in itself. Then do continue with the story. Xiling settled beside him. All right. Lin Qiye resumed recounting the tale of Journey to the West. For reasons unknown, he found himself rather relishing this moment. The bond between the two was quietly strengthening. Chapter 45. Xianyang City one night. Lin Qiye tirelessly recounted tales, while Xiling listened with rapt attention. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Qiye concluded the narrative of Journey to the West. Ultimately, the four disciples had successfully completed their quest for scriptures, each attaining their respective destinies. Thus, the saga of Journey to the West came to a close. Having absorbed the entire tale, Xiling appeared as if awakening from a profound dream, her heart brimming with astonishment. From this narrative, she had gleaned numerous profound truths and meanings. Observing Xiling's expression, Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, being moved by one of the four great classical novels is entirely natural. Let us take a short break before we continue our journey, Lin Qiye suggested simply. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, over half a year slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Lin Qiye narrated many other stories to Xiling. As they spent each day together, their bond naturally deepened considerably. They had evolved into partners and even akin to family. Over the course of these 6 months, Lin Qiye's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Beyond this realm lies the sage realm, Transitioning from the perfected celestial realm to the sage realm requires a staggering 50 million experience points. Although the requirement had increased significantly for Lin Qiye, it merely meant traversing a few more paths. Xiangyang City is just ahead. On this particular day, Lin Qiye glanced at the map and then ahead, spotting a city emerging in the distance. Xiling, conceal your dragon horns and don your veil, Lin Qiye reminded her. Throughout their journey, they had passed numerous towns and cities. Especially in densely populated areas, Xiling's presence invariably drew all eyes. Each time, she would attract the attention of many lascivious individuals, particularly the arrogant young scions who, relying on their powerful family backgrounds, looked down upon everyone else. Understood. Xiling responded obediently. As her dragon horns vanished and she donned her veil, she transformed into a figure that appeared entirely human. However, even with the veil, there lingered an enigmatic and ethereal beauty about her. Truly, she was a natural beauty, likely to capture many gazes regardless. Let's enter the city. Lin Qiye chuckled. Originally, there was no necessity to visit Xiangyang City, but alas, the system had issued a task that must be fulfilled. Otherwise, he would regress in his cultivation. Task: proceed to Xiangyang City and avert a disaster. The task was succinctly stated in just a few words, yet the nature of the disaster he was to prevent remained entirely unclear. After approximately an hour, Lin Qiye and Xiling finally stepped into Xiangyang City. The scenery within the city was bustling, with throngs of people crowding the streets, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Everything appeared remarkably tranquil. It was utterly inconceivable that this city of Xiangyang would soon face any calamity. It seemed that we would be residing in Xiangyang for a considerable duration. Lin Qiye murmured softly. Why is that? Are we not continuing our journey? Xiling inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Previously, in the cities they had traversed, they had lingered for merely a few days before departing. Now, Lin Qiye indicated that their stay would extend for an indefinite period, which seemed to suggest a prolonged sojourn. I possess the ability to foresee the future. Whether you believe it or not, this city of Xiangyang is destined to encounter a disaster shortly. Lin Qiye remarked with a mysterious smile. My reason for remaining is to avert this impending calamity. Upon hearing this, Xiling was taken aback. The capacity to predict the future was indeed extraordinary. What kind of disaster are we speaking of? Rather than questioning him, Xiling found herself increasingly inclined to believe. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed Lin Qiye's remarkable progress, advancing from the mid-stage of the celestial realm to its consummation merely through walking. It was indeed natural that any extraordinary occurrences surrounding him should be expected. The specifics of the disaster remain unclear. We shall discover it in due time. Lin Qiye chuckled. For now, our immediate concern is to find a suitable place to stay, as our duration here necessitates adequate shelter. Understood, Xiling nodded, and they proceeded deeper into the main street. Soon, they arrived at the inner city of Xiangyang, where the atmosphere was even more vibrant and prosperous. After expending a modest amount of source stones, Lin Qiye successfully rented a charming courtyard adorned with antiquated elegance and flourishing flowers. After spending over half a year living in the open, they finally had a refuge from the elements. Reclining in a chair within the courtyard, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of contentment. Once he attained the sage realm, he intended to visit the Xian sect, for he shared a fateful bond with Li Waner. In the past, he felt unworthy and unqualified. However, he believed he had now earned that right. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he resolved to reach the sage realm before making the journey. Calculating the time, he noted that at just over 20 years of age, he might become the youngest sage in history, creating a stir throughout the world. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall now devote myself to cultivation, he stated, observing Xiling's radiant smile as she pondered. Xiling, however, did not dwell on such matters. She expressed her belief that she was on the cusp of achieving perfection in her divine state. If all went well, she anticipated breaking through within the upcoming 6 months. Indeed, focus on your cultivation, Lin Qiye replied, nodding in agreement. Xiling retreated to her room, seated herself on the grand bed, and swiftly entered a state of meditation, her being transcending into an enigmatic realm. Opening her personal information panel, Lin Qiye silently murmured to himself, received the command, successfully activated. The interface of the system displayed, grounded system. Host, Lin Qiye, realm, perfected celestial being. Experience points, 984, 548, 50, 000, 000. Martial arts, 8 desolations palm, perfected. Heavenly soul technique, perfected. One sword technique, perfected. Void technique, perfected. Breathing deeply, Lin Qiye felt a surge of strength. The information on this panel clearly indicated that he was growing increasingly formidable. However, he pondered whether his repertoire of martial arts was somewhat lacking. He mused about the need for formations and alchemy, among other skills. A plan soon materialized in his mind. Once all was concluded, he would swiftly return to the Luo Holy Land. After all, whether it pertained to formations, alchemy, or any other discipline, he could effortlessly master them with experience points, without the need for arduous training. Thus, he resolved to become a versatile cultivator, elevating every aspect to its pinnacle. Indeed, I am a genius. Lin Qiye smirked with a hint of pride. Chapter 46. There are no free lunches in the sky. Having lingered in the city of Xiangyang for 3 months, Lin Qiye had traversed nearly every corner of this bustling metropolis. During this period, although numerous events unfolded within the city, none heralded any calamities. Each day, he ambled about, taking roughly 100,000 steps, indulging in leisure during the day and resting at night, his routine dictated by the rising and setting sun. Yet as 3 months passed, the anticipated disaster remained elusive. One morning, Xiling turned to Lin Qiye with a curious gaze. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of semi-divinity. Do not fret. It should be imminent, Lin Qiye reassured her, though a tinge of anxiety gnawed at his heart. Very well. I shall resume my cultivation, Xiling replied, retreating to her quarters. In recent days, Lin Qiye had ceased narrating stories, leaving Xiling feeling quite bored, hence her decision to immerse herself in practice. Let us continue our stroll, Lin Qiye declared as he exited the courtyard, sauntering through the streets of Xiangyang. Young Master Lin, out for a walk again? Come, sample these freshly steamed buns. Good morning, young Master Lin. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous acquaintances who greeted him warmly. I've eaten, thank you. Lin Qiye smiled gently, reciprocating their friendly gestures. Before long, he found himself in the inner city of Xiangyang. Suddenly, he sensed an influx of practitioners, all hastily converging towards a particular direction within the inner city, their faces alight with excitement, suggesting the occurrence of something favorable. Intrigued, Lin Qiye followed the throng and arrived at a grand plaza, where he beheld a multitude of practitioners lifting an enormous alchemical furnace, towering impressively at several dozen feet high. Excuse me, my good fellow, I have just arrived. What is transpiring here? Lin Qiye inquired of a nearby practitioner. Magnificent tidings. A master from the Shangling sect has come to personally concoct elixirs, and the potions will be distributed free of charge. The practitioner exclaimed, his countenance brimming with joy. Such a remarkable occurrence. Lin Qiye thought skeptically. In this merciless world, the emergence of such benevolence seemed decidedly suspicious. There might be ulterior motives at play. You do not comprehend. The Shangling sect is the most esteemed sect in our Yuanlong dynasty, a revered sanctuary for all who aspire to cultivate. Others chimed in, their enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, the Shangling sect's noble act truly reflects the grandeur of a prestigious sect. By the way, when will the elixirs be concocted? I can hardly contain my anticipation, for the elixirs crafted by the Shangling sect are renowned for their excellence. The fervent discussions among the crowd grew increasingly animated. From their conversation, it became apparent that the Shangling sect primarily specializes in the art of alchemy, excelling in the creation of medicinal pills. In fact, nearly half of all the elixirs within the Yuanlong dynasty are crafted by the Shangling sect. Perhaps the task assigned by the system is indeed related to this sect. Lin Qiye formed a tentative hypothesis, albeit lacking certainty. It seems that continued observation is warranted. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. A representative from the Shangling sect arrived, stirring excitement among the populace of Xiangyang City. Amidst the crowd, Lin Qiye clearly observed the Shangling sect members depositing numerous spirit herbs into a massive alchemical furnace, commencing the pill-making process. He scrutinized the entire procedure with keen interest, failing to discern any abnormalities. Moreover, the spirit herbs appeared to be entirely ordinary. Before long, the alchemical process bore fruit, yielding a remarkable batch of 1,000 pills. Esteemed guests, this pill is a new creation of the Shangling sect, known as the Chongxian pill. Consuming this pill will facilitate a rapid breakthrough in cultivation, simultaneously enhancing one's vitality. The sect representative proclaimed, "From now on, we will produce 1,000 pills daily for distribution. However, each individual may consume only one pill, so those who receive it need not return for more." Upon concluding his announcement, the representative began the distribution. The fortunate first 1,000 cultivators were indeed lucky. Receiving the Chongxian pill, displaying acumen, they promptly consumed the pills. As the elixirs entered their bodies, they felt an immense surge of power coursing through them. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sounds of breakthroughs echoed around them. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I have been trapped in the vitality realm for over a decade, and today I have finally broken through. Thank you, Shangling sect." Those who ingested the Chongxian pill swiftly ascended in their cultivation levels, expressing profound gratitude, some even kneeling in reverence. My heavens, the Chongxian pill is astonishing. Such an effortless breakthrough in cultivation. Others marveled. The Shangling sect truly deserves its reputation as a grand sect of alchemy. Only they could develop such a miraculous pill. Damn it. When will it be my turn to receive the Chongxian pill? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with envy. Dear friends, do not despair if you did not receive a pill. There will be further opportunities. The Shangling sect representative assured before departing on their respective magical treasures, vanishing from sight. Observing the jubilant cultivators, Lin Qiye shook his head and chose to leave the scene. Throughout his journey, he maintained a clear conviction. The so-called Chongxian pill undoubtedly harbored some hidden issues. There are no free lunches in the heavens. Alas, he lamented, as he was not an alchemist, he could not discern the truth. A change in perspective was necessary. If this miraculous elixir is indeed without flaw, then why do the members of the Shangling sect not consume it themselves? Such a potion could undoubtedly elevate the entire sect significantly. In fact, even if this elixir were to be sold, each piece would command an exorbitant price. Yet, the Shangling sect's actions of distributing this boundary-breaking elixir freely to the masses are undeniably perplexing. Lin Qiye sighed, realizing that he could no longer remain passive. He must devise a plan to uncover the truth behind this elixir. Furthermore, he needed to discern the true intentions of the Shangling sect in their actions. It seems a visit to the Shangling sect is in order. Lin Qiye promptly made his decision. Chapter 47. I am here to uphold justice. The law enforcement elder was instantly defeated upon returning to his dwelling. Lin Qiye exchanged a few brief words with Xiling before he seamlessly vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. Leaving Xiling behind served as a precaution. Should disaster strike in Xianyang City during his absence, she would be able to intervene. When Lin Qiye reemerged, he effortlessly infiltrated the upper spirit sect, donning the attire of an outer sect disciple. With an air of confidence, he strolled through the sect, and none could discern that he was not one of their own. In a matter of moments, Lin Qiye had thoroughly assessed the overall strength of the upper spirit sect. The outer sect comprised 1,365 disciples, while the inner sect boasted 421. Among them, the sect leader was at the initial stage of the transcendence realm. However, this leader was not the most formidable within the sect. Lin Qiye could distinctly sense the presence of another cultivator at the perfected stage of transcendence. If his conjecture held true, this individual likely belonged to the esteemed lineage of the sect's ancestors. Have you heard? The sect's plan has commenced in Xianyang City, one disciple remarked. Is it already underway? I suppose the ancestor could no longer wait, another replied. This bodes well. If the plan succeeds, the ancestor will undoubtedly break through his shackles and ascend to the celestial realm. Indeed, with the celestial powerhouse overseeing our sect, our status will surely elevate significantly. Soon, As Lin Qiye passed by a gathering of disciples engaged in fervent discussion, he drew closer, intrigued by their conversation. I must say, the spirit-enhancing pill is truly remarkable. Once consumed, it guarantees a breakthrough. Alas, it serves merely as bait. One disciple lamented. Indeed, those in Xiangyang City likely believe it is genuinely being given away for free. Little do they know, the free comes with the steepest price, their very lives. Once the ancestor succeeds this time, we too will have the opportunity to elevate our cultivation through such means. From their dialogue, Lin Qiye learned that the spirit-enhancing pill was an ancient formula discovered by their sect leader in a hidden realm. This formula detailed that the spirit-enhancing pill was a unique and sinister concoction, specifically designed to cultivate bait. Once the bait was successfully nurtured and subsequently refined, it would enable rapid breakthroughs in cultivation without any adverse effects. Evidently, Xiangyang City had been chosen as a testing ground. Thus, the mission assigned by the system must be closely intertwined with the upper spirit sect. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, contemplating the possibility of thwarting this scheme in advance, which could allow him to complete his task sooner. With that resolve, Lin Qiye stepped forward. Some disciples of the upper spirit sect glanced at his retreating figure, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Do you know him? Unfamiliar and unacquainted, perhaps a newly initiated disciple. An unsettling sensation washes over me. Let us not dwell on this. Instead, we should concentrate on our cultivation and strive to refine more elixirs of transcendent ascent. Indeed, the more elixirs we concoct, the greater the rewards we shall reap. After a brief span of approximately 10 minutes, Lin Qiye arrived before a grand palace, its imposing doors firmly shut, safeguarded by intricate protective formations. You, an outer disciple, dare to venture here? Are you seeking death? A sudden voice of reprimand echoed. Several disciples clad in inner sect attire materialized, their demeanor exuding arrogance. Utterly dismissive of Lin Qiye's presence. Prostrate and bow, and we might spare you. Otherwise, if we escort you to the law enforcement hall, your fate will be dire. One man scoffed coldly. Are all inner disciples of the Xiangling sect as brutish as you? Lin Qiye replied with calmness. Bow down? What is this? He chuckled. You outer disciple possess remarkable audacity. The sect has explicit regulations. You're only permitted to operate below the mid-mountain. It appears you are courting death. The man summoned a spiked mace, launching it menacingly towards Lin Qiye. Had it been an ordinary outer disciple, such an assault would undoubtedly spell certain doom. Yet, Lin Qiye merely extended a finger and gently flicked it. With a crack, the mace shattered into fragments. In an instant, a glimmer of sword light flashed in the man's eyes. A blade of energy pierced through his form, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? The man's expression contorted in disbelief. He was a peak practitioner of the Yuanli realm, yet he had been so swiftly vanquished. The bitterness of defeat consumed him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life, as torrents of blood flowed forth, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. In that moment, the expressions of the other inner disciples transformed, their initial bravado replaced by palpable fear. You dare to slay an inner disciple. Quickly, summon the elders. They regained their composure, and one among them, clutching a special jade slip, urgently proclaimed, an inner disciple has been slain within the Xiangling Hall. We implore the law enforcement elder to intervene. This jade slip appeared to serve as a means of communication. In that instant, all disciples of the Xiangling sect, through the jade slips they bore, were made aware of the alarming news. Shockwaves rippled through them. How audacious to dare commit such an act within the Xiangling Hall. In scarcely more than a few breaths, a figure of immense authority, an elder with an imposing presence, appeared swiftly. The inner disciples bowed respectfully and declared, Elder of law enforcement, it is he. The law enforcement elder cast a glance at the corpse lying in the pool of blood, and his expression darkened considerably. I never expected that you, a mere outer sect disciple, would dare to slay an inner sect disciple. You truly disregard the rules of the Xiangling sect. He scrutinized Lin Qiye and suddenly made a startling discovery. You are not a disciple of the Xiangling sect. How could this be? The sect is protected by a formidable array. Only those of our sect can enter. Who exactly are you, and how did you manage this? Lin Qiye merely chuckled. The formations of your Shangling sect are hardly sufficient to keep me at bay. As for my identity, you lack the qualification to know. You need only understand that I am here to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Then this old man shall annihilate you today. The law enforcement elder summoned a longsword, unleashing a powerful killing strike directly at Lin Qiye. The full force of his perfected Yuan Dan cultivation erupted, causing the inner sect disciples to sense the terrifying power emanating from him. The law enforcement elder, renowned for his strength, would undoubtedly achieve the extraordinary in no time. This brat was doomed without a doubt. However, before they could finish their praises, a wave of sword energy cleaved the law enforcement elder in two. The gruesome and brutal scene unfolded before their eyes, causing the inner sect disciples to tremble in instinctive fear, with some collapsing to the ground, their expressions utterly horrified. Impossible. This cannot be. The law enforcement elder is a formidable master of the perfected Yuan Dan realm, and yet he was slain in an instant. Chapter 48. Henceforth, the Supreme Spirit sect ceases to exist. Who possesses such audacity to intrude upon the Supreme Spirit sect and slay its members? From another grand hall, a radiant light surged forth. In but a fleeting moment, the sect leader of the Supreme Spirit sect floated before Lin Qiye, emanating an extraordinary aura of authority. This leader, indeed, was the one who not only murdered disciples of the inner sect, but also executed the law enforcement elder. The remaining inner disciples, now filled with reverence, bowed before him. Esteemed one, this demands an explanation. The sect leader addressed Lin Qiye, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. An explanation? Lin Qiye chuckled. Surely, I need not elaborate on the schemes you have concocted within the Supreme Spirit sect. You intend to use the entire populace of Xiangyang City as your sacrificial pawns. I have come to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. I am eager to witness from whence your confidence stems. The sect leader declared with imposing authority. In that very instant, he prepared to strike at Lin Qiye. An unfathomable force surged forth. Thud! Under the weight of this power, the sect leader found himself utterly unable to resist. He was swiftly pressed to the ground, his knees collapsing beneath him. How is this possible? His countenance shifted dramatically. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as insignificant as an ant. Never had he encountered such a terrifying force, not even in the presence of his own ancestors. Could it be that you are a celestial being? He exclaimed, his shock palpable. The inner disciples, hearing the term celestial, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. To them, the extraordinary realm was already an unfathomable existence. They never anticipated that the young Lin Qiye was, in fact, a celestial being. It is well known that beneath the celestial, all are but ants. The once formidable sect leader now seemed but an insect. Boom! With a mere flick of Lin Qiye's finger, the formation of the Supreme Spirit Hall shattered. Senior, do you truly intend to be so ruthless? The sect leader struggled to utter. We will acquiesce to any conditions you propose. A surge of sword energy struck, and the sect leader's head fell to the ground. The leader was dead. All the inner disciples collapsed, their faces twisted in sheer terror and fear. Silence. Lin Qiye stated calmly. And you? Another flash of sword light, and the remaining inner disciples were obliterated in an instant. Having dispatched these foes, Lin Qiye turned toward the Supreme Spirit Hall, a golden sword energy coalescing beside him. With a swift whoosh, the golden energy surged forth, creating a resounding crash as the great doors of the hall were blasted open. Inside, the opulent decorations were lavish beyond belief. A white-haired elder floated within the hall, while the ground was strewn with the corpses of countless individuals. It was evident that the ancestor of the Supreme Spirit sect had undoubtedly practiced some form of nefarious technique. Such malevolent practitioners, regardless of their status in the righteous path, would undoubtedly take action to eradicate them. Upon stepping into the sacred spirit hall, Lin Qiye felt as though he could perceive the numerous vengeful souls lingering within. To his astonishment, this esteemed upper spirit sect was indeed so corrupted. Lin Qiye chuckled softly. Why must you act in such a manner? The elder with white hair opened his eyes, his voice raspy. I merely seek to become powerful. And so you resort to practicing sinister arts, sacrificing the lives of others. Even using the city of Xiangyang as a source for your elixir? Lin Qiye retorted. Initially, I had no intention of interfering, but alas, I am bound by duty. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, and power reigns supreme, how many have forsaken everything in pursuit of greater strength? The white-haired elder's gaze turned icy. You speak too much. With that, Lin Qiye unleashed his Tianya sword, slicing through the air with a single stroke. A terrifying sword aura erupted forth. In the face of Lin Qiye's strike, the elder hastily summoned multiple defensive spiritual treasures to shield himself. Crack! These protective artifacts shattered within mere moments, offering no respite. Finally, the elder's arm was severed. Fortunately for him, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, that strike would have entailed far graver consequences. The strength of a transcendent being was indeed formidable. Aware that he was outmatched, the elder produced a special talisman, declaring, I will remember you today, and I shall seek vengeance. He quickly channeled his inner energy into the talisman. Yet in the span of a few blinks, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. How can it be? The void traversal talisman has failed. Initially, he had refrained from fleeing, believing that this talisman would allow him to traverse the void swiftly. Yet, it was now rendered ineffective. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The void? Lin Qiye smiled slightly. Is this what you refer to? With a mere flick of his finger, a rift in the void swiftly manifested. What a coincidence. I happened to master the laws of the void. The white-haired elder was left dumbfounded. To encounter a transcendent being who commanded the laws of the void was a dire predicament. Was his fate sealed to end in death? My lord, propose a condition. What must I do to be spared? The elder's tone shifted to one of reverence. The higher one ascends, the more one wishes to cling to life. After all, it was no easy feat to reach such a realm. To perish now would mean losing everything. A flash of sword light pierced through the air. The elder's plea for mercy had not yet fully escaped his lips when his head fell to the ground. He likely never anticipated that Lin Qiye would act with such decisiveness. There was no room for negotiation. His slaughter had reached its zenith. As the elderly man succumbed to his demise, the voice of the system resonated within Lin Qiye's mind. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. The calamity plaguing Xiangyang City originated from the Xiangling sect. Now that I have preemptively addressed it, the disaster shall no longer manifest. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, reflecting on the situation. Upon exiting the Xiangling Hall, Lin Qiye drew his sword once more. Thunderous roars echoed as, in mere moments, the Xiangling Hall was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ruins. From this day forth, the Xiangling sect shall cease to exist. Should you dare to employ the eccentric to harm others, I shall eliminate each and every one of you. Lin Qiye's voice reverberated throughout the mountain. The disciples of the Xiangling sect listened with clarity. After a considerable time, the elders and remaining disciples of the Xiangling sect finally ascended the peak. Upon witnessing the devastation that was once their sect, their expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly harrowing was the sight of their sect leader's lifeless body, a scene too grim to behold, instilling a profound fear within them. With both their leader and ancestor deceased, the Xiangling sect was undeniably finished. They lamented the actions of their ancestor. Had he not conspired to utilize the eccentric, they would not have attracted such a formidable adversary. Enough of this. We must depart swiftly, for news of this event will spread rapidly, especially to the rival factions of the Xiangling sect. They will undoubtedly send emissaries, and when that occurs, our escape will be futile. Chapter 49. Return to the sacred land of the Luo, Xiangyang City. In the courtyard, witnessing the joyful smile on Lin Qiye's face, Xiling couldn't help but inquire. It seems everything has been resolved? Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded, smiling as he replied, as I suspected. The Xiangling sect intends to utilize the Chongxian pill to turn the entire city's inhabitants into medicinal catalysts, thereby enabling that transcendent ancestor to ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Upon hearing this, Xiling sighed in astonishment. I never imagined that such a pill existed in this age. It was a revelation to her. She continued, in that case, the impending disaster for Xiangyang City has been averted. Should we not proceed onward? Naturally. I have grown weary of staying in Xiangyang City. Let us rest for one more night, and we shall depart tomorrow. Lin Qiye nodded with a smile. Time passed steadily. News always spread swiftly. Before long, the tidings of the demise of the Shangling sect's leader and ancestor circulated throughout Xiangyang City. Upon learning that this was all part of a conspiracy against Xiangyang, fear gripped the hearts of the people. They were relieved that a mysterious, powerful figure had intervened in time. Otherwise, they would have become mere medicinal catalysts. Meanwhile, those cultivators who had consumed the Chongxian pill were now pale and filled with terror, desperate to expel the pill from their bodies. Alas, once ingested, the effects of the Chongxian pill had already been fully absorbed. The following morning, Lin Qiye and Xiling exited the courtyard. Along their path, they encountered numerous cultivators discussing the events concerning the Shangling sect. News travels remarkably fast, Lin Qiye remarked, astonished at how quickly the entire city had become aware of the situation. Upon stepping through the city gates, the atmosphere around them grew significantly quieter. Xiling, let us return to the sacred land of the Luo, Lin Qiye declared. Are we not walking back? Xiling chuckled. It is quite a distance to the sacred land. Walking would take an inordinate amount of time. Lin Qiye shook his head. We shall return first, and then decide. Whoosh! The two swiftly took to the skies, their speed astonishing. However, Xiling's pace was even swifter, a speed that Lin Qiye could not match. Fortunately, Xiling did not exert her full speed and flew alongside Lin Qiye. As they soared through the air, the scenery below unfolded in a breathtaking panorama. In just over 10 days, Lin Qiye and Xiling successfully returned to the sacred land of Deluo. At that moment, Xiling gazed upon the entire expanse of the sacred land and nodded slowly. This place is quite commendable. Quite commendable? That hardly seems a lofty appraisal. Lin Qiye remarked softly. Have you perhaps visited places of greater splendor? Indeed, the sacred land of my dragon clan far surpasses this Luo sacred land by several magnitudes. Xiling replied earnestly. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit to the dragon clan's sacred land. Lin Qiye found himself filled with anticipation. What manner of existence was this dragon clan sacred ground? Shortly thereafter, he returned to his carefree peak, accompanied by Xiling. It had been a while since his last visit, and he felt a sense of longing. Senior brother Lin, you're back. Mu Qingxue rushed over, her face alight with joy. Yes, Qingxue, you have done a commendable job managing the carefree peak. Lin Qiye replied with a smile, producing some cultivation elixirs and spiritual herbs, which he handed to her. Take these. They are spoils from the ancient battlefield. They are of no use to me anymore, so I bestow them upon you. Cultivate diligently. At present, Mu Qingxue had reached the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, a testament to her earnest dedication during his absence. Thank you, senior brother Lin. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiling, who will be residing here at the Carefree Peak from now on. Lin Qiye made the introductions. As Mu Qingxue regarded Xiling, she felt a pang of inadequacy. It appeared that senior brother Lin favored such a presence. It seemed she had little hope for herself. She silently resolved to bury her feelings deep within. I'll go for a stroll, if that's all right. Xiling inquired, glancing at Lin Qiye. Certainly, but do not cause any trouble, Lin Qiye advised. After all, this was the Daluo sacred ground. Rest assured, Xiling assured him, and in the next moment, she soared into the sky, leaving Lin Qiye and Mu Qingxue alone. Qingxue, during my absence, has there been any significant event in the Daluo sacred ground? Lin Qiye continued his inquiry. The Daluo sacred ground has remained as it always has, without any major incidents, Mu Qingxue replied, shaking her head. However, there was a sensational piece of news that stirred the entire eastern Xian region not long ago. Oh, pray tell, Lin Qiye asked with keen curiosity. It is rumored that the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository is about to open, Mu Qingxue explained. Even the various transcendents of the Daluo sacred ground are preparing actively. The heavenly sword ancient repository. What manner of place could that be? This was the first Lin Qiye had heard of it. In ancient times, there existed a sect known as the Heavenly Sword Sect, which dominated the world and was universally recognized as the foremost sect. Until one fateful day, a cataclysmic battle erupted. The formidable Heavenly Sword Sect was annihilated, and the continent fractured into the present four great Xian regions. This Heavenly Sword ancient repository was, in fact, a remnant of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Qingxue recounted all that she knew in detail, granting Lin Qiye a deeper understanding of the repository. So, if the Heavenly Sword ancient repository is indeed set to open, it is indeed a momentous occasion. Lin Qiye nodded slowly in agreement. Senior brother Lin, will you attend? Mu Qingxue asked with curiosity. I shall not. Lin Qiye decisively shook his head. He felt no need for spiritual treasures or martial arts, nor did he face any constraints in his cultivation. On that day, within the sword ancient repository, even if one were to encounter fortuitous circumstances, it would have little impact on oneself, rather than contend with others. It would be more prudent to traverse the vast expanse of the Daluo sacred land. Who knows, one might experience swifter progress than that achieved in the sword ancient repository. All right, Qingxue, please fetch me some hot water. I wish to indulge in a long soak, followed by a hearty feast and a well-deserved rest. Lin Qiye continued. Following this, he resolved to take a few days to recuperate and enjoy himself before resuming his cultivation journey. Understood, senior brother Lin. I shall prepare it right away. Mu Qingxue replied with a nod. In a short while, the bathtub was filled with steaming water. Lin Qiye sank into it, relishing the warmth, while Mu Qingxue entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. Previously, she had read a saying in a book: to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Thus, she had dedicated herself to mastering the culinary arts, and now she was eager to showcase her skills, certain that Lin Qiye would be pleasantly surprised. After about half an hour, Lin Qiye emerged from the bath, inhaling the delightful aromas wafting through the air. Following the scent, he approached the wooden table laden with an array of visually appealing and fragrant dishes, causing him to swallow in anticipation. Senior brother Lin, you're all cleaned up. It's time to eat, Mu Qingxue announced cheerfully, carrying a bowl of soup. Qingxue, did you prepare all of this? Lin Qiye asked, astonished. Indeed, Mu Qingxue replied with a gentle smile. I hope it suits your palate. Well, I must taste it then. Lin Qiye chuckled, eagerly picking up his chopsticks. Delicious. Lin Qiye was profoundly impressed. Observing his reaction, Mu Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with joy. It seemed that her diligent practice in the kitchen had indeed borne fruit. Qingxue, come sit and eat with me. Lin Qiye invited, noticing her standing nearby. It felt rather odd to have someone merely watching him eat, and besides, there was more food than one could possibly consume alone. Today is a celebration. Qingxue, would you join me for a drink? Lin Qiye proclaimed, producing a jar of fine wine. Certainly, senior brother Lin. Mu Qingxue replied with a smile. In that moment, the two of them feasted and drank, enveloped in a delightful atmosphere of camaraderie and joy. Chapter 50. I have made up my mind. I shall go. It is uncertain how much time has passed. After Lin Qiye poured himself another glass of wine, he glanced at Mu Qingxue, who had succumbed to intoxication and fallen asleep. Indeed, this wine is not something an ordinary Yuandan cultivator could handle. Lin Qiye smiled gently, recognizing that this exquisite wine, brewed from numerous celestial herbs, could intoxicate even the most extraordinary of beings. Afterward, Lin Qiye tenderly carried Mu Qingxue to her room, gently laid her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket before closing the door. He then made his way to the pavilion outside, where he continued to drink alone. Why are you drinking alone? A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Changfeng appeared before Lin Qiye. Brother Su, you are here. Lin Qiye exclaimed with a smile. Just in time. Would you care for a drink? Then I shall partake. Su Changfeng nodded in agreement. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. What fine wine. Su Jianfen mat vai. This is the first time in my life I have tasted such exquisite liquor. It was discovered on the ancient battlefield, Lin Qiye replied softly. I have a few more casks. Allow me to gift you one. With a casual wave of his hand, a cask of fine wine appeared. I'm most grateful, brother, Su Changfeng said, bowing in appreciation. It has been a while since we last met. By my senses, you must have reached the celestial realm, brother, Su Changfeng continued. Fortune smiled upon me at the ancient battlefield. I encountered an opportunity and thus broke through to the celestial realm. Lin Qiye spun a small eye. For claiming to have obtained an opportunity for a breakthrough seemed quite reasonable. After all, luck is indeed a part of strength. Su Jianfen smiled warmly. By the way, brother, are you aware of the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository? I just learned about it today. Qingxue mentioned it. Lin Qiye nodded. It is now certain that the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository will indeed open, and all extraordinary forces will venture within. Su Changfeng invited. Brother, would you care to join? Brother Su, I have only just returned from the ancient battlefield. I have no immediate interest in the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository. Lin Qiye declined, shaking his head. What a pity. I have heard that the Saintess of Xuannu sect will also attend. I was hoping to introduce you to her unparalleled beauty. Su Changfeng sighed after taking a sip of his wine. The Saintess of the Xuannu sect? Is she the one, named Liwana? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Indeed, Su Changfeng affirmed. Seeing Lin Qiye's reaction, it was evident that he was intrigued. Brother Su, I have made my decision. I shall go to the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository. Lin Qiye responded promptly. After all, his future bride would be attending. He had every reason to go. Moreover, Lin Qiye had already planned to seek out Liwana. The opening of the Heavenly Sword Ancient Repository presented a splendid opportunity. It seems, brother, that you are quite curious about this Xuannu sect saintess. Su Changfeng shook his head with a smile. Alas, that saintess is exceedingly proud. We shall likely have to admire her from afar. I have heard that the cultivation realm of this saintess is merely a step away from achieving the status of a sage. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye nodded slightly. Does this not imply that both he and Liwana are at the same level now? Brother Su, when will the ancient sword vault be opened? When do we depart? Lin Qiye continued to inquire. We shall set off in a month. Su Changfeng answered directly, adding, at that time, I will be bringing one more person along. In the subsequent moments, Su Changfeng provided Lin Qiye with a more detailed understanding and insight into the ancient sword vault. As dusk gradually descended, Su Changfeng decided not to linger any longer and took his leave. Lin Qiye gazed up at the full moon in the starry sky, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to see Liwana. His anticipation for their reunion grew stronger. He was determined to make a striking entrance. He were you laughing at? So lewd? Suddenly, the voice of Xiling rang out, startling Lin Qiye. He turned around, about to say something, but noticed Xiling was injured. What happened? How'd you get hurt? It's nothing, just sparred with an old fellow from your Daluo sacred land. Xiling waved her hand dismissively. She was completely unconcerned about the minor injury. Who won? Lin Qiye asked with curiosity. If I went all out, I would definitely win. Xiling replied confidently. Impressive. Lin Qiye gave her a thumbs up. You still haven't told me what you were laughing about just now? Xiling pressed on. The ancient sword vault is about to open, and I plan to go there. Lin Qiye stated directly. The ancient sword vault. I didn't expect that place to open again, Xiling remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You seem to know quite a bit about the ancient sword vault. Just a bit. I visited once in the past. Xiling replied. Then tell me, what is it like inside? Lin Qiye asked with eager curiosity. I don't know. Xiling shook her head. Huh? Lin Qiye was taken aback. The ancient sword vault is a special space that undergoes tremendous changes every 1,000 years. Each time is different, so I can't say what it's like inside now. Xiling elaborated. I see. Lin Qiye sighed. It seems the ancient sword vault is indeed extraordinary. I must witness it for myself. Then I can only accompany you. Xiling said softly. No need. This time I'll go alone. Lin Qiye quickly declined. Are you joking? This time I'm going to the ancient sword vault to see my future wife. Bringing Xiling along. I fear it would not bode well if Liwana were to see. Xiling's eyes bore into Lin Qiye. She usually had to follow him, but this time he did not require her presence. Fine, I want to pry into the specifics. Since you are unwilling for me to go, then I shall not. Xiling slowly nodded. Then I wish to return to the Dragon Clan. You surely wouldn't refuse, would you? She had been trapped in the ancient battlefield for an indeterminate length of time. What state was the Dragon Clan in now? She longed to see. If the Dragon Clan was thriving, she would be at ease. Of course, but do remember to return promptly. Lin Qiye readily agreed. How decisively you consented. There must be some hidden agenda. Xiling glanced at Lin Qiye's wrist. Could it be that you were connected by the red thread of fate to that woman? You could see the thread of fate on my wrist? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Certainly, Xiling nodded. I just never imagined such a thing as the red thread of fate truly existed. Since you have seen it, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. This time, I indeed intend to pursue the woman linked by the thread. Lin Qiye replied. Thus, I have become the third wheel you mentioned, which is why you didn't want me to accompany you. Xiling suddenly understood. All right, I shall set off now. Wishing you success. With that, Xiling transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring swiftly into the sky like a shooting star, soon disappearing from Lin Qiye's view. Why can I see this red thread of fate? Lin Qiye mused, gazing at his own wrist. I wonder if Li Wanner has been discovered by anyone else. Having been tied to the thread of fate, not dwelling on his thoughts, he resolved to prepare diligently for what lay ahead, so that he could present himself handsomely before Li Wanner. Experience 2, Experience 2, Experience 2. Lin Qiye commenced his journey on the carefree peak, steadily advancing step by step, as his experience points rapidly accumulated. Chapter 51, The Sword City. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. On this day, Su Changfeng arrived at the Xianyao peak accompanied by a lady. With a mere glance, Lin Qiye discerned that the bond between Su Changfeng and this woman was extraordinary. They were likely partners in the Dao. Junior brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is my Dao partner, Qin Yi. Su Changfeng announced. She has already achieved the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, and this journey to the ancient sword repository is to assist her in seeking opportunities for a breakthrough into the celestial realm. In that case, I must address you as sister-in-law. Lin Qiye responded with a respectful gesture. Senior brother Lin, you may simply call me by my name. Qin Yi replied with a courteous bow. After all, Lin Qiye was also at the celestial realm, so it was not inappropriate for her to refer to him as senior brother. Now that we are all acquainted, let us commence our journey. Su Changfeng smiled, producing an extraordinary flying vessel. The three of them gracefully leaped aboard the deck of the vessel, and under Su Changfeng's adept control, it ascended rapidly into the sky. There's still a few days until the ancient sword repository opens, so we can afford to travel leisurely, Su Changfeng explained. Indeed, that sounds agreeable, Lin Qiye replied, albeit with a hint of concern. With only the three of them on the vessel, and Su Changfeng and Qin Yi as partners, it was inevitable that they would indulge in affectionate exchanges. Wouldn't she become a mere third wheel, enduring their displays of affection? Senior brother Su, I think I shall retreat to my quarters for some rest. Please do call me when we arrive, Lin Qiye swiftly suggested, preferring to avoid the discomfort of being a bystander. Very well, Su Changfeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Qiye returned to one of the rooms aboard the vessel. Experience points 2, Experience points 2, Experience points 2. Fortunately, the room was quite spacious, allowing Lin Qiye to read while pacing back and forth. Days passed without any of the anticipated disturbances. After approximately 10 days, the vessel began to descend gradually. Through the window, Lin Qiye beheld an awe-inspiring mountain. Atop this grand mountain stood a magnificent city, while the slopes were dotted with numerous towns and villages. The breathtaking scenery left Lin Qiye utterly astonished, as it was her first encounter with such grandeur. Junior brother Lin, we have arrived. Su Changfeng's voice soon echoed. Lin Qiye stepped out of her room and onto the deck, her curiosity piqued. Senior brother Su, where have we landed? The mountain you see is the site of the ancient Tiangong sect. According to records, this mountain was once a genuine divine peak, but due to certain calamities, it has transformed into what now appears to be an ordinary mountain over the ages. Over time, someone has established a city here, and gradually, it has evolved into what we see now. The city at the pinnacle is named Tianjian City. Next, we shall await the opening of the ancient treasure of Tianjian. Su Changfeng spoke with remarkable patience and gentleness. I understand. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. The flying boat soon descended onto a clearing within Tianjin City, which appeared to be designated specifically for landings. At a glance, one could observe other flying boats and numerous extraordinary cultivators swiftly approaching the city. So many exceptional beings, Lin Qiye exclaimed. After all, this is the ancient treasure of Tianjin. It seems that more than half of the extraordinary beings from the world have gathered here. Qin Yi smiled in response. Thus, the competition for the ancient treasure of Tianjin will undoubtedly intensify, Su Changfeng continued. During the ensuing time, we must conserve our energy and remain vigilant. Once we enter the ancient treasure, we must not let our guard down. Even cultivators at the celestial realm face the risk of perishing within this ancient treasure. I understand. Lin Qiye and Qin Yi both nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Changfeng stowed away the flying boat, and the three of them began to explore Tianjin City. I wonder if the saintess of the Zhuan sect has arrived yet? Lin Qiye inquired. She likely has not yet arrived, Su Changfeng replied confidently. How do you know, Senior Su? Lin Qiye asked curiously. After all, if the saintess had indeed arrived, surely every man in Tianjin City would be flocking to catch a glimpse of her. Moreover, no one among the surrounding cultivators seemed to be discussing her presence, indicating that she had yet to make her appearance. Indeed, the saintess of the Zhuan sect is the center of attention wherever she goes. Even the so-called geniuses would pale in comparison before her. Su Changfeng nodded slowly, a soft smile gracing his lips. I see, you are quite knowledgeable, Senior Su. Lin Qiye praised. I only know a little. Su Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. Sensing the disapproving glance from Qin Yi, he quickly added, well, at present, I only have eyes for you. That saintess is simply not my type. Seeing this, Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that Su Changfeng is quite the devoted partner. Senior Su, I shall explore a bit on my own and not intrude upon your couple's time. I shall not play the role of a third wheel, Lin Qiye declared before hastily departing. Changfeng, you used to chase after the saintess along with those cultivators, didn't you? Qin Yi remarked, observing Su Changfeng with a subtle gaze. That was in the past. Although the saintess is beautiful, that was before I met you, Su Changfeng stated earnestly. In that moment, Qin Yi was deeply touched by his words. By the way, what did Lin Qiye mean by third wheel just now? Qin Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not quite sure either. Su Changfeng shook his head, remarking, Junior brother Lin has always struck me as a rather intriguing individual since the very first time I encountered him. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye strolled leisurely down the street. Previously, encountering a fully realized Yuan Dan cultivator in the various cities he passed through had proven to be a rare occurrence. Yet now, a glance around revealed an abundance of extraordinary practitioners, seemingly as numerous as the stars in the sky. He pondered when Li Wanner might arrive. With a quiet thought, he glanced at his personal information panel and dismissed any further contemplation, continuing his walk. Along the way, the myriad of wares displayed at the various stalls dazzled his senses, with most items being entirely unfamiliar to Lin Qiye. Chapter 52. The Ancient Sword's Secret Vault Unveiled Suddenly. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of battle. Lin Qiye followed the noise and soon found himself in a grand square brimming with cultivators. As he squeezed into the crowd, he beheld a massive dueling platform at the center, where two cultivators at the Yuan Dan stage were engaged in combat. It was evident that they were merely sparring. Who do you think will emerge victorious? One spectator inquired. I reckon the one named Neo Air will triumph. Another chimed in. I have faith in Kai Cohen. The surrounding cultivators fervently debated the outcome. Boom! The fight did not last long. Neo Air, relying on his formidable physique, landed a powerful punch that sent Kai Cohen tumbling off the platform. I win. That spiritual treasure is now mine. Neo Air declared, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at Kai Cohen. Agreed. A bet is a bet. This black rhino armor is yours. Kai Cohen responded, tossing a piece of black soft armor toward Neo Air. Thank you. Neo Air expressed his gratitude upon receiving the armor. Subsequently, both combatants departed. Through the discussions of the onlookers, Lin Qiye learned that this dueling platform served as a venue for sparring, albeit with stakes involved. Simply practicing lacked excitement. Thus, wagers were placed to heighten the thrill. Whoosh! Soon after, another cultivator leaped onto the high platform, addressing the assemblage below. This pill is known as the dust-shattering pill. I need not elaborate on its significance. Who among you wishes to spar with me? Should I lose, this pill will be yours. The dust-shattering pill grants a perfected true essence cultivator the ability to swiftly break through to the Yuan Dan stage upon consumption. Its value is indeed considerable. I shall, a middle-aged man replied, effortlessly ascending the platform. He produced a scroll of martial arts. This is a ground-level martial technique, worth even more than your dust-shattering pill. What say you? Agreed. The two cultivators immediately commenced their fierce sparring. The intensity of their exchange was remarkable. To them, battling formidable opponents represented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Should they emerge victorious, they could also claim valuable spoils. What a spectacle! The dazzling array of techniques on display was akin to witnessing a cinematic performance. Lin Qiye mused with a smile. As time slipped away, nightfall descended. The dueling platform fell silent as no further sparring occurred, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The once vibrant atmosphere shifted to a serene quietude. Lin Qiye continued to stroll along the illuminated streets. Despite the night, the thoroughfares were aglow. Within the taverns, cultivators reveled in merriment, celebrating with cups raised high. Junior brother Lin, we have secured temporary lodgings in the northern part of the city. A voice crackled through his communication ring. It was Su Changfeng. Brother Su understood. Please rest without concern for me. Lin Qiye replied. As the distance to reach 50 million experience points narrowed, Lin Qiye found himself just a step away from his goal. Thus, in the days to come, he resolved to forego rest during the night. 1 step, 2 steps, 4 steps, 6 steps. Before he knew it, several days had slipped by. On this day, the number of cultivators in Tianjin City continued to swell, filling the city to capacity. Those who arrived late had no choice but to settle in the towns halfway up the mountain. During this period, Lin Qiye had been incessantly walking. Boom! A new day dawned at noon. What had begun as a clear sky was suddenly shattered by a deafening clap of thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Everyone instinctively looked up. A colossal and extraordinary rune materialized above Tianjin City. At last, the long-anticipated opening of the ancient sword repository had arrived. Yes, this day had finally come. The ancient sword repository seldom opened, and this time, it was essential to seize the genuine opportunities within. The cultivators grew increasingly excited, each one brimming with impatience. Junior brother Lin, assemble, came Su Changfeng's voice through the communication device. All right, Lin Qiye swiftly took to the air. In a short while, he met up with Su Changfeng and Qini. The ancient sword repository will soon be opened. We must prepare ourselves. Su Changfeng urged. Where's the holy maiden of the Xiannu sect? Lin Qiye mused aloud. Ha ha, junior brother Lin. How eager you are to see the holy maiden of the Xiannu sect. It seems you cannot forget her, Su Changfeng chuckled. Our Deluo Holy Land also boasts many beautiful female cultivators. I'll have Qini introduce you to a few. For instance, the enchanting Mu Qingxue from the Carefree Peak is quite lovely. As for the holy maiden of Xiannu sect, she probably will never indulge in romance. Junior brother Lin, heed my advice. That holy maiden is beyond our reach. Su Changfeng seemed to believe that, despite Lin Qiye's exceptional qualities, a romantic relationship with the holy maiden was an improbable endeavor. Brother Su, do you have so little faith in me? After all, I do have quite the charming appearance. Lin Qiye waved his hand, exuding a sense of helplessness. Good looks one tea suffice. Su Changfeng asserted decisively. All right, can we discuss this later? Qin Yi interjected, effectively interrupting their conversation. After another hour had passed, the vast rune in the sky radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Subsequently, a distorted space emerged, forming an entrance. The entrance had opened. In the next moment, the cultivators within Tianjin City surged forward, eager to enter through the portal. Let's hasten. Su Changfeng urged upon witnessing the scene. Thus it must be. Lin Qiye cast his gaze around once more, yet he could not discern even a trace of Liwaner. It seemed that their next encounter would have to await them within the depths of the heavenly sword ancient vault. With a swift whoosh, The three of them propelled themselves forward, swiftly entering the entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a dimly lit passageway. They navigated through this corridor with haste, and within mere seconds, the shadowy surroundings transformed. In the blink of an eye, they emerged into an expansive sky, plummeting rapidly downward. Instantly, they summoned their inner strength, stabilizing themselves and hovering in midair. At that moment, a sweeping glance revealed that they had entered a new realm, imbued with an ancient and desolate aura. Chapter 53. The Sinister Vines. Indeed, this is the ancient sword repository. It is truly remarkable. Even the essence of the natural world within appears extraordinarily pure. Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Of course, however, the ancient sword repository is fraught with danger, and one must proceed with utmost caution. Su Changfeng reiterated with a sense of urgency. Clearly, he hoped that the three of them could navigate this perilous place together and emerge unscathed. No one was permitted to encounter misfortune within these confines. The cultivators who had entered were already darting in all directions, eager to uncover opportunities. Which direction shall we explore next? Qin inquired softly, for the ancient sword repository was indeed vast. Lin Qiye, do you have any thoughts? Su Changfeng turned towards Lin Qiye, seeking his input. I am rather uncertain about which direction to take, but in my view, we should let nature take its course. Lin Qiye nodded, responding in a gentle tone. Very well. Su Changfeng smiled. In a brief span of time, they quickly settled on a direction. The trio soared through the air, witnessing numerous peculiar ruins along their path. Yet, these remnants were devoid of any treasures. Boom, occasionally, the distant echoes of battle resonated. As many cultivators clashed fiercely over various items, spiritual herbs, and more. Bang, just as Lin Qiye and his companions hovered above a dense forest. Thick vines suddenly erupted from below, surging toward them. Heavenly fire. Upon witnessing this, Su Changfeng formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, flames coalesced. The fire promptly engulfed the approaching vines. Under normal circumstances, the flames would be sufficient to incinerate these vines completely, for fire conquers wood. However, to their astonishment, the vines appeared entirely unaffected by the flames, breaking through the inferno to continue their assault. Truly, this ancient sword repository is formidable. Even my heavenly fire cannot contend with these vines. Su Changfeng, a being of celestial realm, unleashed his powerful flames, yet even he found himself unable to subdue these vines. It was truly beyond expectation. Allow me. Seeing this, Lin Qiye summoned the Tianya sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, a radiant golden sword qi surged forth like a lightning bolt. Su Changfeng and Qin, he could both distinctly perceive the boundless strength and fierce momentum contained within this sword qi, as if it possessed the capability to cleave the very heavens asunder. Lin Qiye's sword technique has evidently reached such an extraordinary level. This talent is indeed astonishing. Su Changfeng marveled inwardly, realizing that few in the entire Deluo sacred land could cultivate a sword technique to such an extent as Lin Qiye had. Then, a muffled sound of slicing pierced the air. The golden sword energy surged forth with an unstoppable and invincible force, striking the encroaching, eerie tendrils. In an instant, the powerful energy erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept outward. The bizarre tendrils, upon contact with the golden sword energy, were utterly annihilated, resembling ordinary paper consumed by fierce flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving not a trace behind. However, this was not the end. Cries for help echoed from nearby, laden with palpable fear and terror. In other parts of the forest, countless strange tendrils emerged, swiftly extending like venomous serpents, ensnaring numerous cultivators. At that moment, Lin Qiye, Su Changfeng, and Qin instinctively turned towards the source of the cries. Before them lay a chilling scene. The cultivators ensnared by the tendrils appeared as if constricted by a massive python, struggling in vain against their binds. The scene grew increasingly gruesome as the energy within these cultivators was rapidly siphoned by the bizarre tendrils. Within mere seconds, their bodies began to wither, their very flesh being voraciously consumed. The agony they experienced in their final moments was excruciating. Ultimately, only pale skeletons remained, after which the tendrils relinquished their hold. The skeletal remains plummeted to the ground, shattering upon impact. The realization that these eerie tendrils could absorb the cultivator's energy and flesh was terrifying. Qiye could not help but gasp in shock. It was evident that these tendrils were no ordinary entities. The power they harbored was exceedingly sinister, and a moment's lapse in caution could prove fatal. Su Changfeng spoke gravely. "We cannot linger here. More are coming," Lin Qiye warned. Below them, an onslaught of strange tendrils surged forth, advancing at an alarming speed. Observing the imminent threat, Lin Qiye swiftly drew his sword, cleaving through the air. Boom! In mere moments, the sword energy once again obliterated the approaching tendrils. "Let us hasten our departure from this forest," Su Changfeng urged, and the trio quickened their flight. Whenever tendrils lunged towards them, Lin Qiye effortlessly dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword. Unlike others, those ensnared by the tendrils faced only a path to demise. They flew with great speed and, after a considerable duration, finally escaped the cursed forest. They descended upon a towering mountain, gazing out over an expanse of endless peaks before them. Behind them lay a forest entwined with peculiar vines. It seems we have barely begun, yet we are already confronted by such fearsome tendrils. Qiye exhaled deeply, realizing the immense danger that the ancient sword-hidden vault truly posed. "This place is relatively safe. Let's take a moment to rest," Su Changfeng suggested. "Agreed," Lin Qiye nodded. "It also provides an opportunity to thoroughly observe our surroundings." Turning to gaze upon the vast expanse of the forest, Lin Qiye pondered aloud. "Brother Su, with the countless eerie vines present, might there be treasures hidden within this forest? Perhaps those vines serve to guard the treasures." "Your hypothesis is indeed plausible," Su Changfeng replied with a nod. "However, the incessant growth of those strange vines suggests that venturing into the forest for exploration will not be a simple endeavor." Chapter 54. I possess a sword regrettably. These bizarre vines show no fear of fire. Qiye shook her head and said, "If we could find a way to counter these strange vines, perhaps we could venture into the depths of this forest for exploration. However, I cannot conjure a viable solution at the moment." Su Changfeng also shook his head, murmuring, "Nevertheless, if we unleash our full firepower, those vines should be unable to harm us. This forest is vast, and once we enter, we may easily become lost, possibly wandering in circles without making any discoveries. Must we truly abandon our quest?" Lin Qiye sighed. "This forest is guarded by such peculiar vines. It seems no one can enter. To be honest, from the very beginning, I have harbored a desire to explore it." Upon hearing Lin Qiye's aspirations, Su Changfeng turned to Qiye. "Since junior brother Lin has such intentions, we ought to give it a try." "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Qiye responded without hesitation. "There's no need to feel pressured," Lin Qiye quickly interjected. "Junior brother Lin, we are not imposing upon you." Su Changfeng chuckled softly. "I propose that we fly directly to the center of this forest and explore its heart. If after 12 hours we uncover nothing, we shall withdraw and seek other ventures." The presence of these strange vines might indicate the existence of other peculiar entities within. If after 12 hours we find no discoveries, it is futile to continue wasting time here. "Agreed," Lin Qiye affirmed, mirroring Su Changfeng's thoughts. "Exploration is essential, yet we must impose a time limit. We cannot squander all our time in this place. If after 12 hours we find no treasures or opportunities, it is evident that fate has not aligned us with the secrets of this forest." With their consensus reached, Su Changfeng suggested, "Let us rest for a brief moment before embarking on our exploration of the forest." Soon, the short respite passed. Lin Qiye and the others swiftly returned to the skies above the forest. Just as they entered the mysterious realm of the forest, the previously tranquil surroundings suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, countless twisted and densely packed bizarre vines erupted from below, resembling a frenzy of colossal serpents, writhing and surging skyward with a piercing howl. sweeping towards Lin Qiye and his companions. Faced with such an onslaught, Lin Qiye and the others were evidently prepared. Slash! In that fleeting moment, Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened, and the heavenly Xian sword in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance. A formidable golden sword aura coalesced and clashed fiercely with the oncoming onslaught of bizarre vines. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The monstrous vines were effortlessly severed by this sword aura. Yet with the vines cut down, an unending stream of new, peculiar vines surged forth. As Lin Qiye and his companions engaged in battle, they swiftly advanced deeper into the forest. Their current state could be described as unstoppable, vanquishing any deity that dared to impede their exploration. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were sufficiently high. Had they been mere mortals, they would have likely met their demise the moment they set foot in this forest. Everything progressed remarkably smoothly. In no time at all, they found themselves hovering above the heart of the forest once more. "Are you ready?" Su Changfeng inquired after dispatching a batch of peculiar vines. "Yes." Lin Qiye and Qin Yi replied with a nod. "Very well, we shall proceed," Su Changfeng stated calmly. In an instant, the trio transformed into beams of light and plunged downward. Boom! They crashed into the forest and landed gracefully upon the ground. Swish, swish. Upon their entry, they were immediately enveloped by the strange vines that incessantly reached toward them. They had been thoroughly surrounded by these bizarre tendrils. To their dismay, the situation below was even more dire than they had anticipated. Upon witnessing this, Su Changfeng swiftly channeled his inner energy and summoned a black dragon spear. Boom! The air erupted with a series of thunderous roars. Lin Qiye and his companions began to unleash their respective techniques to fend off the encroaching vines. Time passed gradually. They had no idea how many of the strange vines they had obliterated, yet the surroundings remained densely packed, as if an endless battle lay ahead. Furthermore, it was evident that the vines had grown increasingly frenzied. At this rate, we might squander all our time battling these peculiar vines. Lin Qiye mused inwardly. Alas, had I known, I would have brought Xiling along. She is a near deity. Her intervention would undoubtedly resolve our plight. Regrettably, she was not summoned. I possess a sword capable of moving mountains, parting rivers, toppling seas, subduing demons, pacifying monsters, slaying gods, plucking stars from the sky, raising cities, and cleaving the heavens. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, radiating with a brilliant glow, shimmering magnificently. His sword technique had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The inner energy coursing through him surged like a torrential flood, pulsating with an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. The sword intent he unleashed was exceedingly domineering. At this moment, Lin Qiye appeared to have achieved a state of unity with his sword, embodying a peerless sword deity that commanded respect across the cosmos. In his eyes, there existed only one sword. Slash! He exclaimed. In that instant, an enormous, awe-inspiring sword materialized from thin air, its blade shimmering with boundless, radiant light. It descended like the thunder of the heavens, imbued with immeasurable destructive power. The monumental sword descended with an unstoppable force, akin to Mount Tai, crashing down with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space was rent asunder. The surrounding eerie vines stood no chance beneath the might of this sword. In an instant, they were completely engulfed. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently, as if subjected to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10. The earth cracked, debris flew, and clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the heavens. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. Such terrifying power. Lin Qiye had evidently surpassed me long ago, and it seemed that his mastery of the sword technique had reached a state of perfection. Su Changfeng suddenly became acutely aware of this, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He recalled the first time he encountered Lin Qiye, when he was merely at the transcendent realm. How little time had passed since then. He had astonishingly evolved to such an incredible extent. Such a pace of cultivation is rare even in the entirety of the Deluo sacred land, perhaps even throughout history. Chapter 55. entrapped in a mysterious formation. As the dust settled, a colossal fissure emerged before them. This chasm was the result of Lin Qiye's previous full-force strike. It was evident how formidable his power was. Impressive. He couldn't help but exclaim. Lin, you have concealed your prowess so well. I never imagined you have surpassed me by such a margin. Su Chanfeng remarked in awe as he approached Lin Qiye. Perhaps it is merely luck, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. Luck? Could this truly be attributed to mere fortune? Su Chanfeng chuckled. Brother Su, let's not squander time. Observe the peculiar vines around us. They appear to be growing rapidly. We should hasten our exploration. Lin Qiye urged once more. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Agreed. With that, the trio swiftly ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, the bizarre vines began to regenerate, surging towards them. Confronted with these strange tendrils, Lin Qiye and his companions could only eradicate the vines while relentlessly advancing. Time passed gradually until the 10th hour arrived. They stumbled upon an extraordinary locale. Not far ahead stood a circular barrier formed of vines. As they approached, the eerie tendrils recoiled in fear. Wonderful! It appears those strange vines cannot approach this place. Could there be something within? He exclaimed with delight. After such a long journey of exploration, they had finally encountered this unique vine barrier. With a thunderous impact, Su Chanfeng unleashed a powerful punch. The force behind it was considerable. However, he felt as if he had struck the surface of the ocean. The barrier merely quivered slightly, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. I am already at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, and yet this punch leaves it unscathed. Indeed, the treasures within the heavenly sword ancient repository are beyond comprehension. Su Chanfeng inhaled deeply, reflecting on the experience. Subsequently, the three circumnavigated the vine barrier, but they could scarcely find any entrance. The only option left was to forcibly create an opening. This was their sole means of entry. I shall attempt with all my might, Su Chanfeng declared. Lin, stand back. Lin Qiye and Yi quickly retreated, providing Su Chanfeng ample space to unleash his power. Hush at this moment, Su Chanfeng inhaled deeply, summoning his internal energy. The black dragon spear in his grasp erupted with a profound black radiance, and faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, penetrating true intent. Su Chanfeng brandished the black dragon spear and thrust it forward. Boom! The power of this strike was immensely potent. Brother Su's attack is truly formidable. Lin Qiye sighed in astonishment, marveling at how all power could converge into a single point, thus manifesting an utterly terrifying penetrating force. This is the essence of penetration. Yi smiled gently, stating that it took him decades of comprehension to achieve this mastery. As the thunderous roar subsided, Lin Qiye and Yi glanced once more. The once formidable vine barrier had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. Senior Brother Su, you are indeed impressive. Lin Qiye approached, giving a thumbs up. It took a full force strike to create such a breach in the vine barrier. Su Chanfeng shook his head, evidently dissatisfied with his own performance, feeling that the strength of the celestial realm was not particularly formidable within this ancient sword repository. If even he had to exert all his might, it seemed that practitioners below the celestial realm would forever be incapable of shattering this vine barrier. Let us proceed inside and see if there are any treasures, Lin Qiye boldly declared, being the first to pass through the aperture. Inside lay a thick white mist. When Lin Qiye turned to call out a warning, he discovered that the vine barrier had vanished behind him. He found himself completely enveloped in this mist. What is happening? I just entered through that hole. Logically, the vine barrier should be right behind me. Lin Qiye pondered, growing increasingly cautious. Senior Brother Su. Lin Qiye called out loudly, but received no reply. Could it be that I have fallen into some kind of formation? Lin Qiye speculated. It seemed that the only option was to proceed cautiously. He stepped forward into the mist, which offered only more mist in return. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. As he drew nearer, Lin Qiye was taken aback and exclaimed, Li Wanner, what are you doing here? To his astonishment, he had encountered the person he had longed for. Their reunion was unexpected. Li Wanner remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, captivating in her allure. "I came here to wait for you," she said, gracefully approaching Lin Qiye. Her enchanting eyes shimmering like autumn waters, her delicate hands caressing his face, enhancing her seductive charm. For a moment, Lin Qiye found himself entranced. Yet in that instant, the divine abyss soared within him trembled, jolting him back to clarity. No, the Li Waner he knew would never behave like this. "You are not Li Waner. Who are you truly?" Lin Qiye exclaimed, launching a palm strike that sent this impostor flying. The Tinya sword in his hand was aimed directly at her. "Qiye, you've hurt me so badly. Could it be that you no longer recognize me? I am Li Waner," she feigned. "Prepare to meet your end." Realizing the deception, Lin Qiye swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a strike like a rainbow piercing the sun. The golden sword energy erupted. Boom! Upon striking this impostor, the sword energy transformed into a radiant light and vanished without a trace. It appears I have unwittingly become ensnared within a certain formation, capable of manifesting the individuals I long to see and probing the depths of my heart. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply. In the face of such a formation, maintaining tranquility and focus will ensure that it cannot delve into my innermost thoughts. Initially, I had intended to amass experience points to make a full breakthrough into the Saint realm. However, now that I find myself trapped in this formation, it seems I must first utilize my experience points to enhance the Heavenly Array Classic. Lin Qiye took another deep breath. This Heavenly Array Classic was a treasure he had acquired from the Great Luo Holy Land, a specialized system for array cultivation. It encompasses thousands of distinct formations, including methods to dismantle them. Presently, he had only reached the entry level of this classic. To attain the minor success level, an accumulation of 1 million experience points is required. Thus, at that time, Lin Qiye chose not to advance further. Now, confronted with this predicament, it is imperative to break the formation first. 1 million experience points is but a trivial matter. If necessary, I can simply travel a few more days. With determination, Lin Qiye promptly issued a command to the system to expend 1 million experience points to elevate the Heavenly Array Classic. Chapter 56, a different space consuming 1,000,000 experience points. Your Heavenly Array technique has reached the minor achievement level. In an instant, a plethora of array information surged into Lin Qiye's mind, as if he had been innately endowed with this knowledge. Yet, it was insufficient. Lin Qiye shook his head. Achieving minor accomplishment in the Heavenly Array technique was far from enough to unravel the array he currently found himself within. To reach major accomplishment, he required 2 million experience points. The system enhanced the Heavenly Array technique further, Lin Qiye mused. Ding! Consuming 2,000,000 experience points. Your Heavenly Array technique has ascended to the major achievement level. An even greater influx of array information inundated his mind once more. Upon attaining major accomplishment, Lin Qiye's comprehension of the arrays became markedly clearer and more profound. With the Heavenly Array technique reaching this pinnacle, it was indeed sufficient. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply and smiled faintly. Previously, everything around him had been shrouded in a white mist. Now, the scene before him began to brighten. Having grasped this array, he suddenly felt that it was rather simple. Lin Qiye chuckled as he effortlessly discerned the focal point of the array at a mere glance. Whoosh! Lin Qiye dashed forward. In just a few breaths, he swiftly arrived at a specific area within the array. Before him floated a unique jade stone, radiating a peculiar light. This was the array's focal point. Resolving it would dismantle the array, Lin Qiye pointed his finger, unleashing a surge of sword chi. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the jade stone was shattered into oblivion. The surrounding white mist began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Once the white mist vanished, he could clearly see that he was ensconced within a barrier of vines. Junior brother Lin, is that you? A cautious voice emerged from a short distance away. It was Su Changfeng, peering at Lin Qiye. Senior brother Su, all is well. I have successfully unraveled the array. Lin Qiye responded with a loud voice. Phew, that is a relief. Su Changfeng exhaled, visibly easing his tension. Earlier, Upon entering the vine barrier, he had been ensnared by the white mist, encountering many familiar faces, and even a multitude of foes. Senior brother Su, why haven't I seen junior sister Qin? Lin Qiye glanced around the vine enclosure, noting only himself and Su Changfeng. I instructed her to remain outside. It was far too perilous just now. Thankfully, you managed to dismantle the array in time, Su Changfeng explained. Senior brother Su, you can allow junior sister Qin to enter now. Lin Qiye smiled. Very well. I shall convey the message. Su Tianfen Zip Li. Soon, Qin Yi stepped inside. What happened? Seeing Su Changfeng drenched in sweat, Qin Yi hurried over, inquiring with concern. Nothing to worry about. I was ensnared in an illusion. Nearly lost myself within. Su Changfeng recalled the earlier scene, taking a deep breath. Moments ago, it was perilously close. Even someone of his celestial stature could easily become lost within. This underscores the formidable power of this formation. Thankfully, all is well, Qin Yi exclaimed. Just now, she had been exceedingly worried outside. Come here quickly, I have made a discovery, Lin Qiye said swiftly. Upon hearing his call, Su Changfeng and Qin Yi hurriedly rushed towards Lin Qiye's position. When they finally reached his side, they followed the direction of his pointed finger and beheld a towering platform. This platform stood several zhang high, adorned with the marks of time's erosion, as if it had witnessed countless vicissitudes. Upon it rested a peculiar seal. Lin Qiye continued. This seal emitted a faint yet enigmatic glow with intricate and delicate patterns. Su Changfeng and Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This seal appeared to be extraordinary, Su Changfeng remarked. However, I believe I can unravel it, though what lies beneath may be either a blessing or a curse. Brother, since we have come this far, let us give it a try. With our combined strength, we should encounter no significant issues. Lin Qiye responded confidently. In that case, let's proceed. Su Changfeng nodded, resolutely making his decision. In a swift motion, he leaped lightly, akin to a specter, and gracefully landed upon the platform. Once stable, he inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the platform below. His hands began to form various complex seals with remarkable dexterity, appearing as fluid as flowing clouds. As his fingers danced, beams of radiant elemental force surged forth, transforming into luminous rays that flowed into the seal upon the platform. I never anticipated Brother Lin to possess such remarkable proficiency in unraveling seals. Lin Qiye marveled. Changfeng has indeed put forth considerable effort. Qin Yi smiled gently. Subsequently, they observed the elemental rays swiftly merging into the seal. In but a few short breaths, the previously tranquil platform began to tremble violently, emanating an overwhelming surge of energy. Boom! A crisp sound resonated as the mysterious seal enveloping the platform shattered effortlessly like fragile ice. The platform began to collapse, revealing a bottomless abyss. To their astonishment, there seemed to be a hidden realm below. Su Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim. The abyss was unfathomably deep, cloaked in impenetrable darkness. Completely uncertain of what lay beneath. I shall forge the path, Lin Qiye declared, sensing that treasures awaited below. Exercise caution. Su Tianfeng advis. Rest assured. Lin Qiye nodded and said, take me down first. If there is no danger below, I will contact you through the communication wristband. After speaking, Lin Qiye leaped down directly, plummeting swiftly into the abyss. In mere seconds, to Su Changfeng and Qin Yi's eyes, Lin Qiye was engulfed by darkness. He continued to descend, and this bottomless pit seemed exceedingly deep as he had yet to reach the bottom. The surroundings were pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Lin Qiye could only feel himself falling into the dark abyss. This sensation was indeed highly ominous. Chapter 57. The Strange Seed. After quite some time, Lin Qiye finally reached the bottom. To his astonishment, he discovered a vast underground space hidden below, brimming with extraordinary gemstones that radiated a luminous glow, illuminating the surroundings significantly. Senior brother Su, I have reached the bottom. There is no danger here, Lin Qiye communicated through his wrist communicator. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response whatsoever. Could it be that communication is blocked down here? Lin Qiye pondered. Seeing this, he decided to ascend. but soon realized that the passage had inexplicably vanished. No way. Lin Qiye shook his head, utterly unprepared for such a situation. After searching for a considerable time, he found no trace of the passage he had descended through. It seemed that he had no choice but to go with the flow, hoping that senior brother Su and the others would not rashly enter without hearing from him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye sighed. Given the current circumstances, there were no other options. He had to continue exploring this place in search of an exit. He swiftly traversed the underground realm, and before long, he stumbled upon an underground city. In this dark and profound subterranean expanse lay a mysterious city, cloaked in dense, intertwining, withered vines, resembling a colossal, lifeless cocoon. This place is utterly devoid of vitality, Lin Qiye remarked. Indeed, the ancient celestial sword repository has existed for far too long. If this city still harbored living beings, it would be truly strange. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his attention at the city's center. Instantly captivated, Lin Qiye soared toward the source. Soon, he arrived before a structure reminiscent of a temple. This edifice was not ensnared by the withered vines. At its entrance stood two ancient stone statues. The temple's grand door remained firmly shut, appearing as if it had never been opened. There were no visible restrictions on the door. Lin Qiye wondered if treasures lay within. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to enter and uncover the mysteries inside, lest he regret his hesitance. With a thunderous rumble, Lin Qiye's expression turned serious as his inner energy surged with fervent intensity. One hand rose abruptly, and he unleashed the formidable 8 desolate palm. With a resounding crash, the sturdy door yielded to the overwhelming force, shattering open without resistance. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. As the dust settled, the once shadowy interior of the grand hall suddenly sparkled with radiant beams of light. In an instant, these illuminations transformed the entire hall into a scene as bright as day. It appeared that no danger lurked within. With cautious steps, he ventured deeper into the enigmatic hall. Upon entering, the sight before him sent a shiver down his spine. The hall was densely populated with countless skeletons. More eerily, each of these skeletons knelt as if having undergone some dreadful ritual. With every step he took, a subtle tremor reverberated beneath his feet. These seemingly insignificant vibrations caused the kneeling skeletons to disperse like sand caught in the wind, instantaneously transforming into a myriad of white dust that gracefully settled upon ground. The source of the radiance emanated from the throne within the hall. Lin Qiye proceeded with utmost caution until he stood before the throne. There atop it lay a box, devoid of any apparent restrictions or mechanisms. He refrained from hastily seizing it, opting instead to conduct a meticulous examination. Once he confirmed the absence of any peril, Lin Qiye finally lifted the box. Nothing untoward occurred, and curiosity piqued. He thought to himself about the extraordinary treasures that might be concealed within. A faint smile graced Lin Qiye's lips as he took a deep breath. The moment felt akin to unboxing a mystery. He slowly unveiled the lid. In that instant, a brilliant beam of light burst forth from the box, nearly blinding him. As the luminescence subsided, Lin Qiye cautiously opened his eyes. He beheld, resting serenely at the center of the box, a singular seed. This seed was unlike any he had ever encountered. It radiated a peculiar luminescence, showcasing a mesmerizing spectrum of 7 colors. The existence of such a seed in this world astonished him. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, marveling at the uniqueness of this seed, which he had never before seen. As he scrutinized the vibrant seed, he pondered, what exactly could this seed be? Why did it emit such enchanting light? Though its identity remained a mystery, one thing was certain: it was extraordinary. He resolved to safeguard this seed carefully, for it might prove invaluable in the future. Nodding slowly, Lin Qiye closed the box and stowed it away in his storage compartment. It was time to seek an exit and depart from his place. With urgency, Lin Qiye soared out of the grand hall, resuming his swift flight through the subterranean expanse. An hour passed, yet he still found no means to escape. It seemed this method would not suffice to exit the underground realm. He wondered if the laws of the void could lead him away. Lin Qiye contemplated. In the next moment, he took a leap of faith. With a mere flick, an entrance to the void materialized before him. Lin Qiye stepped boldly into the abyss. Upon entering the void, he immediately sensed an abundance of bizarre energies swirling around him, rendering the space exceedingly unstable. Turbulent currents of the void emerged, and being ensnared by these chaotic flows could lead one to become utterly lost within this enigmatic realm, posing a greater peril. Cautiously, he navigated through the void, the duration of his journey remaining uncertain. At long last, Lin Qiye broke free from the confines of the void. As he opened his eyes to behold the vast expanse of the sky, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, I have finally emerged safely. Traversing that chaotic void was indeed fraught with danger. Chapter 58, Wealth Concealed, Slaying Two Transcendence. Brother Su, can you hear me? Upon emerging, Lin Qiye promptly established contact through his communication wristband. After only a brief moment, the wristband emitted a glow, followed by the anxious voice of Su Changfeng. Wonderful. How are you faring, Lin Shitty? I'm well. Lin Qiye swiftly replied. He then recounted the events that had transpired. From Su Changfeng, he learned that after he leaped through the entrance, it vanished mysteriously after just over a dozen breaths. This phenomenon was the reason Lin Qiye had failed to locate the entrance despite his extensive search. Lin Shitty, do you know your current location? I am uncertain. Everything around me is utterly unfamiliar. Lin Qiye shook his head as he surveyed his surroundings. The vast expanse of the sky soared ancient vault, coupled with the absence of a detailed map, made regrouping exceedingly difficult once they had dispersed. Then we shall have to act separately, maintaining constant communication. Indeed. Be careful, Brother Su. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply and agreed. Their conversation quickly concluded. Lin Qiye ascended into the air, hovering amidst the heights. As he gazed around, he was surrounded by towering mountains, leaving him momentarily at a loss for direction. Little rooster, whoever you point to, I shall choose, he mused, resorting to an old method. Soon, he settled upon a direction and landed, setting forth step by step. Previously, he had expended 3 million experience points to decipher the formation and enhance the heavenly formation canon. He had hoped to expedite his ascension to the Saint Realm. Thus, he now needed to acquire further experience points. Moreover, Lin Qiye harbored little desire for the fortunes within the sky, soared ancient vault. His primary purpose for venturing here was merely to reunite with Li Waner. I wonder if she has come, Lin Qiye pondered, longing for their meeting. Experience points too. Experience points too. Experience points too. As time passed, he was oblivious to how long it had been, but he managed to regain the 3 million experience points he had previously expended through relentless walking. Along the way, he encountered many unique beasts native to the sky, soared ancient vault, which he effortlessly vanquished with a single strike. He was still a tad short of reaching 50 million experience points. Lin Qiye glanced at his personal information panel and sighed. Meanwhile, in the high skies not far away, 2 cultivators soared through the air, evidently 2 transcendents. Brother Wang, look, there is someone walking on the ground. One of the transcendents exclaimed with amusement. Throughout their journey, it was the first time they had encountered cultivators leisurely strolling within the ancient confines of the heavenly sword. It appeared as though they were merely indulging in a playful excursion. This individual exuded an air of remarkable distinction, his level of cultivation shrouded in mystery. The man, referred to as Brother Wang, nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Wait, it seemed this person possessed a treasure. At that moment, Lin Qiye retrieved a box from his storage ring. Upon opening it, a resplendent array of colors emanated forth. Simultaneously, he produced a large basin. He scooped some soil into the basin and proceeded to bury a mysterious seed within the earth. This seed was extraordinary. Nurturing it could yield something remarkable. Lin Qiye murmured to himself. In his estimation, once the seed was planted and regularly watered, it would surely sprout and flourish. After completing these tasks, Lin Qiye stowed everything away once more. Just then, he suddenly sensed 2 formidable auras approaching. Before long, he clearly discerned 2 extraordinary beings descending before him. They did not come with benevolent intentions. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiye thought to himself, indeed, wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. These two must have caught sight of the mysterious seed I reveal. It is highly probable they have come to rob me. Boy, hand over what you just took out, and we might spare your life. One of the extraordinary beings commanded, his tone laced with authority. There was an undeniable arrogance in his demeanor. You two are extraordinary cultivators, yet you resort to such actions? How utterly beneath your station. Lin Qiye replied calmly. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, treasures naturally belong to the powerful, the extraordinary being retorted with a cold laugh. Besides, if I were to kill you, who would know of it? Lin Qiye shook his head. If that is the case, allow me to offer you an opportunity. Leave now, and I shall pretend this never occurred. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. When you find yourself pleading for mercy later, it will be too late. Upon hearing these words, the extraordinary being erupted into laughter. What a joke. My brother and I have both attained the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. You truly possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Look at you, merely in your 20s. Even if you are a prodigy, you are likely still just extraordinary. 2 against 1. Victory is assured for us. So it seems you are determined to proceed down this path. Lin Qiye sighed deeply. I had intended to show leniency, but alas. You have chosen the road to your own demise. There is no alternative. I shall now escort you to your death. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Qiye. At that moment, the expressions of the two extraordinary beings shifted drastically. One of them, caught unawares, was pierced through by a blade of sword energy. The heavenly human realm, this is impossible. The other extraordinary being, witnessing this, hastily attempted to flee. However, Lin Qiye, utilizing the principles of the void, in an instant, he appeared before him once more. Another strike. It swiftly extinguished his life. The extraordinary, to others, represents an insurmountable force. Yet, Lin Qiye's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Thus, before Lin Qiye, these two extraordinary beings were as fragile as tofu, easily crushed with a mere flick of his hand. Collect. Lin Qiye gently waved his finger. The storage rings on the fingers of the two extraordinary beings automatically flew into Lin Qiye's grasp. Upon a cursory examination, he discovered a wealth of treasures within these rings. Among them, it seemed there were numerous valuable items obtained from the ancient sword repository. Opportunities and treasures that one might search tirelessly for could be elusive. The act of killing to seize treasures instantaneously provided him with such riches. He truly understood why so many cultivators were drawn to this path. Lin Qiye sighed. This act of murder and plunder is a true test of one's strength. The risks are considerable. Lacking adequate power could result in a deadly counterattack. Chapter 59. Those destined to meet will ultimately converge. The recent events had no bearing on Lin Qiye's mood whatsoever. After stowing away the two storage rings, he continued his journey onward. Experience points 2, experience points 2, experience points 2. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. Lin Qiye had traversed the expanse of these mountains alone. Along the way, although he encountered no fortuitous treasures, he did behold a myriad of splendid vistas. Overall, Lin Qiye found the experience rather pleasant. At this moment, he perched upon a massive stone, gazing out at the boundless world before him. A sense of ennui began to settle in. These days of solitude had left him feeling somewhat desolate. He accessed his personal information panel, receiving command, initiating, activation successful. Grounded system, host, Lin Qiye, realm, perfected celestial being, experience points, 499, 991, 34150, 000, martial arts, 8 desolations palm, perfected, celestial soul technique, perfected, one sword technique, perfected, void technique, perfected. With just over 8,000 experience points remaining, he would ascend to the sage realm. Lin Qiye couldn't help but sigh in astonishment after reviewing his status. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the distance, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. How peculiar the energy fluctuations. It seemed that a remarkable treasure was about to make its appearance. Lin Qiye rose to his feet. Within mere seconds, he discerned numerous other cultivators racing towards the direction of the dazzling light at remarkable speed. I shall join them and partake in the excitement, he thought, a smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye soared into the sky, propelling himself forward with great haste. In no time at all, he landed gracefully atop a towering mountain. Surrounding him were many other cultivators who had also arrived in rapid succession. Before them, an immense luminescent barrier appeared to connect the very heavens and earth. To his surprise, there were quite a few celestial realm experts present. Lin Qiye observed with a sense of wonder. However, he did not spot any sage-level individuals among them. It appeared that, under the current circumstances, the celestial realm was indeed the pinnacle of power here. I wonder if Brother Su and the others have arrived? Lin Qiye mused, scrutinizing his surroundings. After searching for some time, he failed to catch a glimpse of Su Changfeng and his companions. Brother Su, where could you be at this moment? Lin Qiye gazed at the communication bracelet on his wrist, eager to establish contact. Unfortunately, no matter how fervently he called out, no response was received from Su Changfeng and Qini. It seems troublesome that they are unreachable. Lin Qiye's expression grew somewhat somber. He could only hope that all was well with them. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. Look, what a beautiful woman! More and more male cultivators, upon witnessing the scene, were left utterly mesmerized, each one emitting gasps of admiration. Lin Qiye, too, found himself irresistibly drawn to glance in that direction. In the air, a resplendent lotus of 7 colors emerged, upon which stood a woman. Her hair was elegantly styled in a simple yet exquisite updo, adorned with a unique jade hairpin. Clad in a flowing, snow-white dress, she exuded an aura of serene elegance. Even with a delicate veil gracing her features, it could not conceal her breathtaking profile. She resembled a goddess from the Moon Palace. Li Wanner. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the one he had long cherished in his heart? To think he would encounter her here today. At the same moment, Li Wanner also spotted Lin Qiye. Her gaze reflected surprise, clearly not expecting to see him in this place. Back then, Lin Qiye was merely at the early stage of the Yuandan realm. Yet today, he had astonishingly reached the celestial realm. Their eyes met, and Lin Qiye waved his hand with a warm smile. In that instant, it felt as though they could sense one another. Ever since their fates had intertwined with the red thread of marriage, it had been destined. Soon, numerous male cultivators of the celestial realm soared towards Li Wanner, eager to make her acquaintance and to form teams with her. A woman of such unparalleled beauty, like Li Wanner, was the dream partner for nearly every man. Yet, in the face of these suitors, Li Wanner remained icy in her rejections. Alas, such a breathtaking beauty. With unfathomable prowess, what kind of man could possibly be worthy of her? Just moments ago, several young celestial powerhouses, strong and handsome, had also been turned away. Surrounding cultivators sighed in admiration. Haha, she is my destined partner, Lin Qiye remarked with a slight smile. You, my friend, may look decent, but it's evident you are far from being a match for such a celestial beauty. Indeed, don't be too full of yourself. This kind of fairy is beyond the likes of you or me. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, the cultivators erupted into laughter, clearly believing he was boasting. Sighing, Lin Qiye shook his head. You are all too superficial. And with that, he soared into the air. As they watched Lin Qiye glide effortlessly through the sky, the mocking cultivators fell silent, suddenly struck with alarm. An extraordinary cultivator. They began to feel uneasy. After all, they were merely at the Yuandan realm. Just moments ago, they had mocked someone of a higher caliber. If this were to be pursued, their fate would likely be sealed. Lin Qiye soared into the air, seemingly indifferent to the intentions of others. Meanwhile, the other cultivators in the distance observed as Lin Qiye approached Li Wanner. Many of them mocked Lin Qiye for his overestimation of his own abilities, convinced that he would meet the same fate as several talented youths of the celestial realm who had been rejected. After a long absence, Lin Qiye hovered before Li Wanner and smiled, saying, I told you, I shall undoubtedly be worthy of you. Li Wanner responded calmly, I must admit, I underestimated you. So, shall we join forces? Lin Qiye directly proposed. It would be an excellent opportunity to nurture our relationship. Absolutely, Li Wanner replied without hesitation. A decision that took Lin Qiye by surprise. Chapter 60. In 1 hour, I break through to the Saint Realm. As I watched Lin Qiye and Li Wana walk side by side, the surrounding cultivators were left utterly astonished. How could this be? This individual appeared less impressive than the previous Celestial Realm powerhouses, yet he was truly accompanying such exquisite women. Could it be that they were genuine partners in the Tao? What merit did this young man possess? In that instant, Lin Qiye sensed a multitude of fierce gazes fixated upon him, as if they wished to rend him to pieces. It was evident they were consumed by jealousy. A smile crept across Lin Qiye's heart. By the way, Wana, what kind of fortuitous opportunity has arisen here? Lin Qiye turned to Li Wana, exuding warmth. In that fleeting moment, Li Wana was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Qiye's audacity in so intimately addressing her. This is the true Heavenly Sword sect. Li Wana quickly responded. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the luminous barrier before them began to dissipate. As it vanished completely, everyone was astonished to behold a mysterious mountain that had seemingly materialized in mid-air, suspended effortlessly. The entire mysterious mountain resembled an elongated sword, exuding an air of remarkable grandeur and mystery. The so-called ancient Heavenly Sword Repository originally referred to this Heavenly Sword sect. Li Wana continued, saying, "This is merely the true beginning." Whoosh, 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 the cultivators swiftly soared towards the hovering mountain. How intriguing! Lin Qiye smiled faintly. Subsequently, Lin Qiye and Li Wana also took flight, soon arriving at the base of the floating mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast platform. All could ascend to this point, but to venture further upward would trigger terrifying prohibitions. Previously, many cultivators had rushed upwards, only to activate the restrictions. Their fate, naturally, was to be reduced to ashes. Having witnessed this cautionary tale, everyone obediently settled upon the plaza, refraining from daring to ascend any higher. Even the powerful figures of the celestial realm had to comply. My master has said that the prohibitions of the Heavenly Sword sect cannot be resisted by celestial beings. One must attain the Saint Realm to ascend directly, free from restriction. Li Wana's voice was exceptionally melodious, sending a delightful shiver through Lin Qiye. So, upon reaching the Saint Realm, one could ascend directly. Lin Qiye nodded slowly and inquired, "If I reach the Saint Realm, can I take you with me?" The Saint Realm is not something one can simply break through. Li Wana shook her head gently and replied, "I meant what if?" Lin Qiye stated earnestly. Li Wana sensed the seriousness in Lin Qiye's gaze and nodded slightly. "It should be possible. Then there is no issue." Lin Qiye laughed heartily. "Just give me an hour, and I will take you straight up." Hee. Young man, your audacity is astounding. To think you can attain the Sage Realm in merely an hour. What sheer folly. A man at the pinnacle of the celestial stage could not help but scoff. Indeed, the Sage Realm cannot be breached at will. This lad is undoubtedly deluded. Could he possibly be a fool? Amidst the derisive laughter, Lin Qiye paid no heed. When the time came and he truly achieved his goal, he would undoubtedly make them aware of the true meaning of humiliation. "Wana, do you believe in me?" Lin Qiye turned to Li Wana, seeking her faith. He cared not for the opinions of others. As long as Li Wana trusted him, that sufficed. "Very well. I shall await you for an hour." Although Li Wana harbored doubts regarding the possibility of breaking through to the Sage Realm within such a short span, she felt an inexplicable conviction that Lin Qiye could indeed fulfill his promise. After all, it was merely an hour. She could afford to wait. "Miss Li, why squander an hour here? We could ascend effortlessly within that time." A celestial realm man interjected swiftly, his heart brimming with jealousy. What gives Lin Qiye the right to have Miss Li willingly wait for him? Rest assured, my affairs do not require your concern. Li Wana's tone grew noticeably frosty. Observing this, the celestial realm cultivators ceased their insistence. After all, their immediate priority was to obtain the coveted treasures. Soon, the cultivators began to ascend the stone steps, aware that reaching the summit would entail numerous trials. "Take a moment to relax, enjoy some tea." With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Qiye conjured chairs and a tea set. He personally prepared the tea and even produced several books. "If you find yourself bored, you may read. After all, Li Wanner had a significant chance of becoming his future bride, and he felt compelled to take good care of her. Thank you. Li Wanner accepted graciously, settling down and gazing at Lin Qiye. You should focus on breaking through to the sage realm first. Fear not, it shall be a breeze. Lin Qiye responded with an okay gesture. He then began to pace back and forth in front of her. Experience two, experience two, experience two. If only life were as it was at first sight, what sorrow would autumn winds bring to the painted fan? When the ends of the earth are reached, only yearning remains endless. Through life and death, we have made our vows. Hand in hand, we shall grow old together. Graceful and virtuous, a gentleman seeks his match. The refined lady, in dreams and wakefulness, yearns for him. In the heavens, let us be like birds of feather. On earth, let us become intertwined branches. As Lin Qiye walked, he recited love poetry with heartfelt emotion. Li Wanner, possessing some knowledge of poetry, grasped the sentiments woven within the verses. It must be said, for a moment, Li Wanner found herself captivated by the scene unfolding before her. Observing this, Lin Qiye felt a surge of secret delight within him. Indeed, the art of poetry proved to be an effective charm for wooing women. He was certain that, in due course, Li Wanner would inevitably succumb to his allure. As time gradually passed, Li Wanner slowly came back to her senses, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that he intended to walk back and forth like this for an entire hour? Yet, how could such a trivial act lead to a breakthrough into the realm of the sage? Initially, Li Wanner speculated that perhaps Lin Qiye had already grazed the threshold of sagehood, merely a step away from a successful ascension. However, walking alone did not seem akin to true cultivation. Perhaps, after an hour, the truth would be revealed. Li Wanner nodded slightly, admitting to herself, nevertheless, the poetry this fellow crafts is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 61. A successful breakthrough at the summit of the divine tree. Time gradually slipped away, and as an hour approached, Li Wanner felt a surge of anxiety. In contrast, Lin Qiye maintained an air of calmness, exuding unwavering confidence. Just as the hour drew near, Li Wanner could no longer contain herself and whispered a gentle reminder. Esta suet, Wanner, iam confident. Lin Qiye replied with a faint smile. Experience points 2. Experience points 2. Experience points 2. Ding. Congratulations. Your accumulated experience points have reached 50,000,000. Shall you commence your ascension? Just as the hour concluded, Lin Qiye's experience points successfully hit 50 million, prompting the system's notification. Wanner, behold, it is your companionship that has enabled me to transcend into the realm of the sage. Consuming 50,000,000 experience points, your ascension has succeeded, reaching the initial stage of the sage realm. In an instant, Lin Qiye's internal power surged dramatically, manifesting a celestial phenomenon across the heavens. A terrifying aura of the Tao descended. At that moment, disbelief swept through the minds of those in the vicinity. Could it be that this young man truly ascended to the sage realm within just an hour? How is that possible? I have been at the pinnacle of the human realm for decades, tirelessly striving to break through, yet I have never grazed the threshold. Yet this young man accomplished such an effortless breakthrough in a mere hour. Is the sage realm now so easily attainable? Those cultivators at the human realm, who were enduring the trials of the mountain, felt their disbelief deepen as they reached the halfway point and sensed the overwhelming presence of the sage aura. Their expressions turned incredulous as they beheld the miraculous emergence of a sage before their very eyes. Wanner, what do you think? This sage realm was achieved for you. Lin Qiye approached Li Wanner, his demeanor tender. Congratulations, Li Wanner exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. Hee, without further ado, let us ascend now, Lin Qiye declared with a grin. Upon reaching the sage realm, he suddenly perceived the surroundings with newfound clarity. The layers of perilous restrictions above were laid bare before him, posing no threat whatsoever. They no longer needed to consider the arduous ascent of the stone steps like other cultivators. Instead, they could directly navigate through the trials above to reach the summit. Wanner, the restrictions above are even more intricate than we anticipated, so I must carry you. This will enhance our efficiency, Lin Qiye asserted with utmost seriousness. Carry me? Li Wanner was momentarily taken aback. Is it absolutely necessary? Indeed, I must envelop my own essence within yours. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. Lin Qiye wore a serious expression, declaring, I have now reached the realm of a saint, and I can clearly see the layers of prohibitions above. Livana apiavat zomavat bewilderit. Well, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Lin Qiye grew bolder, asserting that men ought to take the initiative. In an instant, he swept Li Wanner into a princess carry. At that moment, Li Wanner snapped back to reality, realizing she was cradled in Lin Qiye's arms. Her beautiful face, concealed beneath a veil, flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Even the coldest of goddesses would find their heart racing in such a moment. Put me down, Li Wanner protested, attempting to break free. But being in the realm of a saint, Lin Qiye was far too formidable for her to escape. Wanner, you will gradually get used to this, Lin Qiye smiled, adding, Now, I shall begin. You can hold on tight. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye took off into the sky, soaring upward. The layers of prohibitions seemed to come alive, parting to clear a path for them. Within mere breaths, Lin Qiye effortlessly reached the summit of the mountain. Upon landing smoothly, Li Wanner opened her eyes to discover they had indeed arrived at the peak. Was it really that easy? You deceived me from the start. Li Wanner quickly realized that this fellow was merely trying to take advantage of her. You've caught me. I feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Qiye chuckled awkwardly, wishing he had pretended a bit longer, as perhaps Li Wanner would have worried about him. I never anticipated this step, and I seem to have missed it. Now you can let me down. At that moment, although Li Wanner recognized Lin Qiye's deliberate actions, she found herself devoid of anger, which was rather peculiar. Ever since they had been entwined by the fateful red thread of marriage, she often dreamt of Lin Qiye. All right, Lin Qiye nodded, gently placing her down. Now, atop the mountain, it was just the two of them. To their surprise, there were no other structures at the summit, only an extraordinarily vast and towering tree that appeared remarkably extraordinary. How strange. There's only this great tree and nothing else. Lin Qiye remarked softly, pondering whether their ascent had been in vain. This tree is a divine tree. I never expected it to truly exist. Li Wanner's voice carried a hint of astonishment. A divine tree? Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. Wanner, would you tell me more? At this moment, when he called her Wanner, it conveyed an intimate familiarity. According to legend, a seed fell from the heavens and landed atop this mountain, growing into a towering tree overnight, which subsequently led to the establishment of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Wanner began to recount the tale. This divine tree is the greatest foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is rumored that this divine tree bears a Tao fruit once every 5,000 years. It is precisely this Tao fruit that has elevated the Heavenly Sword sect to the pinnacle of supreme powers. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye could not help but take a deep breath, realizing the profound nature of the revelation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Previously, he had acquired a unique multicolored seed in an underground location. Could it be that it too has the potential to grow into a divine tree? Just at that moment, a special force erupted, manifesting a gentle radiance before the divine tree, abruptly interrupting Lin Qiye's contemplation. Be cautious. Uncertain of the situation, Lin Qiye instinctively shielded Li Wanner behind him. In that fleeting moment, as Li Wanner gazed at Lin Qiye's silhouette, she felt an unprecedented sensation stirring within her, a feeling she surprisingly found quite pleasant. Chapter 62. So this is the seed of the divine tree. As the radiant light dissipated, an elderly figure emerged, exuding an aura of benevolence and charm, reminiscent of an immortal wandering the realms. Indeed, he possessed an ethereal quality. The old man cast a glance at Li Wanner and nodded slightly, manifesting his satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Lin Qiye, who he scrutinized for an extended period before shaking his head in wonder. How strange, I cannot see through you, young man. However, to have ascended to the sage realm within the span of an hour is commendable, and to have a divine artifact recognize its master is no small feat. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt a surge of astonishment. The matter of the divine artifact was a secret known only to him and Li Qiye. To think that the old man could discern the presence of the divine abyss sword within him with just a glance was truly remarkable. Greetings, esteemed elder. Li Qiye bowed respectfully to the old man. We have successfully reached the summit. Might there be any rewards for our efforts? Lin Qiye added with a respectful gesture. Ha ha! Rewards indeed there are. The old man laughed heartily, gesturing with his hand. A dazzling light coalesced upon the divine tree, revealing a unique fruit. Is this the Tao fruit? Lin Qiye gasped in surprise, sensing the profound Tao essence contained within it. Indeed, this is the Tao fruit, the final manifestation of this divine tree. The old man affirmed with a slow nod. The revelation of it being the last fruit astonished both Lin Qiye and Li Qiye. Initially, Lin Qiye had contemplated ways to extract the divine tree, but it seemed that such thoughts were utterly futile. Esteemed elder, why is this the final Tao fruit? Li Qiye inquired respectfully. The divine tree possesses life. As time passes, it has approached the end of its existence. The old man replied candidly to her question. Can we obtain this Tao fruit now? Lin Qiye spoke swiftly, realizing the significance of acquiring it. This Tao fruit could facilitate one's ascension to sage. However, since Lin Qiye had already attained that level, it held no value for him, but it was perfectly suited for Li Qiye. To obtain the Tao fruit, one must pass the divine tree's trial. The old man maintained his gentle demeanor. Simply touch the divine tree to enter the trial space. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, die Vene expressed hier gratitude. Qiye, I shall remain here and await your return, Lin Qiye said softly. Are you giving up? Die Vene a shuk hier hit. Although you have reached the sage realm, the Tao fruit is an exceedingly rare treasure in this world. If you can obtain it, it signifies the potential to cultivate new sages in the future. Such an extraordinary existence as the Tao fruit would surely be coveted by anyone. Yet, Lin Qiye chose to relinquish the opportunity without hesitation. Qiye, even if I were to obtain this fruit, I would naturally present it to you. Lin Qiye chuckled, saying, You are destined to be my future bride, so I shall not compete with you for this fruit. The term future bride instantly flushed Li Qiye's cheeks with a tinge of embarrassment. With that, she hurried towards the divine tree, reaching out to touch it. In an instant, she transformed into a beam of light and entered the tree. My boy, I did not anticipate your profound affection. The elder laughed heartily. The red thread of fate binds you two together perfectly. Senior, may I inquire about your identity? Lin Qiye asked with curiosity. Observing the elder, it was evident that he had existed for an immense span of time. He must have been an extraordinary figure in his previous life. Yet now, he was merely a spirit. It is indeed a source of shame. I'm the last sectmaster of the Heavenly Sword sect. The elder's smile faded, replaced by profound sorrow. Reflecting on his past, as the leader of a once great sect, he had witnessed its destruction under his watch. Who would not feel an overwhelming sense of shame in such a situation? Senior, given the formidable nature of the Heavenly Sword sect, how could it have met such an end? Lin Qiye pressed on. You must understand that this world is not the only one. The elder slowly replied. The divine tree fell from a higher realm. That higher world even sent a true God to reclaim the tree. My Heavenly Sword sect spared no effort to preserve it, and it was under the tree's protection that a fragment of my spirit remained. Yet, as time relentlessly marches on, even the divine tree cannot withstand the passage of years and approaches the end of its life. A true God, Lin Qiye gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder the Heavenly Sword sect, despite its might, faced annihilation. After all, they were contending with a deity. Senior, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. If you would permit me, Lin Qiye respectfully stated, cupping his hands. Of course. The elder nodded. The next moment, Lin Qiye produced a large pot filled with soil from his storage ring. As he dug through the earth, he retrieved a seed that had remained dormant for quite some time, showing no signs of germination. Senior, this seed was acquired from an underground space. I am uncertain as to its nature, Lin Qiye inquired. Upon seeing the seed, the elder's eyes widened with delight. This is the seed of the divine tree. How wonderful! The divine tree can continue to exist in a new form. The elder rejoiced. At that moment, Lin Qiye shared in the elder's elation. Since this was a seed from the divine tree, successful cultivation would signify that he could attain a new fruit of enlightenment in the future. This seed was a product of the divine tree's essence, gathered long ago. The elder continued, once there was an individual who passed the trial of the divine tree and obtained the fruit of enlightenment. He even stole the seed and thereafter vanished without a trace. Now that you have acquired the seed, it seems destined by fate. Perhaps this is what we call destiny. So, esteemed elder, do you know how this divine tree seed should be nurtured to sprout and grow? Lin Qiye was filled with immense anticipation. I do not know, the elder replied, shaking his head. Perhaps this answer must be sought through your own exploration. However, one thing is certain. Your current method of burying in the soil is, evidently, not viable. Even the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword sect is unaware of the proper approach. It appears that to transform this seed into a true divine tree, one must wait for future opportunities to uncover the method. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your enlightening answers. Lin Qiye said, carefully storing the seed once more and bowing in gratitude. Chapter 63. This is my unique cultivation method, young man. How did you acquire the divine artifact within you? The elder inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Qiye. It acknowledged me as its master of its own volition. Lin Qiye responded softly. Recognized you as master willingly, the elder murmured, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, the elder waved his hand gently. With a resounding boom, a stone tablet materialized before them. The elder then began to gesture with his fingers, and characters began to manifest upon the stone surface. Herein lies a martial arts technique crafted by the founding ancestor of our Heavenly Sword sect, known as the primordial Tao sword technique. The elder declared gravely, hovering before the tablet, young man, this is no ordinary swordsmanship. Once mastered, it holds the potential to wield the power of transformation. This is also one of the legacies of our Heavenly Sword sect. Should you succeed in your cultivation within the span of a single incense stick, I would be willing to bestow upon you the entirety of the inheritance that remained from our sect. He existed in a state of spiritual essence, residing within the divine tree. Now, as the tree approached the end of its life, it signified his impending demise as well. Over the years, the ancient repository of the Heavenly Sword had been opened countless times. Deep down, he had always yearned to find a fated individual who could ensure the continued existence of the Heavenly Sword sect through alternate means. Yet now, before him stood Lin Qiye, a figure he found utterly inscrutable, whose divine artifact had willingly acknowledged him as master. This surely indicated a person of great fortune. Thus, the elder saw in Lin Qiye the glimmer of hope for the sect's continuation. Can I decline? Lin Qiye asked, his expression devoid of excitement as he shook his head. What? You do not wish to attempt such a formidable martial art? The elder was taken aback, completely unprepared for this response. Most others would have eagerly begun their comprehension by now. I am somewhat reluctant, Lin Qiye affirmed. The time of a single incense stick is far too brief. Hence, there is no need to attempt it. Lin Qiye was acutely aware of his own comprehension abilities. A single incense stick? He did not possess the strength to achieve successful understanding within that time frame. Therefore, since mastery seemed unattainable, it was naturally unnecessary to make the attempt. After all, he was not lacking in martial arts. Moreover, at the outset, Lin Qiye had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the Sage Realm at the foot of the mountain. He had already exhausted all his experience points. Had he possessed a few 100,000 or even millions of experience points, he would have certainly made the attempt. After all, with sufficient experience points, what martial arts could he not master? Ah, so you find the time too short, the elder chuckled helplessly. Young man, do you even know how long my single incense stick lasts? With that, he waved his hand once more. Instantly, a colossal incense stick, towering 10 feet high, materialized and was planted into the ground. My goodness, how enormous! Lin Qiye exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. In his perspective, a stick of incense typically burns for approximately 15 to 30 minutes. Yet, the incense before him seemed poised to smolder for several hours. Elder, I'm still eager to attempt this. Lin Qiye promptly shifted his stance. Then you may commence. The old man dismissed any concerns, gently gesturing as the magnificent stick of incense ignited. Very well, I shall begin, Lin Qiye replied earnestly. Subsequently, he commenced a circle around the sacred tree, taking deliberate steps. Experience 2, experience 2, experience 2. With each movement, his experience points accumulated rapidly. Young man, why are you merely walking around the divine tree instead of engaging in profound contemplation? The elder inquired, perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of Lin Qiye's actions. Elder, you do not understand. This is my unique method of cultivation. Lin Qiye replied with a subtle smile, brimming with confidence. He could hardly disclose to the elder that he was operating under extraordinary circumstances. Even if he did, the elder likely would not comprehend the meaning. Ha ha ha! The elder erupted into hearty laughter. How intriguing! Truly fascinating. This is the first time I have witnessed such a method of cultivation. I am eager to see if you can truly achieve it. The elder harbored no doubts about Lin Qiye. Rather, he was astonished, filled more with curiosity and anticipation. As time progressed, when the stick of incense had burned halfway, the elder sensed fluctuations within the space of the sacred tree and thought to himself, that girl seems poised to pass the trial within the divine tree. The Tao fruit should be hers. There is no need for the others to come up. At that moment, the elder activated some unknown force. On the stone steps, those cultivators undergoing layers of trials found a teleportation array materializing beneath their feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light shot forth, whisking them away. In a brief span, the entire mountain was left with only Lin Qiye and Liwaner. Simultaneously, a formidable formation was unleashed upon the mountain, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. The cultivators, meanwhile, were transported to the ground. What on earth is happening? Damn it. I was on the verge of reaching the summit. Why was I teleported out? I had just seen it. A towering ancient tree at the peak, surely the legendary sacred tree, likely harboring the Tao fruit, so tantalizingly close. Ah, who has thwarted our opportunity? The cultivators gazed at the floating mountain, now protected by a formation, realizing they could no longer enter. Among them, several celestial realm experts were exceedingly furious, as they had been merely a step away from success. Alas, just one step short. Reality can be so cruel. Friends, if we join forces, we might be able to break this formation. Soon, one of the perfected celestial realm cultivators spoke up swiftly. The other celestial realm experts nodded in agreement, unwilling to relinquish their efforts so easily. Boom! These celestial realm practitioners ascended rapidly, each unleashing their most formidable techniques. Waves of terrifying power struck the formation, erupting in unparalleled thunderous roars. The other cultivators on the ground widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, too intimidated to approach. The might emanating from these celestial realm warriors was indeed fearsome. Even the residual force was insurmountable for ordinary cultivators. Yet in their hearts, they harbored hopes that these celestial realm experts would breach the formation, allowing them to partake in the spoils and ascend the great mountain once more to seek opportunities anew. However, following the initial coordinated assault, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the entire formation remained intact. This revelation was unexpected for all. Truly, the formation, originating from the Sword Sect, had withstood the test of time. I refuse to believe this formation can endure for much longer, exclaimed one celestial realm expert. In his view, persistent attacks would undoubtedly dismantle the formation. As his words echoed, a beam of terrifying white light shot forth from within the mountain. The speed of this white light was extraordinary. If observed closely, it revealed itself to be a white sword. With a swift whoosh, the white sword pierced through the head of the celestial realm practitioner. Immediately thereafter, the celestial realm expert appeared to lose consciousness, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Boom! His body struck the earth with such force that it created a substantial crater. All present could sense that this celestial realm warrior had completely lost his life. In this small world, there are other opportunities for you to seek out. The authoritative voice of the elder resonated in the ears of every cultivator. Dare to act again, and this shall be your fate. Chapter 64. Mastering the sword technique of the primordial path as the elder's voice faded. The powerful beings of the celestial realm hastily took flight, daring not to approach. They gathered around the body of the deceased celestial, scrutinizing it with great care. What manner of technique could annihilate a celestial practitioner without leaving a trace of injury, seemingly erasing the very essence of their soul? Truly, a terrifying method. With our strength in the celestial realm, one would assume we possess considerable power. Yet at this moment, I felt like an insignificant insect. Alas, it appears that the fortunes of this place are not destined for us. There is no need to force the issue. They did not linger long and departed in haste. Observing that even the celestial practitioners were seeking new opportunities, the other cultivators naturally followed suit. If the celestials were afraid, what hope did we ordinary practitioners possess? Beneath the sacred tree, the elder shook his head with a hint of resignation, his spirit visibly dimmed. He had not anticipated that this sword strike would only be executed with great difficulty. Clearly, it had consumed an immense amount of energy. Not dwelling on this, he glanced at the incense stick, which had burned down to the eighth part. It would not be long before it was completely consumed. Looking back at Lin Qiye, he noticed the latter remained calm and composed, leisurely circling the sacred tree. Remarkably, Lin Qiye seemed in the mood to engage in conversation. "Young man, the time for this incense is nearly at an end." The elder could not help but remind him. "Fear not, I am well aware." Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile, continuing their dialogue. "Senior, is it truly possible to attain boundless longevity upon becoming a deity?" The elder was momentarily speechless. Still eager to chat, he was in no rush at all. Indeed, achieving divinity can grant one eternal life, but it does not preclude the possibility of being killed. He responded, "Young man, becoming a deity is not the end. Rather, it is a new beginning. You must understand, there exist even more terrifying entities beyond the divine." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. He firmly believed that he would one day transcend to a realm above the divine. This conviction was beyond doubt. After walking for a while, he noticed that the incense stick was nearing its end. "Open the personal information panel." Lin Qiye called out internally. Receiving command, initiating, grounded system, host, Lin Qiye, realm, early saint realm. Experience points, 1,257, 843, 100, 000, 000. Martial arts, 8 desolation palm, perfect. Heavenly soul technique, perfect. One sword technique, perfect. Void technique, perfect. Over 1,000,000 should suffice. Lin Qiye mused to himself. Fortunately, each step he took now granted him 2 experience points. Otherwise, once this massive incense pillar burns out, I fear I might not even gain 100,000 experience points. At most barely over 50. Subsequently, Lin Qiye approached the stone tablet, detected the divine martial art Yuan Dao sword technique. "Would you like to consume 100,000 experience points?" "Consume." Lin Qiye nodded slightly. 100,000 experience points have been consumed, beginning the learning process. Learning successful, congratulations, you have mastered Yuan Dao sword technique and reached the intra-level realm. The entire process lasted merely a few breaths. In that instant, the Yuan Dao sword technique manifested vividly in Lin Qiye's mind, as if it were an innate power he had always possessed. Yuan Dao sword technique. With a mere flick of his finger, Lin Qiye summoned the rules of the Dao, which coalesced into an ordered chain that erupted in dazzling brilliance. Transforming into a golden sword, it emanated an unfathomable power, as if capable of collapsing the very heavens. The profundity of condensing the Tao in a power was truly enigmatic, indeed. Quite remarkable. Lin Qiye nodded in satisfaction, for this undoubtedly provided him with a formidable means of attack. At that moment, the elder was profoundly astonished. To him, Lin Qiye had merely been meandering around the divine tree, and then inexplicably grasped this supreme Yuan Dao sword technique. If he were to speak of this, none would likely believe him. "Young man, how did you accomplish this?" The elder swiftly flew before Lin Qiye, brimming with curiosity. "Senior, I cannot say how it happened. It just seems that my comprehension heightened while walking, and thus I mastered it." Lin Qiye, noticing the elder's inquisitive gaze, could only fabricate a lie. The workings of the system were not to be disclosed to anyone. Walking enhances comprehension, the elder muttered. After a long pause, he sighed, evidently aware that this was implausible. Surely, Lin Qiye harbored other secrets. The elder refrained from probing further, understanding that everyone possesses their own mysteries, and it was unnecessary to dwell excessively on them. You have not disappointed me, young man. The elder gestured towards the divine tree. A beam of light shot forth from it, quickly hovering before Lin Qiye. As the light dissipated, a unique storage ring appeared. This ring, known as the Celestial Spirit Ring, was a special storage device capable of containing even living beings. The elder spoke slowly. Within it lies the inheritance of my heavenly sword sect, which you may gradually comprehend and master. I have but one request. Do not allow the legacy of the heavenly sword sect to be severed. If possible, I hope you can restore the glory of the heavenly sword sect. Lin Qiye accepted the celestial spirit ring, with both hands clasped in front of the elder. I earnestly pledged, thank you, esteemed senior. I shall undoubtedly make the most of the inheritance from the heavenly sword sect. Should I encounter a more suitable individual in the future, I will pass on this legacy to them, enabling them to revive the heavenly sword sect. As for me, I must confess that I harbor little interest in establishing a sect. I hope you can forgive me, esteemed senior. One may find joy in solitude, but two can revel in happiness. I have no desire to become the lord of a sect. Such a burden. In the future, I certainly wish to explore the world alongside Li Qiye, experiencing the joys of travel and witnessing the beauty of this realm. Would that not be splendid? The elder had no objections and instead nodded in satisfaction. He could see that Lin Qiye was not suited to become the lord of sect. By the way, esteemed senior, how long until Wanner succeeds? Lin Qiye inquired with a smile after adorning the heavenly spirit ring. This girl has already passed the trial of the divine tree and is currently absorbing and refining the Tao fruit. Once she succeeds, reaching the saint realm will pose no challenge. The elder replied calmly. He continued to regard Lin Qiye, advising, young man, you must hasten your cultivation and grow stronger. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to protect this girl in the future. What do you mean by that, esteemed senior? Lin Qiye asked, perplexed. Chapter 65, Van Archives Sanctity. The collapse of the ancient sword's hidden vault in the era of my existence. There also emerged a figure of the celestial spirit body. The elder sighed. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits the celestial spirit body in the divine realm? Senior, please do not keep me in suspense. Simply tell me, Lin Qiye urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. In the divine realm, the celestial spirit body is destined to become a natural vessel, drawing the attention of many formidable deities. If you lack sufficient strength, you will be unable to protect that girl, the elder stated calmly. A vessel. Lin Qiye's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that the fate of becoming a vessel was indeed a dismal one. As one's realm ascends, the challenges of cultivation magnify. For those powerful deities, advancing further becomes increasingly arduous. The elder continued. However, possessing a celestial spirit body facilitates their cultivation immensely. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I understand. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. Now aware of this matter, he was resolutely determined to become more powerful. In due time, he would ensure that no deity would dare to lay a hand on Li Qiye. I can only offer you this reminder. As for the future, it rests in your own hands. The elder sighed with a hint of wistfulness. I will, Lin Qiye affirmed resolutely. In the time that followed, Lin Qiye continued to seek the elder's counsel, gaining profound insights and nurturing a burgeoning anticipation for the future. Boom, not long after, a new aura of the Tao descended from the heavens. A new sage was born. The other cultivators, witnessing this phenomenon, were left in utter disbelief. Within such a brief span, two sages had ascended, a truly astonishing occurrence. At this moment, the divine tree radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Li Qiye emerged from within, and having successfully broken through, she appeared even more exquisite, captivating Lin Qiye entirely. My wife is truly stunning. Lin Qiye mused silently. Thank you, senior. Li Wanner expressed her gratitude directly toward the elder upon her emergence. In truth, it was thanks to the elder's guidance within the divine tree's realm that Li Wanner had navigated her breakthrough with such ease. Otherwise, she might have faced failure. Not at all. The elder waved his hand dismissively. I merely offered a suggestion. Your comprehension is a result of your own fortune. It was at this moment that the surrounding essence of heaven and earth visibly thinned. In just a few breaths, the vital energy dissipated entirely. The leaves of the divine tree, once vibrant with life, began to wither and fall at a discernible pace. Alas, the life of the divine tree nears its end. The elder observed this with a hint of sorrow. This space is established around the divine tree. As its life wanes, I have opened the exit to this realm. You must depart swiftly. The elder formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, numerous spatial exits manifested throughout the entire realm. Behind Lin Qiye and his companions, one such exit appeared. At this moment, the old man's spirit became increasingly translucent, on the verge of dissipating. Esteemed elder, we bow in gratitude. Li Wanner and Lin Qiye both performed a deep bow. The elder had rendered them significant assistance. Go forth. He gestured with a wave of his hand. Lin Qiye and Li Wanner swiftly turned and entered the spatial exit. As they departed, the elder hovered before the withered divine tree, uttering, I was once a deceased soul. It is only under your protection that I have managed to linger on. Thanks to this, I have fulfilled my final wish. Thank you. With those words, his spirit completely vanished. At that moment, the life of the divine tree reached its conclusion. Crack! Boom! The entire sky, sword ancient repository began to collapse. The sky filled with massive fissures and countless meteoric fireballs, imbued with terrifying power, began to rain down furiously. Some cultivators had no time to evade, meeting their demise in an instant. The cultivators scattered in a desperate bid for escape. Fortunately, the Sky Sword ancient repository contained numerous exits, providing them a chance for survival. From that exit, Lin Qiye and Li Wanner swiftly departed the Sky Sword ancient repository, returning to the skies above Sky Sword City. They could clearly see a multitude of cultivators emerging from within, fleeing in disarray. From this moment forth, the Sky Sword ancient repository shall cease to exist. Vi venne aside softly. Wanner, regardless of the circumstances, our outcome is quite favorable. Lin Qiye replied with a gentle smile. What are your plans from here? He inquired. To be honest, Lin Qiye wished to remain by Li Wanner's side. I must return to the Xian sect, Li Wanner responded, having just broken through. I need to consolidate my cultivation. May I accompany you to the Xian sect? Lin Qiye asked. Surely, the Xian sect cannot refuse the fiancé of the saintess. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Wanner playfully chided, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, thankfully concealed beneath a delicate veil. Wanner, you must know my intentions. I speak with utmost sincerity. Lin Qiye's demeanor shifted to one of earnest seriousness. Senior sister, the master has commanded that you return to the sect immediately upon exiting the Sky Sword ancient repository. At that moment, several disciples of the Xian sect swiftly approached. I understand. Li Wanner replied softly. I must take my leave. She glanced at Lin Qiye, a flicker of reluctance stirring within her heart. Yet, she dared not defy her master's orders. Wanner, I am aware of the rules of the Xian sect. You may not be able to respond to me now, but I swear, one day I shall boldly ascend to the Xian sect to marry you. No one can thwart this. Lin Qiye's declaration was undeniably assertive. Very well, I shall await your return. Li Wanner nodded slightly, beginning to anticipate the arrival of that day. Before long, Li Wanner swiftly departed alongside several other disciples of the Xian sect, quickly vanishing from Lin Qiye's sight. At this moment, the words, all right, I shall await you, continued to echo in Lin Qiye's ears. After a considerable time, he erupted into hearty laughter, realizing that her words undoubtedly signified her consent. Splendid. As long as I grow sufficiently powerful to render the Xian sect incapable of opposing me, who would dare to obstruct my union with Wanner? The Xian sect is replete with regulations, yet before absolute strength, I refuse to believe that these rules are immutable. His spirits soared to exhilarating heights. If given the chance, he would truly wish to sing a jubilant tune. Ding dong, a new task has been issued. The voice of the system resonated immediately, and a task panel materialized before his eyes. Chapter 66. Journey to the South China Sea. New mission released. Venture to the Dragon Clan's sacred land to rescue Xiling. Mission duration: 6 months. Success. Reward granted. Failure. Regression of 1 cultivation level. Upon glancing at the mission details displayed on the panel, Lin Qiye felt a jolt of surprise. What is this? Xiling, a being of semi-divine status, requires his assistance for salvation? How could he, with his current level of cultivation, possibly rescue a formidable semi-divine individual from peril? Yet, regardless of his circumstances, he must investigate the situation. After all, failing the mission would result in a regression of his cultivation. If it turns out that he can indeed save her, he would do so. If not, then even a setback in his cultivation would be bearable. His life is paramount. Junior brother Lin. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was Su Changfeng and Qin Yi swiftly approaching him. Seeing them emerge unscathed brought a sense of relief to Lin Qiye. Junior brother Lin, impressive. You truly managed to spend time with the saintess of the Zhuan sect. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Su Changfeng exclaimed as he approached. Such an occurrence was indeed beyond imagination. Everyone knew that the saintess of the Zhuan sect was an extremely frigid figure, an ice mountain that no man could ever hope to thaw. Yet here stands Lin Qiye, who has seemingly melted her heart. This was astonishing and would undoubtedly evoke envy among many male cultivators. Of course, my charm is precisely to her taste. Lin Qiye chuckled, asking, So, Su's senior brother, did you garner any rewards? After parting ways with you, Qin Yi and I discovered a unique location and obtained significant opportunities there. Su Tianfan, note that? Smiling. That is excellent news. Lin Qiye responded. The fact that everyone had reaped rewards and returned safely was the best outcome one could hope for. By the way, senior brother, do you know the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan's sacred land? Lin Qiye inquired swiftly. The Dragon Clan's sacred land. Su Changfeng paused. I do know of it. It lies in the extreme eastern seas. Junior brother Lin, I only know it is in the extreme eastern seas, but the precise location remains unclear. The Dragon Clan sacred land can only be accessed by members of the Dragon Clan, and they must hold a significant status within it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. I see, I understand now. Junior brother Lin, are you inquiring about the Dragon Clan sacred land because you wish to visit? Su Changfeng asked curiously. Indeed, there are matters that necessitate my presence at the Dragon Clan's sacred land. Lin Qiye affirmed. I'm on my way to locate it. Qin Yi interjected softly. I recall that in the South China Sea of the Eastern Xian region, there exists a lineage of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps this branch of the Dragon Clan possesses the knowledge we seek. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was filled with delight. Thus, a direction has been established. Thank you, Sister Qin. I shall now proceed to the South Sea. Lin Qiye clasped his fists and declared, at that time, let us reconvene at the Deluo sacred land. Indeed, we shall gather again at the Deluo sacred land. Su Changfeng and Qin Yi responded in unison. Immediately, Lin Qiye invoked the laws of the void, vanishing swiftly into the ether. Junior brother Lin has truly become an existence I can only look up to. Su Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim with profound admiration. Reflecting on the first time he encountered Lin Qiye, he recalled that Lin had only been at the transcendent realm then. To have met brother Lin is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. Qin Yi remarked softly, linking her arm with Su Changfeng's and smiling gently. Indeed, Su Tianfan, note that? All right, we too must return to the Deluo sacred land. After our return, I must enter seclusion to further break through my cultivation realm. The two of them soared into the skies side by side. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Lin Qiye arrived smoothly above the South Sea. Gazing at the boundless ocean, he inhaled deeply. The South Sea is indeed vast. Finding the lineage of the Dragon Clan will require certain means. This task is allotted 6 months, which means Xiling can only endure for that duration, should the time elapse. it would spell her demise. During his journey, Lin Qiye made a special visit to a coastal city near the South Sea, where he procured a map of the South Sea. The map marked various islands within the South Sea, but did not specifically indicate the location of the Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, possessing this map would undoubtedly facilitate his quest. First, let us explore the Polaris Island. Lin Qiye swiftly took flight. According to the map, the nearest city to him was Polaris Island, the most perilous isle in the entire South Sea. This island was devoid of any human cultivators. Polaris Island was inhabited by the demon race, teeming with sea-dwelling creatures. The demon folk would surely possess knowledge of the Dragon Clan's whereabouts. Venturing alone onto an island solely occupied by demons would deter most cultivators. However, Lin Qiye, now the Saint Realm, was more than sufficient. He had not flown far when he spotted a vessel nearby, besieged by relentless attacks from underwater beasts. "Senior, help us, we are from the South Sea Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Please lend us your assistance." A middle-aged man aboard the vessel saw Lin Qiye suspended in midair and urgently pleaded for aid. "Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer a handsome reward. To be able to traverse the skies signifies at least a transcendent-level prowess, capable of effortlessly resolving such a crisis. Do you know where the South Sea Dragon Clan resides?" Lin Qiye's calm voice echoed in the middle-aged man's ears, startling him. The other party was inquiring about the Dragon Clan of the South China Sea, seemingly intent on locating them. If I were to claim ignorance, they might refrain from taking action. However, I genuinely do not possess that knowledge. Yet, if I were to deceitfully assert that I do, I would likely still meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a thought struck the middle-aged man. "Esteemed elder, although I am unaware of the precise location of the Dragon Clan, I do know that someone has ventured to the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan in the South China Sea and returned alive," he exclaimed swiftly. As his words echoed, golden rays of light emerged in the sky. Countless golden swords transformed into strands of golden thread, piercing through the bodies of the monstrous beasts. With a splattering sound, those creatures were instantaneously reduced to mere blood and viscera, staining the sea below a deep crimson. Chapter 67. Dustless Island. I have come to inquire about certain matters. In but a few fleeting breaths, all had swiftly settled. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood, and the sea was littered with the dismembered remains of monstrous beasts. In an instant, Lin Qiye appeared above the flying vessel. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder." The middle-aged man and the cultivators aboard the vessel bowed deeply to Lin Qiye, their gratitude palpable. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's intervention, they would likely have become the very prey of those abyssal creatures. "Whom do you seek?" Lin Qiye inquired with a calm demeanor. In response, "Esteemed elder, the individual in question is named Rong Zheng," the middle-aged man respectfully replied. "How might one locate him? Is there an image of this person?" Lin Qiye continued his questioning, his formidable presence causing the cultivators aboard to tremble with trepidation. In response, "Esteemed elder, this individual should still be on Dustless Island." The middle-aged man maintained his respectful tone. "This area falls within the territory of Polaris Island. What brings cultivators of your caliber to such a place?" Lin Qiye's voice resonated with an authority akin to that of a deity, instilling fear in the middle-aged man, who quaked at the very thought of deceit. In response, "Esteemed elder, we seek the half-demon herb, a mystical plant that often appears in regions teeming with monstrous beasts." Lin Qiye discerned that the man spoke the truth, realizing that further information was unlikely to be forthcoming. As such, Lin Qiye chose not to squander more time there. Following the direction indicated on the map, he swiftly departed. Once the cultivators aboard the vessel no longer felt the oppressive pressure, they cautiously raised their heads, only to find that Lin Qiye had vanished from sight. Exhausted, they sank into their seats, gasping for breath, only then realizing they were drenched in sweat. They had never before encountered such a profound sense of terror. The desire to avoid a repeat of such an experience was unanimous. "Steward, what manner of being was that formidable presence?" One inquired. "Even the extraordinary beings I have encountered previously paled in comparison to the terror I felt today." The others turned their gazes towards the middle-aged man. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply, that formidable being has likely attained the celestial realm. The celestial realm. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never imagined they would be fortunate enough to encounter a being of such caliber in their lifetime. "Steward, should we continue our search for the half-demon herb?" Another asked. "There is no need. We must retreat immediately." The middle-aged man shook his head, issuing a decisive command. "The closer we venture, the nearer we draw to the Beast Island. If we were to encounter another swarm of beasts, we may not be as fortunate as we were this time to receive assistance from what seems to be a celestial realm expert." The flying vessel swiftly turned around and hastily departed. The notion of remaining complacent was entirely unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye soared through the skies with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the island of Dustless. This island, though modest in size, was home to a quaint settlement. As he surveyed the surroundings, it became apparent that a considerable number of cultivators inhabited this island. Upon entering the town, Lin Qiye was greeted by a vibrant scene. The streets were bustling with people, alive with energy and excitement. "Have you heard? Just a few days ago, Rongzheng successfully ascended to the extraordinary. Is that true? An extraordinary being has emerged on Dustless Island? Could it be that Rongzheng is the one who ventured into the Dragon Clan's sacred land?" "Indeed, it is he. The Dragon Clan's sacred land is a place of great renown. How could a mere human gain entry? You may not know, but not only did Rongzheng enter, he returned safely and has now achieved the extraordinary status. It is likely he gained significant benefits from the Dragon Clan's sacred land." After a brief exploration, Lin Qiye encountered several cultivators engaged in conversation at a tea house, and the topic of their discourse was none other than Rongzheng. To his astonishment, Rongzheng had indeed become extraordinary. Curious, Lin Qiye approached them, producing a few source stones, understanding that assistance must come with a price. Of course, he resides at the summit of Dustless Island. The cultivator's eyes widened with excitement at the sight of the source stones, akin to treasures fallen from the heavens. However, they cautioned him that the summit was protected by a barrier, and one could not ascend without permission. Moreover, since Rongzheng had become the island's lord, a visit would require an audience with the steward at the lord's residence to seek consent. If granted, he would be permitted to ascend and meet Rongzheng. They eagerly shared all the information they possessed, knowing that a few simple words in exchange for the source stones was an extraordinary bargain for them. "Thank you," Lin Qiye expressed courteously before ascending towards Dustless Island. As he took flight, the cultivators stood in disbelief, a sense of trepidation washing over them. He was, after all, an extraordinary cultivator. In that moment, the source stones in their hands felt uncomfortably warm. Had they known he was an extraordinary being, they would have never dared to accept them. Suddenly, a powerful roar reverberated across Dustless Island. All cultivators turned their gazes towards the summit, where they witnessed a single cultivator effortlessly dismantling the formidable barrier that protected the peak. With the barrier dispelled, Lin Qiye ascended to the summit with ease. Atop this untainted island, there exists no grand palace, only a modest wooden courtyard. "My friend, what brings you here to dismantle my barriers?" From within the wooden house, a middle-aged man emerged, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Qiye. The ease with which his restraints were breached left him unsettled. Furthermore, he sensed an overwhelming and absolute power emanating from Lin Qiye. He understood well that this Lin Qiye possessed strength superior to his own. "Are you Rongzheng?" Lin Qiye inquired once more. "Indeed," Rongzheng replied, nodding slowly. "Very well. I have come to seek answers regarding a certain matter," Lin Qiye began, "and once my inquiries are fulfilled, I shall take my leave." Chapter 68. The Afflicted One. "What is it?" Rongzheng inquired, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Clearly, the other party did not seem to be seeking revenge. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, perhaps even without the opportunity to escape. "It is quite simple. I wish to inquire about the location of the South Sea Dragon clan, as I have matters to discuss with them," Lin Qiye stated directly. Upon hearing this, Rongzheng's expression grew exceedingly grave, evidently caught off guard by Lin Qiye's inquiry. I apologize, but I once vowed never to disclose this information to anyone. Rongzheng replied solemnly. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended upon him in an instant. Rongzheng found himself utterly defenseless, collapsing to his knees, his countenance reflecting immense suffering, as if his very being were on the verge of explosion. Refusing to speak equates to death. Lin Qiye's tone turned chillingly cold. Rongzheng abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even if you were to kill me, I shall never reveal this matter. His gaze was resolutely steadfast, a fact that took Lin Qiye by surprise. He did not expect Rongzheng to be so unafraid of death. In the next moment, the pressure dissipated, and Rongzheng felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to returning from the gates of hell, a sensation beyond words. I shall not press you further. Merely indicate the area on the map where the South Sea Dragon Clan resides, Lin Qiye instructed, producing a map of the South Sea. Please draw a circle around it. The map lay before Rongzheng, accompanied by a pen. Senior, may I ask what manner of being you truly are? He inquired, casting a glance at the map before looking back at Lin Qiye. It appears I have discerned the location of the South Sea Dragon Clan, Lin Qiye remarked, approaching the map and effortlessly lifting it into his hand with a flourish. He pointed to a central area on the map, if I am not mistaken. The South Sea Dragon Clan should be situated here. Rongzheng's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing with astonishment. It seemed Lin Qiye's guess was indeed correct. Observing Rongzheng's astonished expression only solidified Lin Qiye's conviction. Senior, how did you come to know this? Rongzheng asked incredulously. Just now, when the map appeared, your gaze instinctively fell upon this location, Lin Qiye explained. Thus, I am confident that this area is indeed where the South Sea Dragon Clan resides. When I pointed out this region, your shocked expression confirmed my suspicion. Rongzheng sighed deeply. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Lin Qiye then presented a pill. This elixir will aid in your recovery. I perceive that you harbor some unspeakable burdens, which is why you would rather face death than divulge the truth. In a certain light, you are quite commendable. Thank you, Senior, Rongzheng exclaimed, accepting the pill and consuming it without hesitation. He harbored no doubts about the elixir's integrity. After all, with Lin Qiye's prowess, he could effortlessly annihilate him without resorting to other means. Upon consuming the elixir, Rongzheng's injuries healed instantaneously, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had been resurrected. Senior, I am uncertain of your reasons for visiting the South Sea Dragon Clan, but I have a humble request that I hope you can assist with. Rongzheng prostrated himself. They say a man's kneeling is worth a fortune. In that moment, Rongzheng had cast aside his pride, clearly indicating the significance of his plea. Speak, Lin Qiye replied calmly. Senior, decades ago, during my travels in the South Sea, I fortuitously encountered a woman who captivated my heart. I felt that she was my only destiny. Initially, our time together was filled with happiness, but later I discovered she belonged to the South Sea Dragon Clan. The demon and human races have always been at odds. Humans disdain demons, and demons scorn humans. Yet, I found myself inexplicably drawn to her, regardless of her lineage. However, the South Sea Dragon Clan learned of our union and dispatched formidable warriors to capture us. Had it not been for Yunner's desperate act to save me, I would never have escaped from their clutches. Rongzheng remained on his knees, recounting his tale. Before departing, he had sworn an oath never to disclose the existence of the South Sea Dragon Clan to anyone, lest his beloved Yunner face dire consequences. Thus, even in the face of death, he refused to utter a single word. Yet to his astonishment, Lin Qiye had already discerned the truth without him speaking. Since emerging from the South Sea Dragon Clan, he had relentlessly pursued cultivation, but alas, his talent was limited, and he had only recently broken through to the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. With his current abilities, it was utterly insufficient to infiltrate the South Sea Dragon Clan and rescue his beloved. So, how may I assist you? Lin Qiye inquired softly after hearing his plight. Senior, if I could gain entry into the South Sea Dragon Clan, I only ask that you deliver a letter to her. Rongzheng produced a letter, evidently prepared well in advance. Though the letter was ready, he had no means to send it. Your devotion is commendable. I shall assist you with this matter. Lin Qiye nodded slowly. Thank you, senior. Rong Zheng expressed his profound gratitude as he handed the letter over. With a casual motion, Lin Qiye stored the letter within his storage ring. Do you not yet know the name of the woman you cherish? Lin Qiye continued to inquire. Her name is Long Xiaoyan, the third daughter of the Dragon King of the Underwater Dragon Clan. Rong Zheng responded eagerly. The Dragon King's third daughter. Lin Qiye exclaimed in surprise. Well, it appears that you possess some notable skills, having won the affections of a Dragon Clan princess. It is understandable. As a human of lesser cultivation, the Dragon King would undoubtedly disapprove of your union. Very well, I comprehend your situation. Lin Qiye slowly nodded. However, I cannot be certain that the letter will reach her hands. I can only assure you that I shall do my utmost. I understand, Rong Zheng replied. All right, rise now, for I too must depart. After Lin Qiye spoke, he swiftly soared into the air, transforming into a beam of light that vanished into the vast sky. Only then did Rong Zheng gradually rise to his feet, gazing towards the direction of the South Sea Dragon Clan, silently murmuring, Yinner, do not worry. I will diligently cultivate my skills, and one day I shall return for you with honor. He had long composed that letter, yet it remained undelivered, creating a lingering anxiety within him. Now, the mere thought of the letter reaching Yinner's hands dispelled that unease, filling him with a renewed sense of determination. Consequently, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, resolved not to squander a single moment. Chapter 69. Entering the Dragon Clan's realm in the South China Sea, a rumble echoed across the vast ocean as thunder reverberated ominously in the sky. Each bolt of lightning bore an unfathomable power. Below, the sea roiled with turbulent waves, emanating a dreadful aura. A colossal whirlpool plunged into the abyss, its depths shrouded in darkness, resembling a portal to the underworld. From the void, Lin Qiye emerged. This was the forbidden domain of the South China Sea, a place where countless cultivators had ventured, only to meet their demise. It was reverently dubbed the Realm of Death by their peers. To his surprise, the Dragon Clan of the South China Sea had chosen this very location. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Observing the scene before him, Lin Qiye could not help but murmur to himself. Suddenly, a fearsome bolt of lightning descended upon him. Too weak, Lin Qiye snapped his fingers, dissipating the oncoming thunderbolt with sheer force. Indeed, the Dragon Clan possessed some capability to establish such a grand formation utilizing the powers of heaven and earth in this place. Lin Qiye pondered, realizing that those who had previously trespassed here were likely obliterated by this celestial array. Having mastered the Heavenly Array Classic to perfection, Lin Qiye held an intimate understanding of formations. Moreover, if he so wished, he could effortlessly dismantle this heavenly array with a mere gesture. Thunder continued to roar in the sky, as increasingly potent bolts rained down upon Lin Qiye, seemingly intent on his destruction. Begone! With a flick of his finger, Lin Qiye conjured an order chain, which swiftly transformed into a golden sword. This was the original path sword technique. The golden blade soared forth, intercepting the relentless barrage of lightning. Not wishing to squander any more time, Lin Qiye ascended above the massive whirlpool. The power of space suggested that a miniature world lay beneath. The Dragon Clan of the South China Sea must reside within this realm. He propelled himself downward toward the depths of the whirlpool. At that moment, a golden arrow shot forth from the darkness. Lin Qiye brandished the Tianya sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. The collision between the sword energy and the golden arrow erupted in a tremendous roar. Then, a middle-aged man clad in armor appeared before Lin Qiye, wielding a longbow. With dragon horns adorning his head and a fierce expression, he was evidently a member of the Dragon Clan, possessing cultivation at the mid-superior level. Human cultivator, how dare you trespass upon our Dragon Clan's territory? You possess audacity beyond measure. The Dragon Clan warrior's tone was laced with arrogance. Today, I shall indeed venture into the South China Sea Dragon Clan, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly. Seeking death, the Dragon Clan warrior swiftly drew his bow, channeling a formidable force that coalesced into a dragon-shaped arrow. With a decisive release, the arrow was loosed. Transformed into a golden dragon, it surged directly towards Lin Qiye. In my eyes, the extraordinary now seemed no more significant than mere ants. Lin Qiye swung the tianya sword once more. With a single stroke, he severed the golden dragon. How could this be? The dragon clan man, witnessing this, was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a formidable strike could be effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. Could he be a being of the celestial realm? The dragon clan man's expression grew grave. He had not expected that during his watch this month, he would encounter a human cultivator of the celestial realm. This was indeed troublesome. In an instant, holding a special jade pendant, the dragon clan man swiftly sent a message. He understood that the current situation was beyond his capacity to handle. He could only summon a powerful being from his clan of the celestial realm. The prowess of the celestial realm was undeniably formidable, yet my dragon clan was not to be trifled with. Depart now, and all shall remain peaceful. Should one of our clan's celestial realm experts appear, you shall find no escape. The dragon clan man regarded Lin Qiye with a tone still imbued with dominance. Although his cultivation was inferior to Lin Qiye's, he remained undaunted. The celestial realm? Lin Qiye chuckled. What makes you believe I am a being of the celestial realm? Not long after, a powerful presence erupted from the depths of the vortex. Subsequently, a middle-aged dragon clan man swiftly emerged. Elder Shao. The armored dragon clan man responded with utmost respect. The elder, known as Shao, merely nodded slightly. Upon gazing at Lin Qiye, his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, Lin Qiye revealed no concealed aura. The elder Zhao's body trembled slightly as he clasped his hands in greeting. A sage realm expert from the human race has come to our South Sea Dragon Clan. What brings you here? His tone was noticeably gentle. The nearby Dragon Clan man stood frozen in shock. A sage realm expert? How could this be? Just moments ago, he had assumed Lin Qiye was a celestial realm expert. Had he truly been so narrow-minded? I have come to the South Sea Dragon Clan for a reason. Rest assured, I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. With no ill intent, Lin Qiye spoke softly. In that case, esteemed elder, please accompany me. Elder Shao pondered for a moment before responding. Are you truly allowing him in? The Dragon Clan man hastily inquired. The other party was a sage realm cultivator, on par with the Dragon King, should he choose to attack. Our South Sea Dragon Clan would find it exceedingly difficult to contend. Elder Shao waved his hand. Esteemed elder, please follow me. He again gestured toward Lin Qiye, making way for him. Very well. Following this, Lin Qiye accompanied Elder Shao as they swiftly descended into the depths of the vortex. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the vortex. Here, there was an entrance to a small world, surrounded by layers of restrictions. Elder Shao continuously formed seals with his hands. As the restrictions began to lift, the entrance opened wide. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye followed Elder Shao into the depths beyond. A flash of light enveloped him. And when Lin Qiye opened his eyes once more, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. This miniature world was adorned with breathtaking vistas, particularly the islands that floated gracefully in the air, each varying in height and size. Many of these islands radiated an enchanting glow, and at a glance, one could discern numerous uniquely shaped and stylistically diverse edifices standing proudly upon them. Notably, the palaces shimmered in resplendent gold, exuding an exquisite beauty. The ambient elemental energy was rich, making it an excellent location for cultivation. However, the elemental forces here were imbued with a wild intensity. This place is quite remarkable, Lin Qiye remarked, nodding appreciatively. Chapter 70, The Dragon King. Continuing to follow Elder Shao, they soared through the skies. Elder Shao was accompanied by someone who appeared to be human. How could this be? How could Elder Shao bring a human cultivator into the realm of our South Sea Dragon Clan? This individual possessed formidable prowess. Along their journey, numerous members of the dragon race were astounded to witness a human entering their domain. It is well known that the South Sea Dragon Clan has always prohibited humans from entering. Before long, Lin Qiye, in the company of Elder Shao, reached the very pinnacle of this small world. Above them loomed an immensely grand dragon-shaped island, a sight far surpassing the floating islands they had previously encountered. Upon landing on this island, the surrounding scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Your Majesty the Dragon King, I have brought the human, Elder Shao proclaimed respectfully. Step back, came a voice imbued with authority. Yes, Elder Shao responded with a cupped fist and departed swiftly, leaving Lin Qiye alone in the presence of the Dragon King. May I ask, what brings you to our South Sea Dragon clan? The Dragon King's voice resonated once more. What? The esteemed Dragon King dares not even reveal himself? Is this what you dragons consider hospitality? Lin Qiye shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. As soon as his words fell, the air around them seemed to solidify instantaneously. A fierce gale swept through, carrying with it an unparalleled, domineering force that surged towards Lin Qiye like a tidal wave. The ground trembled beneath the weight of that power. Yet, faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Lin Qiye remained remarkably composed. A faint golden glow emanated from his being, enveloping him entirely. When that overwhelming force collided with the golden aura, it was as if it encountered an impenetrable fortress, failing to budge Lin Qiye in the slightest. Oof. It seems this Dragon King wishes to give me a show of strength. Lin Qiye murmured softly. In the next moment, a figure appeared in an instant. A middle-aged man of formidable presence manifested before him, exuding an unmatched aura. It must be said, this Dragon King was indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already reached the sage realm, truly a prodigy. The Dragon King inquired, "Speak, what is your purpose here?" "There are two matters," Lin Qiye replied calmly. "First, I wish to know the location of your dragon clan's sacred ground. Second, I seek Long Yuner. I have a letter for her." Lin Qiye wasted no time on superfluous words and delved directly into the crux of the matter. Instantly, the Dragon King's expression grew grave. The location of the Dragon Clan's sacred ground is a closely guarded secret. I cannot divulge it to the human race. Even within the entire South Sea Dragon Clan, only I possess knowledge of its whereabouts. The Dragon King firmly rejected him. Moreover, do you have any acquaintance with my daughter? I do not. Lin Qiye shook his head and said, I am merely entrusted to deliver a letter. At that moment, the Dragon King suddenly erupted in fury. How audacious! Rongzheng actually dares to breach his promise. He should never have been allowed to depart. In the Dragon King's eyes, it was evident that Rongzheng had disclosed the location of the South Sea Dragon Clan to Lin Qiye. It is worth noting that he had meticulously arranged a formation to obscure the heavenly secrets, making it exceedingly difficult for even a sage to locate. This place is not something he told me. Rather, it is my conjecture. Lin Qiye attempted to clarify. However, upon hearing this, the Dragon King wore an expression of disbelief. So, you truly do not wish to reveal the location of the Dragon Clan's sacred ground? Lin Qiye inquired once more. I cannot. The Dragon King firmly rejected, his tone emphatic. He showed no fear of Lin Qiye. After all, both were at the sage level. Additionally, the Dragon King had been a powerful sage long before. It seemed that matters were about to escalate. Lin Qiye shook his head and sighed. Are you intent on taking action? The power within the Dragon King's body surged violently, and his aura intensified even further. In the next moment, Lin Qiye produced a purple dragon scale. Instantly, an overwhelming and ancient dragon might swept across the entire small world of the South Sea Dragon Clan. All the dragon folk present felt this terrifying might and fell to their knees in submission. Even the Dragon King before Lin Qiye found it somewhat difficult to withstand. Where did you acquire this scale? From the ancient purple cloud divine dragon. The Dragon King exclaimed, his expression drastically changing. Because this ancient purple cloud divine dragon is my ally, and she is in peril at the Dragon Clan's sacred ground. I must rescue her. Lin Qiye spoke softly, therefore. I hope you will tell me the truth. How can this be? The Dragon King pondered in disbelief, completely unprepared for such revelations. The purple cloud divine dragon had long been thought to have vanished. To think it still exists in this era. However, the appearance of this dragon scale indicated that Lin Qiye and the purple cloud divine dragon shared an extraordinary connection. Did that esteemed ancestor not inform you of the Dragon Clan's sacred ground? The Dragon King questioned in confusion. He did not. Lin Qiye shook his head. After some time, the Dragon King let out a sigh. Alas, I will trust you and disclose the information. But you must ensure that no one else knows it was I who revealed it. Additionally, I hope you will bring that esteemed purple cloud ancestor to visit my South Sea Dragon clan. I wish to pay my respects personally. He put forth his request. Certainly, Lin Qiye responded decisively. The Dragon King casually gestured, and a special dragon-shaped jade pendant materialized. This pendant will guide you to the Dragon Clan's sacred ground in the eastern direction. The Dragon King stated swiftly. Excellent. Lin Qiye accepted the dragon-shaped pendant. Suddenly, Lin Qiye produced a letter, inquiring, is there any issue with delivering this letter to Long Yuner? Although somewhat reluctant, the Dragon King nodded in agreement. It is permissible. Lin Qiye reiterated, I must emphasize that this letter must reach her hands, allowing her to read it. He spoke earnestly, should I later inquire, and find that Long Yuner has not seen the letter, I shall not hesitate to assert my authority. The Dragon King assured him likewise. Then I shall not linger here any longer. Lin Qiye swiftly took flight. The subsequent hours were crucial. He needed to reach the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan as expeditiously as possible. After all, Xiling had only 6 months remaining. The more time wasted, the more detrimental it would be for Xiling. Before long, Lin Qiye successfully departed from the little world of the South Sea Dragon Clan. Returning to the skies above the South Sea, he promptly entered the void, soaring rapidly towards the eastern horizon. Chapter 71. The frozen realm of the far east. Through the rapid traversal of the void, Lin Qiye soon found himself in the farthest eastern reaches of this world. It was akin to an expanse of frozen desolation, an exceedingly frigid domain that seemed capable of freezing everything in its grasp. Suspended in the air, Lin Qiye felt the biting cold enveloping him, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he discerned no signs of life. This place appeared utterly devoid of vitality. At that moment, Lin Qiye retrieved the dragon-shaped jade pendant bestowed upon him by the Dragon King of the South Sea. As the pendant materialized, it radiated a brilliant light, guiding Lin Qiye onward. He heeded the direction indicated and swiftly propelled himself forward. The deeper he ventured, the more terrifying the cold became. Even an extraordinary cultivator would likely tremble in such icy conditions. Fortunately, Lin Qiye's cultivation was robust enough to withstand the chill without significant difficulty. Within a few hours, colossal icebergs loomed before him, exuding a formidable aura of coldness, their interiors brimming with immense energy. As Lin Qiye approached, he suddenly perceived a shift. The once immobile icebergs seemed to awaken, sensing the presence of an uninvited guest encroaching upon their territory. In an instant, the energies within the icebergs surged violently, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from their surfaces, propelled by an overwhelming chill and tremendous force, hurtling towards Lin Qiye like a tempest. Indeed, the situation was far from favorable. Observing this spectacle, Lin Qiye merely shook his head with a slight smile. The powerful assault unleashed by the icebergs appeared to him rather feeble. Remaining composed, he brandished the Tianya sword. With a gentle flick of his finger, a dazzling beam of sword light erupted forth as the sword soared into the air. At that moment, he embodied the essence of a true sword deity. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye wielded the Tianya sword and slashed forward. An immense wave of sword energy surged forth, colliding fiercely with the oncoming ice spikes. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the sharp ice projectiles were swiftly shattered by the force of a strike. Yet this was not the end. The massive icebergs that had sought to impede Lin Qiye's progress unleashed a furious snowstorm, charging toward him. Within this tempest, there was even an essence of freezing power. Lin Qiye murmured, "To encase me in ice? Impossible." With determination, he surged forward into the fray. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye extended a slender finger, gently pointing forward. In an instant, the Tianya sword erupted with an indescribable radiance, shooting forth directly from his hand. It soared straight ahead, charging into the overwhelming blizzard. The Tianya sword traversed the air with astonishing velocity, its entire blade shimmering with brilliant light. In the next moment, it became evident that wherever the Tinya sword passed, the violent snowstorm parted in its wake. The formidable sword energy surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, cleaving a path through the vast expanse of white chaos. Lin Qiye swiftly followed in the wake of the Tinya sword, navigating through the oncoming storm. Within mere breaths, he successfully traversed the terrifying blizzard zone. The Tianya sword continued to unleash even more dazzling golden sword energy. With a sudden force, the golden sword energy struck violently against an imposing iceberg before them, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, sending countless ice fragments and debris flying in all directions. The iceberg collapsed under the assault. As it crumbled, Lin Qiye beheld an expansive ice field. Whoosh! In a brief moment, Lin Qiye accelerated his flight, swiftly passing through the realm of the icebergs and arriving atop the ice field. Gazing around, he could clearly see that the entire ice field was encircled by towering icebergs. Resembling a natural basin, the dragon-shaped jade pendant radiated an unparalleled glow, pointing skyward. Clearly, he had arrived at the sacred ground of the dragon clan. Peering upward, Lin Qiye noticed layers of cloud and mist obscuring any view of what lay above. Just as he prepared to ascend and investigate, a powerful force surged toward him. Suddenly, on the ice field, an unknown young man appeared, completely bare, resembling a human. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that within him resided an exceptionally potent demonic essence, emanating an air of dominance. It seemed this individual belonged to the dragon clan, having attained the realm of a saint. To think a human saint could find his way here. Do you know where this place is? Intruders shall perish. The young man regarded Lin Qiye with an exceedingly domineering tone. A terrifying dragon might erupted from him, pressing down upon Lin Qiye. Yet, faced with this overwhelming might, Lin Qiye remained utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of distress. I am here for but one purpose, Lin Qiye calmly declared. I wish to take Xiling away. Ha ha! The young man erupted into laughter. Who do you think you are? That esteemed ancestor Zixiao is not someone you can simply meet. Clearly, this young man was aware of Xiling. She is in danger, and if this continues, she will perish. Lin Qiye cautioned, after a brief exchange of words. The young man was instantly engulfed in a profound fury. Human, what do you understand? The venerable ancestor Zixiao is immensely powerful. Perish? Do you think my dragonkin are so foolish? His reaction left Lin Qiye deeply perplexed. The system's missions are never erroneous. Should Xiling encounter peril in this sacred land of the dragons and remain unrescued within 6 months, her life would be forfeit. Yet, this dragon man, while acquainted with Xiling, seemed oblivious to her current predicament. Thus, time had become rather troublesome. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, silently lamenting within his heart. Chapter 72. Today, I shall slay the dragon human. Leave this place, and I shall consider that nothing has transpired. The dragon clan man of the Saint Realm spoke to Lin Qiye with an air of indifference. What if I insist on entering this sacred ground of the dragon clan? Lin Qiye replied with a chuckle, revealing that he was not easily intimidated. If you insist, then we shall be left with no choice but to battle. It shall be either your demise or mine. The dragon clan man's gaze turned icy. As the power within him surged violently, the surrounding space began to warp noticeably. This overwhelming force caused cracks to spiderweb across the entire icy surface. Are you truly willing to fight to the death? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the dragon man's resolute determination. Either I perish or you live. Such conviction promised that, once engaged in combat, the dragon clan man would unleash his full might without reservation. All along, I have crushed my opponents with absolute invincibility. Lin Qiye mused inwardly, eager to ascertain the true extent of his current strength. As they both stood at the Saint Realm, the outcome would reveal who was superior. Very well, I hope you do not flee in the end. The dragon clan man laughed maniacally. I am Long Zhan. Human, reveal your name. Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye declared, wielding the Tianya sword. The powerful auras of the two clashed, perfectly balanced. Boom! At that moment, Long Zhan's figure flickered, and he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed remarkable. Gripping a radiant spear in his right hand, he channeled his power into it. The spear's tip glowed ominously, and a terrifying roar of dragon rage erupted forth. He charged at Lin Qiye with the force of a thunderbolt. In an instant, the spear unleashed a blinding brilliance that intensified, ultimately transforming into the form of a true dragon. This luminous dragon exuded unparalleled pressure, roaring as if it could tear apart anything in its path. Just as the strike was about to connect, Lin Qiye vanished from his original position. This caused Long Zhan's initial attack to strike nothing but air. Void power! Long Zhan exclaimed in shock. I did not expect you to master the principles of the void. Searching in vain, he could not discern Lin Qiye's figure. Formation. Quickly, Long Zhan formed intricate hand seals. A uniquely shaped token, radiating an ancient aura, rapidly materialized. This special token contained immense power. With a gentle touch of his finger, a dazzling light erupted from the token, revealing special Dragon Clan runes. Each rune seemed to harbor boundless mysteries and strength. The runes surged forth, scattering in all directions. Each rune erupted simultaneously, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, akin to luminous stars enveloping the entire icy expanse. The prowess of the Dragon Clan is indeed formidable. Lin Qiye murmured in the void. Boom! The entire basin of the ice field began to tremble violently. In the four corners of the icy plain, the ground began to collapse. For robust beams of light surged skyward, piercing the clouds. These pillars stood tall between heaven and earth like colossal supports, resonating with the mysterious runes. As if they were one entity, simultaneously, a profound formation materialized. The special dragon runes appeared to weave an impenetrable net, entirely sealing off the space of this icy realm. At that moment, the void of the ice field became exceedingly unstable. Lin Qiye soared forth from the void. Your Dragon Clan's methods are indeed impressive. Upon emerging, Lin Qiye marveled at Long Zhan, not far away. This grand formation has completely eradicated the void here, rendering it impossible for Lin Qiye to wield the laws of the void. This formation, an ancient array of my Dragon Clan, effortlessly counteracts your void laws. Long Zhan stated calmly. The battle was on the verge of ignition. In the skies above, the conflict between Long Zhan and Lin Qiye escalated with fervor. Neither side held back, unleashing their full potential to the utmost limit. Truly exhilarating. Long Zhan became increasingly frenzied, his attack speed quickening and his strength amplifying step by step. This Dragon Clan powerhouse is indeed not easily trifled with. Lin Qiye was equally undeterred. Such genuine combat seemed to be a rare opportunity for both parties. After reaching the Sage Realm, it is rare to engage in such life-and-death struggles. Neither was willing to concede, for defeat would signify demise. Boom! The battle raged on. Time passed inexorably. Several hours had slipped by unnoticed. Although both had expended tremendous amounts of energy, neither side appeared to be at a disadvantage. Lin Qiye, I must say, you are undoubtedly the most formidable opponent I have encountered in this lifetime. Long Zhan regarded Lin Qiye with a gaze that reflected newfound respect. The Dragon Clan reveres strength above all, and it was apparent that Lin Qiye's prowess had earned his acknowledgement. You are not lacking either. Lin Qiye replied calmly. There is no need to squander more time. Let us settle this with a single blow. That suits me perfectly. Long Zhan laughed heartily. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from him. As the light dissipated, the Long Zhan that Lin Qiye once perceived had vanished without a trace, replaced by a colossal true dragon that loomed in the sky. The true dragon stretched for hundreds of feet, its body cloaked in shimmering scales, each resembling finely forged steel, exuding an aura of unparalleled hardness. Its claws, sharp as blades, radiated a chilling light that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Simultaneously, the true form of this dragon unleashed an incomprehensible terror, a dragon's might that seemed capable of suppressing the very heavens and earth. Unexpectedly, its power had surged. Lin Qiye, with a grave demeanor, understood that he could not afford to be careless in the face of such might. As the dragon transformed into its true form, its strength was instantaneously magnified. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye fully channeled the sword technique. The essence of swordsmanship erupted. Above him, countless golden rays converged, coalescing into an unparalleled golden giant sword. Today, I shall slay the dragon, Lin Qiye proclaimed with a fierce determination. Chapter 73. The Dragon Clan's void lineage. A colossal golden sword collided with a true dragon, manifesting an extraordinary clash of power. The outcome of this confrontation would soon be revealed. Within Lin Qiye, the essence of energy was rapidly depleting, and the same was true for the dragon warrior. In a mere span of several breaths, it became evident that the dragon warrior was at a disadvantage. Initially, his strength had been overwhelming, yet now it was apparent that it was waning. Had his power truly increased? The dragon warrior pondered gravely. No, it was not his strength that had surged, but rather my own that had begun to diminish. It soon dawned on him. How could this be? This fellow, named Lin Qiye, why does his energy surpass that of my dragon clan? The dragon warrior felt a profound disbelief. In terms of energy, the dragons had always held an absolute supremacy. Yet now, through sheer attrition, he found himself outmatched by a human. At that moment, Lin Qiye noticed the dragon warrior's diminishing power and seized the opportunity to unleash a greater force. As the saying goes, strike when the iron is hot. After several more breaths, the dragon warrior began to panic, finding himself in a dire position. Fear crept into his heart. Indeed, he was a formidable true dragon, yet he too could sense the terror of death. Elder, save me. The dragon warrior emitted a unique cry for help, resonating through the dragon clan's sacred ground. However, it appeared that no one responded. How could this be? I have guarded this place for centuries. Surely my efforts warrant some recognition. Why will no one come to my aid? The dragon warrior was engulfed in despair, never anticipating that the sacred ground of his clan would forsake him in such a manner. At that moment of distraction, the golden sword pierced through his defenses and cleaved him in two. I refuse to accept this. The dragon warrior plummeted. In his final moments, he cast a resentful gaze at Lin Qiye, who hovered in the air. With a thunderous crash, his dragon form struck the icy surface, creating a massive chasm. Soon after, Lin Qiye witnessed the dragon warrior's corpse being encased in ice, as if it had merged with the frozen expanse. To his astonishment, after battling fiercely with the dragon warrior, he found that his own energy was nearly depleted. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, reflecting on the situation. He hastily retrieved a pill and consumed it, allowing his spent energy to recover swiftly. Next, he needed to dismantle the ancient formation of the dragon clan to gain entry into the sacred ground. Lin Qiye's gaze turned to the myriad of golden runes densely enveloping the icy plain. Fortunately, he had previously acquired some understanding of formations, which made him realize that mastering various techniques could prove invaluable at critical moments. Indeed, knowledge is a powerful asset. Lin Qiye surveyed the scene before him. In the depths of his mind, Lin Qiye continuously devised strategies to break the formation. It did not take long for him to discover a solution. This array was imbued with a bloodline sensing mechanism, wherein only those of the dragon lineage would remain untrapped. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye retrieved the dragon scales that Xiling had bestowed upon him. As a surge of primordial energy flowed into the scales, they erupted in a magnificent violet radiance, enveloping him entirely. Emboldened, Lin Qiye ascended into the air. As he approached the formation, the peculiar runes began to shift, parting to grant him passage. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. A subtle smile graced his lips, blossoming into a radiant grin. In an instant, Lin Qiye soared upward, traversing layer after layer of clouds. Upon breaking through the final layer, he beheld a vast floating island above him. Strikingly, this island bore no remarkable structures, save for an enormous and resplendent dragon gate. Lin Qiye landed on the island, standing before the grandiose gate, feeling minuscule, akin to an ant. The facade of this dragon sanctuary was undeniably imposing. Such is the grandeur of a top-tier force, Lin Qiye murmured to himself. It is only to be expected. Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority resonated from within the gate. Young one, you possess quite the audacity to slay my kin. The voice exuded a formidable pressure, reminiscent of a demigod's might. Lin Qiye's expression shifted to one of solemnity. As a mere initial stage sage, he knew he could not contend with such power. The recent battle had already drained much of his strength. Yet, despite the emergence of a demigod, Lin Qiye felt no fear. He had prepared himself well. Even if he were no match, he was confident in his ability to escape. At that moment, the space around the dragon gate rippled, and an elderly man with dragon horns emerged, each step amplifying the oppressive aura he exuded. However, Lin Qiye found himself capable of withstanding this pressure, feeling as though he bore an immense weight upon his shoulders. A mere initial stage sage dares to resist my might? The human race truly harbors remarkable beings. The black-haired elder's gaze darkened with murderous intent. Given the antagonistic relationship between dragons and humans, the elder believed that Lin Qiye's existence must be swiftly eradicated. Otherwise, should he be allowed to grow unchecked, the entire dragon race might find itself in peril. It appears you have come to eliminate me. Lin Qiye was acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from his opponent. This situation was indeed becoming quite troublesome. As expected, the power of a saint was still insufficient. From the very beginning, he had anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye felt compelled to give a try. After all, should he fail, he would harbor no regrets. Alas, there was no alternative now. Xiling, I can no longer save you. Lin Qiye silently lamented. He was aware that he would also descend a level in his realm, yet that did not concern him. A fallen realm could be regained. However, should he lose his life, nothing would remain. Although Lin Qiye possessed a resurrection elixir, he felt it should only be used in the most critical moment. In the next instant, Lin Qiye turned and vanished into the void. You cannot escape, the black-haired elder sneered. In a heartbeat, he too entered the void. Unfortunately for you, I hail from the dragon clan's void lineage, and my command over the void is unparalleled. The black-haired elder continued with a laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Qiye, blocking his path. Damn it, there are actually void dragons among the dragon clan. Lin Qiye muttered, utterly unprepared for this revelation. Today, you shall surely perish, proclaimed the black-haired elder with a voice reminiscent of divine judgment, as the entire void space was sealed off. Chapter 74. The activation of the instant kill talisman, slaying the demigod-level void dragon. The appearance of the celestial sister, the void here, has been completely sealed. There is no escape for you. Today, you shall be entombed within this void, becoming a part of it. The black-haired elder spoke coldly. Yet, he suddenly noticed that Lin Qiye maintained an air of calm indifference. Despite being on the brink of death, there was not a trace of fear or panic upon his face, as if he were utterly unafraid. Could it be that he possesses some hidden trump card? The black-haired elder pondered. To be honest, your emergence has indeed exceeded my expectations, but you remain firmly within my control. Lin Qiye laughed heartily. You must be mad. No matter what means you employ, they are utterly futile against absolute power. In that instant, a flicker of unease suddenly surged within the heart of the black-haired elder. A swift resolution is imperative. I cannot allow any delays. Should any unforeseen variables arise, it would spell trouble. In an instant, the terrifying power of the black-haired elder surged forth, eager to obliterate Lin Qiye. System, grant me the instant kill talisman, and do so at once. Lin Qiye shouted loudly. Command received. Instant kill talisman activated successfully. Your subsequent attacks can annihilate any existence instantly. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt an unfathomably terrifying power coursing through him. This power seemed to transcend the divine. Boom! With just a breath, the black-haired elder's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? His power has, in an instant, surpassed mine. Slash! Lin Qiye bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the entire void. All power appeared to converge within the Tianya sword, which he directed fiercely at the black-haired elder. In an instant, a sword aura coalesced. This sword aura was unparalleled, capable of severing anything in its path. Wherever it passed, even the void itself was violently cleaved apart. Who are you truly? No matter what arcane arts you possess, it should not grant you such terrifying and absolute power in an instant. faced with such a fearsome strike. The black-haired elder found himself utterly suppressed, his body completely immobilized. He widened his eyes in sheer terror, desperately trying to escape this absolute binding force. Yet, no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. At this moment, despair and fear filled the heart of the black-haired elder. He had never imagined that a human saint, clearly weaker in cultivation than himself, could unleash a power that far surpassed the demigod level. The myriad techniques he had once prided himself on now proved utterly ineffective, unable to be employed even in the slightest. How could this be? The black-haired elder was engulfed in profound despair. Suddenly, regret washed over him. But now, it was far too late for remorse. The sword aura surged forth, instantly engulfing him. The elderly man with black hair was reduced to ashes amidst the sword's aura, utterly annihilated. The absolute power within Lin Qiye dissipated in an instant. In that moment, Lin Qiye could not help but take a deep breath. Fortunately, he had the instant kill talisman, though regrettably, it was his only one. This talisman had been a gift from the system, a trump card he had long preserved. Now, it had served its utmost purpose. However, he had initially hoped to use this talisman to enter the sacred realm of the Dragon Clan and completely rescue Xiling. Yet, plans often falter before reality. He had expended the talisman before even stepping into the Dragon Clan sanctum. With the demise of the black-haired elder, the surrounding spatial seals vanished. Lin Qiye could continue to traverse this void with great haste. Just as he prepared to depart, he felt another surge of power within him. In the next moment, the divine abyss sword burst forth, radiating an incredibly gentle light. From that luminescence emerged the enchanting fairy he had seen before. It was the first time the divine abyss sword had made such a commotion. Previously, no matter how he called upon it, he had received no response. Surprisingly, my new master cultivates at quite a rapid pace, the fairy said, tenderly caressing Lin Qiye's face with a gentle smile. Her actions quickened his heartbeat. It felt like the first time a woman had treated him in such a manner. "Who are you?" Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. "I am the spirit of the divine abyss sword," she replied, her demeanor still soft and gentle. "Fairy, why couldn't I summon the divine abyss sword before?" Lin Qiye asked eagerly. If he could wield the sword, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply. "Fairy? I quite like that title." Upon hearing Lin Qiye's address, she nodded with delight. The divine abyss sword is not merely an artifact. Not an artifact? Lin Qiye was taken aback. It transcends artifacts, the fairy stated once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was astounded. An existence that surpassed artifacts must be extraordinary indeed. Only by attaining true divinity could one wield the divine abyss sword. The fairy gazed at Lin Qiye with a smile. "The surge of power you felt earlier was that which transcends the divine. It is this power that awakened me." "I see." Lin Qiye nodded. The power of the instant kill talisman could annihilate all, even deities. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the talisman's strength to surpass divine power. "As my master, you cannot flee in such a disheveled manner." The fairy drew closer to Lin Qiye, their foreheads touching completely. "Moments ago, I absorbed a sufficient amount of power, merging it into the divine abyss sword." The celestial maiden proclaimed, "This will enable you to unleash 3 formidable sword energies, each potent enough to vanquish a peak demigod. When the 3 swords are unleashed simultaneously, even the most rudimentary deities shall be unable to withstand them. Soon, I shall fall into a slumber, and only when you ascend to the divine level can you awaken me." Upon finishing her words, the celestial maiden transformed into a radiant beam of light, returning to the divine abyss sword. The sword then re-entered Lin Qiye's being. "Thank you, celestial maiden." Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. With this, he had acquired the means and leverage to rescue Xiling. His hope of accomplishing the mission had been significantly amplified. This time, no one would thwart my endeavor. Lin Qiye clenched his fists tightly, swiftly traversing the void, and soon found himself back before the magnificent Dragon Gate. Chapter 75. A sword that strikes down a demigod. Instilling fear in the Dragon Clan, Lin Qiye produced the dragon scale belonging to Xiling. The moment this scale emerged, The colossal dragon gate before him seemed to resonate, opening in response. Observing this, Lin Qiye confidently grasped the dragon scale and strode through the gate. Upon passing through, a brilliant light enveloped him, revealing a vast expanse of white. As the radiance faded, it became evident that he had officially entered the true sacred realm of the dragon clan. The scenery before him was extraordinarily magnificent. Everything within this realm appeared to be in perfect harmony. Suddenly, a multitude of dragonkin appeared before Lin Qiye at an astonishing speed, their numbers overwhelmingly vast. In an instant, he found himself standing alone before an entire dragon legion. Each dragon exuded an aura of dominance and formidable power, collectively forming an immense presence. Yet, despite being solitary, Lin Qiye managed to confront this aura with remarkable ease. The dragon scale in his hand surged with a tremendous force, emanating from his primal bloodline, imposing a palpable pressure upon the majority of the dragonkin present. After all, this was the scale of the Zhixiao divine dragon, a lineage of ancestral significance. Human brat, you have slain 2 of my kin and now dare to intrude upon our sacred ground. Do you truly seek your own demise? A voice of immense authority resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming dragon might. In an instant, a figure descended from the heavens. The Grand Elder. The other dragonkin showed deep respect, bowing to this figure. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. Lin Qiye analyzed the situation, recognizing that the pressure emanating from this being likely approached the pinnacle of demigod strength. However, his demeanor remained unfazed, his eyes betraying not a hint of fear. Just a mere demigod pinnacle? I have already slain one of your kind. You are no exception, Lin Qiye declared with unwavering confidence. His words left the dragonkin astonished, perceiving this human as exceedingly arrogant. You are merely at the saint level. Though I know not how you managed to slay one of my kin. Entering this realm, you shall find only a path to death. The Grand Elder scoffed, his icy killing intent materializing palpably. Boom! A bolt of black light surged toward Lin Qiye. The might of a demigod pinnacle was indeed formidable. Even a single strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. Lin Qiye mused inwardly, acutely aware of the overwhelming power encapsulated within the black light. The first sword. Lin Qiye pointed his sword toward his forehead. In that moment, an astonishing beam of sword light erupted within the sacred realm of the Dragon Clan. With this strike, the black radiance was instantaneously shattered, while the blade's light descended upon the esteemed elder of the Dragon Clan. No, this is utterly impossible. You are merely a being of the saint realm. In that fleeting moment, the Dragon Elder was engulfed by panic and dread. His abilities at this instant were completely suppressed by that blade's light, leaving him utterly unable to resist. He yearned to flee, yet escape was beyond his reach. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated. To the eyes of the other dragon kin, their revered elder was engulfed by the blade's light, reduced to nothingness. In that moment, the expressions of all present transformed into sheer terror. Such a horrifying outcome was beyond their wildest imaginings. A perfected demigod was obliterated in an instant by a mere nascent saint practitioner. Such an event, if recounted, would likely be met with disbelief. Rumbling following this, an even more colossal roar erupted. A magnificent mountain within the Dragon Clan's sacred ground was directly collapsed by the previous blade's light. In but a brief period, what was once a flawless sanctuary for the Dragon Kin had become irrevocably marred. I wonder who among you dares to obstruct me now, Lin Qiye proclaimed with an air of calm, akin to a deity descending upon the world, an unstoppable force. The other Dragon Kin, not oblivious to the peril, had no desire to meet their demise. Moreover, when Lin Qiye had unleashed his first strike, they had all profoundly sensed the terror of death. Thus, none dared to challenge Lin Qiye further. The elder, a perfected demigod, had been annihilated in an instant, and many among them had yet to reach even the saint realm. Any attempt to act against him would undoubtedly spell their doom. Desiring to survive, they parted ways. Lin Qiye spoke once more. In the next moment, the Dragon Kin swiftly made way for him. Whoosh! Lin Qiye accelerated past them, through the dragon scales of Xiling. He had sensed her location, atop the grandest mountain within the dragon clan's sacred ground, which they revered as their holy mountain. I still have 2 strikes left. I must conserve my strength. Lin Qiye mused, realizing that the previous strike had served as a potent deterrent, its effect undeniably profound. In no time, he successfully soared to the summit of the dragon holy mountain. At this moment, it was clear to behold a colossal dragon-locking pillar upon which Xiling was bound. Lin Qiye, what brings you here? Xiling slowly opened her eyes, appearing quite feeble. She had not anticipated Lin Qiye's arrival, nor his audacity to breach this sacred ground. Logically, one of Saint Realm prowess should not be able to enter here. Lin Qiye chuckled softly. Isn't it rather serendipitous? Our first meeting found you bound. Little did I expect our reunion would see you ensnared once more. Leave this place at once. Xiling spoke without unnecessary words. This generation's Dragon Emperor is on the verge of attaining true divinity. Once successful, there will be no opportunity for you. This Dragon Emperor has imprisoned her here, solely to absorb her bloodline, in hopes of breaking through to the divine level. Though she felt deeply moved by Lin Qiye's attempt to rescue her, she understood all too well that everything was beyond redemption. Her fate was sealed, and Lin Qiye still had a chance to escape this sacred ground of the Dragon Clan. At that time, he could seek vengeance on her behalf. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation and am confident in my ability to save you. Lin Qiye replied with a calm smile. If that Dragon Emperor possesses any sense, they would likely hesitate to show themselves now. Chapter 76. The rescue is successful. Just moments ago, I had vanquished the great elder of the Dragon Clan with a single stroke. This elder was at the pinnacle of semi-divine power. Hence, if the Dragon Emperor were to comprehend the situation, he would realize that I, too, would not stand a chance against Lin Qiye. At this moment, Xiling was engulfed in confusion. Logically, the Dragon Emperor should have made an appearance long ago. Yet, after such an extended period, his presence remained conspicuously absent, as if he were deliberately hiding away. With a sword technique, Lin Qiye summoned the Tianya sword and executed a decisive slash. Crack! The entire dragon-locking pillar was instantly obliterated. Xiling managed to free herself from her restraints, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted and barely able to move. Take this elixir. Lin Qiye swiftly produced a pill and personally administered it to her. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense that a significant portion of Xiling's bloodline had been forcibly stripped away. Had he arrived even a moment later, it was likely that Xiling would have faced inevitable demise. Upon consuming the elixir, Xiling's condition visibly improved. Let's depart. I will carry you away. In the next instant, Lin Qiye scooped her into a princess carry. Xiling was evidently taken aback by his action. It seemed this was the first occasion in her life that a man held her in such a manner. Her cheeks flushed with a subtle hue of embarrassment, and her heartbeat quickened. Instead of resisting, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and security, as if in Lin Qiye's embrace there was nothing to fear. Before long, Lin Qiye noticed that Xiling had fallen asleep. Whoosh thus, he swiftly flew away with her in his arms. Isn't that the ancestor Xiling? How could she have ended up like this? Her bloodline is depleted. The aura of the dragon-locking pillar surrounds her. Could she have been trapped all along? No wonder I had not seen ancestor Xiling for so long. What in the world is happening? As the members of the Dragon Clan beheld the weakened Xiling in Lin Qiye's arms, they were struck with astonishment. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend that this was all likely the work of the Dragon Emperor. Regrettably, they dared not voice this suspicion aloud, for they still had to reside within the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan. In that moment, the Dragon Clan members willingly parted to create a path for Lin Qiye to exit. Some even took the initiative to open the exit, facilitating his departure. It was evident that they all wished for Xiling to leave safely. In the past, upon returning to the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan, Xiling had assisted many of its members, guiding their cultivation and imparting powerful martial arts. Indeed, in the hearts of many, ancestor Xiling was deemed the rightful candidate to become the true Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps, under her leadership, the Dragon Clan could elevate itself to a more prosperous state. Human race, I entrust you with the esteemed Xiling. The voices of numerous dragon kin echoed in Lin Qiye's ears. "Fear not." Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that Xiling holds a commendable reputation within this sacred realm of dragons. Through the exit, Lin Qiye swiftly departed the dragon's sacred land with Xiling, returning to the expanse above the icy plains. Mission to rescue, Xiling successful, calculating rewards. Please await the results. Upon exiting, the system's voice resonated directly within Lin Qiye's mind. Soon after, he and Xiling traversed the void rapidly, soaring toward the direction of the great Luo sacred place. Meanwhile, atop the sacred mountain of the dragon's domain, a middle-aged man finally made his presence known, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, adorned with formidable dragon horns. He bore an expression of dominance, embodying the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Damn it, how infuriating. This human, merely at the initial stage of the Saint realm, how could he dispatch a formidable half-divine being with a single sword strike? What manner of existence is he? Cursed fate. I was so close to absorbing the entire bloodline of the Zixiao, divine dragon, and achieving true divinity. So close. The dragon emperor seethed with rage, a terrifying aura engulfing the entire dragon sacred land. Those of weaker cultivation among the dragon kin were crushed beneath this dreadful presence, their faces contorted in agony. Some could not withstand the pressure, spewing blood and sustaining grave injuries. On another note, Xiling gradually regained consciousness, gazing at the beautiful scenery before her. She momentarily felt a sense of unreality. "Am I dreaming?" she murmured. "This is no dream." Lin Qiye approached and chuckled softly. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, Xiling remembered that he had once again rescued her. "Thank you." Xiling expressed her gratitude, attempting to rise, yet her limbs remained devoid of strength. "You could say that saving you twice merits a promise of devotion, wouldn't you?" Lin Qiye chuckled, jesting. Upon hearing this, Xiling surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Okay." In that instant, Lin Qiye was rendered speechless. What is happening? It was merely a jest. Why does Xiling appear so willing? This left him somewhat bewildered. It was just a joke. Lin Qiye hastily waved his hand. "How are you feeling?" "Recovering from having a significant portion of my bloodline taken is quite arduous." Xiling sighed, a hint of melancholy in her heart, realizing that advancing her cultivation would now be exceedingly challenging. Even regaining her peak strength seemed a daunting task. Let's not dwell on that for now. You must focus on recuperating. The matters ahead can be addressed gradually. Lin Qiye spoke calmly. "Moreover, you are mine. Rest assured, I will find a way to help you recover." His words instantly enveloped Xiling in a profound sense of security, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of happiness. Upon reflection, had it not been for Lin Qiye, her life might have been marked by profound despair. "All right, I believe in you." Xiling unveiled a long-lost smile, brimming with newfound confidence. No matter the circumstances, a fresh beginning lay before her. Indeed, Lin Qiye chuckled. "Come, let us drink some spiritual essence." He gently lifted her, personally feeding her the elixir. As the essence coursed through her body, Xiling felt warmth enveloping her, gradually alleviating the pain. The torment of having her bloodline forcibly stripped away was excruciating. It was a testament to Xiling's strength that she had endured where others might have faltered. After consuming the essence, Xiling leaned against Lin Qiye's shoulder, gazing at the beauty surrounding her, everything appearing so wonderfully serene. Chapter 77. A realm every 100 steps. In just a few fleeting days, Lin Qiye returned to the Luo sacred land with Xiling. Upon the serene peak of Shaoyao, Mu Qingxue had sensed Lin Qiye's presence early on, promptly halting her cultivation to await his arrival outside. Moments later, she distinctly saw Lin Qiye soaring towards her, cradling the weakened Xiling in his arms. With graceful ease, he landed before Mu Qingxue. "Senior brother Lin, you have returned," Mu Qingx exclaimed joyfully. Upon noticing Xiling's frail state, she inquired with curiosity, "What has happened to Senior Xiling?" "She has sustained some injuries and will need ample time to recuperate," Lin Qiye replied calmly. He then turned to Mu Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, Please take good care of Xiling in the days to come. Of course. Mukshinks responded earnestly. Subsequently, Lin Qiye gently carried Xiling into a room, tenderly placing her upon a bed. Suddenly, observing Xiling in her slumber elicited a sense of surprise. Who would have thought that she possessed such a delicate demeanor? It was rather endearing. After exiting the room, Lin Qiye promptly contacted Su Changfeng via his communication device. A short while later, the two reunited. Junior brother Lin. No, from now on I shall refer to you as Saint Lin. Su Changfeng greeted Lin Qiye with a respectful bow. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Senior brother Su, there is no need for such formalities between us. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively. Let us maintain our usual camaraderie. Then I shall comply with your wishes. Su Changfeng nodded with a smile. Lin Qiye then inquired, Senior brother Su, I sought you out to ask if there is any way to restore a bloodline. Restore a bloodline? Su Changfeng exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I have a friend from the Dragon Clan whose bloodline has been forcefully stripped away, resulting in severe injuries. Lin Qiye explained softly. This is quite troublesome. Su Changfeng shook his head. From what I understand, the more potent the bloodline, the more challenging it is to restore. I regret that I cannot be of much assistance, but you might consider visiting the Sutra Repository. The Deluo Sacred Lands Sutra Repository is a treasure trove of knowledge. Perhaps you will uncover a solution there. Indeed, discovering a remedy would not be an easy task. Lin Qiye had already mentally prepared himself for the challenge. Thank you. Senior brother Su, I shall head to the Sutra Repository now, and when time permits, I will invite you for a drink. Lin Qiye said with a respectful gesture. Very well, Su Changfeng replied. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye soared into the air, his speed akin to a streak of light as he traversed the Deluo Sacred Land. In no time, he arrived at the Sutra Repository. The entire scripture repository, constructed entirely of robust bricks and stones, exudes an aura of timelessness, having endured countless ages while remaining steadfast as ever. Its exterior presents an air of solemnity and grandeur. Upon entering the repository, one is greeted by shelves brimming with books. In essence, this repository serves as a colossal library. In the days that followed, Lin Qiye spent nearly all his time within this sanctuary, perusing one tome after another in search of a method to restore Xiling's bloodline. The Dragon's Fall Valley. This locale is renowned as one of the most perilous places in the eastern Xian domain. Legend has it that a dragon plummeted from the heavens a millennium ago, giving rise to the Dragon's Fall Valley. On one particular day, Lin Qiye chanced upon a book that meticulously documented information about the valley. It was noted that even sages might find it impossible to enter or exit the Dragon's Fall Valley. As he continued to read, Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the formidable dangers that lay within. If he could procure the dragon's essence from within that valley, perhaps he could restore Xiling's bloodline. At that moment, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. However, Lin Qiye refrained from hastily embarking on his journey. If even sages struggled to emerge unscathed, his current strength was insufficient. Thus, his priority must be to elevate his cultivation level. Completion of the reward assessment for the task of saving Xiling. Just as Lin Qiye rose to depart the scripture repository, a voice echoed in his mind. After several days, the assessment had finally concluded. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply. Congratulations. You have received the reward. 1 breakthrough to the 100 Steps realm, 1-time use. The task reward is now being automatically applied. Exhilaration surged through Lin Qiye, prompting a joyful laugh. Now, he merely needed to take 100 steps to achieve a breakthrough. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Lin Qiye began to stride towards the exit. Upon leaving the repository, he had already taken 56 steps. Continuing onward, he swiftly approached the 100-step mark. Step count reached 100. Congratulations. Your realm has been elevated to the mid-stage of the Sage realm. The system's voice resonated once more, and Lin Qiye distinctly felt his inner power ascend to a new echelon. The sensation accompanying each breakthrough was utterly exhilarating. Lin Qiye chuckled. Open my personal information panel. He silently commanded once more. Command received. Initiating. Grounded system. Host. Lin Qiye, Realm, Mid-Saint Realm. Experience points, 0, 150, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Palm Perfected. Avant les Soul Technique Perfected. One-Sword Technique Perfected. Void Technique Perfected. The information panel, visible only to oneself, manifested directly. Through this panel, Lin Qiye gained a profoundly renewed understanding of his overall strength. 150 million experience points. He couldn't fathom how many steps that would entail. Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, it was merely a moment of reflection. After all, others may spend centuries in seclusion without achieving a breakthrough. Yet for him, as long as he persevered in his journey, he could grow increasingly formidable. Disciple Lin Qiye, summoned by the Sword Ancestor, hastened to Sword Ancestor Mountain. At that moment, a golden token swiftly tore through the air, hovering before Lin Qiye. Immediately, a commanding voice emanated from the token. "The Sword Ancestor wishes to see me?" Lin Qiye murmured to himself. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 78. Seeking the Sword Ancestor. Reluctant to sever the red thread of fate, Jinzhou Mountain, nestled deep within the realms of the Daluo Sacred Land, stands as one of the 3 great ancestral peaks. It is here that the illustrious Sword Ancestor, Lin Qiye, resides. Upon Lin Qiye's arrival at the foot of Jinzhou Mountain, he was profoundly awestruck by its grandeur. The mountain's summit, enshrouded in ethereal clouds, seemed to stretch toward the celestial realm itself. As Lin Qiye soared towards the mountain, an overwhelming pressure suddenly engulfed him. Under the weight of this force, his cultivation level felt utterly inadequate, and he was swiftly pinned to the ground. Such terrifying power, he mused, transcended even that of demigods. Indeed, the Daluo Sacred Land was as formidable as its reputation suggested. The existence of its ancestral beings was anything but simple. Gazing at the stone steps leading upward, Lin Qiye pondered aloud. Surely, they do not expect me to ascend on foot? Is this a show of intimidation, or perhaps a test of my worthiness? Questions swirled in his mind. The Tianya sword, once wielded by the venerable Lu, might very well be a means to assess whether he was deserving of becoming its new master. Ultimately, he found this notion more plausible. Well then, he thought, it is fortuitous that I seek to gain experience through this journey. This endeavor also presents an opportunity to accumulate steps. Thus, he commenced his ascent. 1 step, 2 steps. Experience points 2, experience points 2, experience points 2. With each step he took, the system chimed, announcing his accrued experience. Fortunately, following a recent system upgrade, each step now yielded 2 experience points. As time slipped by, the pressure emanating from the path of the sword grew increasingly formidable. Yet undeterred, Lin Qiye remained resolute, his mind free of distractions, focused solely on advancing with each step. It was unclear how long he had climbed, but eventually, Lin Qiye reached the pinnacle of Jinzhou Mountain. To his astonishment, he discovered a lush orchard of peach trees in full bloom, their blossoms painting the landscape in breathtaking beauty. Remarkably, every flower and blade of grass seemed to resonate with the essence of the sword's path. How extraordinary, Lin Qiye marveled, feeling as though he had entered an ethereal realm dedicated solely to the sword. "Come forth," beckoned a melodious voice. The peach grove before him parted, revealing a pathway. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye stepped forward. Soon, he found himself standing at the heart of the grove, where a magnificent peach tree stood tall. Beneath its boughs sat an enchanting woman, Sword Ancestor Lin Qiye. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. She was stunning beyond compare. Lin Qiye had envisioned many possibilities of what the Sword Ancestor might resemble, but none could compare to the reality before him. However, I never anticipated that this sword master would be so remarkably young and beautiful. With a deep breath, Lin Qiye quickly regained his composure. Clasping his hands in respect, disciple pays respects to the sword master. "You are quite commendable." Lin Qiye slowly opened her eyes, her voice gentle. Her gaze was breathtakingly radiant. Yet Lin Qiye felt as though his very essence was laid bare before her, as if all his secrets were exposed within her luminous eyes. "The Tianya sword has chosen you as its new master. It appears the choice was indeed fortuitous. Lin Qiye continued, I am on the verge of ascending to the divine realm. Would you consent to become my disciple? Indeed, this venerable ancestor had reached the pinnacle of divinity. The power of a true deity was truly formidable. I willingly accept. Lin Qiye knelt without hesitation. The disciple initiation ceremony was quite simple, bowing and pouring tea. In a brief moment, Lin Qiye officially became the disciple of Sword Master Lin Qiye. His intentions were straightforward. He sought to attach himself to a powerful figure. With a true deity as his mentor, who would dare to provoke him in the future? Moreover, the thought of having such an exquisite master filled him with delight. Rise. Lin Qiye gently gestured with her delicate fingers. A gentle force lifted Lin Qiye to his feet. In the days to come, you shall remain here on this mountain, and I will impart all my knowledge to you. As for how much you can comprehend, that lies in your own fortune. Understand. Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. Additionally, there is another matter. Lin Qiye waved her fingers again, and a special letter materialized, ultimately hovering before Lin Qiye. This letter is personally written by the sect leader of the Xiannu sect, specifically for you. You are indeed fortunate to have intertwined fate with that girl possessing a celestial physique. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was taken aback. He never expected the sect leader of the Xiannu sect to write to him personally. Could it be that the sect leader disapproves? That would pose a challenge. Receiving the letter, Lin Qiye opened it and read meticulously. After several breaths, he took a deep breath and stated earnestly, I absolutely will not agree. The letter was exceedingly clear. Li Wanner had lost all her cultivation overnight and was no longer the saintess of the Xiannu sect. Thus, the letter detailed a method to sever their fated bond. Moreover, if Lin Qiye wished, the present Lin Qiye would assist him in this endeavor. Why would you refuse? Li Wanner is now merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. The gap between you two is now as vast as the heavens and the earth. Lin Qiye inquired, remaining calm. Even if she becomes an ordinary person, I would still wish to be with her. Lin Qiye replied with utmost seriousness. What ist? In a single night, he found himself devoid of all cultivation. Such a plot feels remarkably familiar. It seems that Li Wanner has obtained a peculiar ring, within which resides an elderly lady. His loss of cultivation is merely temporary. Soon enough, he shall rise again. Having severed the ties of fate with her, it signifies a complete cessation of their connection. How intriguing! Lin Qiye, observing Lin Qiye's earnest demeanor, could not help but nod in approval, clearly satisfied. Master, I wish to compose a letter. How shall I deliver it? Lin Qiye inquired. This is no difficult task. I shall assist you in sending it. Thank you, master. With that, Lin Qiye procured paper and ink, beginning to pen his thoughts. His handwriting was quite commendable. Lin Qiye gazed at his script, her admiration for him growing significantly. Particularly, the emotions conveyed through his writing suggested that Lin Qiye was a man deeply in love. Before long, the letter was completed. Furthermore, Lin Qiye had prepared a storage ring, wherein he placed an assortment of cultivation resources. Chapter 79. Mastering the Great Void Technique. Master, I apologize for the trouble. Lin Qiye said as he placed the storage ring into an envelope, then respectfully handed it to Lin Qiye. Observing this, the sword sovereign merely waved her finger lightly. The envelope transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly departed. It shouldn't take long for the Xiannu sect to receive it, Lin Qiye remarked slowly. Thank you, master. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude once more. Not at all. Lin Qiye waved her hand dismissively. By the way, master, I have a matter I wish to consult you about, if I may. Lin Qiye inquired with utmost respect. You wish to know how to restore that dragon clan demigod, don't you? Lin Qiye spoke softly. At that moment, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, as expected of the sword sovereign, nothing could escape her perception. Indeed, Lin Qiye replied earnestly. If master has any viable solutions, I would be most grateful if you could share them with me. The Dragon's Fall Valley. Lin Qiye stated without reservation. This valley was formed from the fall of an ancestral dragon. Within it, there should still be a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. If you can obtain it, It may enable your dragon clan demigod to successfully restore their lineage. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that the dragon's fall valley he had encountered in the scripture pavilion was indeed the key to aiding Xilinx's restoration. "I understand," Lin Qiye exclaimed, visibly relieved. At last, he had discerned the path to a solution. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he would certainly venture to the dragon's fall valley. "Now, if you have no other matters, you may begin your cultivation with me." Lin Qiye waved her hand again. A jade slip of instruction materialized before Lin Qiye. "Since you have perfected the void technique, you should first master this great void technique." "Thank you, master." Lin Qiye accepted the jade slip. It was fortuitous, as he had long wished to master this great void technique, but had yet to find the opportunity. However, the great void technique was now in his hands. Indeed, having a formidable master brought immense benefits. Right from the onset, he was bestowed with such a powerful technique. Let the cultivation commence. Under Lin Qiye's guidance, Lin Qiye quickly delved into the practice of the great void technique, becoming increasingly engrossed. As time passed, he began to walk step by step through the peach blossom grove, fully immersed in his training. For a moment, even Lin Qiye found herself perplexed. This method of cultivation displayed by Lin Qiye was something she had never witnessed in her lifetime. As the moments ticked by, once his experience points accumulated to 1,000,000, Lin Qiye immediately issued a command. Detected great void technique beginning to consume 1,000,000 experience points. Consumption successful. Congratulations. You have mastered the great void technique and reached the entry level. In an instant, Lin Qiye possessed an aura of profound mystery, an indescribable sensation that transcended mere words. The incantations of the great void technique seemed indelibly inscribed in his mind, as if he had innately mastered this divine art. Success. Coming to his senses, Lin Qiye swiftly approached Lin Qiye, grinning as he said, "Master, I have not let you down. I have successfully mastered the great void technique." Although Lin Qiye was still somewhat astonished, she refrained from praising Lin Qiye. Her intention was to ensure he remained humble. After all, she had witnessed many talented individuals fall from grace due to their excessive pride. They could have reached even greater heights. Truly, Lin Qiye was a strict mentor. Lin Qiye mused quietly. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment at not receiving the beautiful master's commendation, he recalled that previously, such rapid mastery would have left others utterly astounded. "You have indeed mastered the great void technique, but further cultivation is necessary," Lin Qiye continued. "I refer to myself as the sword ancestor, specializing in swordsmanship. Now that you have grasped the great void technique, you may begin to contemplate my swordsmanship as well." "Excellent," Lin Qiye exclaimed, filled with excitement. In his view, acquiring powerful techniques was undoubtedly a boon. Meanwhile, a letter penned by Lin Qiye had successfully reached the Xiannu sect. A graceful, stunning woman delivered the letter to the peak of a mountain within the sect, a place adorned with an array of exotic flowers and rare plants, resembling a paradise on earth. Amidst this floral splendor, Lin sat in meditation, diligently cultivating her skills, seemingly unfazed by any loss of cultivation level. Upon sensing someone's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the visitor, she quickly rose and respectfully greeted, "Master, you have arrived." This beautiful woman was none other than Liwan's mentor and the sect leader of Xiannu, Yao Xian. "A young man from the Deluo sacred land has sent a letter," Yao Xian stated calmly. Instantly, Liwan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After emerging from the Jiangu Song, she had returned to the Xiannu sect, where her master had discerned that she was entwined in a fateful bond with another. Consequently, Yao Xian intended to sever this bond. However, Liwan found herself unwilling to comply. She could not fathom why, but the thought of severance filled her with reluctance. Thus, Yao Xian deliberately penned the letter, claiming that Liwan had lost all her cultivation and was no longer the sect saintess, all to test Lin Qiye. That young man has already taken the sword ancestor of the Deluo sacred land as his master. I shall no longer intervene in your matters, Yao Xian remarked dismissively. The letter fell directly into Liwan's hands. while Yao Xian transformed into a beam of light and vanished without a trace, leaving only Li Wanner behind. She slowly opened the seal and began to read. Wanner, though I do not know what has transpired, our fates are intertwined. No matter what happens, I shall never relinquish my hold on you. For a lifetime and beyond, let us walk hand in hand. I have prepared some resources for you, hoping they may serve you well. My master is about to ascend to the divine realm, and I must accompany him in my cultivation during this period. Vanya, wait for me. I shall certainly seek you out at the Xian insect. The words within the letter radiated profound sincerity. After finishing the reading, Li Wanner felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. For reasons unknown, tears began to flow unbidden. The red thread of fate on her arm shimmered with an extraordinary light, as if the bond between them had grown even stronger, unbreakable.